Chapter XXXIII, Royal Coronation. 1 BC. Dragon's Stone. With all the kingdoms now firmly submitted to the dragon's authority, Westeros was united for the first time in all of recorded history. Events like the Field of Fire and the burning of Harrenhal had carved an innate fear of the dragons into the hearts and minds of men, and none would dare rebel so long as the dragons lived. Aeron thought otherwise. Human passion was one thing no one could truly control, and who was to say there would not be rebellion or any form of civil strife after Aegon the Conqueror passed? Aegon surely knew he could not truly enforce his authority beyond the Crownlands, and in the Westerlands, the reigns were elevated thanks to Reynard's treachery, an eternal blemish upon the honor of the surviving Lannisters and their relatives, who even now were scheming to retake their rightful throne from the usurpers. And because the Valyrian civilization only encompassed the Crownlands, the kingdoms of Westeros were more of an uneasy confederation of kingdoms, ready to splinter without strong institutions holding it together. All this, Aeron thought of unceasingly as he stared outside the window of his room in the guest quarters of Dragonstone, counted as one of countless invitees to attend the official coronation of Aegon as King of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros. Such a ceremony was still a month away, but he and Huang Shui came here to discuss things with Aegon regarding matters of political reform, at Aeron's request. The rest of Aeron's inner council remained in Dorne to ensure the smooth transition of power, leaving only Aeron and Huang Shui as free enough to travel afar. So, this is Dragonstone. Quite quaint and imposing for a fortress. Huang Shui took his place beside Aeron, leaning over the windowsill and resting his hands there as he joined his lord in overlooking the bustling fortress complex, the gentle sea breeze caressing their cheeks and seagulls flying and cawing overhead. The Valyrians always love imposing and grandiose architecture, reinforces their sense of superiority, Aeron stated. Here's no different, especially among the locals. I suppose. Huang Shui nodded. So, are you just going to let things take their course, now that we have what we achieved? More or less, though I will be making some suggestions to Aegon, Aeron stated. Nominal political changes. And you believe them important? Huang Shui asked. Important enough that I want an excuse to start making crucial reforms in Dorne, Aeron shrugged, his expression a mixture of calm composure and grim uncertainty. That's one reason why I contributed so hard to wrest Dorne from Martell hands. I see, Huang Shui nodded. When do you believe will be the right time for our ultimate goal? Give or take, maybe 2 to 3 decades, Aeron concluded, and when that happens, the flaws of the Targaryen conquest will be exposed for all. We have to be ready by then. And here I thought you might change your mind, move to help the Targaryens instead of working behind their backs, Huang Shui commented with a knowing smirk, though we have already done quite a lot behind their backs. And with all the leeway and approval I have, we'll be doing 100-fold of such antics. Aeron laughed slightly. Mother Rhoyne blesses me with all the fortune of the world. Huang Shui snorted at that. No, no one blesses anyone with the fortune of the world, Aeron corrected himself, or if they do, we're also cursed with all the world's misfortunes to balance it out. Please, if you are any indication, my lord, you're willing to risk suffering all the world's misfortune to see your dreams become reality, Huang Shui pointed out before musing. I almost wonder if I am working my way to an early grave. And if you are any indication, Shuren, you are, Aeron winked at his mischievously. Since when have you ever been bored of the work I've thrown your way? Huang Shui simply smiled back wordlessly. When historians study your achievements and methods, there are those who might believe you acted on pure instinct and inertia, he mentioned offhandedly. Yet it is easy for any Westerosi noble to forget that preparation is key before a campaign. Even Aegon himself spent years preparing for his conquest before he initiated it in earnest. As Machiavelli said, all courses of action are risky, so prudence is not in avoiding danger, which is impossible, but calculating risk and acting decisively. Make mistakes of ambition and not mistakes of sloth. Develop the strength to do bold things, not the strength to suffer, Aeron said in response. In other words, especially because we cannot predict what happens in the future, we must prepare here and now so that the damage is mitigated. Huang Shui nodded in agreement. I must say, this Niccolo Machiavelli's words perfectly suit these times. His home of Italy was divided between warring princedoms constantly bickering and scheming against each other, Aeron said, not unlike the warring kingdoms of Westeros. And the feuding city-states of Essos, Huang Shui nodded. They heard knocking on the door to their quarters, and a guard informed them, My lords, Lord Aegon will see you both now. Let's get going, Aeron beckoned. Aye. Aegon greeted Aeron with a smile, shaking his hand as if he were a longtime friend and trustworthy ally. A pleasure to see you here, Lord Aeron, Aegon greeted. I heard you wished to discuss matters of governance for my kingdom. Yes, Lord Aegon, Aeron nodded. With me is Huang Shui, styled Shuren. My second in command. Lord Aegon, Huang Shui greeted with a bow, clasping his hands in front of his person. So, what do you think of Dragonstone? Asked Aegon. A fine fortress, is it not? Impenetrable by any but the most dedicated of attacks, and even then any victory over this fortress would be a Pyrrhic one, Aeron nodded. not to mention victory is close to impossible unless the enemy had powerful magic or dragons of their own. A very blunt assessment, but one I approve of, Visenya nodded gruffly. I thought you would call it out as mere flattery, dear sister, Rhoynish smirked. Not from Lord Aaron, especially with his detailed explanation, Visenya answered, in any case, you wish to discuss matters of governance for our new kingdom. Yes, I do, Aaron affirmed, shall we discuss this somewhere more private? Of course, follow me, Aegon beckoned. They went into a private meeting room reserved for them only, and it was here that Aegon beckoned Aaron and Huang Shui to take a seat at the table. Before we continue, might I offer you both bread and salt? Asked Aegon. Of course, my lord, Aaron nodded. Servants brought forth platters of bread and salt, and Aaron and Huang Shui broke off pieces and dipped them in salt before eating them. Aaron mentally noted how crisp and pure the sea salt was, and how fresh and soft the bread was. Now then, would either of you like further refreshments? Some water or tea, perhaps? Asked Aegon, or snacks to fill your stomach? Just water, thank you, Aaron answered. After beckoning a servant to fetch some drink for their guests, Aegon's expression then turned more serious with a tinge of casual interest. So, Lord Aaron, might I ask exactly what sort of suggestions you wish to make? Questioned Aegon, his eyes fully fixed on Aaron. The kind that is necessary to ensure Dorne's stability and peace in light of my successful rebellion, Aaron answered confidently, and to ensure some idiots don't try anything silly. Oh? I thought you already dealt with those silly fools, Lord Aaron, Visenya pointed out. The current generation, which is already dead, Aaron replied, but what about the next generation, or the generation afterwards? As you know, I'm a rather paranoid person, your lordship. Aegon snorted in amusement, since when has any sensible lord never been paranoid? Which is why I want to implement some radical changes to the political system in Dorne, Aaron finished. Aegon and his sister wives raised an eyebrow in genuine curiosity, and Aegon leaned forward ever so slightly. Proceed to explain, he beckoned. My proposal is simple, I wish for permission to test out a new noble ranking system in Dorne 1, Aaron answered. At this, the Targaryens shared confusion at Aaron's words. Elaborate for us, Aegon said. Aaron nodded at Aegon, as you know, Dorne is divided between 3 ethnic groups, and I only hold the loyalty of the Green-blood Dornish, the Desert Dornish are indifferent for the most part, but the Red Mountain Dornish do not hold high sentiments of me. As if the opinions of mountain raiders are of any concern to you, Lord Aaron, Visenya commented. They are not, Aaron agreed, however, my spies do tell me that there remain quite a few Red Mountain Dornish who believe me the source of their misfortune. What? Rhoynish questioned with incredulity. There are countless varied rumors among the remaining nobles, Lady Rhoynish, Huang Shui put forth, that Lord Aaron conspired with the Reach to have them invade and cause grievous harm as to stop their raiding ways, then he would move in and claim the glory of being a liberator, that he consorted with demons of the 7 hells to bless his army with unholy strength. Rhoynish stared at Huang Shui as if the nobles had lost half their heads, whereas Visenya rolled her eyes. I personally believe those imbeciles are just finding an inordinate number of half-witted ways to vent out their anger, or masking their wounded pride at being so easily conquered by the Reachmen, Visenya remarked dryly, oh, how their fathers and brothers in heaven weep at their stupidity. I would not say that, Lady Visenya, Huang Shui pointed out, in fact, a few of the surviving Red Mountain and Desert noble houses, in spite of us revoking their privileges, are thankful to his lordship Aaron for driving back the Reachmen where their own liege lords failed. That sentiment is also shared by many of the local small folk who lost so much to the invaders, family and property. At least they aren't wholly ungrateful, Visenya nodded, still maintaining an air of disdain. Getting back to topic, we have a list of titles we are ready to implement, but I also wish to ask for permission to change my title however I wish, Aaron answered, I have both personal and political reasons for doing this. Oh? Is the title of Lord Paramount not enough for you, Lord Aaron? Questioned Aegon. It is, more than enough, Lord Aegon, Aaron quickly reassured him, I mean no offense but in my circumstance, I simply believe that a change to a new title of my design would be better suited inside the ranking method I wish to implement. It would be, in practice, the same as Lord Paramount, merely, worded differently, so to speak. At least you are not keeping the title of Prince, Aegon smiled. It's not for me, only for a son of the royal family too, Aaron added. No one can deny that, Rhoynish nodded, here I thought you would ask for more. I already have everything I need for the next decade, Lady Rhoynish, Aaron answered, at times, it is best to not try and want more when one has earned as much as I have. Yet another reason why you are such a capable and trustworthy vassal of ours, Aegon smiled, perhaps if we ever initiate an invasion of Essos, you could helm our armies as our general. I appreciate the honor, but there are stronger and more talented generals than me out there, Aaron answered, and I fear that if I always steal the limelight, there would be countless enemies who would wish to see me brought down and all my hard work undone. I already see enough nobles jealous of my achievements. His lordship Aaron speaks truly, Huang Shui added, pursing his lips. Aegon sighed in understanding, I suppose no one likes an overachieving errand boy, no matter the benefits he brings. Very well, I understand and hereby grant you my permission. Do whatever you believe will help ensure a pacified and loyal Dorne for our new Valeria. As you command, your lordship, Aaron and Huang Shui bowed. Discreetly, they shared knowing glances of triumph, having achieved their objective in this meeting. Long before their visit to Dragonstone, they had already laid down the groundwork for implementing the new political ranking, having spent countless weeks making preparations with the rest of House Rada's well-oiled bureaucracy. As for Dorne's new proposed hierarchy, the ranks were as followed in descending order. Grand Duke/Grand Duchess. Duke/Duchess. Count/Countess. Viscount/Viscountess. Baron/Baroness. Lord/Lady. Knight, Unland. With Aaron having little else on his agenda save waiting for the coronation, Aegon would proceed to ask Aaron more questions and suggestions on his opinions in his government of Westeros, his decisions regarding the restive regions of Kelbria 3 and Ajonia 4, and on Aegon's shifting of court to the mainland in the realm of Palatilia 5 and so on. In the end, Aaron merely told him to continue what he was already doing. Now, only the coronation remained. With time to kill before the coronation's official date, Aaron and Huang Shui would take the time to acquaint themselves better with Aegon's inner circle and many of his direct vassals. And where better to do this than through noble gatherings, be it private meetings in gardens sipping tea or at banquets with tables groaning under the weight of the dishes. Many of the Valyrian lords themselves held varied opinions regarding the Black Fox of Dorne. Some believed he was merely lucky, blessed by the 14 for some unknown reason they could not comprehend, some believed he was deserving of his position, though perhaps a little too successful for their liking, some could hardly care less about some desert rat that climbed his way to the top, though they swallowed their pride at knowing he was the Targaryen's favored errand boy. On this particular day, after a hearty banquet where rich, hearty, and spicy Valyrian food was served to the guests, leaving many guests with a full belly until the next morning, more of Aaron's inner circle were present in the banquet hall of Dragonstone, making conversation with the nobles present in a bid to form connections and learn of who to make friends with, who to be wary of, and so on. One particular man eyed Aaron with a maelstrom of emotions, suspicion, bewilderment, unease, and certainty. Is there something you dislike about him, my lord husband? Orys turned to face Argella Durandon, now Argella Baratheon, who stared with studious disinterest at the other banquet attendees feasting and making merry without a care in the world. Due to her cruel betrayal at the hands of her own vassals, one could be forgiven for assuming Argella's marriage to Orys was a cold and loveless one. Truthfully, more than a few, Orys answered, slowly sipping a cup of wine, and many more things to like about him. I suppose he is your brother's favorite errand boy for a reason, Argella mouthed noncommittally. Orys sighed, I trust my brother's judgment, I just cannot find it in myself to truly trust Aaron Rada. Oh? Did he not win you Dorne without a single Targaryen man killed? Asked Argella, rather did he not attain a Pyrrhic victory against the Reachmen? It's what he did right that makes me want to suspect him, Argella, Orys pointed out, think about it this way, would you not be suspicious of one man who rapidly rose from obscurity to becoming Lord Paramount of his homeland, a man as paranoid and cruel to his internal political enemies as he? This is a man who is not only possessed of great talent and ambition, but one who has a fundamentally different way of thinking from all others of his station. Though Argella could hardly care less about the conquerors, she could not find it in herself to deny the truth of Orys' words. If Aaron was able to inflict such heavy casualties on the 80,000-strong Reachman army, what hope did the Stormlands have with its measly 10,000-strong army? She despised the feeling of dread that bloomed in her gut, forcing herself to quash it down under her ruthless temperament. And the traitors who sold her out feared the Targaryen menace? They should add their erstwhile neighbor to the list of prominent and dangerous people to be wary of. Lord Orys, Lady Argella. Orys sighed and looked at Aaron, who boldly approached them with a disarming smile, Huang Shui. Upon looking into his eyes, Argella shivered despite the warmth of the banquet hall, swallowing her saliva in one huge lump. Lord Aaron, Orys greeted back, I see you've made yourself comfortable in Dragonstone. It is surprisingly hospitable despite its origins as a military fortress, Aaron nodded, and it is good to meet you, Lady Argella. With me is Huang Shui, styled Shuren, my right-hand man. Lord and Lady Baratheon, Huang Shui bowed with hands clasped in front. The pleasure is mine, Lord Aaron, Lord Huang Shui, Argella greeted, forcing herself to remain calm, not a day goes by that the nobles of Storm's End do not talk about your achievements. I've had capable men and women help me come this far, Aaron smiled, might I ask how things are in the Stormlands? A little rowdy, with the recent transition in power, Argella admitted, fighting to keep the bitterness from her voice, the nobles are otherwise compliant now, and are ready to follow the commands of my lord husband. As if understanding Argella's circumstances, Aaron nodded with a neutral expression of respect and ceased the inquiry there. I will say though, I am impressed with how swiftly you ended the threat of the raiders from the Red Mountains, Argella commented. Many call you overly cruel, but I suppose without someone like you at the helm, those monsters would have continued to inflict cruelty unending. Us nobles who take the role as generals must sometimes take the good with the bad, Lady Argella, Huang Shui added. It is simply life. Yes, I suppose it is, Argella nodded. Sourly she may feel over her untimely dethronement before her reinstatement as Lady Paramount, at least there was no worry of external threats from the south, and it would have to suffice. To the side, the Tianfeng Huang and the Corgiles met with two vassals of Aegon, Crispian Celtigar and Tristan Massey. So you are prominent merchants in Dorne? Asked Tristan, adopting a strangely casual yet alien smile of interest. You don't feel like merchants to me. Do we not? Asked Gong Mok Fok. What makes you say that? I am a rather emotional man, and yet I tend to have very sharp instincts, so others say. Tristan shrugged, his smile tinged with a hint of psychoticism. Makes me sensitive to all manner of whispers, out in the open, hidden in the shadows, I see and hear all. And right now, I hear whispers of your darker deeds. We barely met and already you believe lies and half-truths about us. Gong Mok Fok frowned, though his lips curled into a smirk. What sort of rumors fly about us? Regarding you and Marais, said Tristan, that anyone and everyone who dares oppose your liege lord is never seen or heard from ever again. Gong Mok Fok simply shrugged and said nothing, while Marais merely smiled back at Tristan. Ah, but Lady Marais, Tristan said, I cannot help but notice a rather distinguishable smell about you, the kind both prey and predator alike flee from. Pray your keen listening does not fill your head with lies and falsities. Marais continued to smile at Tristan, who remained firmly footed where he stood, though his eye twitched slightly. The Corgiles did not like Tristan Massey one bit, firmly maintaining their distance from him and staying close to Marais. They did, however, maintain their distance from Gong Mok Fok as well, making no effort to hide their fear of him. Yet just as Tristan made to comment on this, a silver-haired man came between them. Tristan, I think that is enough from you, he interjected firmly, flashing him a look of firm disapproval. Our allies have far better things to do than to listen to you prattle. But of course, Crispian, Tristan smiled as he made himself scarce. My apologies for my fellow lord's behavior, Crispian said. He serves as House Targaryen's spy master. No, he was no trouble. Gong Mok Fok smiled and waved off. May I ask about your identity, by the way? Of course, I am Crispian Celtigar, and I served as Lord Aegon's quartermaster during his campaign of conquest. Crispian introduced himself with a friendly smile. I am Gong Mok Fok, chairman of the Tianfeng Huang, a merchant company, Fok said. With me are Lady Marais and Lord Lewin, Lady Druzelka and Lady Elia, of House Corgile. House Corgile, Crispian muttered, before shaking his head and saying, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The pleasure is ours. Lewin shook Crispian's hand, feeling more at ease with him than Tristan. If you do not mind me asking Lord Lewin, how fares House Corgile these days? Asked Crispian. We are doing better than before, Lord Crispian, Lewin answered. Lord Aaron has generously donated supplies for the reconstruction of our lands and for the construction of new infrastructural projects. What kind of projects, might I ask? Said Crispian. Aqueducts, roads, wells, and canals, answered Lewin, along with schools for young children and adults, primarily small folk. Schools for small folk? Seeking to emulate Valeria? Questioned Crispian. In a way, yes, Lewin nodded. Quite a lot of Valeria's ways are beneficial to the people if only we put in the time and effort. It is a shame other nobles do not see it that way. Yes, it is a great shame, Crispian nodded sadly, and yet that is just the reality of things. Some things cannot be changed, especially overnight. If there is one thing to change, it is the very way of things that prevail in Westeros, and only by eliminating those who perpetrate this stagnation will things change. Lewin did not voice such thoughts despite wishing to, as Marais gave him a knowing look and a shake of the head. Crispian then asked Elia, Lady Elia, could I ask if your subjects harbor any form of resentment for House Rada's annexation of their lands after House Martell's downfall? No, they do not, Elia answered confidently. In fact, they could not be more grateful for Lord Aaron's magnificent victory against the Reach and for his generosity in rebuilding our home. Surely there are a few dissidents here and there who resent Lord Aaron instead. Crispian pressed on, his voice soft and polite. If there are, they are no nobles. All dissenters died during the Reach invasion, Elia answered, and with the generosity Aaron displayed to them, the small folk sing his praises in the fields and in every town and village. Lord Aaron's the greatest person we've ever met, Druzelka puffed her chest in pride, far better than any lord we have ever met before. At this Crispian nodded in silence, before saying, I can see your respect for him, and I admire that. Alas, I am afraid that is all the time we have for conversation for now. Perhaps another day we may chat again. As many times as you want, Lord Crispian, Druzelka said smilingly. As he left, however, Crispian felt a frown adorn his face, a feeling of suspicion in his gut. III. 1 AC. Dragon's Stone. It was the turn of the new year, and all at the courtyard of Dragonstone were gathered to witness the coronation of Aegon Targaryen as ruler of all Westeros. For some, particularly the conquered, it was a mark of shame and misfortune, and they bore it all behind polite masks of friendliness and deference. For others, especially the Targaryen men, it was a day of triumph and jubilation. The men of Dorne, on the other hand, were more or less neutral if albeit warm to the Targaryen coronation, and Aeron and his council smiled as they clapped for the appearance of Aegon as he took center stage. All around the castle courtyard, there were throngs of small folk and nobles beholding the ceremony, happy faces all around and safely shepherded by men in black dragon armor. Mighty statues of dragons and gargoyles lined the paved paths like an army of statues, standing in eternal vigil over their lord and master as the sun shone brightly overhead amidst clear skies. In front of one of the Valyrian priests, Aegon knelt as the Pasgriast invoked the blessings of the 14 and anointed him, pouring olive oil upon his head and cleaning it with a cloth. Once he finished, he bowed and gave way to Visenya and Rhoynish who approached, the latter bearing a silver circlet inlaid with square-shaped rubies upon a crimson velvet cushion. Taking the crown in hand, Visenya raised it high towards the sky, the sun's rays bathing it in its luster and making it shine like diamonds. In the name of the 14, of our ancestors and glorious Valyria of old, I crown thee King Aegon Targaryen of Westeros, first of his name, of the Valyri, the Andalhai, the Endonhai, and the Rhoynish 7. Visenya declared in a loud voice ringing like thunder, May thine reign be blessed, and the reign of thine descendants now and forevermore. May all who dare harbor ill will for our new Valyria be struck down, and may the people prosper under your rule. With that declaration, Visenya placed the crown upon Aegon's head, and when he rose and faced the people he stood tall and true as a warrior king, and all the audience clapped for their king. Then Aegon raised a hand, and eventually the audience went silent. Our fair home has seen countless centuries of bloodshed, Aegon began, much was lost in that time, and countless lives lost in pointless wars. Now, these days shall be blessed with peace. The nobles did not see it the same way, but for the small folk it was music to their ears. Now, I must make a few declarations for our newborn nation, Aegon continued. Orys Baratheon, step forward. Orys Baratheon stood before his half-brother, his newlywed wife Argella watching him with emotional detachment. For your contributions to conquering and annexing the Stormlands and to leading our armies against the rebel warlords of Westeros, I name you Lord Paramount of Jelmasmia 8 in my hand. Aegon declared, from now on, as second in command of the 7 kingdoms, you shall handle all domestic and foreign affairs in my name, be they bureaucratic or military. Any who dare contest your authority contests mine. Thank you, your grace. Orys bowed, before retreating to his position. A few nobles scoffed, believing him extraordinarily lucky. He only became Lord Paramount due to killing the nobles and other retainers who betrayed Argella to him, though they grudgingly acknowledged that he was a mighty warrior, able to fell Argella the arrogant in single combat and lead his men with great charisma befitting a general. Aeron Rada, step forward. All eyes turned to the unlikely hero among the Dornishmen, the rebel-turned-liberator-turned-master of Dorne, who confidently strode towards the emperor with purpose. Once he reached arm's distance, he curtsied and stood tall and proud before him. Though his entourage was small, all stood with the imposing, godlike dignity of accomplished generals who each won 100 battles, and this small group stood out like a sore thumb among thousands of men and women capable of simply existing. Aeron Rada, you achieved what mortal men thought impossible, you upended centuries of political stagnation in Dorne and ended horrendous villains that Nymeria the Uniters herself did not, and ushered in a new era of innovation and political growth for Dorne. Aegon beamed brightly with every word, and some of the defeated nobles grew sickened at this sight. You also ended the pirate menace of the Stepstones and provided safe shipping routes for all who pass through the narrow sea. For that, you are hereby named Grand Duke of Dorne 9, Warden of the Straits and Master of Laws, to contribute to the building of Westeros as a true beacon of civilization. May the narrow sea forevermore remain free of pirates under your watchful eye. Some nobles made a keening sound of disbelief, and for a handful their faces turned red with fury, and they excused themselves lest they embarrass themselves and outburst. Others nodded in grudging approval, appreciating the results of his actions or quietly accepting the inevitable graciousness of his rewards. And yet many also looked askance at each other, wondering what a Grand Duke was. They concluded that it must be some kind of new title the Targaryens had created purely for Lord Aeron, as thanks for his aid in the conquest. For the man to be granted the title of Grand Duke and not Lord Paramount? They could only conclude that Aeron had tremendous influence to be allowed this special privilege. I graciously accept, your grace, Aeron bowed deeply with a polite smile, before returning to his earlier position. Tristan Massey, step forward. House Massey was a small and obscure house like countless minor noble houses in Westeros, ruling over a small stone castle and ramshackle villages famed only for fishing, thatching and small-scale farming. Only when House Targaryen made itself known that it was finally able to improve its situation, exploiting the rich trade routes to Essos to fatten their coffers. The castle was renovated and expanded, villages turned into towns and markets bringing fresh produce to every villager in its lands. Its feudal levies also received proper equipment and training, and its neighbors could no longer bully House Massey as they used to. The name of Tristan Massey was one that rang beautifully for the Targaryen people, the lithe man slithering like a snake across the paved path before falling to a knee in front of Aegon. Yet aside from the Rismoni, the Palatillans, and Julmari, the rest who saw his eyes shivered as if chilled, and they made a mental note to studiously ignore him whenever possible. Lord of Drinlil, Stone Dance, for your contributions to undermining the men of Harrenhal in our liberation of Kelbar, and in instigating the internal revolt that led to our conquest of Lapon, I hereby name you Master of Whisperers. May your reach be far and wide, and may all who strike from the shadows be struck down by you. I graciously thank you, your grace. Tristan said, his voice a lilting mezzo-soprano. Ethan Velaryon, step forward. Ethan Velaryon was a grizzled man, his skin tanned from years under the hot sun yet retaining the characteristic Valyrian pale color. Mighty and dignified, he was every bit his father Daemon's progeny, his hand resting comfortably on the long sword by his hip. Both you and your father served as loyal lords of Elnbar, Driftmark, with pride and distinction, and helped repulse the Royal Vale fleet off the coast of Gulltown. Though sadly Daemon is no longer with us, he is surely proud of you, Aegon smiled, his joyous expression marred by a tinge of sorrow. For your achievements, I name you the Master of Ships. May the royal fleets be kings of the sea under your wise management. I humbly accept, your grace, Ethan bowed, returning Aegon's smile. Crispian Celtigar, step forward. House Celtigar was descended from the blood of old Valyria, but had long ago founded its dominion on Claw Isle and converted to the faith of the Seven before House Targaryen's coming to Dragonstone during the Century of Blood. When the Targaryens first arrived, they were quick to demand the submission of the old house who were powerless before their might. Since then, they prospered from the security and prosperity House Targaryen brought to the Isle, and its inhabitants believed that submission and conversion to the 14 was a small price to pay. Crispian Celtigar was a devout follower of the 14, a thin and ordinary-looking man that did not stand out too much as compared to others like Orys Baratheon and Tristan Massey. Yet without the immensely talented bureaucrats that House Celtigar produced, their logistical capabilities during the conquest would have been crippled, and it was often remarked that Ymedon was the golden generation of his house. Crispian Celtigar, as Lord of Pogrjon, Claw Isle, you contributed immensely to the conquest as quartermaster, and as such I hereby name you Master of Coin. May the royal treasury be bursting with coin always. Thank you, your grace. Ymedon knelt, accepting his seal with pride. Sir Quentin Cahiris, step forward. Quentin Cahiris was an old, grizzled veteran, having seen many years and was close to his 4th decade. Confident and arrogant, he smoothly fell to a knee before Aegon with a grace and elegance that put many green nobles to shame. Quentin Cahiris, you have served faithfully as Master-at-Arms of Dragonstone, and it was thanks to your strict instruction that our troops can proudly boast of superior quality and tactics in comparison to the local levies, and you have always valiantly led the vanguard, mace and shield in hand. For your contributions in our war with Harrenhal and countless other petty kings and warlords, I hereby grant you the fiefdom of Bartuzzi's 10 and elevate your house to lordly status. Your grace is too kind, Quentin rasped, accepting his new seal of office. Edmund Gardner, step forward. The Reachmen were a defeated party, but they were widely considered to have gotten off lucky in comparison to the Westerlanders. Edmund himself lay prostrate before Aegon, a sign of submission that was as much a formality as a fact of life. Edmund Gardner, I name you Lord Paramount of Tegania 11 and Warden of the South, and task you with repairing your home and putting to use your homeland's abundant food supplies for the arduous task of rebuilding our homeland, Aegon said to Edmund, his face both neutral and detached, and given how terribly your land suffered in this campaign, I exempt your province from taxes for the next 5 years. Should you need more time, we shall negotiate at a later date. I graciously accept my appointment and thank you for your generosity, your grace, Edmund bowed deeply. Next, Shara Oren. Step forward. Shara Oren stepped forward and prostrated before him. I name you Lady Paramount and Regent of Blenia 12 until your son Jonal comes of age, and bestow upon your household the title of Warden of the East, Aegon said to Shara, may your house continue to rule as justly and impartially as your ancestors have for thousands of years, and protect the land from the deprivations of the mountain clansmen. I shall strive to fulfill my duties, your grace, Shara said, kissing Aegon's ring. Next, Castan Rain. Step forward. The poor boy squirmed and flinched like a little worm, feeling so out of place in such a public gathering with so many eyes on him that he even tripped over himself, fumbling to regain his balance before thankfully falling prostrate before Aegon without further embarrassment. Both Aegon and his sister wives fought to keep smirks of amusement from their mouths. Castan Rain, I name you Lord Paramount of Rudiria 13 and Warden of the West. I task you with ensuring due tithes are paid monthly from Casterly Rock's mines to fill House Targaryen's coffers, both as remuneration for the lives lost in this war and to fund the reconstruction of Westeros. I humbly accept, your grace, Castan bowed, awkwardly kissing Aegon's ring. Viken Greyjoy, step forward. There was no cheering, no gazes of sympathy for this iron-born lord, just stares of contempt and derision. He was a plain, unassuming man, as useless and barbaric as his ancestors and the current generation of iron-born. Viken Greyjoy, Aegon began, his voice devoid of emotion, I hereby name you Lord Paramount of Ajonia, and task you with the compliance of the Iron Islands. Make sure my trust is not misplaced. Viken was equally devoid of emotion as he fell to a knee. As your grace commands. It was a hollow and empty gesture, for everyone knew the Ironborn would never truly remain compliant so long as they maintained adherence to the old ways. And now, there was one more to go. Torrhen Stark, step forward. The last of the conquered peoples, the people of a land so desolate and underdeveloped it was a joke in comparison to the other kingdoms of Westeros. Torrhen Stark slowly knelt before Aegon Targaryen, and his prostration was far lower than all others. Torrhen Stark, you are named Lord Paramount of Sonaria 14 and Warden of the North, and tasked with keeping the peace as you always have. I humbly accept, your grace, Torrhen Stark said, kissing Aegon's ring. The Northmen were especially bitter at this declaration, as if it was not enough to force King Torrhen to kneel in shame and supplication, now their home was to be renamed by those who forced its submission without shedding a drop of blood. Yet as much as they despised it, their king's, no, their Lord Paramount's word, was law, and they dared not disobey him lest they be branded traitors and dealt with accordingly. Give thanks to this day, men and women of Westeros. Aegon declared, his fist raised in triumph, this day, Westeros is reborn. And all let out a raucous cheer, flower petals raining upon the courtyard. 1A Lord Paramount being allowed to implement his own political ranking system by his liege was completely unheard of in all of history, and another reason for nobles to fear the goodwill House Rat ahead with House Targaryen. 2 Aeron's rejection of the title of prince earned him more goodwill among the Targaryens and their direct vassals, taking it as a certainty of his unwillingness to rebel. 3 Kelbria, the High Valyrian name for the Riverlands. Derived from Kelbardagun, Riverland. 4 Ajonia, the High Valyrian name for the Iron Islands, which means Land of Islands. 5 Palatilia, the High Valyrian name for the Crownlands. Derived from Palatiladagun, Crown Land. 6 Pasgriast, the title of Chief High Priest/Priestess of the Valyrian Pantheon, the most powerful position in all the Valyrian religious offices. Only he or she is allowed to officiate coronation ceremonies and blessings of the Targaryen lords and ladies and, eventually, emperors and empresses of House Targaryen. Derived from the Roman title Pontifex Maximus. 7 High Valyrian names for the Valyrians, Andals, First Men, and Rhoynar respectively. 8 Jelmasmia, the High Valyrian name for the Stormlands. Derived from Jelmas Mardagun, Stormland. 9 Dornia, the High Valyrian name for Dorne. 10 Bartuzes, translates as Burnt Skull, the new High Valyrian name of Harrenhal, a symbolic gesture paying respect to House Cahires's coat of arms and the burning of House Hor. Otherwise known as Charskull Keep among the Westerosi. 11 Tegania, the High Valyrian name for the Reach. 12 Blenia, the High Valyrian name for the Vale. Translates as Land of Mountains. 13 Rudiria, the High Valyrian name for the Westerlands. Translates as Land of Mineshafts. 14 Sonaria, the High Valyrian name for the North. Translates as Land of Snow. Chapter XXXIV, Treasure of the Mountains. 1 AC. Ebanu8. With Aegon's proclamation and the formation of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros under the rule of House Targaryen, there came the bane of countless nobles and other bureaucrats since time immemorial, paperwork. Garin Calran, first of his house and Duke of Ebanu8, simply sighed as he scribbled at the long list of documents his aides saw fit to plop onto his desk. He rubbed his eyes to wipe away the sleepiness, yawning slightly as he sipped a cup of coffee too mixed with milk and sugar. Rhoynam Harry preserve me, how much longer must we work at this? Questioned Mary, the aged woman groaning under the weight of her workload. We've barely tackled all of the most urgent documents which need to be reviewed and signed by the end of this week, after which we still need to deal with more less urgent documents by the end of the month, Garin stated, his voice tinged with fatigue, and then we still have to deal with new issues that crop up as the months pass by, clerk replacements, food and material shipments, law rehashing and so on. Wow, and I thought fishing at the river was difficult enough. Mary shook her head in exasperation, before she finished signing her last document and pushed away her growing stack. Gods, I need a break. Garin looked outside the study's window and saw the setting sun casting an amber glow over the horizon, and he sighed and stood up from his desk, stretching his back and yawning slightly and appreciating the brief freedom from his ball and chain. It is almost time for dinner, he noted, we'll continue in about an hour's time. Finally, Mary breathed with relief, I'm starving. It had been barely 3 months since Aegon's coronation, and the bureaucrats of Dorne, or Dornia as the Valyrians insisted, had to slave its bureaucrats to long hours of grueling work almost every day of the week to handle the sheer number of issues both new and old, and speed was of the essence in ensuring a smoother bureaucracy in later years. Progress was exceedingly slow despite their best efforts, and only the iron hand and wide network of subordinates of Aaron Rada prevented the entire dukedom from falling apart. Everyone who could read and write was quickly snatched up, be they freeman or freed slave, and trained in the fundamentals of bureaucracy before being thrust into their new livelihoods. Infrastructure throughout the rest of Dorne was also not up to Standard 3, and to train both the troops and give them an extra source of income, new recruits and trained soldiers were tasked with the construction of roads and other critical infrastructure alongside regular laborers, aimed at creating a new corps of army engineers who could quickly construct defenses and entrenched positions in the field against enemy armies. Still, the bureaucratic core of Dorne was slow to grow, for it took many months and even years to cultivate a new generation of educated intellectuals crucial for clerk work. Eastern Dorne itself still suffered from a crucial lack of bureaucrats despite months of occupation, though it was not as terrible as in Western Dorne where the purges were still fresh. Furthermore, the Dornian ducal army remained severely weakened, and the remaining troops were just barely enough to police every stretch of the country. Dinner that night was a simple affair of flatbread and curry, a light meal full of variety with sour yogurt to balance out the richness. Here, Mary dined with Garen's family, his wife Emlyn and their 3 sons. "How do you find dinner, Mary?" Emlyn was a sweet, motherly woman with the compassion and kindness to melt even the most hardened of hearts, her curly black hair and smooth brown skin immaculate and well maintained, her face looking only 20 years old despite being 45. Her piercing brown eyes connected with Mary's, and the withered hag simply nodded at her rather than break eye contact. "It's good," Mary said, "it's always been good." Emlyn simply smiled at her, happy and satisfied. "It's just. I still can't believe I'm here, enjoying such a nice meal when all my life, I've made do with simpler meals," Mary mentioned, her tone trailing off. "Mary?" asked Garen. "No, it's nothing," Mary shook her head. Garen nodded and sipped his cup of tea, laying off the wine for the time being since it was the 4th day of the week. "You know, I always thought fishing was hard work, but this bureaucratic work's equally taxing on the mind, if not continuously unforgiving," Mary remarked, munching slowly on her food while deep in thought. "There's a reason why people who leave farms and fisheries go to the city to work," Garen said to Mary, "stable pay and all that." "Yeah, don't we know it," Mary sipped her tea, "I think I'd prefer fishing over this, at least I'm not dealing with so much complicated stuff." "Do you miss your fishing life, Mary?" asked Emlyn. "Hard to say," Mary said evasively. "So, Aunt Mary," said Garen's eldest son Gayak, "is it true you rescued Garen from a life of poverty?" "Yeah, was skin and bones when I saw him," Mary answered, defiant, guarded, definitely suspicious of me, but I took him in. Taught him everything I knew. She was an excellent, albeit demanding teacher, Garen interjected. "Is it true you made him cry through training?" asked Gayak. "Gayak?" Garen asked exasperatedly. "Oh, it's true," Mary smiled, "I had to coddle him in order to stop him crying, he got tears and snot all over me." "I did not," Garen defended. "Do continue, Mary," Emlyn beckoned, a twinkle of mischief in her eyes, "I'd like to know more about my husband's younger days." "Et25, Emlyn," Garen accused, much to the amusement of everyone else at the table who shared hearty laughs at his expense. Mercifully, Garen's embarrassment at the dinner table would be cut short as a messenger entered the room, bowing before approaching to speak. "My liege, a patrol reports finding a mysterious cave leading into a deeper tunnel in the nearby mountains." "How recent was this find?" questioned Garen, his expression turning serious. "Are there any lurking dangers to know about?" "According to the report, there are no dangers, but they have requested additional reinforcements just in case, and for prospectors to inspect the tunnel integrity," the messenger reported. "They await further orders. Tell those patrols currently there to hold inspections until it is absolutely safe to continue," Garen ordered. "Once safe, conduct a thorough inspection and check for anything dangerous, hidden traps or pitfalls." "As you command, my liege," said the messenger as he bowed and left. "There's still more tunnels, father?" asked Gayak. "Plenty that need to be found and mapped, son," Garen told Gayak, "and it's not just the Ebanu8 tunnels, practically much of the eastern and northern Red Mountains are filled with tunnels that need to be found and mapped. Plenty of possible hideouts for bandits," Gayak nodded in understanding, as if the Reachmen weren't enough. "To be honest father, why do these bandits persist in doing all these bothersome things if it doesn't help them in the end?" said Garen's second son Kedri. "Frankly, it just does not seem worth the effort, neither them resisting us nor them warranting such scrupulous patrols from us." Garen sighed in understanding. "There's always boring work to be done, like it or not. I mean, almost every occupation in this world has boring work involved. Also, as we know, these bandits are the last remnants of Red Mountain Dornish who are adamantly opposed to the new order. If only they had sense to match their pride." Kedri shook his head in exasperation. at least they'll be dealt with quickly. Think they'll find any treasure in the tunnels? Asked Walian, Garen's third-born son, a bookish person more suited to bureaucratic work than battlefields. I truly do hope we find some lost relics of the Rhoynish. I know you always love studying our lost past, Walian, Garen smiled. It remains to be seen if there are any relics, however. I always hate the waiting game, Walian sighed with mock annoyance. Gods, I wish it were faster. All in due time, Walian, Emlyn reassured, and Walian smiled and relaxed in his seat. Mary looked at the harmonious relationship between Garen and his family despite their differences and flaws, and her own thoughts drifted to memories of her own family, how they lived a frugal but simple life before they entered into disagreements that ended in arguments, splitting their family apart. She never heard anything from her husband and 4 daughters since then, and looking at the family around her, she felt a tinge of both regret and envy. If things had gone differently, would my family still be together, happy and content? She had no true answer to this. I. Not long after dinner, another messenger returned to Garen while he was busy with work, bearing news of the tunnel excavation. My liege, the tunnel is remarkably stable and intact and free of any traps or bandits, the messenger reported with a smile. In fact, they reported seeing a vast trove of books and strange artifacts within the tunnel, all miraculously untouched and unspoiled. Truly? Garen questioned, his curiosity piqued. Mary looked up from her desk in curiosity herself, her stylus 6 placed down and her ink bottle kept shut. Indeed, my liege, said the messenger, for now, the patrolling troops have the tunnel sealed to outside entry and await further orders, requesting your further input on this matter. Tell them to keep the tunnels secure and await my arrival, Garen ordered. I will come with a group of hydromancers and scholars to investigate the tunnel myself. Yes, my liege, the messenger bowed and left. Once they were alone, Mary stood up from her seat and went towards Garen, a hasty spring in her step. Garen, may I accompany you on this journey towards the tunnel? She asked. What brought this about? Asked Garen. I just want to see for myself the legacy of the Rhoynish, Mary answered, a sudden uncertainty in her words and behavior. I just want to know if our struggle to preserve our culture was not in vain. Garen simply nodded and told her, you will follow every last one of my orders and the orders of your superiors to the letter, you will not touch and handle anything, and just watch as an observer. Understood. Yes, my liege, Mary nodded. I. The tunnel itself was an entrance to a highly durable tunnel vault that remained remarkably intact, bearing all the hallmarks of Rhoynish engineering and architecture, the multicolored tiles made of countless smaller tiles, the arches and pillars that held up the ceilings, and the motifs of turtles and river turtles that decorated the walls and ceilings. Within the complex was an endless library of tomes and bookshelves as far as the eye could see, and an army of scholars was busy examining each and every tome with scrupulous care and attention. In one vault was an array of rare enchanted weaponry and armor long thought lost to time, in another vault was a hoard of artifacts that thrummed with power, silent but present, in one final vault held treasure of gold coins, jewelry and objects of great value. Garen, Mary, and Walian drank in the sights with awe and wonder, like little children exploring a mythical forest of fairies for the first time in their lives. Crystal lights shone with light, illuminating an otherwise pitch-black place. By Rhoynish Harry's grace, I could spend months inside, studying all these relics and tomes. Walian exclaimed with childlike glee, his striking yellow eyes glittering, oh, how I must record all this down for posterity. If only the Dornish ancestors were not so foolish with the red edicts. Yes, I must record this down. Calm down, Walian. None of this is going anywhere, Garen informed Walian with amusement. Mary, on the other hand, was completely speechless the entire time, simply staring with wide-eyed bewilderment. At times, she gazed upon the painted frescoes with an indescribable mix of emotions best described as part denial, part anger, part disappointment, and part acceptance. By the time they sat down, Mary simply buried her face in her hands, silently crying to the confusion of Garen who watched. By then, Walian had gallivanted off towards the library, excitedly investigating the treasure trove of knowledge. Mary? Are you all right? Asked Garen, though he refrained from making hand contact. Taking a moment to breathe deeply, Mary focused teary eyes on Garen. I am sorry, I'm still trying to believe that all this knowledge, this legacy of our people, it was all hiding, just waiting to be found, Mary said through choking sobs, it was just waiting to be found, and I was content just hiding away. Mary, Garen said with concern. I hid away out of fear, and refused to listen to you, she continued, pouring out her anger and frustration in a low rumble. My family told me it was all right to reintegrate to the world, and I didn't listen to them, I didn't listen to anyone. And now, look at me. I was all alone, penniless with only a boat to my name. Garen said nothing in response to that. Why is it that I took so long to see this? Mary turned to face Garen, severely distressed and regretful. Was it my fear? My stubborn pride? Garen took a deep breath, then said to Mary in a gentle voice, I think, for you, it was both that prevented you from taking a leap of faith. Mary simply stared at Garin as he continued. You yourself told me that rather than risk the lives of your people for a possible hoax or a path of failure, you would preserve them instead and maintain your way of life as you always have. More importantly, however, I think you feared change. Garin sighed, turning his face to stare at nothing. I will say that I did fear change, even though I also said I'd rather risk all than do nothing, Garin admitted. However, it's also quite clear to me that change is precisely what we all want from the bottom of our hearts. I mean, why else would Rhoynish give us that vision, or birth Ebanu8 into this world? I believe he was sent precisely to fulfill our lifelong wishes, to restore the Rhoynish and unite Dorne for good. I didn't think you'd believe in fate, Mary remarked. I still don't, Garin affirmed, though I also recall that Grand Duke Aron once told me the saying from a land called Japan, do everything that is humanly possible, and leave the rest to heaven. What does that mean? Asked Mary. That there are some things we can change, others we can't. Yes, and more importantly, some things are just beyond our control, Garin clarified, and one thing we can't control is our innate desire to chase a better life. A lesson I learned the hard way, Mary nodded in agreement. Listen, Garin. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, for the harsh things I said that day. I should be the one saying sorry, Garin smiled, and there's nothing to forgive, Mary. Mary smiled in relief. Thanks, Garin. And Garin patted her shoulder. Father. I have the best news. Walian burst into the room, causing both Mary and Garin to jump in shock. Good gods, Walian! Garin exclaimed, what has you so excited? It's the lore contained within these books. Walian exclaimed excitedly, there was even a single orb of what seemed to be glass, and when I touched it, I had a rush of knowledge flow into my head. Knowledge? Of what kind? Garin asked, mortified yet curious. Endless libraries of knowledge, father. Walian continued, beaming with excitement, notes on how to craft powerful enchantments with magic, a strange art that controls plants through manipulating their water, crafting crystals that act as mediums of magic, even notes on the study of Valyrian spell-forged steel. It's enough to catapult all of Dorne from an obscure backwater into a premier pioneer in the use of magical arts, even put us as an equal with House Targaryen's dragons. The last thing Garin remembered was the ground rising towards his face, before blackness took hold. 1. Iaben, the Rhoynish name for Skirich. 2. Coffee, a name given to the drink wake bean, imported from the Summer Islands. The beans are roasted with butter and sugar in a hot pan until they turn a brown color, before being ground down into a fine powder and filtered to remove any unpleasant grains. The powder is mixed with hot water to brew a bitter drink good for keeping awake for longer periods. It is currently enjoyed throughout Risman as a popular drink, especially among bureaucrats, more commonly with milk and sugar. To his family's chagrin, Ebanu8 drinks as many as 3 to 5 cups of coffee a day, and without his daily coffee intake he would enter a coffee withdrawal mode, where his concentration would simply lapse abruptly without warning. 3. Building the large-scale road networks, farms, schools, sewer tunnels and other crucial infrastructure was a monumental task that took years to achieve, an immense cost in money, material, and manpower. 4. Exams for people to qualify as bureaucrats were given every 6 months, and while those who failed could try again, it was a common phenomenon among countless students to stay up late as much as possible to study. 5. Et2, a phrase that translates as "nu." Introduced by Aron as a joke, which came to be used jokingly in casual conversation and in new plays by Dornian theatricians. 6. Styluses of wood with a metal nib became the commonly used writing implements in Dorne, replacing the brittle feather quill due to how often it wore down on paper made from wood pulp. Chapter XXXV, Some Problems Never Change. 2. AC. Zal Hanoi, sandstone. Rays of sunlight filtered into the bedchambers, richly furnished with tasteful and functional furniture. On a lush king-sized bed, a young man groaned and yawned softly as he slowly got up, wiping the sleep from his eyes. He turned to see the woman by his side, who was sound asleep and bereft of clothing. The man looked at his own state of undress and smiled as he remembered yesterday's fun night. Good morning, Marise, Lewin said, gently stroking her hand. Marise stirred from her sleep, clasping Lewin's hand with hers as she opened her eyes smilingly. And good morning to you, husband, Marise greeted back. That was a lovely wedding night. I have to say, Aron does know how to throw a memorable wedding celebration, Lewin mentioned. All the weddings I attended for my cousins and my family vassals pale in comparison. Aron? Not Lord Aron or Grand Duke Rada? Marise questioned. Well, he insisted I address him more casually outside formal affairs, Lewin quickly defended. As you say, Marise said, how about we get ourselves some breakfast? I'd love for nothing more, Lewin smiled. Breakfast was a simple affair of flatbread with 3 different cheeses, sliced cucumbers and cherry tomatoes, honey, jam, olive oil and a crumbly, buttery layered dough pastry called kambrud, or what Aaron Rada called baklava 1. First introduced by Garin Radner, head chef of the Dornian Ducal Kitchen 2 and chief advisor to the Srayan Academy of Culinary Arts 3, one of several traditional spreads of breakfast first pioneered by Garin as he introduced new, wondrous cuisine to all of Ifarahoy and eventually, all of Dorne when Aaron hired Garin. The cuisine, which Garin said hailed from a country called Turkey, or Turkey, held many similarities to Dornish cuisine, which in turn was heavily influenced by Rhoynish cuisine, in its liberal use of spices, herbs, sour yogurts, and mutton in everyday fare from the richest of princely banquets to the most humble of laborer staples. Kambrud was one example, which Garin called a less refined version of baklava. From there, Garin and Mariam would together revolutionize the culinary landscape of Dorne as husband and wife, and help Aaron engineer new agricultural methods that far improved crop yields such as the 4-field crop rotation. It was Garin and Mariam Radner who helped Lewin jumpstart Zalhanoy's agrarian industry as farms sprang up with the creation of oases and Kanats 4 and water reservoirs called Yakshals 5 and Abanbar 6. Without the crucial water supply built by an army of laborers young and old, Zalhanoy would never have gotten back on its feet after the devastation wrought by the Reachmen. For now, they started small with rice, wheat, cabbage, rose clover 7, cucumbers and desert cabbages, to name a few. There were plans to gradually expand their repertoire of locally grown crops to eggplants, Radner peppers 8, spinach, onions, garlic, muskmelon and beetroot. So how is mother these days? Asked Lewin in between bites. I hear she's settled quite nicely at Royahum. As liaison between House Corgile and House Rada, she's doing well for herself, Marais informed, licking her fingers, though I hear she's become extremely comfortable in Aaron's presence. Some say she was giving him rather suggestive looks. Lewin looked at Marais with incredulousness. At her age. I'm only relaying what I heard from my people back there, Marais shrugged. Well. I don't know what to say to that, Lewin sighed and shrugged. Anyway, what about Druz Elka? Also doing well, settling into her routine at the Arislanyi Military Academy 9 without issue, Marais said confidently, a far cry from her rocky start in the military. Tarhuskoy blessed her with great perseverance. I honestly could not believe my ears when we first heard that she wanted to enlist in the ducal army as a common soldier, Lewin jabbered. I mean, having to shave her hair, endure trudging in muddy ground and long hours of marching in full soldier outfit. What possessed her to do that? Maybe she just found her calling as a soldier girl. Marais suggested. Or I think she somehow wants to ruin her image of a proper lady, as a way to spite some littlespits and sycophants and such, Lewin implied, though to be truthful, I think our past experiences motivated her. It is plain to see, Marais nodded, in fact, a great number of small folk who once suffered under Rodri's rule have taken to military life once the war ended. Trading a life of captivity for a life of harsh soldiery, Lewin muttered, you know, I sometimes wish I was there instead of her, or at least with Druz Elka, soldiering would be so much easier compared to all the bureaucratic work I've had to do over the past year. I do not know about that, Lewin, Marais shrugged, I don't think you'd appreciate being shouted down by drill sergeants every day for 2 months. Lewin grimaced at that, no, I would not. He harumphed and then asked, all right, what about the other projects being undertaken in Yarha? I heard the roads are taking shape. The Ifarahoyan roads are slowly being built in accordance with the concept plan 10 conceived by Grand Duke Aaron and Chancellor 11 Huang Shuet, Marais reported, taking another bite of baklava and humming approvingly, our section of the road network will see completion next year. Good, good, Louise nodded, what about the new Kamnoy 12 deposits? Slow going, with an unclear date of completion, Marais admitted reluctantly, the geomancers are struggling to master their new arts in shorter time frames, and making new deposits of Kamnoy as shown in the recovered records requires great mastery and control. Kamnoy was a magically grown stone made through the once lost Rhoynish art of geomancy, once taught by the adherents of Valharulu, one of Rhoynamhari's daughters hailed as the goddess of magic. Known to possess a glittery sparkle on its surface with a glossy, purplish-yellow color, it was far stronger than sandstone and resistant to magic attacks, though certainly not impregnable like the legendary black stone. There were plans to incorporate this material in the construction of new forts, castles, castrums 13 and for walling towns and cities, timing it with Aaron Rada's famed concept plan. Suppose we cannot have everything going smoothly in life, Lewin shrugged, oh well, it is not as if this peace is so fragile and short-lived. Famous last words, Marais warned. Oh come on, can't a man have a little peace in his life? Lewin whined a little bit. Can't a woman have his husband's assurance of not tempting fate? Marais whined back. Lewin smirked and kissed Marais on her cheek. If it makes you happy, he said. I. Reaper 14. Caspar Johnson, a proud Reachman by birth and heir to one of several minor Reachman houses close to the Dornish border who once lived in cautious anticipation and fear of raids by their hated neighbor, by the depraved house will and all their vassal sycophants. A house that, grudgingly, admitted its survival to a Dornish house who exterminated countless other Dornish noble houses. Young and at the cusp of adulthood, he was a man more suited to politics than warfare, his body skinny and slightly rotund from one hearty meal too many, his square jawline and sharp nose bearing traces of pudgy fat that matched poorly with sandy yellow eyes. His hair was chestnut brown, curly and short, his clothes immaculate and free of stains and damage, and he grumbled from the infamous Dornian heat. Rhoynish, or Blackmont in the common tongue, was the former seat of House Blackmont and one of the former kingly houses forced into submission by Nymeria the Uniters. King Benedict Blackmont, the ruling king of his house at the time, was one of 6 kings sent to the wall in the aftermath of Dorne's unification. In Casper's opinion, House Blackmont was a scourge they could do without, being one of several Red Mountain houses who performed their ancestral duty of antagonizing and instigating conflicts with the Marcher Lords and Reachman Border Lords, and his house was no different. All Reachmen could agree House Blackmont was one house of many they could do without. During the war with the Reachmen, Blackmont was completely reduced to rubble after House Blackmont stubbornly refused to surrender, and in the chaos of the fighting the centuries-old house was exterminated in the fighting. No one gave the order, the family mere casualties of happenstance beyond anyone's control. Since then, Aaron Rada had enfeoffed no true houses, instead reducing noble titles to mere titles of formality and giving actual power to small folk elevated to high positions, mayors, magistrates, and governors. Casper resisted the urge to scoff. Dornish or not, Aaron had no right to do away with centuries-old traditions. It was late afternoon, and he was busy snacking on tea and a new crumbly, biscuit-like dessert called halva. He hummed in grudging approval, a welcome treat to deal with his stress in shifting through documents and missives sent from the Stormlands. He heard a knock on his door, and a butler 15 entered to speak to Casper. "My lord, Governor Arozar wishes to speak with you regarding the matter of trade agreements," the butler said with a bow. Nodding at him, Casper said, "I'll be on my way." Finishing his tea and snacks, Casper followed the butler towards the meeting room, where Governor Arozar was expecting him. Arozar Gazrid was the same age as Casper, at 10 and 8, and freshly married to one of the locals. Like many green-blood Dornish, he bore the characteristic brown eyes, black hair, and dark brown skin, and was far taller and more muscular than the latter due to his time spent at war in Aaron's armies. His military career was short-lived, retiring at the rank of corporal after the war ended, and resumed his education to pass with flying colours at the Srayan Vocational School. It was by pure chance that he was assigned as governor of Rhoynish, due to Aaron's chronic lack of bureaucratic personnel that was slowly being rectified over the years. "Governor Gazrid," Casper greeted curtly, "you wish to see me?" "Yes, Casper," Arozar nodded, beckoning towards the chair, "please take a seat." Casper obliged and took his seat opposite Arozar. "Casper, as you know, your family has expressed the desire to sell its agricultural produce to us, cheese, ale, preserved fruits among other products," Arozar began. "So far, demand for your goods is steadily growing, and as such we've decided after consultation with merchants that we'll be increasing the amount imported." It came as an honest surprise to Casper, who smiled and said, "My most gracious thanks, Governor Gazrid. House Johnson owes its gratitude, truly." "I am sure," Arozar said, his face a polite yet blank mask. "Cheddar and Cormbert 16 are in high demand. It is good to see the Dornians, have good taste in cheese," Casper said smilingly. "How much of an increase are we talking about?" Leafing through his documents, Arozar took a look then said, "By roughly a third." Casper personally wished for twice the amount, but it took him months to earn an increase, so he held his tongue. "That is good to hear," Casper nodded. "Perhaps if there is a further increase in demand, we could negotiate a lowering of prices." "That depends on the prevailing demand for your cheeses and how much it changes, if it changes," Arozar pointed out. "Of course," Casper said. "However, we have discovered a worrying trend over the past week," Arozar informed, making Casper frown. "There have been imitation goods masquerading as Johnson cheese, highly inferior and some even unfit for consumption." "What?" Casper said with disbelief. "Governor, how prevalent is this trend?" "I assure you, I wish to provide nothing but the best. Anything less than that is a blemish on my house's honor." "Calm down, Casper," Arozar reassured in a gentle tone. "I did not accuse you of any crime, I was merely saying there were defective goods mixed with yours." I see. "Forgive my lack of composure," Casper quickly apologized and sat back down, "but who would do such a thing?" "Most likely, rivals seeking to bring you down and secure favorable trade deals for themselves, and scammers seeking to profit from this petty crime," Arozar suggested. "In any case, rest assured we have this handled, but our investigations have shown that some people on your end are perpetrating this deed." "Bless you, Governor Gazrid," Casper smiled in relief. "Please, bring the culprits to justice." As Casper took his leave, Arozar merely sighed and neatly arranged his documents on Casper's trade agreement, one of a dozen he signed in this month alone, into neat stacks as other clerks came and took them away by his leave. Opening a drawer, he took out a porcelain tray and wooden pipe, filled it with dried leaves and ignited the leaves with a matchstick 17. He took deep breaths, and the burnt smell of pipeweed filled his lungs and nostrils, calming his nerves and relieving some stress he had accumulated from his mentally exhausting work. I swear, last time we had to deal with Reachmen and Stormlanders sneering and looking down on us, and now all of a sudden they want to play nice and seek favorable trade deals instead. Guess the Tianfeng Huang really deserve their reputation. Barely half a minute into his smoking break, however, his butler knocked on his door and entered the room with a bow. Pardon me, Governor, but merchants from Blackhaven have come seeking to renew their permission for selling in the Reburn marketplace, he reported. They are led by the merchant Beauregard. Ah, Beauregard, Arozar spoke with understanding. What wares does he bring? Some preserved fruits and vegetables, pottery, silks, and cooking utensils, the butler reported. Here is the inventory list and other documents they prepared. When Aaron Rada went about establishing trade deals with his neighbors, he made it mandatory policy that all merchants in Dorne practice double-entry bookkeeping, a method of recording transactions through two-sided accounting entries to maintain accurate financial information, and for them to prepare inventory lists of goods they plan to sell in Dorne. This way, fraudulent commerce would be kept to a bare minimum and contraband difficult to smuggle into and out of the province. Taking the document, Arozar spent a few moments scrutinizing the list, before nodding in satisfaction and handing it to the butler. Have the clerks approve their renewal of permission, Arozar ordered. At once, Governor, the butler bowed, although. What is it, Ivor? Arozar questioned. Perhaps it is just a feeling of mine, but wouldn't the sudden surge of merchants be cause for suspicion? Ivor mentioned, that, and the fact we mostly deal with people willing to be polite instead of snobbish and derisive. I am aware, Arozar nodded in agreement, and what are you suggesting? That many of these merchants are not truly merchants, but spies masquerading as such, Ivor concluded. I surmise that having heard of Grand Duke Rada's achievements and jealous of his rapidly growing power, they are desperately attempting to establish firm sources of information in case he dares to achieve something impossible again. Why tell me what we already know, Ivor? Questioned Arozar. Well, I believed that with how many merchants you were entertaining, some of them might hoodwink you into believing their intentions, Governor, Ivor put forth. You never know. Arozar smirked in response. If they are sending spies, let them. At times, it is better to use them rather than just get rid of them. Namely, we can use them to spread lies and half-truths. Ivor returned his smirk. Good to know your intuition is as sharp as always, Governor. I learned from the best, Ivor, Arozar replied. I. Storm's End. A lone man awaited the end of a rather short session of court proceedings, feeling bored out of his mind as his feet ached from what felt like hours of standing. The new master of Storm's End, Orys Baratheon, leaned his head into an outstretched pair of fingers as he listened to the latest petitioner jabbering about his inane feuds with no-name nobles and schmucks he was bothered to half remember. He wanted to groan, he wanted to be done with it, but his responsibility as Lord Paramount meant he had to suffer such brown-nosing as part of his job. Rather than waste more time dealing with such tomfoolery, Orys waved off the man and ordered a swift resolution, before the noble bowed and gave all manner of polite pleasantries before storming off. When Orys dismissed the court, he heaved a sigh of relief as his wife patted his shoulder. Good work, husband, Argella soothed. Good gods, this never gets any easier, Orys muttered under his breath. How my brother handles such sycophants, I'll never know. The man harumphed and bowed politely as he approached the two Baratheons. Ah, Josland, I've been expecting you, Orys greeted the man. What have you to report about Dorne? Josland Dondarrion, Lord of Blackhaven, was acting master of whispers for Orys Baratheon due to his expert intelligence-gathering capabilities. His build was skinny and lacking in muscle compared to his warrior counterparts, but his demeanor was like a quiet wolf, stalking its prey. His black hair was straight and smooth, meticulously groomed to cover one of his eyes naturally. My lord, as you ordered, I obtained information about the governmental structure of Dorne and the recent changes that have taken place in the province since Aaron Rada's ascension as Grand Duke, Josland reported in a smooth mezzo-soprano. They are, mind-boggling, to say the least. I had a feeling you would say that, Orys remarked, receiving a few vellum scrolls from Josland before having a trusted servant take them to his office. Now, please elaborate in detail. And so Josland told Orys and Argella everything he managed to learn, the massive projects undertaken throughout the province, including a province-wide network of freshwater canals and stone-paved roads that would otherwise bankrupt most wealthier houses, the flow of Rhoynish migrants to once predominantly Andal towns and villages that slowly subsumed the local population, how noble titles were mere titles of courtesy, with real power resting in the hands of appointed small folk leaders, mayors for villages, magistrates for towns and castles, and governors for entire provinces, and the massive naval build-up of merchant and warships for the Dornian ducal navy. He truly wastes no time or money, does he? Argella remarked. Perhaps give him 10 years, and he will build a navy far outclassing the Reach navy. Argella, please do not go tempting fate, Orys pleaded before pursing his lips. How much is Grand Duke Rada spending, by the way? I have not managed to secure an accurate number, I'm afraid, Josland reported, although going by rumors alone, Grand Duke Rada is easily planning to spend a full 10 million in this decade alone. Ori's throat went dry while Argella's eyes widened like saucers. That is an exorbitant amount of expenditure, Argella commented, swallowing as she composed herself, and you said it was for the first 10 years. That is correct, my lady, Joslan said, but that is not all. He plans to expand countless towns in Dorne into true cities, and by that I mean at least a third. You're certain of this? Asked Oris. Very, Joslan said with certainty. I did not manage to obtain many details, but I can surmise that Grand Duke Rada wishes to turn Dorne into a great power. Why would he not? After sacrificing so much and risking all in his rebellion for House Targaryen's cause, he was their favorite errand boy as Aegon so eloquently put it, and as master of laws he held considerable clout in the king's court. Even worse was his obese treasury stuffed to the brim with Lannister gold. Spend enough time and effort building up the country, and Dorne could soon turn into a military power capable of equaling the reach in sheer troop numbers alone. The last one was admittedly a stretch, but entirely possible given generations of work, perhaps centuries. When that happened? Has he made any other overtures as of late? Argella inquired, diplomatic dealings, foreign diplomacy, and such. No, my lady. The Grand Duke has seen fit to keep to domestic affairs for the foreseeable future. Josland shook his head. Very well, you are dismissed for now, Ori said. My lord and lady, Josland bowed before making himself scarce. Ori sighed heavily, his face creased with worry, and Argella embraced him with concern. Whatever happens, I am with you, Argella reassured, although I must question your brother's wisdom by empowering such a man with great responsibility. I trust my brother, he's never failed us, Oris resolutely declared. If he says Aeron is the best man to govern Dorne, so be it. Little did he know, however, that he would be eating his words. One baklava, a traditional dessert from the Middle East made with phyllo pastry sheets and filled with chopped nuts, and sweetened with honey or syrup. 2 Dornian Ducal Kitchen, the official name of the kitchen in Royaham in charge of preparing all the meals of the Ducal House Rada, the head chef in charge of commanding the countless butlers, maids, and cooks like a general. 3 Srayan Academy of Culinary Arts, an educational institution recently opened in Garin Radner's home of Srayan, to better promote the advancement of culinary arts of Dorne in both Royaham and elsewhere. A subsidiary branch, known as the Srayan Home Economics School, was opened as a school readily available for the masses in order to teach common housewives and house husbands how to cook meals for their families, and instruct them in the finer details of housekeeping from laundry to cleaning. 4 Canot, a system for transporting water from an aquifer or water well to the surface through underground aqueducts, originating around 3,000 years ago in Iran IRL. Allows water to be transported over long distances in hot, dry climates without losing most of the water to evaporation. It is especially resistant to natural disasters like earthquakes or floods and deliberate destruction in war, and insensitive to levels of precipitation. This proved especially useful in the desert regions of Dorne where there was little shade from the hot, overbearing sun, and facilitated the agrarian development of countless towns and villages. 5 Yakshals, an ancient type of ice house which made ice, originally built by Persian engineers IRL as far back as 400 BCE. They had domed shapes above ground and subterranean storage spaces, shade walls, and ice pools, and both the underground spaces and thick heat-resistant construction material used insulated the interior all year round. In Dorne, they are used for the storage of both ice and perishable ingredients, and though originally ice was used primarily for storage-keeping purposes, Dornians began increasingly using ice for the making of cold desserts to beat the desert heat, adding cream, milk, syrup, and fruits both fresh and preserved. 6 Abanbar, a traditional reservoir or cistern of drinking water found in Iran, consisting of large domed structures and windcatcher towers above ground and large subterranean storage tanks, which themselves are resistant to earthquakes. The mortar and bricks used to build them had to be specially made to be waterproof to prevent leakage and loss of water to absorption, and the bottom of the storage tanks filled with metal for various structural reasons. The windcatchers themselves create a pressure gradient that sucks out hot air from inside the abanbar, preventing dew from forming within and keeping the interior cool and thus resulting in fresh, cool, and clean water all year round. 7 Rose clover, a herbaceous, self-regenerating winter legume originating from the Mediterranean. Used primarily as pasture species often combined with sub-clover, medex, and ceradella, and to stabilize degraded areas associated with mining or road building, and as cover crops for vineyards. 8 Radnor peppers, a general term for a variety of spicy chilies and peppers cultivated by Garin Radnor, improving on variants available in Dorne and those imported from elsewhere like the Summer Islands. These resulted in much spicier and more flavorful curries, the former bringing joy to Dornians and chagrin to foreign visitors. 9 Arislanyi Military Academy, a military school for officer cadets, where all top recruits of their batch go once they finish basic training. It was built at the outskirts of Arislanyi or Sunspear and doubles as a fortress and barracks. Here, cadets undergo a training course lasting 2 years, instructed in the finer arts of leadership and military strategy to develop into leaders of character. At times, it is referred to as East Point. 10 Concept Plan, a plan that governs the gradual urban growth of Dorne over the next 4 to 5 decades, subject to revision every 10 years to account for any changes and improvements to be made in accordance with prevailing circumstances. Devised by Rhoynish in a bid to turn Dorne into a true powerhouse. 11 Chancellor, the position of second in command in all of Dorne, handling all manner of foreign and domestic affairs besides the Grand Duke. Currently, Huang Shui holds the title. 12 Cam Noi, translates as Moonstone in Rhoynish. 13 Castrum, a type of fort built in a strictly square, grid-shaped layout, capable of housing 1 to 4 regiments of troops when fully built. Often comes with a plethora of facilities and strong walls, battlements, towers and gates, making them more akin to castles by Westerosi standards. They had training courses and a central plaza to maintain training and drilling standards within the safety of the castrum, barracks made of brick and stone for durability, latrines and sewer systems for sanitation, along with wells and fountains for clean drinking water. There was also a courthouse in the event court trials were to be held for errant troops committing crimes or disobeying direct orders. 14 Rhoynish, due to its unique position on the Torrentine River, Rhoynish plays host to a strong and thriving agrarian industry further improved upon by Garin Radner's agricultural reforms. It also houses a strong fishing industry, and its quality of smoked fish jerky is widely renowned in the entire region. As of late, it plays host to countless Reachmen and Stormlander merchants hawking their wares, and the town has begun to develop as a trade nexus. 15 Butler, a term coined by Rhoynish to describe professionally trained male servants working in rich households. 16 Cormbert, the Reach version of Camembert, a French cheese made from cow's milk that is soft, moist, and creamy once surface ripened, first made in the late 18th century in Camembert, Normandy, in northwestern France. 17 Matchsticks, Dornian matchsticks were pine wood sticks whose tips were covered with a combustible mixture of sulfur and other combustible materials including starch and gum, and came in boxes. They were used to light fires and smoking pipes. A/N, I admit, I wanted an excuse to add a Westerosi West Point, or East Point in this case. Next chapter will be where Aaron makes a very important decision regarding his future, so stay tuned. Chapter XXXVI, Secrets Revealed. 3AC. Aries Lanyi, Sons Pair. Druz Elka Corgile. Today was the day the officer cadets of the Aries Lanyi Military Academy, more commonly known as East Point, would graduate and have their ranks officiated. Druz Elka Corgile, one of the latest batch of cadets marked for graduation, stared hard at her reflection in the mirror as she adjusted her uniform one last time, inspecting it for any defects and stray mistakes to rectify in preparation for their big day. Hey Druz, still looking yourself over in the mirror. Druz Elka looked at her Valyrian counterpart, a young woman named Senra Nugaris from Dragonstone. At the age of 8 and 10, she was a flower in full bloom, curvaceous and tall, hardly what one would expect from a soldier subject to hard training. Her silver hair was tied in a neat braid and her violet eyes shone like polished amethysts. She was one of countless Valyrian cadets who came from Pleitilia, the Crownlands, as part of an exchange program, to determine the effectiveness of East Point's training curriculum and see if it could be applied to officers of the Crownlander army. This was both a means of promoting closer ties between Pleitilia and Dorne, and, for some minor houses, a way of turning young boys and girls into real soldiers, upstanding noble scions who would make their families proud. Yes, I am, Druz Elka admitted, fidgeting with her tunic as she adjusted it ever so slightly. Come on, Druz, no need to be so fidgety, Senra said to her, come on, let me help you. Thanks, said Druz Elka. As she helped Druz Elka adjust her uniform, Senra commented, hard to believe 2 years just passed like that. Us trudging through the mud, jumping and climbing through that obstacle course, camping out in the woods and sitting through classes. It all feels like a distant dream. Don't we know it, Druz Elka replied, and now here we are. Yes, about to graduate as proud officers, Senra smiled, fixing Druz Elka's collar, I admit, I'm feeling butterflies in my stomach where I should have excitement. Is it because the Grand Duke is coming? Asked Druz Elka. What else would it be? Senra answered. The Aries Lanyi Military Academy was a freshly built academy, built not long after Aaron's conquest of Sons Pair when House Martell was declared extinct. When it finished construction mere weeks before Aegon's coronation as King of the Seven Kingdoms, the first instructors were taken from the finest veterans of their wars with House Martell and the Reach, with Aaron Rada, Huang Shui and Franklin Doritarn as advisors in drafting the curriculum. And as the officer course lasted 2 years for every batch, they were the third batch to graduate this year. For every graduating batch, Aaron Rada would always make an appearance to salute and commend the newly minted officers. Cadets. Their officer shouted, the parade is in 10 minutes' time, be sure to get ready and form up by then. Yes, sir. The cadets shouted. Come on, let's go, Senra beckoned. I. Academy Parade Grounds. Aaron Rada. A large audience had gathered at the parade square as they eagerly awaited the arrival of the graduating cadets, seated at large benches that accommodated entire families. Nobles, small folk, merchants, men, and women from every walk of life had taken their seats, while other guards stood watch to ensure nothing went wrong and to keep any disputes from erupting between the audience due to differing social statuses. Medical teams were on standby, should any troop fall unconscious from the desert heat. The sun was out in full force, and while the audience were sheltered under a high roof, soldiers mingled among the audience, handing out drinks and collecting used cups. In the very center of the audience seating, was the ducal family of House Rada along with many persons of import, including Chancellor Huang Shuet, Lord High Admiral Elanzo Aries Aaron, General Franklin Doritarn and the Corgile family. It feels like so long ago when my daughter went to serve in the army, Elia muttered, a wistful look in her eyes. I really wonder how her experience has shaped her now. In my experience, the military does teach you very harsh, but very useful lessons, Aaron told her, most important of which is teamwork and dealing with highly stressful work conditions. I suppose, although I admit I cannot imagine subjecting myself to such rigors in my youth, Elia remarked, now I feel so old. Come off it, you're still beautiful, Aaron smiled, much to the chagrin of his wife Balandra. Oh, you, Elia gushed, blushing a deep magenta. And what about me, dear husband? Asked Balandra. You're just as beautiful as the day we wed, my love. Perhaps more sensual even than our first night, Aaron expressed, smiling as he kissed her ring finger. Balandra sighed, though she blushed deeply as well. Look, there's a band marching towards the parade square, Elia pointed towards a group of professionally dressed men and women, carrying drums, trumpets and flutes. That's the Academy Music Band, the Hellvipers one, Aaron explained, they're the ones who play symphonies for important occasions including graduation parades. The Hellvipers in question were dressed in immaculate dress uniforms, black trousers, crimson tunics of silk and cotton embroidered with gold lace, polished jackboots 2 that glowed in the desert sunlight, and peaked service caps 3 with crimson and white rendering. They marched in lockstep formation, the leading commander twirling a walking cane as if it were a performing instrument. Their boots thumped on the grassy ground of the parade square, the drummers and trumpeters standing at attention in complete silence, never budging, never fidgeting despite the hot weather. Their uniforms reflected elegance and pompous dignity, and their discipline in the face of the overbearing Dornian sun was an exemplary example of how men of status should conduct themselves in life. Soon, a spokesperson took his place at the podium, and with a loud and clear voice, he began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Hellvipers, a musical band of our proud academy formed since the conquest of Aerys Lanyi, Sons pair, from the now extinct House Martell. When first formed, they consisted of just one drummer, a trumpeter, and flautist. Now, they number at least a platoon's worth, and for this graduation parade, they shall play I Left My Home For. When the spokesperson finished, the Hellvipers commander raised his cane and shouted, Hellvipers, at the ready. The Hellvipers complied, readying their instruments, trumpets and flutes raised at attention. Begin. And they began to play a crisp, melodious, upbeat yet emotional symphony, a tune of how men and women left home to fight in a war against tyranny and oppression, of how victory was achieved and the tyrants thrown down after great sacrifice was made. It touched the hearts of many veterans who listened, some taking a handkerchief to wipe their wet eyes. As the Hellvipers played, companies marched forth from the Castle Academy complex of the Military Academy, a hybrid between a castle, military barracks, and school. It stood tall and proud, gleaming like a polished monument of marble. The marching cadets were dressed in crisp uniforms, their swords held straight at chest level. They soon came to a stop once the tune reached its conclusion, and as all stood at attention the spokesperson took his place on the podium once again, facing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stand the proud cadet graduates of this year's batch. The spokesperson declared, they endured months of harsh training as recruits, crawling through the mud. They slept in the same barracks, ate the same food, shared the same educational courses and suffered the same discipline together. As one unit. They endured much on their path to becoming proper soldiers any kingdom would be proud of. For 2 years, we instructed them in the finer points of leadership, what it means to be a proper, competent officer in times of war and peace. And now, here they stand. Tall, proud, and eager to serve. Taking a deep breath, the spokesperson then said, and now, Grand Duke Aaron Rada would like to say a few words for the cadets. My liege, please. The spokesperson stepped down and saluted, his hand flying to his temple with the palm facing outwards as Aaron Rada approached, flanked by his bodyguards. Aaron nodded to him, shook his hand, then took his place at the podium. He harumphed for a brief moment, then spoke. Cadets of East Point. You stand before me fine men and women, proud to serve as officers commanding men in the heat of battle. You stand like guardian turtles of Dorne, just as the Gondoimas stood guard over the waters of the river Rhoyne in our old home of Essos in days of yore. May you continue to serve, lead, and do our dukedom proud, and instruct the next generation of officers as you were instructed. Make your families, friends, and country proud, and they in turn shall support you every step of the way. To victory. To triumph. To everlasting solidarity. Ora! The cadets roared, shouting with the fervor of lions. Aaron nodded, then stepped down from the podium and returned to take his place at the seating area. With that, the cadet commanders then bellowed orders. Cadets! Forward march! And as one the cadets marched forward towards the seating area, and the Hellvipers began playing a more upbeat and joyful tune, full of hope for the present and the future. The audience cheered and celebrated with a round of applause and smiles on their faces. They came to a stop, and the spokesperson took his place at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen! He boomed, I present to you. 1, check 1. The cadets shouted, taking their peaked caps and placing them over their shoulders. The next generation of East Point officers. The spokesperson finished with a beaming smile. The cadets threw their caps up into the air, and proceeded to hug each other, cheering, smiling and weeping with joy. Their family members would come and embrace them in turn, helping them pick up their caps and showering them with love, affection, and pride. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes this year's graduation parade, the spokesperson announced, you may proceed to return home. Thank you all. Elia and Lewin Corgile quickly embraced Druzelka as she parted from her fellow cadets, her uniform proudly sporting 2 bars on her right sleeve, the rank of second lieutenant. I'm so proud of you, my dear daughter, Elia gushed, how far you've come. Mother, Druzelka sighed in exasperation, though she smiled. Hard to believe you'd be the soldier woman of our household, Lewin remarked, and here I thought you'd be a bureaucrat or married to another man instead. I just felt it was my calling, Druzelka confidently declared. Marais commented, sure you do not want a place in the Tianfeng Huang, Druzelka. Having become intimately familiar with the Corgiles through her marriage to Lewin, she was now treated as a beloved family member. In the beginning, she was treated as an amicable, albeit slightly terrifying stranger they felt uncomfortable with. It's just not for me, but thanks for the offer, Marais, Druzelka told her. Whatever suits you, Marais shrugged. Cousin, Druzelka greeted Aaron. Good to see you're doing well for yourself, Aaron smiled, I admit, I was worried for you in basic training. I'm not a frail girl, Aaron, Druzelka asserted, although I'm glad you're concerned for me. I should be. After all, what's family for? Aaron expressed, anyway, I've made plans to celebrate your graduation at Rhoynish. It's going to be a big banquet. I always love the banquets you throw, cousin, Lewin salivated at the memory, wiping away his drool in embarrassment. Then look forward to this one, Aaron winked at him. I. Rhoynish. Aaron Rada. It was just 3 weeks before the planned celebratory banquet, and Aaron had invited his closest confidants to a private room for an important discussion, saying that he was going to reveal a big secret to them all. His parents, his wife Belandra, his eldest 2 daughters Azella and Esmire, Huang Shuet, Franklin, Garen, Mary, Elinzo, the Corgiles, head chef Garen and Miriam. All were to attend with absolutely no one else, for this mandated secrecy of the highest order. In a nondescript room where the windows were closed and only the most trusted guards in place outside and inside the room, Aaron sat before the gathered audience, looking extremely solemn and grave. Husband, what has happened to you? Asked Belandra with concern, you're never like this before. Yes, I must wonder what could cause the unflappable black fox to be so down, Elinzo remarked, his eyes furrowed deeply. Aaron took a deep breath, bracing himself. This is now or never. Before we continue, I must tell you all right now that what I'm about to tell you is in the strictest confidence, Aaron declared to everyone, if you feel that you cannot keep this secret, you may leave the room now, and you cannot speak of this to anyone else. Not to family or friends, not anyone. No one made to leave the room. All right then, Aaron nodded, smiling slightly in relief, this is a secret that I admit, I've been keeping from everyone else, including all of you. And that is because if this ever gets out, I don't know what will happen. They all remained silent as Aaron spoke with such a soft voice filled with grave severity. Never did they hear him talk this way, not even when he was deep in hot water, always did they know him as a man full of certainty and confidence. Ample evidence to take him at his word. Do any of you believe in reincarnation? Aaron said first. Almost everyone failed to grasp the meaning of Aaron's words, save Huang Shuet. The process where a dead person is then born into another life, thus living a second time. Huang Shuet asked. The exact same, Aaron nodded, I'm one such reincarnated person. One answer was answered and 2 more took its place. That does not explain much, Grand Duke, Garen admitted, and I find it extremely hard to believe. Actually, I do, Garen spoke, much to the surprise of everyone else. Garen? Asked Miriam. I'm also a reincarnated person, Miriam, Garen declared, and both Aaron and I, we used to be from another world. Garen, Amelia, and Eris furrowed their eyebrows deeply, while the others looked at Garen and Aaron as if they had sprouted flowers from their heads. Please explain, son, Eris voiced, full of confusion. Aaron nodded. Garen and I, we came from another world called Earth, a world full of highly advanced technology and home to modern societies, where rule of nobility was long past and the whims of the people decided the day-to-day politics. A world of comfort and peace unlike this world of chaos and bloodshed. A world home to philosophers like this Machiavelli you told us so much about. Elenzo inquired. It must have been a very interesting world indeed. Yes, that's right, Aaron nodded. Mother, you once asked me how I managed to obtain all my knowledge about the different fields like mathematics, geometry, and so on, how I knew which reforms to implement and the reasons behind my motivations and actions. How could I forget? I once thought you a madman for purging countless noble houses root and stem, Amelia admitted, her eyes reflecting guilt at such words. Of course, I now know better, but I still struggled to understand at times. I can't blame you, Mother, Aaron shrugged. As for everything new I introduced, the Rada numerals, the Arsam concrete, the Afarahoyan roads, the Karak, Caravel, and Galleon ship models. All of that was from that other world, which discovered these inventions without a religious or a scholarly institution attempting to repress such things. In fact, in that world, increased education and better living standards saw a decline in religious worship among the people, who then proceeded to completely remove their power in secular politics. I see now. It all makes perfect sense, Garen muttered, his eyes wide with enlightenment. Garen? Asked Mary. Remember that prophecy we had, the one we had a falling out over? Garen asked the aged hydromancer. How could I forget? Mary said sadly, if only I trusted Rhoynam Harry's word earlier. Then the answer is exceedingly simple, Elenzo put forth. The Mother Rhoyne brought forth a reincarnated soul into this world to fulfill her prophecy, one who has no qualms with dirtying his hands or being feared by others, and one armed with the academic knowledge and knowledge on their proper implementation. Then, and only then, could the Rhoyner truly be saved. If only you never sounded like a total arrogant prick, you actually make very good arguments and guesses, Elenzo, Aaron sighed with exasperation. I aim to please, Grand Duke, Elenzo smiled. In any case, that's the truth about me and Garen, Aaron stated with finality. Silence reigned supreme in the room, a silence so deep and profound one could hear a pin drop. Aaron observed the others carefully, gauging their reactions. Balandra was the first to break the ice, looping her arm around Aaron's shoulders and shifting closer to him. Thank you for trusting us, husband, she smiled softly. I never thought you'd tell us this, and it is really hard to believe, I admit, and yet, you've always been truthful with us on matters of import. Ismire hugged her father tightly. You're our father, no matter what. Azella hugged Aaron tightly as well, and Aaron patted their heads affectionately. In all honesty, I couldn't believe what you just told us, both you and Garen, Miriam admitted, and when I was roped into being deputy head chef of the ducal kitchen? Me, a simple small folk? I could have done without the additional workload. Would you have it any other way, Miriam? Garen questioned with a knowing smile. Oh no, it's been so much fun. Miriam exclaimed happily, there were ups and downs, but I would never have it any other way. Aris simply said, as Ismire said, you are you no matter what. Nothing will change that, son. And Elenzo? Aaron asked cautiously. My lips are sealed, Elenzo answered, why should I betray a man who so greatly elevated me to my position thanks to my talent? What he said, Franklin shrugged. Thank you, all of you, Aaron smiled, a weight lifted off his shoulders. Nevertheless, I think we should move on to the next question, Lewin Corgile spoke up. What are your long-term plans for the future? Maybe it is just a guess of mine, but I do not think you are content simply serving the Targaryens. Especially since they called you an errand boy, Marais remarked with distaste. How dare they? Let them call me an errand boy if it suits them, Aaron waved off. They will be eating their words when I eventually rebel. Wait, rebel? Miriam asked. Miriam noted that other than Garen, no one else was truly surprised by Aaron's words. Noticing their confusion, Huang Shui then spoke, Grand Duke, might I explain to them? You may, Aaron nodded. Nodding to him, Huang Shui then turned to face Garen and Marais. The truth is that we have plans to eventually rebel and take down House Targaryen, Huang Shui explained, much to Marais' shock. Before then, we will spend our time cultivating our power and growing stronger, introducing new reforms and fine-tuning the ones we currently have in place. Once the time is right, we will throw off the shackles of Targaryen rule and usurp Aegon's position as ruler of all Westeros. Wait, wasn't it thanks to the Targaryens that we're able to stand here as masters of Dorne? Miriam questioned, wouldn't this be biting the hand that fed us? It does look that way, yes, Elenzo admitted, though he maintained his air of arrogant nonchalance. However, we are of the opinion that so long as House Targaryen rules, Westeros will never be truly united, and Dorne will never be at peace. And that is because they foolishly permit the old houses and institutions to remain in power. The faith of the Seven and the Conclave of Maesters, Huang Shui answered. The faith I understand, Miriam noted, but why the conclave? Because the conclave is known to hoard knowledge for itself, and stubbornly refuses to lend its services to the common folk as we have, Garen answered. In fact, over the course of several years, they have tirelessly worked through intermediaries to attempt to steal our knowledge or destroy our prototypes in progress. Their latest attempt was targeted at the printing press 5, which we plan to mass produce later this year, once we have adjusted the production process. Printing press? Miriam questioned. Basically, a machine that allows for the rapid printing of books as compared to manually writing them or using block printing. It is a highly complex machine, but the base principle is using a single press with multiple clay blocks on which letters are carved, Garen explained to a confused Miriam. The advantage is that you could easily replace blocks depending on what contents to print, making it highly flexible and cost-effective to print on paper. As a result, it directly threatens their monopoly of knowledge through the mass production of books, which would render their services far less valuable than before. And they want to destroy such a helpful thing? Monsters, all of them, Miriam cursed. And these two institutions will pose a great problem to both us and the Valyrians down the road, Franklin put forth, which is why it is better to preempt them once we have the opportunity. How long will it be before that opportunity presents itself? Asked Garen. Give or take, maybe 2 to 3 decades, Aaron answered. A very long time, I know, but we cannot hope to contest all of Westeros with just a decade of preparation. We will win, I'm certain, Druz Elka declared. And what better way to win than to enact our final and total vengeance against the Andals? Lewin suggested. With the secret out, now came the time to rest and prepare. When the storm comes, it will strike with the power of the gods, and Westeros would once again be thrown into turmoil, facing a wave of carnage and change unlike any other. One Hell Vipers, they would continue to perform countless symphonies for countless graduation parades every year at East Point, and came to be known as a symbolic and cultural icon of the entire ducal army. 2 jackboots, large leather boots reaching above the knee, made for marching. 3 peaked service cap, a form of headgear worn as part of the military dress uniform for both the army and navy, as well as the gendarmerie for ceremonial occasions. Derives its name from the short visor or peak made of polished leather. This also applies to IRL militaries, law enforcement agencies and fire departments across the world. 4 I Left My Home, a very popular and well-known army cadence song sung by recruits in the U.S. military. 5 Printing press, a revolutionary invention that allowed for the widespread proliferation of all manner of books, and a tool that threatened the maester's monopoly of knowledge. This tool, while crucial in improving overall literacy throughout Dorne, proved to be the cause of no small amount of contention between the Conclave and House Rada, the former regularly petitioning House Targaryen and demanding that the invention be handed to them, much to the chagrin of Aaron. Though they have ceased their efforts after a show of intimidation by the Targaryens, that is not to say they have truly let the issue be. Chapter XXXVII, Unity Against Arrogance, Part I. 5 AC. Aerys Lanyi, Sons Pair. Eckard. Young Eckard stood in the middle of a long line of eager recruits waiting outside the enlistment center, hoping to enlist in the ducal army. With brown locks of hair, blue eyes, a chiseled jaw and flat nose, he would otherwise be an unremarkable foreigner in a long line of green-blood Dornians, if not for the fact his eyes were crimson red. As far as anyone knew, not even the Valyrians had such striking red eyes, and for that reason anyone who saw his eyes would instantly be taken aback. Eckard could hardly care less. He spent at least 4 years learning everything he could in the vocational schools, mathematics, geography, social studies, science, and so on. Everything he felt was necessary to fulfill his lifelong ambition. You're not from around here, are you? He heard this question for the umpteenth time ever since his arrival in Dorne, or Dornia as they called it now, and turned to face the person in question, a young green-blood Dornian boy with the trademark brown skin and curly brown hair, looking exceptionally skinny compared to most boys his age. He looked as timid as a mouse and equally impoverished, his own clothes little better than rags with discolored patches. No, I'm not, Eckard replied routinely to this specific question, I'm from the north. From Sonaria, eh? Don't really see your type around here, the Dornian boy answered, why come so far south? Is that your business? Eckard was getting a bit annoyed. No, I was just curious, the boy muttered quickly, leaning back slightly, I mean, we don't ever get Northmen visitors or such. Fair point, Eckard admitted, what about you? You don't look fit for a soldier's life. No, I don't, said the Dornian boy, but I need a soldier's pay. They pay their troops well? Asked Eckard, interested in the conversation for once. As far as Eckard knew, soldiers in any army always got terrible pay, and had to turn to looting to supplement their income or pray for a generous increase of payment from more benevolent commanders. That, and they give benefits too, replied the Dornian boy, they offer free medical care for both troops and their families, payment bonuses if we sign on, and guaranteed pensions when we retire one. Just to name 3. Eckard let out a whistle of appreciation, no army ever offers such benefits. Least of all my home, we'd be lucky if we got more than a silver for a month's pay. That's Dorne for you. Here we got plenty of gold to throw around, the Dornian boy smiled. What about you? Why join the army? Education, Eckard answered. I want to take up at least 1 or 2 courses they offer once I pass basic training. Me too. What a coincidence. The Dornian boy exclaimed. Hey, don't hold up the line. One of the recruiters warned. The boys said their apologies and quickly moved up the line. By the way, I never got your name, the Dornian boy said. I mean, if we happen to get into the same unit, might as well get to know each other's names. I'm Eckard, Eckard answered. Oberyn, the Dornian boy introduced himself. And the boys shook hands. I. As fate would have it, the 2 boys Eckard and Oberyn were assigned to the same platoon once they filled out the necessary paperwork, sharing the same bunk bed too. They had their heads shaved bald, following the tradition for all new recruits, though Eckard grumbled a little under his breath for having to lose his hair. Afterwards they swore an oath of fealty and diligence to the army, which Eckard felt was rather unnecessary. With their heads shaved and oaths sworn, they were placed in a briefing room and made to wait for their drill sergeant. Many exchanged light-hearted chatter, some bragging about basic training being a walk in the farm 3 and others being slightly more reserved. Soon, the drill sergeant made her appearance. A green-blood Dornian like Oberyn, she stood mightily tall and intimidating, her arms crossed and her back exceedingly straight like an arrow. Her eyes, concealed by her strange-looking flat-brimmed hat held a maniacal energy that made Eckard cautious. Recruits. She bellowed at the top of her voice, attention. Her voice rang like a dragon's roar, and instantly all the new recruits stood at attention and kept quiet, even the ones bragging earlier. Listen up you lot of fucking maggots. She cursed. I am Staff Sergeant Maria Marlom of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, and I'm here as your drill instructor 5 to whip you all into shape as real soldiers. Whatever you were before, here you're all the same, maggots who ain't worth shit in my eyes. All of you will learn to eat together, clean together, fight and bleed together and shit together. All of you are not individuals but men of a greater army. Do you understand? Everyone stood straight as they shouted, we understand. All of you forgot something, Maria pointed out, whenever you address me as Sarge. You understand? Yes, Sarge. The recruits chorused. Good. All of you have been assigned your bunks, you haven't gotten your uniforms. The uniform is what identifies a soldier as part of the army, what unit he belongs to. Wear it with pride, and wear it always within this camp, you understand? Yes, Sarge. Good, now go get your uniforms, Maria beckoned, follow Sergeant Daria and she'll lead you to where you're going next. Eckard and Oberyn took this opportunity to exchange muted whispers along the way. I won't lie, that was pretty scary, Oberyn whispered. Tell me about it, Eckard nodded in agreement. Soon they reached the warehouse where each recruit was given their uniforms, all measured according to their sizes, along with a marching kit of a rucksack, a sleeping bag and pillow and mattress covers. Each set of uniforms and camp clothing felt like a king's wardrobe to Eckard and Oberyn, who in their old lives often had to make do with less comfortable clothing of questionable quality. Some of the other recruits, the braggers especially, smiled as they received their uniforms, eagerly looking forward to acing the training. Eckard cast glances of disapproval towards them but said and did nothing, like it or not, as Staff Sergeant Maria said, they were all in this together now. Thus marked the beginning of their transition from small folk into the world of real soldiering. Muns Rav, Bloodstone. Elenzo Ares Aaron. Lord High Admiral Elenzo Ares Aaron, head of his house and Duke and Governor of the archipelago province of Idosia, sighed as he read the latest report, before shoving it aside for the clerks to take away and organize. Of course Volantine ships are intruding upon our waters. What else did we expect? He muttered to himself as he shrugged, they never liked the fact our own navies control trade on the narrow sea. In the years that passed since Aegon's conquest, Aaron Rada organized countless projects aimed at improving infrastructure in every part of Dorne. Naturally, the Stepstones had their towns and ports upgraded with proper stone, brick, and concrete, old defenses were upgraded and new ones built, and their ports were bursting with new warships regularly patrolling their waters. In recent years, Bravici ships had taken to raiding Volantine slave caravans with impunity on land and at sea, and their fleets took the liberty of passing through Idosia, the Stepstones, when the Volantens gave chase. Though there were many times the Volantens requested, more like demanded, passage through Idosia, looking down upon the Westerosi as they always have. Thus Dorne, and by extension Westeros, rejected their demands. This time, in the 6th moon of this year, they mounted a direct attack on one of the patrolling fleets, seemingly as a demonstration of their power. The 5th Ducal Fleet repelled them, though they lost a fifth of their fleet as a consequence. That was just one engagement, and now the Ducal Fleet was to undergo a baptism of fire. Having received Elenzo's report, Aeron was swift to inform the Targaryens of this altercation, and in response Aegon declared a state of war between the Iron Throne and Volantis, the goal being to humiliate the free city who believed itself superior to a backwater continent. My Lord Aerys Arryn, the Volantene navy is soon to reach our waters, an able seaman 6 reported. Our fleets are in position, but it will take at least another week for the rest of Westeros fleets to muster in preparation. So be it. Elenzo's voice was cold as steel. Get my flagship ready. They shall pay the price for invading our waters. Aye. The narrow sea. Through the various arsenals Aeron had built closest to Aerys Lanyi, the ducal fleets now comprised dozens of ships armed to the brim with armament and professional mariners. At their latest count, the ducal navy had a total of 300 ships split across 6 fleets, with plans to further expand them to at least 100 ships in each fleet. Caravels, carracks, and galleons, the Volantene galleys who sailed against Dorne would be shocked to find larger ships awaiting them. At the heart of the fleet sailed Elenzo's flagship. It was a galleon named the Erario, named after a legendary brave sea admiral famed for his single-handed triumph against the slaver fleets of no fewer than 3 free cities, forever carving his name in the annals of history and solidifying the terrifying reputation of Bravus's fleets. Leaning against the railing, Elenzo stroked his mustache thoughtfully, inspecting the demeanor of his sailors. Many of them were confident, almost overeager, and spoiling for a fight, the unproven warriors of their generation. Others less so, silently shivering in cold sweat and muttering prayers to the Udohanner. My lord, there are more fearful mariners than expected. Elenzo's second-in-command, Fleet Admiral Jalos Hedner, a Summer Islander by birth, stood beside him as he observed the fleet formation and nodded approvingly at the lack of mistakes in its deployment. At 38 years old and a Summer Islander by birth, Jalos attained many years of valuable experience fighting all manner of pirate fleets, though he was exiled by political rivals jealous of his talents, and in a ritual duel he was forced to lose after his opponents used underhanded means to win against him. It is to be expected, Elenzo shrugged. Dorne has never had a very powerful or distinguished navy in its history, and now that we've rapidly expanded our fleets, it's only natural more than half of them are fighting their very first naval battle. Jalos nodded reluctantly, his facial scars throbbing with pain. There is no powerful navy without blood and sacrifice, he grumbled. Elenzo nodded in agreement. My lord. The Volantense approach. A mariner reported. Sound the bells and spread out. Elenzo ordered, ready the ballista and prepare to fire on my command. Yes, my lord. The mariner saluted, ringing the bell as sailors hoisted multicolored flags to signal the other fleets as per naval code. As the fleets came closer, ballistae were readied and the fleets deployed in a circular formation. Closer and closer they sailed until they reached ballistae range. The Dornians were the first to attack, releasing ballistae bolts tipped with barrels instead of steel heads. When broken, the barrels coated the Volantene decks with a thick, viscous black substance that let off a terribly rancid stench. Once their archers were in range, they loosed flaming arrows that ignited the thick substance, too fast and large for the Volantense to extinguish. 24 Volantene ships alone fell in the first few volleys. Cheers rang out across the Dornian ships, before their training took over as the Volantene fleets returned fire, ballistae bolts damaging and sinking a few Dornian ships in retaliation. From there it became a tactical game of divide and conquer as fleets from every side sought to chip at the other side's naval strength. Some played a game of cat and mouse as smaller ships used their swift speed to evade their bulkier opponents. Eventually the Volantene fleet, overconfident in their victory, made the fatal mistake of bunching their ships too tightly together in an attempt to take down the Erario. Elenzo looked at the encroaching fleet calmly. Send in the fire ships 7. He ordered. Several ships with strange tubes sticking out their prows sailed forward, though not in preparation for a broadside as naval doctrine dictated. Once the fire ships reached firing range, however, they unleashed gouts of green fire from their prows, incinerating dozens of ships with eternal fire the sea cannot extinguish. Jalos wiped away cold sweat from his forehead. By the Udohanner. That wildfire 8 is as destructive as the pyromancers claim. And his lordship was correct in that wildfire has use at sea as much as on land. Elenzo chuckled heartily. Truly, he has no shortage of wild ideas. I was more worried the wildfire would incinerate our own ships instead, Jalos argued. Oh yes, some prototypes did sink as a result of improper handling and poorly constructed storage containers, Elenzo remarked, to which Jalos blanched. Then again, there is no success without failure, and no victory without a price. Well, I cannot complain about the results it delivers, Jalos admitted, seeing little point in arguing further with the man. The battle soon reached its climax. Though the Volantense had more experienced officers, superior Dornian tactics, technology, and training prevailed, and the Volantense lost over half their navy in the ensuing engagement. Thus the Dornians scored first blood against a more organized and experienced enemy fleet, building confidence in its new generation of mariners and cementing the effectiveness of its new doctrine. We won, my lord. The day is ours. Jalos exclaimed, oh, I sometimes wish I had such a mighty navy back home. Elenzo simply shrugged. Tally up our casualties and send the damaged ships back for repair, while the rest of our fleet muster in preparation for the royal fleet's arrival, he ordered. Then we take the fight to them, Jalos smiled. Aye. Aegon Targaryen. Ras Nymeria, or Castle Nymeria in Rhoynish, was the center of the government of Munsrov, of the Dominion of Idosia. Formerly the ruins of a pirate stronghold, more a luxurious nobleman's manse, it was reduced to rubble in Aeron's conquest of the Stepstones. Built with the latest advances in Rhoynish construction technology, Ras Nymeria boasted tall, thick walls, flanked by stout towers bristling with artillery and defended by a garrison of disciplined troops housed in the nearby barracks. Large ports and dockyards of stone accommodated throngs of galleons. The indoors bazaar housed countless merchants hawking wares and bartering prices, come rain or shine. Here Ilanzo Ares Aaron and Jalos received the Targaryens with all due hospitality, kneeling before them as servants offered platters of bread and salt for them to partake. The Targaryens broke off pieces and dipped them in salt, eating them with nods of approval. I must admit your ducal fleets have earned a name for themselves, Aegon remarked approvingly, though it is but one battle in this war. We are aware, your grace, Ilanzo nodded as he and Jalos stood up, we stand ready to take the fight to them. As is to be expected, Visenya grudgingly affirmed, the men of Grand Duke Rada work exceptionally well. Let us discuss more in the war room, your graces, Ilanzo offered. As you say, Rhoynish said. They soon presided over a map of the Summer Sea and the nearby SSC free cities, different tokens displaying the position of the Volantene and Westerosi fleets. Our spies delivered us reports that the Volantene navy has suffered heavy losses, and despite the best efforts of their diplomats, not a single one of the other free cities has lifted a finger to help them. Therefore the naval war is a foregone conclusion, Aegon stated, placing several tokens closer to the shores of Volantis. They have also brought back reports of your new fire ships to their masters, so we must expect them to deploy their fleets in more dispersed formations. Then we will simply demonstrate our newfound might for the world to see, Ilanzo pointed out, moving several tokens to display Westerosi ships surrounding SSC-1s. They fought well despite lacking Bravasi expertise, but we have both dragons and superior numbers on our side. Indeed, and considering that their armies are incomparable to ours, the war is as good as won, suggested Jalos, though considering that the Archons of Volantis are infamous for their inflated ego and arrogance, they may still foolishly believe in a chance for victory. I would not be surprised if that was the case, Rhoynish pointed out, Lord High Admiral, have your people devised a plan to conquer the Black Walls? We have, your grace, Ilanzo bowed, unfurling a scroll that showed blueprints of a type of siege tower. At first glance, it looked like any ordinary siege tower, save that there was depictions of boulders and a ramp and many other calculations and numbers that proved too intricate and complicated for the Targaryens to understand. Yet they had to admit, it was far more detailed than any blueprints they saw in their lifetime. These are specialized siege towers aimed at creating another way onto the top of the Black Walls, built and designed by Dornian hands, Ilanzo asserted with pride. Any and all fools who sieged Volantis and claimed the invulnerability of their walls have simply never found another way. Exactly how will they work, though? Asked Visenya. The Black Walls are exceptionally tall, and no ladder or siege tower has ever been able to breach the top ramparts. No siege tower has been able to reach that height either, due to the design challenges. They simply did not think to apply the basic principles of science, your grace, Ilanzo stated to their confusion. Science? Asked Rhoynish. A new field of knowledge pioneered by our intellectuals, Jalos answered, beg your pardon, but I believe we are getting off track. Yes, we are, Aegon acknowledged. How long will it take to prepare these towers? Give or take, roughly 1 to 2 months, your grace, Ilanzo stated. There will be some parts of the design that necessitate extra work and inspection to ensure their functionality. Very well, do what you need, but I want these towers ready by the time we have the Black Walls surrounded, Aegon ordered. By your will, your grace, Ilanzo bowed. One thanks to Aeron's generous stipends from his bursting treasury filled with Lannister gold, the military enjoys significant benefits paid from his own pocket, engendering troop loyalty through their string purses. 2-bunk bed, a new type of furniture designed exclusively for use in military barracks in Dorne, which was just 2 beds put on top of another, a small ladder provided to reach the bed on top. 3 Many who believed basic training in the Dornian military was easy soon found themselves ruing the day they believed so. The training regime was devised by Aeron Rada himself, made to test the human body to the absolute limit and train unit endurance, cohesion, and discipline. 4 The campaign hat was designed for exclusive wear by the drill sergeants of the Dornian military, a flat-brimmed hat with a pointed top. It has both symbolic and practical uses, designed to shield the face from the hot sun. 5 Drill instructor, a title given to a non-commissioned officer, sergeants below the rank of lieutenant, in the armed forces of Dorne, and typically teach foot drill, military step and marching alongside physical and combat training. 6 Able seamen, the lowest rank of any mariner in the ducal navy. They are primarily responsible for ensuring that all equipment on board is functioning correctly, following safety measures and maintaining ship cleanliness, and for loading or unloading of cargo whenever necessary. 7 fire ships, a new type of ship designed specifically for using wildfire at sea, using only 2 nozzles at the prow to fire jets of green flames. Due to the volatile nature of wildfire, utmost care is taken with its special storage facilities, and the nozzles are only aimed at the front, never the sides. Glass was the preferred material for transfer, but ordinary glass would shatter when thrown about too hard, and at sea the waves could cause enough jostling for the jars to crash, causing a catastrophic explosion. Aaron's solution was to use enchanted glass, specially made to withstand harsh impacts as easily as stone or brick, to transport wildfire aboard the ships in large jars. As for the nozzles and pipes themselves, they were made of enchanted steel to prolong their lifespan after prolonged exposure, though this meant they had to be changed every several months or whenever the nozzles were at risk of melting. 8 Wildfire, a volatile, flammable liquid that burns for a very long time once set on fire. First created by the Alchemists Guild, it seeps into any and all material and burns it eventually, even steel and clay. Most times it is stored in clay jars to prevent seepage, though the containers themselves are gradually affected. Its creation process is a closely guarded secret. When Aaron Rada first learned of the substance, he fleeced, several alchemists to come to Dorne to work for him, paying for their accommodation and many other things in exchange for training a new generation of alchemists to work solely in Dorne. Instead of clay, they used jars of glass which proved nigh impervious to wildfire seepage. Chapter XXXVIII, Unity Against Arrogance, Part 2. 5 AC. Drovilinian, King's Landing. Aaron Rada. It was just days after the naval skirmish between Dorne, and Volantis when Aaron moved towards the Red Keep with all due haste, once a messenger raven arrived bearing the latest report from Lord High Admiral Elenzo Ares Aaron. The battle went swimmingly well, though this blatant attack by Volantis constituted a declaration of war. The Targaryens planned to fly to Mons Rov, to meet with Elenzo himself, but not before they organized a meeting with some of their top commanders, Lord Hand Oris Baratheon and Master of Laws Aaron Rada. The latter two happened to be in the capital at the time of the report being received. There was a heavy spring in his step, a grim countenance on his face that burned with anger. Escorted by a retinue of elite bodyguards, the Mercavi I, veteran sword masters capable of great feats of endurance, tenacity, and combat, he moved towards the guards who stood before royal palace's gates. Clad in fine Rhoynish plate armor and crimson cloaks, armed with scimitar and shield, dagger, and crossbow, these troops were trained to protect their lord under any situation. There the guards stood at attention, clad in black armor and wearing crimson tabards bearing the sigil of the three-headed dragon. Guards. I am the Master of Law, Grand Duke Aaron Rada, Aaron announced, passing a sealed scroll to the Targaryen guardsman, His Grace is expecting me. After looking through the scroll for a brief moment, the guards nodded to each other and handed him back the scroll. His Grace awaits you in the throne room, said one of the guards. Nodding his thanks, Aaron and his retinue quickly made their way towards the throne room where the Targaryens awaited their arrival. Made from 100 swords taken from the Targaryens' defeated enemies, the Iron Throne was a monstrosity of melted steel fused together by dragon fire. Painstakingly worked over several days, the Iron Throne was a gargantuan thing of horror and beauty, reflecting the dominance of the Dragon Lords over Westeros and the painful double-sided nature of power, for to turn your back on its source was to invite catastrophe upon your own dynasty. Personally Aaron felt the whole thing to be gaudy and supercilious. No throne truly made a dynasty however fancy it was, though he supposed it would be a memorable symbol. Looking around, he noticed several other Palatilian commanders along with Oris Baratheon himself, and Aaron could feel that this was a matter of great importance. He stood a short distance before the throne, until a herald moved forward to announce his presence. Presenting his lordship Grand Duke Aaron Rada of Dorne, Master of Laws. Aaron appreciated that the herald skipped listing his long list of titles too, one that he personally could do without. As the herald finished and stepped away, Aaron stepped forward and bowed before Aegon. Good morrow, Your Grace. I came as you requested, Aaron greeted. Very good, Aegon nodded, I wish to ask you about the recent skirmish with the Volantine Navy. Please tell me, what do you believe should be done about Volantis? Considering what Volantis dared to do, there was only one real answer to give. We strike back and strike hard, Aaron answered with absolute certainty, we must teach Volantis the error of their ways. Naturally, Aegon smiled, what I would really like to know, however, is to what extent should our retaliation towards Volantis be conducted? What would you personally prefer in your honest opinion? Looking around, Aaron knew that all eyes were squarely focused on him, gauging his behavior and demeanor, pondering if his words would be what they wished to hear. Aegon asked for his honest opinion, yet Aaron was no fool to know that his answer, depending on how he framed it, could easily determine what happened next to his position and the path taken in the upcoming Volantis campaign. Aaron steadied himself, taking a deep breath and composing himself. It would not do to show his anger at both Volantis and Bravus too openly. If it were up to me, regarding Volantis, I would invade the city-state with all our armies and navies, and teach the Volantens the true terror of warfare, Aaron answered, it will serve as a warning to every other city-state in Essos that we are not to be trifled with, to warn against any brazen attacks on our waters in the future." At this the gathered commanders whispered fiercely among each other, Orys in close discussion with them. Even the Targaryens were slightly shocked by Aeron's words, as if they did not expect him to say such a daring move. "Well, you got one thing right, it is not up to you, Grand Duke Rada," Visenya pointed out, "and even if we did invade Volantis, what need have we to deploy armies and navies? Our dragons are more than enough to overwhelm whatever pathetic military resistance the Volantens can muster and conquer the infamous Black Walls, and unlike Westeros their armies are ill-trained, ill-equipped and poorly disciplined, more akin to half-trained militia than any army in our kingdom. Not only that, even if we did invade, what value does Volantis truly have to us three? They're slaves." "My dear sister is right, Grand Duke," Rhoynish added, a frown of concern edged on her lips. "What you propose seems terribly extreme, even coming from you, and quite frankly, unnecessary. Do you propose conquering Volantis?" Aeron heaved a deep sigh, nodding in agreement. "You are right, this is excessive and unnecessary," he admitted. "I do not propose conquering Volantis, merely invading in full force." "Again, as Her Grace said, this is rather unnecessary," Orys interjected once he obtained approval from Aegon. "Truthfully, all that we need to do is scorch some land here and there with dragon fire, and then we could force the Volantene Triarchs to pay reparations under threat of dragon fire." Again Aeron nodded in agreement, though he was not done by a long shot. "Normally, I would not consider such an extreme measure," Aeron put forth. "However, there is one other party that drives me to consider such a course of action." "Bravos," Aegon said. "Yes, the very same," Aeron nodded. "In truth, what happens in Volantis is completely unrelated to Bravos, but we cannot tolerate them using us as shields whenever they feel it convenient to do so. If we let this go unanswered, I fear that they will continue to drag us into war at our expense, gradually weakening us and eventually undoing all the work your graces have put into unifying the Seven Kingdoms." "I have to agree in part," Visenya grimaced. "This blatant act by Bravos of instigating war between us and Volantis must not be tolerated. Yet I have to question why Bravos even went as far as it did." "They fear us, the rising power," Rhoynish suggested. "That is why they are doing this." "Even so, do we truly have to invade Volantis in full force?" questioned Orys. "In all honesty, just making Volantis pay reparations will be enough to dissuade Bravos from further action once they see the power of our dragons." "Orys is right," Rhoynish pointed out. "We just cannot see the necessity for such an excessive use of force." "On the contrary, excessive use of force is necessary, your graces," Aeron asserted. "Perhaps I am overstepping, but we must demonstrate to Bravos that we are no shield to use for their convenience. Should we invade Volantis and conquer the Black Walls, they will know that they could be next, and will exercise greater prudence in their actions." No one could deny the logic of Aeron's words, yet there was always the genuine concern that while Bravos would get the message, they could instead be further motivated to sabotage Westeros out of fear of such excessive force, dragons or no, and it was only just 5 years after Aegon's unification of Westeros. "Might I also add that as a united country, we have not truly fought any wars to test the unity and loyalty of our vassal lords," Aeron suggested, and this time the Targs listened with interest. "By using Volantis as a common enemy, we can unite the various lords to deploy their troops against slavers, and by painting our campaign as a crusade against slavery, we can win on the moral front and grow support for the Targaryen dynasty as a symbol of righteousness. In this way, potential naysayers and critics will have far less leeway to bray and complain against their conquerors." This time Aegon seemed to seriously consider the option, though his sister wives, Orys and a small number of commanders remained unconvinced. Aegon then asked, "What should we do with Bravos once Volantis is dealt with?" Aeron noticed that he did not mention when Volantis was conquered. "Whether or not we conquer Volantis, we should make sure to paint events in our favor," Aeron answered. "Bravos acted so brazenly because it is an independent foreign state. If it were tied to an alliance with us, however, then they would be tied down, and they would no longer have as much leeway." Rhoynish nodded in understanding and approval. "However, our relations have always remained cordial at best, and I highly doubt they would see any reason to form an alliance with us right now." "Who said we would need to officially form an alliance?" Aeron suggested. "Grand Duke, what are you suggesting?" questioned Orys, feeling cautious after seeing a familiar glint in Aeron's eyes. "We declare in public that we have formed an alliance with Bravos in light of recent events, so that we can punish Volantis for its hubris and because Bravos needs an ally to avoid retaliation by a coalition of slaver states," Aeron pressed on, his lips slowly curling into a smile as he spoke. "Once it becomes common knowledge, the Sea Lord of Bravos will have no choice but to make it official." By the gods, it was bullshittery of the highest level, and Aeron loved spewing the very idea from his mouth. Everyone looked surprised at the idea, but soon the Targaryens and Orys began to seriously consider the idea and exchanged nods. Turning to face Aeron, Aegon said, "Since you have suggested such a plan, how about I suggest some additions and changes?" "Of course, Your Grace," Aeron bowed. Aegon smiled and then said, we declare an alliance with Bravus once the war ends, and you will go to the city itself and personally congratulate them on their long-awaited opportunity to take the fight to the slavers themselves." Aaron's eyes widened by a fraction, he had not expected this sudden change in tone. "Once we have fully conquered Volantis, we shall mandate that any and all anti-slaver raids they perform must be done under our auspices, or risk facing the consequences," Aegon finished, his smile now fully predatory. "Your Grace, I beg your pardon for asking, but does this not sound contrary to your earlier opinion regarding the invasion of Volantis?" Aaron cautiously asked. "It does," Aegon admitted, "and hearing your reason made us change our minds. It is clear that simply demonstrating the might of our dragons is not enough to intimidate Bravus," Rhoynish added. "Not only must we put Bravus on a tight leash, we must give them an ironclad reason to never attempt to break loose for as long as this alliance persists. What better way to do that than a full-force invasion of Volantis?" Aaron was pleasantly surprised, he did not expect that the invasion would proceed as he had hoped. Yet now that he thought of it, there was the real danger of overextension. Volantis's geographical distance from Westeros was not insignificant, and because there were 5 slaves to every 1 free man in its population, combined by possible purges of the nobility to follow, any and all distractions that further drained Westerosi resources was most unwelcome. "What are your orders now, Your Grace?" asked Aaron. "Marshal your fleets and armies as the rest of Westeros marshals for war, Grand Duke," Aegon ordered, "with as much pomp and ceremony as you can." "As you command," Aaron smiled. "Aye. Volantis. Brandil Tarly." Over the course of several weeks, the various royal fleets engaged and destroyed the last remnants of the Volantine fleets in dozens of smaller skirmishes. To their credit, the Volantens gave as good as they got, determined to never lose to barbarian Westerosi, but it was for naught despite inflicting a greater number of casualties than expected. The Dornian fleet paid a bitter price in exchange for its victories, having lost close to 2/5 of its ships, but the mariners were battle-hardened and better versed in the new doctrine for. All other fleets were eager to humiliate the Volantens, and soon the bloody way was cleared for the invasion of the Volantine heartland. The invasion went smoothly. The hardened armies of the Iron Throne, since the Westerlands, outclassed the Volantine armies and their mercenary allies in every possible way. Their numbers, their equipment, their battle experience, and most important of all, their dedication to victory. Though their enemies also had brave men among their ranks. One interesting thing to note was that one of the mercenary companies the Westerosi fought, the Company of the Rose, was composed of Northmen who rejected Torrhen Stark's submission to the Targaryens, preferring exile over bending the knee. Their leader was none other than Brandon Snow, Torrhen's half-brother. Unlike other mercenary armies who broke and fled the moment they felt the battles were lost, they stubbornly refused to surrender and fought to the very last. By the end of the campaign, not a single one was left alive. On Aaron Rada's suggestion and that of the other Sonarians, the bodies of all the Company of the Rose were sent back to Sonaria, the north, to be given last rites as per Sonarian custom. Torrhen Stark would grant his half-brother Brandon a noble burial, to be interred in the crypts of Winterfell, and declared that he would be recognized as a Stark posthumously. Every fort, village, and town soon fell to the encroaching Westerosi, and while those that surrendered were spared, those that resisted were mercilessly pillaged and ransacked. Even among those who surrendered, however, there remained disloyal slavers willing to double-cross them and who already have, causing great frustration to mount among the Westerosi. Furthermore, there were legions of slaves whose loyalties were dubious despite clearly hating their cruel masters, and some worried they were enemy agents in secret. One tactic Aaron employed to tackle this and which was repeated by the other Westerosi commanders was the turning of freed slaves against their masters, subjecting the slavers to a brutal butchery and forcing every other Volantine small folk to watch in horror and disgust. This endeared the slaves to their liberators as they immediately volunteered to join the Westerosi in their campaign. When word of this spread, the other Volantens, small folk, merchants, and others, also received a stern warning that any form of betrayal against the invaders or any harsh cruelty inflicted upon slaves would be met with most severe reprisal. The butchery took many different forms. Some were pulled apart by horses, just like Roderick or Giles' punishment for kinslaying, some were fed to pigs which were themselves butchered after being fattened, the meat distributed to hungry slaves and the surplus to the troops. Some criminal Volantens were slain for sport by frustrated Westerosi troops, both to tackle the growing frustration and as a further warning to other slavers. 5. As a result, many Volantens were content to simply release the slaves to the Westerosi at a price. Aaron gladly took many of them under his wing, conscripting them into his army as volunteer recruits or support staff, medics 6, clerks and bedwarmers. Other armies followed suit, taking as many as they could accommodate. Of course, they could not take on everyone, and with there being 5 slaves to every 1 free man in Volantis 7, it was clear that a huge portion of the population in Volantis was in dire need of rehabilitation and had no real skills or independent thought, no thanks to their life circumstances. Their rehabilitation would have to wait until the war's end. In some battles, they faced the famed Unsullied, eunuch warriors trained to exacting standards in the art of lockstep formation, and sold to the highest bidder from the city of Astapor. Against any other lesser army they would hold their own, their spears sharp and their shield arms strong. Against the Westerosi, they were found lacking. The Dornians used their cataphracts and horse archers to flank around and hit the unsullied formations at their weak points, for while the phalanx was formidable at the front, it was severely rigid and inflexible and vulnerable to flanking at the side and rear. Chariots completely smashed through the phalanx as if it was not even there with sheer impact force and sharpened blades. Their infantry formations, tactics, training, and equipment proved superior to the unsullied as well, and men from all parts of Westeros would grudgingly admit the Dornian army was much transformed from the days of yore. Aggressive, disciplined, flexible and courageous, the Dornians slaughtered the Volantens like sheep, and their officers carried themselves with distinct confidence and swagger, even talking down to other nobles as if they were their equal and not their superior. Many nobles took offense to this, but since infighting between the Westerosi was strictly forbidden by the Targaryens, they were forced to take the insults lying down. Of course, Aeron made sure to officially reprimand the officers involved, reminding them of the consequences of unnecessarily picking fights. Unofficially, he made sure to tell them that while he himself disliked the traditional nobility, picking fights would make them look worse. To minimize clashes between the Dornians and the other Westerosi nobility, the Palatilians, Crownlanders, acted as a buffer between them, smoothing tensions and keeping distance between them. The men of Tegania, the Reach, on the other hand, used an entirely new type of troop formation devised in case they ever fought an army with superior cavalry tactics, ever since the War of Roses and Serpents which saw them lose badly to the Dornians under House Rata. Formations were composed of pikemen in large squares with crossbowmen embedded within, capable of engaging enemy troops at greater distance while the crossbows chipped away at enemy strength 8. Unsullied units could not bring the full might of the phalanx to bear, and thus they lost to the jeers of the Tigonians. At the helm this change was its foremost pioneer, Brandil Tarly, using his experience against House Rata's armies to thoroughly crush the Volantene resistance. The Tigonians earned the Dornians grudging respect, and as such relations between them were far more cordial than the other Andalic peoples. The rest simply used standard tactics they had been employing for countless eons, and with their superior numbers, they slowly but surely wore down the Unsullied through sheer attrition. Sensing all was about to be lost, the Volantens finally brought forth their elephant cavalry 9, tall, weighty, and cumbersome beasts with giant ivory tusks and thick leathery skin, capable of trampling any and all troops into a fine crimson paste beneath their feet, and not even the feared and hated Dothraki dared engage them head-on. And so the Westerosi answered with ballistay, their sharp spears loosed with enough force to penetrate their thick hides, and the poison tips ensured their certain deaths. Once again the Volantens were on the back foot, and this time they had no more tricks in their bag. When the last of the opposition was slain on the field, the Volantens fell back into their final bastion, the Black Walls of Volantis. As the legends said, the Black Walls towered above all men at 200 feet tall, wide enough to accommodate 6 four-horse chariots on its topmost ramparts, glistening a black, oily sheen in the sunlight. Still, Aeron looked at it impassively, feeling unimpressed and unintimidated. "Do these walls not perturb you, Grand Duke Rata?" He turned to face Brandil Tarly, once his greatest enemy, now one of his greatest allies for this campaign. The young man carried himself with poise and confidence, his face a weathered, grim countenance, and he regarded Aeron with cordiality. "No. They don't," Aeron answered, "these Triarchs are just so cocky and arrogant, refusing our terms even though their city is surrounded." "I think they are just afraid," Brandil suggested, "after all, it is not every day their vaunted armies are cut down so quickly and the Black Walls surrounded. That, and we have dragons on our side which renders them useless. And yet you do not wish to use them in the final assault." "You already heard my reason at the last briefing," Aeron noted. "To teach them the true terror of warfare, and ensure they will never again belittle the men of Westeros." "Yes, I heard it crystal clear," Brandil affirmed, "and for that reason, you delayed it by an entire moon, requesting that each and every single sewer and escape tunnel be blockaded and set ablaze." That way the Triarchs will learn what it means to be caged animals," Aeron shrugged with cold indifference, to which Brandil could only nod in silence. "By the end of that moon, we'll show the fruits of our labors, and I believe everyone will love what they see." "Well, love and hate, more like." Brandil sighed heavily, "I am certain they will." I. Aeron Rata. The end of the moon had arrived, and as dawn broke over the horizon the Westerosi were eager to see what ingenious scheme Aeron had cooked up. The Reachmen maintained full silence and grim anticipation, while most others eagerly gossiped, casting half-baked theories and guesses. The Targaryens, in particular, watched with curiosity as gigantic siege towers moved towards the Black Walls. To the disappointment of the besiegers and the mocking joy of the defenders, the siege towers fell short of the wall's top ramparts. "Is that all you have, barbarians?" The Volantens jeered and sneered, "Is this your glorious solution to our mighty walls? The Black Walls stood undefeated for centuries, and they shall stand for centuries more. What hope do your measly towers have to reach our walls?" The Westerosi grit their teeth, but Aeron merely smiled as he watched the towers inch closer to the Black Walls, unperturbed and unmoved by the insults. Brandil and the veteran Tigonian commanders remained similarly silent and unmoved, seeing Aaron's calm and unflappable mien. Once the siege towers reached the walls, boards fell away from the front and rear of the towers, exposing huge boulders attached to ropes. Soldiers worked to loosen the ropes, and at once there was a great and mighty heave, followed by the crashing of steel on black stone, shaking the top of the walls. When the dust cleared, all who beheld the scene were shocked, besieger and defender alike. Giant ramps had taken hold on the black wall ramparts, giving entire battalions of troops clear entry. Instantly, the Dornians and Tigonians were first on the ramparts, followed by the rest of the army as they proceeded to swarm the beleaguered defenders who fell like flies. "I knew you always come up with unexpected solutions, but this is rather new," Brandil remarked. "The fruits of highly advanced engineering," Aaron smiled. "And here I believed your penchant for concocting surprises has run its course," Aegon remarked as he descended, landing softly on the ground atop Balerion. "I must say though, your engineers have done a most magnificent job, Grand Duke Rada." "My thanks, Your Grace," Aaron bowed. "Now, with the siege a foregone conclusion, we need only handle the aftermath," Aegon said. "Aye. Aegon Targaryen." Caked in dirt and gore, the young Volantene nobleman looked completely miserable as he was forcibly dragged by his arms towards the negotiating table, the Targaryens and their top commanders awaiting his arrival. The descendant of the Old Blood 11 glanced fearfully at his captors who now held all the cards. "So, a lone boy stands before me," Aegon smiled as he beheld the nobleman's bloody form, his feet dragged across the floor as a mark of great humiliation. "Should there be more of you?" "Oh wait, the freed slaves saw through that." When the black walls were overrun and the gates opened, an orgy of pillaging and destruction followed as slaves were freed. Together, Westerosi and freed slaves alike slaughtered the nobility standing in their way. Men, women, children, it made no difference, all had their lifeless corpses piled up and burned to ash, their properties tarnished and their vaults plundered and cleaned of all gold and valuables. What noble families remained were permanently disinherited and demoted to commoners, though for some their living descendants were to marry Valyrian-blooded Palatilians, to be absorbed into new houses as their old ones faded into obscurity. Their properties were forfeit and their former slaves now served as their guards. Though some Westerosi lords did argue against the wholesale slaughter of the Volantene nobles, attitudes gradually changed when they realized just how useless their Volantene counterparts were. They were too dependent on slaves for most menial tasks, and they lacked credibility due to their unique political system where politics were in a constant state of flux. Simply put, none of the local Volantene houses were considered desirable options for forging alliances. At least in Westeros, there was stability that stemmed from long-term rule and influence. "Tell me, what is your name, boy?" asked Aegon. "Ennakokwo Esara," the young Volantene noble squeaked. "Well, congratulations, my little Nakokwo. You are officially the sole Archon of Volantis," Aegon declared, much to Nakokwo's surprise. "But there have always been 3 triarchs leading Volantis. That has always been our way," Nakokwo argued. "And now, as the conqueror, it is this way now because I say so. Do you understand me, little boy?" asked Aegon, punctuating every word with a tap on the table, "especially since the triarchs and their families are, no more, so to speak." Nakokwo reluctantly accepted this truth, squeaking slightly at the open maw of Balerion the Black Dread. He took his seat at the opposite end, a lone sheep in a pack of wolves. "And what are your terms, Your Grace?" asked Nakokwo. "My terms are simple. Volantis is to become a vassal state of Westeros, in light of the recent purges. We shall ask for nothing and take nothing, and for the next 10 years Volantis is fully exempt from taxes," Aegon began, much to Nakokwo's surprise. "In return, however, you shall not be allowed to initiate any hostile action against the Iron Throne. You must also relinquish any freed slaves we have recruited into our armies to us, and you shall cease all slavery activities now and forevermore. Lastly, you shall hold your post for only 2 years, after which you shall abdicate in favor of a successor of my choosing. This is the price for peace." Nakokwo bit his tongue at the terms, and yet the fact Aegon demanded no monetary reparations was perhaps the greatest mercy Volantis could have hoped to receive. "Do you accept our terms, Archon Nakokwo?" asked Rhoynish, leaning forward and resting her chin on folded hands, a menacing light glinting in her eyes. What other choice did he have, being more a hostage than an equal? Nakokwo nodded quickly. "I accept those terms, Your Graces." Thus the Treaty of the Blackened Palace 12 was signed, and Volantis was left alone, a broken shell of its former self with all its riches plundered and slaves freed, and its people forever scarred with the knowledge that their black walls were not infallible. Never again would Volantis pose a threat to Westeros for as long as Aegon the Conqueror ruled. One Mare Caves, PL Mare Cavi, the name for the elite troops of Dorne that first started out of a small platoon Aaron recruited as his protection, drawn from the most skilled veterans of his armies. They saw action in the rebellion against House Martell and in the war against the Reach, hardening them and giving them a wealth of experience few could hope to match. Since then, they serve as both bodyguards for generals and as shock troopers capable of overwhelming formations, being trained in both individual combat and formation fighting, and in fighting on both foot and horse. The etymology is unknown as it was coined by Aaron Rada, supposedly based on a tale of a mighty man who wore the hide of a beast. The pelt was impenetrable to flame, water, weapons or magic. It is thought to be derived from Rhoynish word elements such as mar, high, war, rea, spirit, soul pertaining to willpower, and adaf, ra, beast, animal. 2. Aside from Kingslayer and Black Fox, Aaron held many other titles given to him over the course of his lifetime, including the Hammer, the Blessed, the Daring and more significantly, Eclipse of the Sunburst. 3. Volantis had industry for trade, mostly manned by slaves, but their strongest industry was the slave trade, and their financial power, like all other free cities, was directly a result of Westerosi trade due to the Westerosi being massive consumers of SSE products. When embargoes hit them prior to the war's onset, countless merchants faced astronomical losses in profit. 4. Though Aaron's naval doctrine would not truly be adapted by the other kingdoms for some time, for Dorne it represented a triumph of the new era, and from that point on the doctrine would define naval warfare for centuries onwards. 5. Such cruelty inflicted upon slavers would forever sear itself in the hearts and minds of the Volantens, and for that the war would come to be called the War of Weeping Slavers. 6. Medics, dedicated healer staff who nursed the wounded and ill and ensured all patients were kept safe and treated in clean hospices, regularly cleaning patients and changing bandages and clothes and assisting physicians with their work. Unlike nurses, they also served directly in the battlefield, evacuating the wounded to safety and administering on-site treatment if the patient could still be saved. 7. There were higher-ranking slaves who were more loyal to their masters, though like the rest of their kind they chafed under the whip. Such people, when conscripted into the Westerosi armies, were always sent in the first waves to test their loyalties. 8. The pike and crossbow formation became a new staple in Westerosi warfare, and though the adoption process was slow and gradual for the rest of the kingdom, Tegonia and Dorne adopted it with lightning swiftness. 9. The elephant cavalry of Volantis were more showy displays of power meant to intimidate enemies, and on occasion trample weaker enemies literally. Against the trained armies of Westeros and their ballistæ, they were next to useless. 10. The new siege towers demonstrated the power and ingenuity of Rhoynish engineering to the world. 11. The nobility of Volantis claimed unbroken descent from the Valyrians of old, thus they called themselves the Old Blood. They believed that to walk the same earth as lesser classes was a mark of disrespect and disgrace, and thus they would never go anywhere without their extravagantly decorated elephant mounts. 12. Treaty of the Blackened Palace. It was named such because the treaty ending the war between Volantis and the Iron Throne took place in a ruined Volantine pleasure palace, most other structures too damaged to properly host signatories to a treaty. While ostensibly a light treaty, not harshly punishing the Volantens in any measure, the reality was that the heavy hand had already been dealt to Volantis during the war. A/N, if anyone finds the siege scene of Volantis familiar, that is because it is inspired by that specific scene in Kingdom Anime Season 3, when the coalition army besieges Hang Pass as they invade Sheen. Chapter XXXIX, Unity Against Arrogance, Part 3. 5 AC. Bravus. Aegon Targaryen. With the war over and Volantis firmly under the heel of Westeros, an orgy of panic reigned supreme in the minds of the Magisters. To think that an entire city-state could fall so easily to foreigners in a matter of months, even with the famed Unsullied on the side of the defenders, granted, the invaders had the Targaryens' dragons, but the shocking speed at which the Westerosi conquered Volantis and surrounded the Black Walls defied even their most dismal estimates, and for Aaron Rada's engineers to create the very tools that breached the Black Walls without relying on the power of dragons, it showed innovativeness and initiative among Dorne's engineers not seen since the reign of House Martell. And now the Council of Bravus paid the price for their hubris as they faced the Targaryens in their own council chamber, forced to officially declare an alliance between their nation and the Iron Throne. Beside them were several commanders and politicians including Orys Baratheon, Brandil Tarly, and none other than the Black Fox himself. Sea Lord Ormalos Tares resisted the urge to glare at Aaron Rada for this diplomatic meeting, settling for imagining 100 different ways to smash in his skull to satisfy his growing frustration. I must say our alliance has borne fruit, has it not? Aegon started with a smirk. It is truly a pity that we had to keep it a secret due to our historical baggage, but now that Volantis has fallen, we can proudly declare to the world that we are committed to the fight against slavery. Many councillors grew sickened at the bullshittery spewing out of Aegon's mouth, and Aegon's own party tried hard to stifle their smiles and laughs of amusement. On orders from Aegon, Targaryen agents travelled to all corners of Westeros and Essos, spreading the word that Bravus was in an alliance with Westeros and that the latter came to the aid of the former upon request, to humble Volantis and put an end to its arrogant tyranny once and for all. Though agents from Bravus tried to counter such rumours, it was an undeniable fact that the fleeing Bravasi ships made for Idosia, knowing the Volantens would have to fight their way through the Dornian ducal navy in order to further pursue the Bravasi, and the Dornians fought in response to being attacked. The Targaryens themselves and many of their closest allies confirming the alliance only served to lend further credence. As a result, Bravus had no other choice but to officially confirm the rumors. Yes, it is a great victory over those who dare continue the abhorrent practice of slavery, Ormelos said diplomatically, feeling a coming headache. Still, Volantis was just one of several slaver city-states, and with your conquest of the daughter of Valeria, I doubt other slaver states like Astapor and Yunkai will take this lying down, nor will your nearby neighbors in the disputed lands. Let them bray all they want, it does not change a thing, Aegon shrugged. In fact, I dare say our neighbors will think doubly twice about launching an invasion of our lands through Bravus's alliance with us. No. I cannot deny the truth of your words, your grace, said Ormelos. In fact, since your fleets were so badly damaged given your clashes with Volantis, they had to use Idosia as a resting stop and were unable to retaliate against their pursuers. Visenya spoke to add fuel to the fire. The Dornians bled to protect our Bravasi brothers and sisters, so might we ask several favors from you. The Council of Bravus fumed silently at the implication, but remained committed in their efforts to not argue back. What do you wish of us, your graces? Asked Tycho Iakon warily. Simple, really, in exchange for entering into an alliance with us, we shall respect your territorial boundaries and rights to raise armies and navies. We will also be amenable to favorable trade deals and reduced tariffs, if you wish. Rhoynish listed down, however, you will not raid slave convoys without our approval, and should you do so, you will not, never, drag our people into war at your expense. Do you understand us? There was no means by which Bravus could oppose the power of the dragons, or the Black Fox, if the Targaryens chose to let him loose on them instead. We accept, your graces, Ormelos said. Casting a side glance at Aaron Rada, the Sea Lord could see a triumphant look in his eyes despite his stoic facade, along with an implied warning, I'm watching you. Ormelos studiously ignored his glare and walked away with the other councillors, though that look would always remain in his memory. I. Once the Iron Bank Concordat was signed and the alliance with Bravus confirmed, Aaron met with the Targaryens in a private manse reserved for them in the city, where several of Aegon's inner council were gathered. Right, now that the whole debacle with Bravus is out of the way, we need to discuss the matter of Volantis, Aegon began. First things first however, it must be made known that it shall be integrated as a predominantly Valyrian culture vassal state. Aaron nodded silently at this. Grand Duke Rada. Might I ask your opinion on how we should integrate our newest vassal? Asked Aegon. Simply implement the same laws and measures with regards to immigration as you did in Palatilia, your grace, Aaron answered. However, our primary focus should be on integrating the slaves as loyal subjects, and dealing with the cult of Arhillar. Do continue, beckoned Visenya. Aaron nodded to Franklin who spoke. As we all know, we conscripted a fair number of them to serve in our armies as soldiers and camp followers, Franklin reported. However, it might as well just be a drop in the bucket, and countless of them still lack the independent thought process and skills necessary to fend for themselves. Therefore, I propose that we invest in the creation of a semi-professional defense force for Volantis, using veteran Westerosi officers and soldiers to instruct them. We have the same idea, General Franklin, Orys agreed, though given that these are freed slaves and not freemen we are training, we would like your honest opinion on exactly how to train them. We have concerns that subjecting them to hard training too quickly would be counterproductive, given how harsh their masters were. Franklin nodded in understanding. We should never skimp on training proper soldiers, but it is better to be more lenient with their mistakes, so as to ease them into a soldier's life. As good a suggestion as any, Orys smiled. We can discuss the minutiae of the training regime later on, Aegon noted. As for the workforce and the bureaucratic groundwork, we can easily handle that. Grand Duke, you said that the cult of Arhillar is a concern. Indeed, your grace, Aaron nodded. It is to be known that the populace follow the teachings of Arhillar, but from what my spies hear, the current leadership are in opposition to our vassalization of Volantis, and the septons accompanying the Andalic armies have been known to clash with them on countless occasions. Normally this would be beneath our concern, but you speak as if they are up to something, Visenya noticed, and your spies' reports match ours. Well, they are also whispering of the monster they feel must die, namely me, Aaron reported, much to everyone's surprise save his own courtiers. Why would they want you dead, though? From what we know, you never did anything antagonistic against them, or anyone else in Volantis for that matter, Rhoynish inquired, her brows furrowed deeply and her lips pursed. That is as much a mystery to me as it is to us all, Aaron acknowledged. What they commonly say is that I am a demon wearing human skin, and that I must die before they and their god perish. I will not say all the Red Priests are opposed to us, but the current High Priest has some rather distasteful ideas about me. Having a hostile religious leadership is just terrible news, Orys remarked, and the fact we have a faith militant equivalent on Volantis's doorstep sits ill with me. What are your plans for this, Grand Duke Rada? Saint Alia, said Aaron. Yes, my lord, Saint Alia bowed as she stepped forward. As of now, our plan is to allow them to gather their strength for a possible raid upon the Triarchy Palace 1, where we will ambush them and kill every last adherent of the Fiery Hand 2 we can find. This will give us just cause to forcibly crack down upon the cult and purge them, and thus diminish their influence in one stroke. And to ensure the ambush's success, I will be present there as bait, Aaron suggested, much to the shock of the non-Dornians. So you're gambling your life on the line again, just as you did during the Battle of the Yarha Plains? Asked Orys. I have to wonder if you ever tire of taking such huge risks. Hardly, Aaron smiled. Orys simply sighed in response. Short and simple, I like it, Aegon smiled, very well. I approve of the ambush. Thank you, Your Grace, Saint Alia bowed and stepped back, though considering the unpredictability of religious fanatics, might I suggest we tighten patrols and place additional spies and agents to intercept any and all possible attacks, both on our people and the local populace. Tristan, see to it that security throughout the capital of Volantis is tightened, Aegon ordered. My ravens shall cover every shadow in the city, Your Grace, Tristan smiled menacingly. Is there anything else you wish to suggest, Grand Duke Rada? Asked Visenya. Actually, there is one thing I would like to request, if you would grant it, Aaron put forth. Go on, Rhoynish beckoned. The ruined cities of Sarhoy and Sarmel, Aaron said, I wish to have them rebuilt and recolonized by my people. I recall those cities were brutalist, Aegon said. Sarmel was burned during the First Turtle War, while Sarmel was torched during the Second Spice War. Indeed, and I have both moral and political reasons for rebuilding them, Aaron stated. By rebuilding them and repopulating them with Rhoynish citizens, we can show the entire world that Rhoynar and Valyrian work hand in hand as brothers and sisters of the Seven Kingdoms, and that we have let bygones be bygones. An excellent idea, Grand Duke Rada, Visenya nodded with satisfaction. It will also allow us to make use of their strategic positions as trade hubs, and given time, will prove the foundation for the rise of Volantis as an economic power loyal to us. Do understand that they must still play host to Valyrian smallfolk as well. Perfectly understandable, Your Grace, Aaron bowed. Other than that, I have nothing else. Then this council is adjourned, said Aegon. III. Temple of the Lord of Light. Joricho v Hasimion. Volantis had fallen, and the Black Fox instrumental in the conquering of the Black Walls. That monster, that demon clad in human skin, he must be destroyed, the Lord of Light said so himself when he gazed into the flames. As High Priest of Volantis, he had enormous responsibility towards the flock of Arhillar, to ensure they were all cared for and that their spiritual needs were fulfilled. And now the Grand Duke was to arrive in the Triarchy Palace, to settle the last steps of transition of Volantis from a former independent city-state into a vassal state under the Iron Throne. He saw it in the flames 3, he saw a fox, its fur black as night, its maws dripping with blood and amber eyes shining with madness and ambition, an inferno burning wherever its paws tread. Gathered before him were all the adherents of the Fiery Hand, the Arhlorite equivalent of the Faith Militant, all armed with steel and faith. My brothers and sisters, today is the day we take down the monster known as Aaron Rada, the one they call the Black Fox. Joricho chanted, his eyes gleaming with fervor and his lips twisting into a mesmerized smile. As of now, he is at the Triarchy Palace, and there is no better time to strike him down. Gird yourselves for battle, brothers and sisters. Today, we fight in the name of Arhillar, and slay a demon come to pervert all that is righteous. In the name of the Lord of Light. His army chorused. Joricho smiled, comforted by the knowledge that they were doing the right thing. III. As planned, when the Targaryens were out on patrol atop their dragons, the Fiery Hand first conducted a series of terror attacks, several of their members imploding in flames that caused housing blocks to catch fire. Guards had to be diverted from the Triarchy Palace and Black Walls to deal with the ongoing crisis, leaving a weakened security detail to guard Aaron Rada and the provisional government of Volantis. With this opportunity before them, the Fiery Hand led by High Priest Joricho gathered before the Black Walls, eager to wet their blades with blood. Raising his sword up high, Joricho shouted, "Charge! For the Lord of Light!" At once the Fiery Hand's swords burned brightly with fire, and they gleefully leapt into battle, slaughtering the weakened city guard before them, before making a straight beeline for the Triarchy Palace. The remaining guards quickly formed a shield wall, and shards and waves of water quickly downed several Fiery Hand soldiers as Hydromancers lent their aid to the defense. Though weakened as they were, they stood no chance against a numerically superior and fanatical enemy, and the guards were forced to inch backwards, losing men by the minute. "Onwards, men! There are not many of them left!" shouted Joricho, his eyes gleaming with mad fervor. The great foe's destruction is at hand. Yet they were all blinded by the prospect of victory, and once all of Joricho's warband were past the gates, they were quickly shut tight, and archers loosed bolts on their rear, turning dozens of soldiers into human porcupines. At the same time, the dragons returned and flew over the Fiery Hand, burning them to a crisp as they realized too late that they had fallen into a trap. Joricho himself was cut down, his head severed and all his troops joining him in death. As the Targaryens landed, they saw Aaron march out of the Triarchy Palace with several troops in tow, Dawn remaining in its scabbard. "Your trick worked, Grand Duke," Aegon smiled, our troops are clearing out the last of the Arhlorite rioters and extinguishing the fires. Some stragglers fled to the temple, but they are being slaughtered as we speak. And that's the end of that, Aeron shared Aegon's smile. With Volantis conquered, they could now focus on consolidating their gains, and given the sheer cost of integrating the city-state, it would be at least a decade before Volantis could make good returns on its investment. One Triarchy Palace, the seat of government of the defunct Volantine Triarchy, now that of the Archon of Volantis. 2 Fiery Hand, the brotherhood of soldiers in service to the Red Priests of Arhillar. 3 All Red Priests are trained from a young age to see images in the flames, and such training takes years to master. They are known to misinterpret certain signs, however, and given their fanaticism, they could easily become problematic enemies if not dealt with. A/N, I originally planned to do more with the cult of Arhillar, but after discussion with Tertius, we both agreed there was really no need to do any unnecessary work with an unrelated cult for any significant plot. Some might have a bad image primarily due to Melisandre, but I figure that without fanatics like her, the Arhlorite cult can be more moderate and tolerant. Thuras of Myr is a rather good character, and one of the good Red Priests. Chapter XL, Home Away from Home. 6 AC. Zal Hanoi, Sandstone. Druz Elka Corgile. With Volantis now truly secure and the Arhlorite priesthood leadership purged, much work lay ahead of the Iron Throne in properly integrating their vassal state as a properly functional ally. The first of many significant changes was renaming the country. Volantis was a country of slavery, oppression, and social division, where the rich elites deigned not to walk the same earth as those they deemed inferior. Now it was renamed to Daria, Land of the Free, a land where former slaves walked hand in hand with free men to build a brighter and better future for themselves, their friends and family and their countrymen. The city of Volantis itself was renamed Siglissus, rebirth, derived from the High Valyrian word Sigligon, which meant reborn, for how else would this remarkable transformation begin for Volantis? Ostentatious palaces were torn down and rebuilt or renovated as proper bureaucratic offices, where clerks worked tirelessly to record, sign and archive documents and letters of varying degrees of importance day and night. Within the Triarchy Palace, now renamed the Sigligon Arcanite Palace, they drafted the Darian Code of Law which enshrined the new anti-slavery policies that came to define the new country. Clerks traveled the entire country, taking a nationwide census to obtain an accurate record of its population for the purpose of taxation, land, and educational reform. It would take at least another year to truly complete, but such was their dedication that some estimated the census would be completed at least 3 moons earlier. Veterans conscripted willing freed slaves into the military, creating countless regiments of men-at-arms and a small professional force with which to defend the country from preying SSC slavers, mercenaries, and Dothraki collassars. The Tigonians and Dornians played an integral role in helping the Palatilians devise and instill anti-cavalry tactics in the new Darian army, and in training the new Darian navy. It was agreed that for the first 5 years, the Iron Throne's military would provide security and protection as the Archonship of Daria's military was slowly being established. Afterwards, for the next 5 years, they would slowly withdraw their military and gradually allow the Darians to take greater responsibility of their protection until the last of the peacekeeping troops was pulled out. As for funding, the plundered treasuries of the nobility provided more than enough to cover all costs for at least 7 to 8 years, and by the time that money ran out, the planned economic investments would have started to reap fruitful harvests. Finally, for matters of succession, to ensure Daria's loyalty and the support of its people, the Targaryens would implement the Palatilian succession laws, one to ensure as few avenues of contesting the line of succession as possible. Archon Nikokwo Essara, a political non sequitur and a nominal figurehead until his replacement next year, was a powerless boy with nothing to his name, not even a sliver of recognition. All the new courtiers treated him the same way most nobles treated small folk. He existed only to place a fancy wax stamp on all documents prepared by the army of clerks sent from Palatilia. Though Aaron Rada had to work at Siglissus for the better part of the year to help rehash the new Darian laws. Druz Elka Corgile graduated from the Arislanyi Military Academy with the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Due to her achievements, she was fast-tracked for promotion to the rank of captain. She returned home a hero, celebrated and decorated, though there was a more distant look in her eyes. Her mother Elia was the first to greet her, hugging and bathing her with love. "Welcome back, sweetheart," Elia beamed with joy. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Just a few scratches, nothing serious," Druz Elka answered, her eyes squarely fixed on Elias. "How's everyone else?" "Lewin and Maris are busy with work as always, so I've had to take care of my grandchildren in their stead." Elia frowned slightly, though she quickly smiled again. "At least they take breaks every now and then." "I think that's good, since we don't need more workaholics," Druz Elka remarked. "What about my other siblings?" Elia had become Aaron's paramour ever since his rescuing her from Rodrai, and since then she has borne him 5 more children, 1 son and 4 daughters. Her last daughter's birth damaged her womb severely, and though the hydromancers managed to heal her and avoid any lasting damage, they strongly advised her to not undergo any more pregnancies. "Oh, you know them, always sharing their father's laziness and antisocial behavior," Elia groaned. I truly wonder why children take more after their father than their mother. Anyway, you must be tired from the long journey, I've ordered the servants to make your favorite snacks. That would be lovely, Druzelka smiled. She had another month of break to enjoy before having to return to East Point for work. I. Roya hum. Holte Zadok. He never expected his brother's rival to play dirty in that ritual duel, in a bid to control the entire island kingdom of Wayland. Both he and all his followers paid the price, exiled from the only home they ever knew. They drifted from place to place, first in Essos where they sought work and support to retake their isle. None were interested in a foreign kingdom abroad despite the riches offered. His brother Terrell grew increasingly frustrated, and his temper was stretched thin the more others rejected his offer outright or gave very evasive answers. Now, here they were, in Dorne of all places, hoping to gain at least some support for their cause. I swear. I hope this black fox does not give us an evasive answer, or I will give him reason to not waste my time, Terrell growled angrily beneath his breath. Holte nodded, we can only pray he listens to us, though I too tire of this constant wandering, our finances are running out, and the men are beginning to complain. There's only so much I can do to placate them. Terrell scoffed but said nothing in argument. Eventually they were approached by a guard of the ducal palace too, who said to them, His Lordship the Grand Duke will see you now. Finally, Terrell huffed. As they went to present themselves before the Grand Duke, they instantly felt a predatory gaze upon them, and they shivered in cold sweat. Grand Duke Aaron Rada cut a dashingly handsome and imposing figure, his eyes hardened from years of war, treachery, and strife, and he eyed them as a predator eyed possible prey. His wife the Grand Duchess Belandra was similarly dignified, and though not the warrior or strategist her husband was, one would be remiss to ignore the contributions she made on the political and administrative fronts. For a man aged 30 and 6, Grand Duke Rada looked no different from a 10 and 6-year-old man, while his wife was equally youthful looking at 30 and 8. Holte himself was just 10 and 6 while his brother was 20, and they were hailed as the most beautiful men to exist in the Summer Islands. They bowed before them, and Holte was the first to speak. Our humblest greetings, Grand Duke and Grand Duchess Rada. I am Holte Zadok, and with me is my brother Terrell Zadok. We were both princes of the island kingdom of Wayland before we were exiled, due to losing in a ritual duel. At ease, Aaron beckoned, I hear you wish to seek support for your cause. We do, your lordship, Holte answered, we wish to right this dreadful wrong done to our family, for our enemy cheated and won the duel by unfair means. And if I may add, they had help from a few corrupt priests here and there to stage the duel to their benefit, Terrell added angrily, remaining civil as best as he could. We know you have your own concerns, but we wish simply for financial and political support. Should we succeed in our cause, know that you shall enjoy beneficial trade routes to some of the most prosperous lands in all the known world, Holte finished with a flourish, anxiously anticipating his answer. Belandra and Aaron whispered among themselves for a few moments, and as the Zadok brothers waited Terrell became increasingly impatient, and despite Holte's pleading eyes the eldest Zadok was almost ready to make demands. Then Aaron gave his answer. Tell you what, I'll support your cause. The Zadok brothers' eyes widened at this statement, and they felt smiles of relief come to their faces. On a few conditions, Aaron quickly added. Please name them, your lordship, Holte said. First, I cannot and will not donate troops to your cause, Aaron started. No one in Westeros wants to be involved in another war so quickly after our last one, and I need my troops elsewhere. While Terrell begged to differ, both of them knew that if they relied on foreign troops to retake their lands, duel or no duel, it would sit ill with their subjects and in turn damage the legitimacy of their cause. They would have to independently raise their own forces, be it other Summer Islander exiles or Westerosi, or mercenaries of any kind. Even then they had to watch their finances, and mercenaries tended to be expensive to hire. We accept, Terrell replied rather sullenly. Next, if I am to give you money to spend, I need you to do your share of honest work, both you and the men under your command, Aaron continued, if you work well, I might throw in a surplus here and there. Furthermore, if any noble wishes to curry favor with you, make sure they are not the kind who will inconvenience me in any way, or cause harm to the people. Gladly, your lordship, Terrell was beaming now. Lastly, do not, under any circumstance, ever attempt to undermine our authority, Belandra warned, if you do, know that our punishments are extremely severe. Just look at what happened to the slavers of Volantis, Aaron smiled, his face cold and unfeeling. At once the feeling of dread amplified, and they swiftly nodded their acknowledgement. Good, Aaron smiled, now, as for your place of work, I will send you to Arislanyi, Sun's Pair, being one of the closest ports to the Summer Islands. From there, you shall pay for your own accommodations and troops, and act under the auspices of ducal law. Do you understand me? We completely understand, your lordship, Holte answered. For now, it was as good a deal as they would get. 1 Palatilian succession laws, due to Valyrian polygamous customs, Aaron Rada as Master of Law drafted this new law to prevent exploitations of loopholes and confusion when determining the next heir of a noble house. If a man has more than one wife, the eldest firstborn son, from any wife, is the undisputed heir of the family, be it the first or second wife and so on. As such, for example, if the firstborn child from the man's first wife is a daughter, she will be passed over for the eldest-born son from his second wife. If the eldest son were to die, the next son would inherit. If there are no sons left to inherit, the eldest daughter will inherit, and even then, it will be the eldest firstborn daughter no matter whether it was the first wife or concubine who sired her. Concubines are not equal in status to second/third wives etc., and who hold a little more political clout than regular mistresses. As for paramours in Dorne, they are in a sense exclusive concubines who can share the duties of a wife without being an actual wife. 2 Ducal Palace, the main headquarters of government in Rhoynish and all of Dorne. Chapter XLI, First Blood. 7 AC. Rhoynish. Azella Rada. Being the eldest child and heir to the Grand Dukedom of Dorne, whose father's achievements eclipsed everything else under the sun, some treacherously whispering that they even eclipsed the glory of the Dragon Lords, Azella had countless expectations foisted on her ever since she was a child. Everyone expected her to be the perfect successor to her father's legacy. To continue his work of turning Dorne into a powerhouse capable of standing toe-to-toe with lands like the Reach, or Tegania as they now called it in High Valley Ryan, and to be as talented at statecraft, espionage and warfare as he was. How she missed the simple days she buried herself in books all day long with her sister Ismire, without a worry in the world. Of course, that did not mean she shirked her training in the martial arts. From a young age, she was instructed in water magic by Archmage Garen of the Hydromancers himself, and in the art of combat. Apart from using her arms and legs, she also learned the sword and shield, how to wield a saoiter one and a shield, and shooting with bow and arrow on foot and horseback. Not that she necessarily liked her training, but it was a good way to distress every time she felt the expectations get to her, or that her other lessons were becoming unbearably boring. And now, at the age of 10 and 9, she was to embark on her maiden battle abroad. "Father, why do I have to go fight in a war?" Azella asked with concern. "In all honesty, we both know I'm better at clerical work." "That may be true, but it is also important that you learn what war is really about," Aaron gently pointed out. "You do not always have to lead from the front or be a great warrior, but nevertheless there will be a time when you do have to lead. And in the world we live in, war is never far away." Azella simply sighed. While she did not enter the army or enroll into East Point, due to expectations she had to learn about military strategy and command on the likely possibility that she had to command troops in battle. In Dorne during the rule of House Martell, while women were not necessarily encouraged to fight, there were times when female Dornish generals took to the field and displayed sagacious strategy or intrepid bravery. Perhaps she would be forced to fight for her life one day, perhaps not. Regardless, she decided to follow her father's famous maxim, "You are never too prepared unless you are overcautious." "Is it really that important?" asked Azella. "Well, I admit I'm loath to send you to war," Aaron said, heaving a heavy sigh. "I don't want to see you in grave danger at all. But, being my eldest daughter—" "I know, father. I know," Azella nodded in understanding. Aaron nodded, more to himself than to Azella. "Where am I going?" Azella asked. "Doria," Aaron answered. "Some Dothraki Khals have begun mustering their Khalasars to invade its lands and test its defenses. And, while their raids have been sporadic, they are beginning to increase in intensity. I need you to accompany General Doritarn on his duties and learn everything you need to know about war." "He is one of your best generals," Azella smiled. "And one of the few I'd entrust with the lives of my children," Aaron agreed. "I cannot force you to accept, but I strongly suggest it." There were few times when Aaron asked a request of his dear children, and faced with such earnest desire, what could Azella do but want to make him proud? "When do I leave?" asked Azella. "I. Doria, Volantis." Stepping off her ship in the renamed capital of Siglissus, Volantis City, Azella could feel the port itself was alive in ways she did not believe possible. Stories of Volantis often varied in content, and in one story, taskmasters in the past would cruelly drive slaves to their utmost limit, uncaring if they died during work, and an air of dispirited gloom and doom took hold over the population. Another story said that the shining docks often held a crimson tinge, presumably from the deaths of countless slaves, and in the sunset glow the crimson color became even more prominent, lending an eerie atmosphere to visitors. Here the docks shone with a fresh glow, and all its people worked industriously to build a brighter future. They wore clothing akin to a king's wardrobe in their minds, in spite of their simplicity and austerity, and their superiors worked them hard but within reasonable limits. Some workers were lined up at certain buildings, eager to collect their daily wages. She soon saw a small party of heavily armed men approach her and her escort, recognizing the famed General Franklin Doritarn at the center. "My Lady Rada, we have awaited your arrival," Franklin bowed, then so did his guards. "Please, follow me." The war council is due to begin soon. They mounted their horses and trotted towards the Arcanite palace. Wherever they went, people would quickly bow in respect and clear their way, something that initially made Azella uncomfortable due to her youth, though she quickly got used to it. People gossiped and whispered at the sight of House Rada's banner fluttering in the wind. Look, that's House Rada's banner. One of the great liberators of our country. Conqueror of the Black Walls. 2. Is it true he raised giant towers of wood from wood shavings and conquered the Black Walls? Azella resisted the urge to roll her eyes at how absurd stories of her father had become. Sure, exaggeration was often considered a highly treasured talent among storytellers, but there was a fine line between embellishment and outright absurdity. Yet another reminder of the expectations that came with having an overachieving father. Soon they reached the Arcanite palace, and she had to admit it was artfully built. Marble fluted pillars supported the roof at the front as part of the front porch, and atop the columns were arches supported by intricately carved capitals, 3 done in the Emidonian form manner, a bell-shaped chalice surrounded by dragon scales and palmettes. There were 4 such porches serving as the entryway to a central structure with a high domed roof colored a striking emerald green, the walls painted a cool azure blue and the 4 gable roofs a warm orange sunset. Countless Palatelian and local bureaucrats traveled to and from the building under the guards' watchful eye. The guards themselves were dressed in immaculate armor, a steel breastplate with segmented pauldrons, plate greaves, and gauntlets, and rich helms 5 with metallic crests. In their hands were long pikes, ceremonial, but also functional. These were the Kyvzokanadian Guard 6, the most elite of the Durian military, serving as both an honor guard for the Siglegon Arcanite Palace and as a frontline shock trooper unit. The guardsmen bowed to Azella's entourage and parted as they entered the building. Once inside, she found the interior to be equally magnificent, with bright-colored glazed tiles comprising the flooring and lined by immaculate rugs tailored with intricate patterns. Lanterns kept the entire palace lit, allowing the Dornian party to easily find their way towards the war room where the other generals were gathered. Compared to the rest of the palace, the war room was Spartan in both furnishing and decor, not surprising given its primary function. On a large table was a map of Duria and the surrounding region, and surrounding the map were several Westerosi and Durian captains, and the new Archon of Duria, Senera Nugaris. As Druzilka's close colleague she graduated from East Point with the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Though she only held the rank of captain whereas others expected the bearer of the rank of general, she was selected by Aegon Targaryen himself as the new Archon of Duria. Many held no doubts he wished to leverage her training and experience in the Dornian army, both for the benefit of Duria and Palatelia, the Crownlands. Also, due to her extensive bureaucratic training in the Dornian academies, which included apprenticeships to governors and mayors, she was the one who helped hold the fledgling archonship together once Aeron Rada laid the groundwork. The fact she was personally endorsed by Aeron Rada himself proved a primary contributing factor. As a result, her family, once a landless family of merchants and bureaucrats, were catapulted into becoming overlords of a country thanks to their eldest daughter's dedication and talent. And in the 2 years since the Durian military was established, they have made significant progress in training waves of eager recruits and officer cadets, all freed slaves. They handled themselves well against roving bandits but fought no other enemy. Furthermore, it took years to train up enough officer cadets to form a proper military high command, and Duria lacked the number of officers to do so without relying on Westerosi help. My Lady Archon, her ladyship Azella Rada, Franklin bowed as she introduced her. Ah, you are Grand Duke Rada's eldest daughter? Asked Senera as she offered a hand. The very same, Azella nodded while shaking the offered hand. Might I know your war council? Senera nodded. You already know General Doritarn, so here are my captains, Serino Stossar and Vir Anna Barolis. The man and woman, both bearing patches of pink skin where slave brands used to be, bowed to Azella with respect in their eyes and body language. One good thing about her father's reputation, Azella found. I learned from Lord Rada's letter, but are you sure you wish to accompany General Doritarn on this campaign? Asked Senera. Yes, Archon Senera, Azella answered curtly. Very well. Captain Stossar, if you would begin. Senera beckoned. Of course, my lady, Serino spoke, his voice a soft lilt and his body slightly skinny but filled with energy. Our scouts report that the Dothraki Kalassars are amassing into a greater horde that is slowly gathering strength, and it will not be long before they concentrate their strength for one mighty push at the nearest fortress to the northeast of here. I say horde, but in reality it is 3 separate Kalassars. They will soon reach the fortress in 2 days, and in that time we must quickly rush a cavalry and chariot force to the fortress and anticipate their vanguard, Vir Anna added, the young woman bearing a large vertical scar across her milky white left eye. Once the main army arrives, we will then surround them and finish them off. And if there are more Kalassars arriving? Asked Azella. There may not be any more, given that they number close to 30,000 in total, but we have already sent a request to His Grace to lend us his family's dragons, Senera answered. 30,000 was no trouble for the armies of Duria in terms of size, but the problem was that their military had yet to truly be established, their high command still needed more time to fully take form as their officers accumulate experience, and their troops needed to acclimatize themselves to their new tactics and training, ensuring they would no longer be reliant on Westerosi aid when the time came to withdraw it. What about their women and children, and their slaves? Questioned Azella. It was a fact that every Khalasar was not an army but a roving nomadic clan, each housing warriors and their women and children, and all the slaves they captured on their raids. We will free the slaves and welcome them, but regarding the women and children, Viarana's face darkened severely at the mere mention. We believe it too much of a risk to take any Dothraki into our nation, for any reason, Sereno added, glancing at Viarana's behavior. We will not enslave them, yet we will not welcome them either. They will be forced to return to the mercy of the Great Grass Sea. Whether their kin will be merciful to them after defeat is beyond our power. They are right, in a way, Senra pointed out. The recent Dothraki raids have left too few desiring them to remain, most especially alive. Many believe it is best to get rid of them before they become a problem. While Azella would love to put forward her own points, Vinara's simmering displeasure at the Dothraki made her question if she should speak. Lady Rada, what is your opinion? Senra decided to give her the opportunity, and so she spoke. I believe that after defeating them, we should take in their women and children, and any menfolk who submit to us, she answered bluntly. Viarana's eyes twitched at Azella's answer, though she held her tongue and settled for bottling her simmering emotions while maintaining a facade of civility. Sereno's face was incredulous, while Franklin and Senra held questioning looks. Out of the question, these monsters should never be given an inch of our soil or a place to live, Viarana firmly denied, and you suggest taking them in. Frankly, my lady, that just sounds illogical in the extreme, Sereno agreed, and even if we do take them in, who is to say mobs will not lynch them to the last survivor? Or rather, who is to say they will not cause friction with our people due to their customs? Azella had to admit, it was the first time she faced such firm and stubborn refusal for her ideas. Most times when her father brought her to meetings, people would either readily agree in support, be it out of genuine belief or to curry favor, or be evasive in their answers. It shook her, but she remained firm and stoic, determined in the face of opposition. Would you mind elaborating, my lady? Asked Franklin, the general sounding more curious though similarly dismissive. Azella nodded. The Dothraki respect strength above all else, and without their cult to maintain unity they will crumble apart. As such, when we defeat them in battle and decapitate their leadership, while their blood riders are oath-bound to avenge him or die in the process, and should they live they will try to escort their respective Khaleesis to V's Dothrak. There is that, Franklin conceded, but as Sereno said, the cultural differences between the Dothraki and the Daeryans are as wide as a bottomless chasm. There is also the matter of the countless atrocities they have inflicted on the SSC long before the doom of Valyria and during the Century of Blood. The Volantents of old have also died in droves to their raids, men, women and children alike. Perhaps if you simply said to reduce the number of Dothraki we need to fight, I would support your idea, Viarana put forth, but I firmly stand against your idea of taking in the defeated. May I ask why? Asked Azella. The Dothraki gave me this scar, Viarana said, her eyes turning distant as her face twisted into a visage of dark hatred, and took my parents from me. Azella knew better than to pry further into such matters. I do not deny the past histories and atrocities of the Dothraki, yet I believe there is benefit to turning the Dothraki to our side, Azella insisted, much to the War Council's displeasure. They are skilled riders, and if turned to our side, they can prove exceptional cavalry to throw at our enemies while preserving the lives of our own troops. Combine them with our modern tactics, and they will be a force to be reckoned with. Those tactics can simply be used against us, my lady, respectfully speaking, Senra pointed out, and disregarding their potential use, should Akal be defeated in battle by us and choose to submit, what would happen then? I heard that a Khalasar's unity only lasts as long as the Khal himself remains undefeated. Then he will cut his own braid and throw it at our feet, and will submit to our mercy. Although I admit, according to my studies, they prefer death over dishonor, and as such they consider surrender to be the utmost shame, Azella answered, her words articulate and her eyes clear. Once the Khal is dead or surrenders, his remaining riders will fight among themselves to lead their own subsidiary Khalasars, reducing the number of Dothraki we need to fight. If we remove the fighting men, the Khal and the blood riders, where else do the women and children have to go? And as I said earlier, the Dothraki respects strength. There will be Dothraki menfolk who may be more amicable to the idea of submitting to our mercy, if they find no reason to fight on or rebel or betray us. Depending, of course, if they find the prospect favorable. Although there was clear logic in Azella's words and historical evidence of Khalasars disuniting after the Khal's defeat lent credence to her idea, the War Council remained firmly unconvinced. Only Franklin seemed to show a curious yet cautious interest in her plans. If the captured warriors prove rebellious, traitorous, and such? Asked Franklin. Then we deal with them accordingly, Azella shrugged, drawing a hand across her neck. How do we ensure their loyalty, for that matter? Franklin pressed harder, if they rebel no matter what, then I am sad to say your idea will not work, my lady. We place men of fighting age on the front lines and have them fight, Azella answered, the widowed womenfolk, we can marry them to our soldiers and have them raise their children within the safety of our city walls rather than chance the unknown. Those same children will be more likely to repay that gratitude with their inherent horsemanship once they are grown, and come to see themselves indebted to the city that took them in. In the eventuality another Khalasar comes demanding tribute or blood, those same children will likely be among our defenders. This relies on far too many unknown factors that we have no control over, Lady Azella, Vienna interjected. I do not support such a risky proposal. Neither can I, Lady Azella, Sereno nodded. We won't know until we try, Azella offered. Perhaps, my lady, Franklin cut in, but this is all mere theory with no proven results. General Doritarn is right, my lady, and considering that the lives of our people are at stake, I also cannot lend my support to your plan for the Dothraki, Senra gently informed, to which Azella could only wordlessly nod. We shall postpone this matter for now until the Dothraki are dealt with. Is that acceptable for you, my lady? Yes, Archon Nugaris, Azella answered, holding back her sigh of disappointment. Senra nodded. This council is dismissed. Make your preparations, we must depart after our luncheon. Azella had to admit, it was hard to deal with people not truly accepting her idea despite her status and the logic of her argument. What she did not tell them was that from young, she grew up with stories of warrior nomadic peoples told to her and her siblings from their father, the Sarmatians who served as auxilia of the Roman Empire, the Jurchens and Mongolians who invaded the Empire of China, a country much like Uti, the Hunnic mercenaries employed by the Eastern Roman Empire against their rivals, the Persians. She heard tales of how their nomadic traditions, combined with modern technology and tactics, served to turn these once primitive peoples into forces of nature on the battlefield, and particularly in the case of China, the Mongolians sowed such widespread destruction and mayhem that they conquered much of the known world before their empire inevitably collapsed, and the total death toll they inflicted in a short few decades totaled between 37 to 60 million, far more than all the Dothraki raids in recorded history. Could anyone blame her for wanting to put them to use for the benefit of their ally? And yet, such was the reality of politics. The cavalry rode hard and fast, straining their horses until they neared exhaustion to cover as much time as possible on their trek towards Fort Caslock, where the Dothraki Khalasars were going to attack. Along the way, they changed horses at relay stations, allowing them to cover much more distance without any delay and avoid wasting precious steeds. Soon they made their way towards the fortress where the local garrison received them. Franklin was the first to greet the garrison commander. Aralos, what is the status of the garrison? Well stocked in provisions and ready for a siege, milord, Captain Aralos answered. The men await your command. Hearing this, Franklin gave his command, get them building a triple line of spiked barricades and prepare the infantry to take positions behind. We charge once the Dothraki charge is broken. Yes, milord. Aralos saluted and went off to perform his duties. Watch the preparation process carefully, my lady, Franklin suggested, it could be the difference between life and death. Of course, General, said Azella. The men were hard at work chopping wood into sharpened spikes before fastening them to logs. These obstacles, which Aaron called a cheval de frise 7, were then placed in triple rows in front of a group of infantry. The cavalry took a detour and took cover in a nearby forest, ready to ambush the Dothraki in the rear. Entrusting the cavalry to a Dornian captain, Franklin and Azella took their place in the center of the troop formations, where they awaited the arrival of the Dothraki. The Durian, Volantine, men were tense, sweat dripping down their foreheads both in anticipation and fear. The Dornian men, on the other hand, were calm and composed in the face of the encroaching danger, all of them veterans with years of experience. Then they heard a distant rumbling like the slow thumping of earth, followed by the distant screeching and screaming, a war cry of savages. Here they come! Franklin shouted hurriedly, all troops in positions. A soldier blew a crisp note on the horn, and shields were locked as spears were aimed at the encroaching cloud of dust. Azella felt her legs trembling, shaking like jelly. From the dust cloud poured 3,000 Dothraki. Bronze-skinned, half-naked barbarians screaming with bloodthirst. Azella felt her legs trembling, shaking like jelly, as she contemplated what the Dothraki did with their captive women. She resolved to never be captured. Archers prepare! Franklin ordered. Knock! The captains ordered. Arrows were knocked on bowstrings, strung on long, powerful composite bows crafted with Dornian expertise. Drawl! Bowstrings were pulled back, and the force required amounted to as much as 70 kilograms 8, more than enough to puncture most forms of armor save plate. Loose! At once the twangs of bowstrings filled the air as arrows flew towards the Dothraki with unerring accuracy, and dozens of screamers were felt in the initial volleys, mounts tripping over and crushing themselves and riders by sheer momentum. If the Dothraki had any tactical sense or simple logic, they would have realized that their lack of armor meant they were easy prey to projectile weaponry for both rider and mount, and with the sheer momentum of their charge dragging down scores of their number they effectively lost momentum in their charge. As a result, they would need to move and flank around their foes' defenses instead, harassing their enemy with arrows and dancing in circles while they employed other tactics to get rid of the cheval du frisés. If their archery was as good as their horsemanship, if they wielded the same composite bows with high draw power and equally durable arrows, they would have been able to find purchase in the new sets of half-plate armor most troops were outfitted with, perhaps even scoring some kills by landing arrows in weak spots. But the Dothraki have none of those ifs. So they charged, and they died. With unerring courage and determination, the Dothraki screeched again and continued their charge, eager to wet their blades with Durian blood, but the Durian and Dornian archers continued loosing volley after volley, their harsh training bearing fruit. Scorpions launched bolts that fell Dothraki in twos and threes, while catapults slung barrels of Tukosar fire that immolated hordes of Dothraki packed tightly together. Screams of agony filled the air as did the smell of roasting flesh, and many immolated Dothraki danced in unnatural rhythms while struggling and failing to put themselves out. Their suffering was mercifully cut short soon after by trampling. Then the Dothraki attempted to jump past the first obstacle, landing straight onto the cheval du frisés. Dozens were impaled upon the spiked traps, those who weren't killed at once were nevertheless stuck beyond hope. At Franklin's signal, pikemen moved forward and began spearing the survivors to death at their leisure, while archers picked stragglers off at close range. Once enough of the vanguard closed the distance with the spiked barricades, Franklin gave his next order, send the signal. The horn blew again. This time there was the rumbling of horse hooves thumping on the ground, and the Dothraki cried out in alarm as some saw dust clouds rising behind them. The cavalry had arrived, ready to take the Dothraki vanguard head-on. Lances and axes hacked the Dothraki to pieces, the new Durian cavalry soullessly carving flesh and bone apart with scimitar and axe. One Dothraki raider tried to flee, terrified for his life, only for a Dornian cataphract to run him down as one horse hoof crushed his chest for good measure. Another tried fighting back, brandishing his arachnine in a desperate attempt to parry, only to be beheaded with a half-hearted swing. A lance speared through another Dothraki rider and mount, and both were sent falling to the ground as the lance cracked from sheer strain. Faced with such a one-sided slaughter, the Dothraki finally lost their nerve and tried to flee. At this the Daeryans were buoyed with courage, many bending swords on shields or thumping pikes on the ground as they chanted in unison as a choir, some even screaming as loudly as the Dothraki themselves. Die! 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 Die, Dothraki curs! Come and die at the hands of proud Daeryans! We are no slaves, we are Daeryans, free and proud. It occurred to Azella that perhaps, having lived in fear of the Dothraki for so long in light of a lack of proper warfare and soldiery, no thanks to greedy magisters and illogical sensibilities, the Daeryans chanted these screams to banish their fear from their hearts and minds. No, that was incorrect. They did so as they imagined the sight of Dothraki running down their family members, of the women being defiled and their children being slaughtered like cattle, etching that fear into their hearts, turning that fear into anger and hatred. Franklin then gave another order. Charge! Leave none alive! The Daeryans proved most enthusiastic, slaughtering the Dothraki like cattle, just as the Dothraki themselves once slaughtered countless hapless SSC villagers who had no power to resist them. Domineering warriors who once lorded their strength over the weak and hapless were themselves rendered powerless, butchered with an efficiency that put the unsullied to shame. The Dothraki screamed with fear and agony as they died, and more than a few soiled their own pants and wept rivers of tears and snot, the smell of blood, piss, and guts mixing to form a potent concoction of rancid air that made Azella want to gag so badly. She saw a few Dothraki approach, their blades brandished, their eyes wide open and hysterical and spittle flying from their mouths. Brandishing her own scimitar and water magic, she cut down her fair share of enemies, and blood splattered across her armor and face. This was the first time she killed other humans in her whole life. She wanted to vomit, she wanted to run away and clean herself of all this grime, blood, and filth. Was this what her father had to deal with during the War of Roses and Serpents and his rebellion against House Martell? Was this what he and countless Dornian soldiers experienced in their long years of service? It was as Aaron said, there was no glory and luster in war, just slaughter and hell for the loser. Before long the last of the Dothraki were slain. The victorious men let out a jubilant roar, for these fresh soldiers of Duria scored first blood against the Dothraki, and with results that exceeded even the most optimistic expectations. Franklin cheered with his men, while Azella simply remained silent as she stared at the carnage, still shocked and struggling to comprehend it all. "My lady? Are you all right?" Azella jumped slightly when Franklin asked her. I am fine, General," Azella reassured. Franklin did not seem convinced, but wordlessly nodded. "This was just an advance party. We haven't seen the last of the Dothraki, so do expect more battles in the coming weeks," he gently informed her. "I understand," Azella nodded, "I'll leave my life in your hands, General. War. War never changes, no matter its face. And if the Dothraki were willing to invade a nation simply for existing, she feared that war with their kind would continue for as long as the Dothraki themselves existed, a vicious, unending cycle. She could only take comfort in the fact the men demonstrated great resolve and talent this day. Spoiler, Dorne under House Rada. 1 Oiter, the Rhoynish term for the curved swords, i.e. scimitars used predominantly by the Dornians. More specifically, they resemble the kilyy, a curved blade of Turkish origin, a one-handed, single-edged curved scimitar that saw widespread use in the Ottoman Empire during its Islamization along with the Timurid, Seljuk, and Mamluk empires. It serves both ceremonial and pragmatic purposes in the Dornian army. 2 Conqueror of the Black Walls, another title that Ebanu8 Rada earned from breaching the top ramparts of the Black Walls using specially made siege towers. 3 Capital, in stone architecture, the capital of a column is the top section of a column, often enhanced with decorative details, and one basic style of column capitals is the Emidonian style. 4 Emidonian manor, a general term used to refer to the Targaryen era architecture widely employed in the Targaryen domain during the Century of Blood. Named after the master architect Emidon Manarian who first served during the early years of Targaryen rule on Dragonstone. 5 Ridge helms, named such after the longitudinal ridge that united the helmet's construction, a bowl made up of 2 or 4 parts. This included cheek guards that protected the cheeks from laceration by sharp objects. 6 Kyvzokanadian Guard, the elite guard of the new nation of Doria, its members selected from veteran Daeryans who passed their training with flying colors and excelled in battle. They serve both as ceremonial honor guard and shock trooper battalions in war. The etymology of this word is derived from a mix of 3 words in High Valyrian, kvio, oath, pledge, vow, plus jaken, to accompany, to join, plus ndys, brave person, which together formed kvijkendis, its closest translation being bravery joined in oath. After remodeling the word for ease of hearing and simplifying pronunciation, it morphed into kvizakendi, kviziahkehnaty. Then the Westerosi reinterpreted it into the common tongue, or Westerosi, as Aaron insisted, and it became Kyvzokanadian. The name has since entered common use. 7 Cheval de Frise, it exists primarily as a static anti-cavalry defense, but also a quick stopgap measure to close breaches. Its invention is attributed to ancient China, and historical records suggest it was used there as early as the 4th century BC and was used to protect cities, forts, and other strategic locations from enemy attack. 8 kg, one of the SI, Standard International, units devised by Ebanu8 Rada and implemented province-wide across all Dornian lands. SI units themselves revolutionized logistics and trade, preventing people from fleecing others due to mismatched units that, more often than not, resulted in customers getting too much or too little cloth for a certain amount of payment, for example. 9 Arak, the traditional sword of Dothraki soldiers, resembling the Egyptian kapesh. Chapter XLII, Conflicting Ideas. 8 AC. Daria, Volantis. Azella Rada. For an entire year, Azella Rada fought countless Dothraki alongside General Franklin Doritarn, learning under his guidance the finer points of strategy and battlefield adaptability and the harsh realities of leadership. Many questioned if they should be led by someone who did not attend, much less graduate from East Point, but Azella displayed a relentless ability and desire to adapt, to change, and grow stronger as a commander. Though not a master swordsman like Franklin, she was able to cut down her fair share of enemies in combat, and more than once she displayed daring and bravery in executing several strategies that led to the defeat of several Khalasars. She shared weal and woe with the troops, talking with countless captains and colonels and getting to know them better, and soon she earned a loyal following of her own. As the war progressed, however, more and more Khalasars joined and strengthened the invaders' ranks, eager to show the Daeryans the folly of their actions and avenge their embarrassingly easy defeats at the hands of former slaves. Needless to say, due to their refusal to change and adopt the tactics of their enemies, they failed miserably. A new generation of intrepid heroes and brilliant strategists made themselves known among Westerosi and Dorian alike, and one unit of Westerosi troops soon made a name for themselves. A battalion of Northmen, led by a Colonel Eckard of the North, demonstrated relentless offensive capabilities and cold-blooded ruthlessness against the savages of the Dothraki Sea, incorporating Dornian and Tigonian tactics to full effect. A striking feature of these Northmen were that many were Crannogman I composing its ranks, and the colonel himself was a graduate of East Point. The body count of his battalion against the Dothraki reached into the thousands, and from the rank of lieutenant, Eckard rapidly ascended the ranks by merit of his own achievements and quickly came to stand out amongst the thousands of other Northmen serving in the Westerosi war host. It was logical to assume he wished for some significant reward after this campaign. Soon, Azella would face a terrible challenge regarding the Dothraki captives. More specifically, with getting her Dorian comrades to agree on a proper solution that did not involve simple expulsion or worse, wholesale genocide. I said it once before, and I will say it again, my lady, we will not give them any place to settle in Doria, and we will not take in the defeated captives. Rhoynish declared to Azella. They are defeated, and they fear us. Azella retorted, and if we let them go back to their kind, they will simply be turned upon. Then let the Dothraki deal with them. Rhoynish argued, we do not have the means to support them regardless, and we simply cannot accommodate them when we ourselves are barely fresh from an invasion. The shipments of food we receive are meant for hungry Dorian mouths, our brothers and sisters, not barbaric refugees. Even then, surely you could put them to use? Azella questioned, to which Rhoynish only glared darkly. I would not even use them as arrow fodder, Rhoynish growled, they don't deserve that honor. Then at least we could just leave them at the very fringe of the border, Rhoynish, Azella suggested, once this war is over, we can then determine what to do with them. Rhoynish huffed, but said, as you wish, my lady. Rhoynish walked away with an angry stride, barely making effort to avoid colliding with Azella as she did so. Azella herself sighed, shaking her head before walking out of the command tent. You still insist on your current course of action with the Dothraki? Azella nodded slowly as she faced Franklin, who waited outside the tent. I still believe the Dothraki can be made use of, turned to good purpose so long as the ones who perpetrate the stagnation are dealt with, she said firmly to Franklin, and look at the women and children, where can they go? At the very least, if we can give them a life away from their kindred, they can begin to change for the better, and become useful people who can contribute to society. The women can live free lives, and children do not have to be raised to become barbaric, rapist killers. You know the Daeryans will never accept your proposal, Franklin pointed out. I know, General. I know, Azella smiled sadly, and yet I still wish to persist. Franklin patted her on the shoulder, take some rest for now, my lady. We've a large battle to fight tomorrow. I. The final battle was, anticlimactic, to say the least. True to their culture, the Dothraki once again died terribly ignominious and embarrassing deaths in a massed frontal charge at the combined Durian-Westerosi formations. Like the battle at Fort Caslock, the Dothraki charged and died like a mass of bodies, a true horde. With the last of the fighting Khals dead along with their blood riders, there remained a small minority of Dothraki warriors who willingly threw down their weapons in surrender, but not before cutting their braids and throwing them at the feet of the conquerors. In the eyes of all other Dothraki, they were now the lowest scum of the earth. But they cared not for their shame. No soul surrendered. All of them died fighting to their very last breath. And it was in the aftermath of the battle that tensions reached their peak. No, we will not spare these Dothraki women and children. They are barbarians. They will die like barbarians. What use could they possibly have for civilized cultures like ours? Azella found herself the sole voice of compassion for the defeated Dothraki, a lone sheep among wolves eager to cut her down to size. The Daeryans did not want them, and the Westerosi wanted to wash their hands clean. Only the Dornians did not raise their voices, loyal to the blood of House Rata, yet even they did not lend support to Azella's proposal and murmured about washing their hands clean of them. Franklin remained completely silent, offering her support in the form of a pat on her back. No country wanted a horde of refugees on their doorstep. There will be order in this council. Archon Senra roared, thumping her spear on the ground with a hard thud. At once the council was silent, and all turned to face the Archon of Duria. It is clear that none will take in the Dothraki refugees, and we are at an impasse on what to do with them, Senra said, her tone in neither agreement nor disagreement. None support Azella's proposal of integration for the Dothraki and supporting their transition into a civilized society, or to make use of them as troops against other Dothraki or other free cities, should there be hostilities against them. All murmured their agreements in hushed whispers. As such, I wish to ask the proposer of this plan about her next course of action, Senra said, and all eyes turned to Azella. My lady, do you have an answer to give to this council? With all other options exhausted, there was only one choice to take, one last chance to give the refugees a chance for a brighter tomorrow. Since no one else will take them in, I will, Azella declared, I will bring them with me to Dorne. The council was stunned into silence. No one, not even the Dornians, expected such an outlandish and ridiculous answer. After all, who in their right mind would ever attempt to care for such barbarians? And yet such was the firm conviction in Azella's words, expression, in every part of her demeanor, that not even the ferocious and vengeful Rhoynish who held an adamantine hatred for the Dothraki could adequately respond. Some of the Dornians showed similar disbelief, but chose to keep silent rather than voice their opinion in response to her answer, such was their absolute loyalty to the family of the Black Fox. Are you absolutely sure about this, my lady? Asked Senra, looking cautiously at both Azella and the audience. There are close to 100,000 refugees you have to take and 3/4 of them are women and children, not to mention countless other factors at play. I am sure, Azella declared resolutely. Franklin nodded, then stepped forward and said, Her ladyship has spoken. Let none gainsay her commitment. And the matter was settled. No one was truly happy, but at least the Daeryans could wash their hands of the unwanted Dothraki refugees. With countless thousands of Dothraki dead, it would be decades before they could muster such strength again, and after the War of Crimson Steeds as it was named by Durian historians, the strength of Duria was already beginning to write its own legend. National morale and pride in Duria surged by leaps and bounds, and other free cities were now eager to curry favor, bravos especially due to their shared history of freedom from slavery. And due to the combined military achievements shared by both suzerain and vassal, Westerosi-Durian ties would also become stronger and a deeper loyalty to the alliance instilled into the minds of the Durian populace. Yet for Azella Rada, her struggles would only continue. I. Roya Aaron Rada. So, let me get this straight, you chose to bring over 100,000 Dothraki refugees all the way from Essos to Dorne, despite obvious disapproval by our allies and the logistical nightmare that comes with integrating a primitive society. Yes, father, Azella answered curtly. Aaron groaned and rubbed his forehead, before pinching his nose as he tried to comprehend the recklessness of his daughter's actions. He knew of everything through correspondence with Franklin Doritarn, but he had to admit, learning of it in person was another thing. Daughter. I know others have said this to you already, but this is exceedingly reckless, Belandra remonstrated. Don't you understand that as eldest child and heir to our ducal family, your actions have consequences? I am aware, Azella faltered slightly. I admit I acted in the moment, but I just could not sit idly by, worse things would have happened otherwise. Belandra wished to say more, but Aaron intervened with a gentle hand and shook his head at her. Can I ask why you chose to take them in, Azella? Asked Aaron. I heard that you disagreed with many Durian officers over the matter of the Dothraki. They wanted to kill the women and children, even though they did no wrong, Azella stated, her lips trembling and her eyes twitching. They just wanted to slaughter them all. I also wanted to make use of Dothraki horsemanship to our benefit, to put them to use for the betterment of Duria and our alliance. And they wanted nothing to do with them at all, not even to use them as disposable pawns. Azella took a deep breath, steadying herself. Is hatred so terrible and deep that we wish for the extermination of an entire people? Aaron sighed, nodding in understanding and giving her a gentle smile as he patted Azella's shoulder. Take a seat, Aaron beckoned. Azella obliged, and together, they sat down and prepared to talk. So Azella, when you said that you wished to make use of the Dothraki, how do you expect to do so? Asked Aaron. Do you know the difficulties you face? Azella nodded confidently. The Dothraki are the very definition of a primitive society. They have no currency and do not understand the concept of trade. Their government is centralized around brute strength and absolute power in the hands of Ikal and his blood riders. Their tactics have not evolved beyond a massed frontal assault. Their women and children have absolutely no real useful skills and produce no luxury goods, and the women are treated as broodmares. Their religion is a central proponent of their way of life. They are difficult to integrate and uplift. And do you understand that since you openly declared your intentions to take care of them, people will now watch you closely to see if you can back your rhetoric, both fellow Dornians and other Westerosi, and the Daeryans? Aaron asked, his tone gentle yet firm and brooking no argument, and that they will watch our entire family for weakness. Weakness that they can exploit to bring us to heel. Azella nodded in gradual understanding, breathing deeply and almost sinking into her chair in weariness. Yes, father. I do, she answered, face covered with her hands and eyes averted from her parents. Aaron hugged her close, offering his shoulder as a pillar of support. You have been reckless, but I do see that you are a firm believer in your convictions, Aaron said to her. There's nothing wrong with that, or wanting to help people in need. There are countless who'd say otherwise, Azella muttered, her voice so subdued it was barely above a whisper. They say showing mercy to such people is weakness. Don't let them bother you, Belandra said firmly. You helped those Dothraki because it is who you are, and like your father, you saw benefit and opportunity. No one can choose for you. Azella sighed heavily and said, for what it's worth, I just wanted to make you both proud, to be a worthy successor to the Rada name. And Azella, we already told you countless times to not worry about that, Belandra reiterated. If you let yourself be so distracted by obligations and expectations, you cannot truly grow as a person. Before being a scion of House Rada and successor to your father's legacy, you are our daughter, first and foremost. Nothing can change that. Azella slowly nodded as she digested her mother's words. Father, when I offered my proposal to integrate the Dothraki, I admit I acted on dreams, hopeful and fanciful dreams based on stories you told us when we were young, Azella admitted. I wished to transform the Dothraki into a proper nomadic warrior society, like the Sarmatian Auxila of Western Rome and the Hunnic mercenaries of Byzantium. You wish to make that a reality? Aaron asked, genuinely interested and half concerned. Yes, father, Azella affirmed. I hoped that by achieving a successful Dothraki integration, I could achieve what you could not. Aaron pursed his lips, leaning his head into his hand in disappointment. Azella could see that Aaron was warring with his own emotions, pain and disappointment flashing in his distant eyes. I think I placed too much of a burden on you, Azella, Aaron admitted, his voice terribly soft and sorrowful. I did not think you were so challenged on dealing with the expectations. I should have talked to you more about this. I must talk more with you, with our children, on this matter. Aaron sniffed, wiping a tear from his eye. I'm so sorry you had to suffer like this. Azella was swift to embrace her father in comfort. I'm the one who should be sorry, she said with a smile. The three of them embraced for a long, pregnant pause before they released each other. I stand by my decision to help the Dothraki, and they are now my responsibility. Though I admit, I will need much help as this is new territory and I'm completely unfamiliar, as Ella said, will you help me, father? Mother. Of course, as much help as you need, Aaron smiled and nodded. I will send missives and determine who is willing to lend a helping hand, Balandra said. No matter her misgivings or that of anyone else, as Ella had made her decision to help the Dothraki settle down in Dorne, and start a new life away from their raiding days in Essos. Whether it was the right or not, that was for the history books to determine. III. King's Landing. Eckard. The War of Crimson Steeds saw countless hedge knights be promoted to full-fledged knights and lords in light of their meritorious achievements in battle, and countless lords be awarded great treasure and influence. For Tegania, the Reach, especially, the ennoblement of new lords was a boon given how many minor households faced extinction in the ill-fated War of Roses and Serpents, and their revolutionary tactics saw their influence and status as a martial power be mended. At King's Landing, the Targaryens presided over countless promotions of minor petty lords and hedge knights for what seemed like hours, a mere formality given how swiftly their promotions had already been ratified. Then came the unlikely hero among the Northmen. Eckard of Sonaria, the North, and Oberyn of Dorne, stepped forward. Rhoynish called out. The two mentioned men came forward and knelt before the Iron Throne, and all eyes were on them. The former with his striking white hair and crimson eyes had countless gossiping and morbid curiosity and slight trepidation, muttering curses and whispers of magic, while the latter struck the image of a mighty, imposing, and handsome warrior, a far cry from his bookish self of 3 years prior. Aegon Targaryen stood from his seat and approached the two men, who kept their faces facing the ground. These two men have distinguished themselves in battle, saving countless Northmen 2 lives and turning the tide in our favor, not to mention killing at least half a dozen cows by themselves, Lord Paramount Torrhen Stark reported, sounding both respectful and slightly envious. As such, I would like to recommend them for promotion to lordly status. It was a political move to endear Eckard to the north, for he was by far the only Northman graduate of the Arislanyi, Sons Pair, military academy and a proven commander of men, and a man of such experience and intimacy with Dornian tactics was invaluable to Sonaria, which even now struggled to build influence with the rest of Westeros further south. As for Oberyn, he himself had already stated that he was sworn to follow him as a knight followed his liege lord, saving Torrhen a potential headache in trying to convince him. Very well, Aegon said as he stood up from the throne, walking towards the two young men. Unsheathing Blackfire 3, he tapped it on their shoulders. In the name of the 14, I charge you to be warriors of steadfast loyalty and unwavering bravery, and to protect the people against the strong and domineering, he recited. I, Aegon Targaryen, King of the Valyri, the Andalhai, the Endenhai, and the Rhoynish, name you both lords of Sonaria. Arise lords of Westeros. Thank you, your grace, Eckard nodded as they stood up. Now, I understand you do not have a fief of your own, Aegon noted, so might I ask if there is a particular plot of land you wish to acquire, or if you would rather Lord Paramount Torrhen choose for you. Moat Cailin, your grace, Eckard answered. Moat Cailin? Asked Aegon, the place has lain in ruin for countless centuries since the extinction of House Callan, and no one has sought to rebuild it since. Might I ask why? Moat Cailin, or at least the region surrounding it, was my home and birthplace, Eckard answered, a wistful tone in his words. It will be an expensive endeavor to repair it, and I know the sheer cost would bankrupt most houses, especially a newly formed house, but I simply wish to do a service for my home. Aegon nodded, an admirable sentiment, and one I respect. What about Lord Oberyn, by the way? I am content with serving Lord Eckard, your grace, Oberyn answered, his face firmly neutral. No one dared to believe Oberyn did not want for anything, but they held their tongues. And considering that Oberyn was ranked major while Eckard was colonel, this subordination did make sense in a way. Very well, I hereby name you the Lord of Moat Cailin, Aegon stated. My gracious thanks, Eckard bowed. So what will your house name be? Asked Visenya, her eyes squarely on the new lord. Blodfeld, Eckard answered. Your house holds coat of arms. A snow leopard with a burning torch in its mouth on a field of amber. Your house's words. All or nothing. And Oberyn, asked Aegon, what is your household's name? Tigerat. Your coat of arms. A white crocodile on a field of grey. Your house's words. Strength and wisdom. What of your chosen fief? Aegon questioned, do you have any place in particular? Any fief that is within the lands under Moat Cailin, Oberyn answered. Aegon nodded approvingly, and declared, behold, Lords Eckard Blodfeld and Oberyn Tigerat of Sonaria. And the crowd gave a round of applause. After his ennoblement, Lord Eckard was gifted 100,000 gold dragons from Aaron Rada, ostensibly as thanks for helping Dornian troops in times of crisis on several occasions. The money was more than enough to rebuild Moat Cailin using modern techniques and high-quality materials, though some would argue that Eckard only needed less than a fifth of said amount. While such naysayers would be right in spite of money not being an issue for Aaron Rada, the reality was that Eckard himself approached Aaron in secret and made a request for such a large amount of gold, and that in exchange for gifting him the gold, Eckard was to fulfill at least a dozen favors in exchange for the Black Fox. The official reasons for reward were merely to deflect suspicion. And the foundation was set for the rise of a new power in the north. Rhoynish. Aaron Rada. Rhoynish, once the greatest of the Rhoynish city-states before its downfall at the hands of Valyrian conquerors during the Second Spice War, home of Prince Garin the Great who sought to repel the Valyrian invaders with an invasion of his own, extending far into the Valyrian freehold before their eventual retaliation. His legacy was one that ended in tragedy, the Rhoynish great host defeated and the last Rhoynish city-states falling to Valyrian aggression. If anyone asks me, he's Garin the prideful prick, he sent his men to die while Nymeria tried to preserve her people. Then again, he never truly had another choice if exile was no option. Keeping his disdain to himself, Aaron accompanied this archaeological expedition to the Lost City, hoping to glean hidden secrets within the ancient ruins which could grant his people a much-needed advantage in his eventual rebellion. When the ships sailed close to the ruins of Rhoynish, the grey mists that shrouded the city, said to curse any and all trespassers with grayscale 4, mysteriously parted before the morning sun, clearing the way for their unmolested advance towards the heart of the city. Rhoynish, once the greatest and wealthiest of all Rhoynish city-states that rivaled all others in grandeur and splendor, was now a hollow, sunken ruin, its streets and buildings desolate and virtually blanketed in barnacles and all manner of fungal growth. The city stank of dampness and despair, a massive living tomb stretching for miles around. Any color on the walls and tiles had long faded, leaving behind a ubiquitous, dreary grey landscape. Rhoynish Harry preserve us. Aaron was grim-faced and silent all the way while his men exchanged whispers and muttered prayers, the fallen city of vindication in his eyes that pride and ego, not a genuine loyalty to his home country, motivated Garin to his doomed crusade. They soon approached the city center where the ruined Rhoynish palace once stood. For countless generations since its founding, it served as the seat of power of the Tycholios family 5 before its ruin. At its peak, the palace held a gigantic library that surpassed even the most renowned of academic institutions in the Valyrian heartland, and it was Aaron's hope and the hope of his inner circle that they could find the knowledge they were looking for. "My lord, we are near the palace," one of the sailors reported. "It looks like there is a port we can dock at." "We dock immediately." "Then we'll search the library," Aaron ordered. "Make sure the ships and archaeologists are under guard at all times, and see to it that everyone is accounted for." "Aye, my lord," the sailor saluted. "Now, what bounty shall we collect from this treasure hunt?" "Aye. The libraries of the Rhoynish palace were vast as the ancient histories described, rows upon rows of shelves enough to educate 5 armies, housing thousands of volumes of texts of all varieties of subjects from history to academia of both the mundane and arcane nature. Due to age and ambient humidity, however, many of the texts had corroded and the pages fused together through moisture, and the archaeologists had to be extra careful with opening the books and separating the pages, using refined tools and years of experience to perform their tasks. Other teams of archaeologists combed the rest of the city, searching for any other tomes of knowledge or ancient artifacts to bring home. And the reap was enormous. "Excuse me, run that by me again?" Aaron asked. "Yes, my lord." Apparently, the Rhoynish were in the process of attempting to improve the enchantments of their steel, to make it comparable to Valyrian spell-forged steel. The archaeologist excitedly reported. Sadly, their experiments were unfinished as the city was torched, but the archivists managed to safely hide this knowledge in the deepest vaults. "We also managed to find some artifacts that, in theory, should be able to help us design anti-air weaponry capable of accurately targeting dragons and piercing their scales, along with a plethora of other magical and mundane lore long lost to Nymeria's exiles. With time, we can make it all a reality, but they are neither quick nor cheap endeavors to pursue. Either way, it's best we keep it all under wraps," Aaron replied. "The new magical steel is perhaps the only thing we can publicly manufacture for now." "Indeed, my lord. Perhaps it is a good thing that we have such a long peace," the archaeologist remarked. "Indeed it is," Aaron smiled. And then Aaron heard a voice in the air, a voice that sounded like a soft lilting mezzo-soprano, a youthful voice filled with sorrow and remorse. "Please, find me in the throne room of the palace, and we may talk there." Aaron groaned inwardly. One Cranagman, the name given to the short-statured, reclusive denizens of the Neck, known to be a poor people and who seldom leave their lands. Living in villages of thatch and reed that sit atop floating islands in the mire, Cranags, they subsist on fishing and frogging. Many speculate their small stature is simply due to poor nutrition. Too many people in the north could not truly accept that they were now a conquered people, and that their home's name was changed. As such, as a form of silent protest, a great number of Northmen continue to refer to themselves as Northmen and not as Sonarians. 3 Black Fire, a Valyrian steel bastard sword, and the weapon of Aegon the Conqueror himself. 4 Grayscale, a dreaded and usually fatal disease that leaves the skin cracked, flaying, and stone-like to the touch and flesh stiff and dead. Those who survive after contracting it are completely immune but often scarred for life, and rarely do survivors make a full recovery. 5. Tycho Lyo's family, the ruling dynasty of Rhoynish, and the family of Garin the Great. Chapter Slain, Divine Revelation. 13 AC. Dorne. Az-el-Arada. Az-el-Arada trotted on horseback at the head of a long column of Dothraki refugees, who formed a snaking line that arduously trekked forward under the hot blistering sun, 2 columns of troops escorting them with nary a complaint. Khaleesi, how much farther? Az-Ela looked down at the young Dothraki boy she took onto his lap, a young boy who had bandages wrapped around his knees and feet, covered in a cloak to shield him from the Dornian sun. Just a little farther, Temujin, Az-Ela reassured with a smile, don't worry. Named by Az-Ela after a famous war leader and conqueror in one of Aeron's countless stories, young Temujin was a malnourished and bloodied slave boy rescued from one of countless Dothraki camps. His legs were so badly beaten that his bones were broken, and he required extensive healing over several days to be saved from death's door. Az-Ela took pity on him, and since then Temujin clung tightly to her wherever she went. When Az-Ela took them under their wing, she faced great difficulty convincing the Dothraki to sail on ships to Westeros, for they believed the sea water poisoned and full of wily evil due to the discomforting pain it caused to their horses when they drank it, and only Az-Ela's authority as Khaleesi convinced them otherwise. Suffice to say, few in Dorne were pleased at the thought of having to accommodate 100,000 barbaric refugees from Essos, though nobody dared to protest with Aeron weighing in personally. Soon the Dothraki convoy reached the land where they would settle down, located at equal distance from Yarha, Sun's Gift, Rakafar, Eagle Fort, and Noyure, the Tor, slightly west of the Scroin, Scourge, River, and the Dothraki gasped at the sight. Lush, green grass for miles around, dotted patches of forests sheltering oases of fresh drinking water that ran deep as wells, the sound of birds chirping filling the air. A cool, gentle breeze blew through the convoy, relieving them slightly of the desert heat as some fell to their knees in awe, relief, and gratitude. Is this our new home? Temujin asked, tears of joy spilling out of his eyes. Yes, Temujin, Az-Ela smiled, now and forevermore. In the land they settled, the Dothraki, now named the Bytrenor, people of the horse, would unite to build their new capital city or Arpastil I, and it would become the beacon of their reborn civilization, and a sign of hope for change, progress, and stability. I. Royahum, God's grace. Ismire Rada. Honestly, I wonder what my sister gets to sometimes. Ismire adopted a wry smile as she inspected the recent reports sent by her eldest sister, confused as to whether she should feel pride, confusion, or outright disbelief over her adoption of the Bytrenor. From what I can see, her compassion drove her to help them. Ismire turned to face her mother Belandra as she approached, the latter looking quite fatigued as she blinked away sleepiness from her eyes. What did Az-Ela say in her reports, by the way? Asked Belandra. That their settlement is proceeding smoothly, with all manner of Rhoynish craftsmen and clergy folk helping the process, Ismire stated. There was initial difficulty getting them to accept our wizards due to the teachings of this Dosh Kalain too, but was that quickly handled? Anything else? No, nothing more. At least nothing of import, Ismire replied, though to be honest, I can't truly agree with taking in so many refugees into our home. She took them in because she has compassion for the weak and downtrodden, and believed in their capacity to change, Belandra gently pointed out with a smile, and that is simply who she is, you know this better than anyone else outside our family. Ismire let out a sigh, sometimes I think she's a little too compassionate for her own good. But, you're right. I suppose all we can do is trust in the fruits of her labor. Isn't that why you also sent her more wizards, the Geomancists 3, the Renewers 4 and the Arcanists 5? Belandra asked with a knowing smile. Ismire simply flashed a look of exasperation. That aside, mother, what has you so exhausted? Ismire questioned, is it other Westerosi nobles giving you trouble? You know it's never that, Ismire, Belandra clarified, it was the Zadok brothers. The Zadok brothers? Asked Ismire, if I recall correctly, they just conquered Waelano by force, didn't they? Yes, the Maxwadok, crazy heads, 6 proved a terrifying force in battle while the Zadok navy devastated their swan ships, and since the Summer Icelanders never faced our traditional methods of warfare, Belandra explained. And the Summer Icelanders believe their lands are the only lands in a world of ocean, Ismire's voice dripped with sarcasm, once again, the Maxwadok proved their mettle, just as they did in the disputed lands. Don't forget it was the Rukuraleru, Silver Arbor, company's gold that paid for their equipment, supplies, and training, Belandra pointed out, and now those brothers are the richest princes in all the Summer Isles. The Rukuraleru, Silver Arbor, company was not one of the richest companies in the known world, having only been in business for 5 years and dabbling mostly in Westerosi and SSE trade, but due to its wide array of trade goods offered in both mass and niche markets, they were able to make enough money to afford 5,000 infantry elites, a fleet of 20 ships and a few thousand sailors and marines. How is Aunt Druzelka? Ismire asked, her face softening with concern. I worry about her. She is fine, all things considered, Balandra frowned, though I fear with Terrell suddenly approaching us for an alliance, he may be tempted to enact more antics against his rival princes. Holt is a good husband, though I also fear he's much too accommodating of Terrell sometimes, even though he's also keeping his worst impulses in check. Ismire nodded to herself. That's what gave you your headache, isn't it, mother? Yes, Balandra admitted. Terrell used Druzelka's marriage to Holta as reasoning to form an alliance between Dorne and Rhoynish. Ismire cursed beneath her breath. Terrell, that slimy snake. As much as I hate to admit it, we have no true reason to refuse after we offered him shelter, and my husband did offer his own support for their cause in turn, Balandra said. We have no clause to refuse him. I pray this does not come back to bite us, Ismire reluctantly agreed with a sigh. After extensive negotiations, House Rada agreed to an official alliance with House Zadok of Rhoynish. Soon, the Treaty of Burning Cinders was signed in the city of Koratorim, Tall Trees Town. 7. The rule of the Zadoks on Rhoynish and their alliance with House Rada was recognized, and peace was to endure for 10 years unmolested. Time would tell if the alliance between the Zadoks and the Radas would endure. I ben, Skirich. Aaron Rada. Aaron sat down and waited for the servant to finish pouring orange-flavored water into 2 cups, before she bowed and gave both him and Garen private space. I see that my money was well invested, said Aaron with a smile. Digging straight into the mountains to build a city was quite unheard of, I have to admit, Garen returned the smile as he took a sip. I mean, that was before we stumbled upon that ancient library in that cave. Gods, what surprises the gods have for us. I'd like to think it's both divine intervention and our luck, Garen, Aaron suggested. Luck is for those who don't believe in the gods, my lord, corrected Garen. Anyways, the city of Peshoi, Rose City, sees steady progress in construction, and with the vents and sun mirrors in place, the settlers can independently support their own agricultural efforts. The military facilities and mining complexes will need more time to be fully built, however. And the Seeing Stones 8. There is some difficulty in their creation, Garen reluctantly informed. Not only are our arcanists struggling with the specific spells and enchantments, the material itself is also an issue. Have we found a workaround for these problems? Asked Aaron, concerned. The answer's quite simple, actually, Garen stated with hope. The simple matter is designing the most suitable enchanted glass which can easily take in the magic spells needed to create the Seeing Stones you described, and to that end, we needed only the inclusion of one ingredient, obsidian. Obsidian. Yes, the same material blacksmiths add in a crushed powdered form to allow steel to take on magical properties far more easily, Garen smiled. All we need to do is find the right formula and refine the process, and from there it should prove far easier to create the Seeing Stones. How soon can I expect a working prototype? Aaron asked. Garen replied with a shrug, 1 or 2 years, maybe 3. As for a mass-producible model, I'd say 5. I waited 10 years to rebel against House Martell, I can wait 1 more year. Aaron pointed out. Garen downed his cup, then took a deep breath before asking his next question. So, what exactly did Prince Garen tell you in Rhoynish? Aaron sighed, grumbling under his breath. Rhoynish. 5 years earlier. The ruined throne room of the Rhoynish palace was a stark reminder of what it meant to fall due to hubris, when a once proud beacon of civilization could be reduced to rubble by a stronger nation due to any reason, be it stagnation or deteriorating circumstances. Perhaps if the Rhoynish had put aside their differences and united earlier, they could have pooled their resources to develop proper countermeasures to the Targaryen dragons, created an army capable of taking on the Valyrian armies head-on, or even steal dragon eggs to hatch and raise their own dragons. Far too many what-ifs at play meant that there was an unlikely chance for the Rhoynish to truly mount anything more than a brief, stiff resistance, as Garen the Great's war host did. Walking into the impromptu tomb of Garen the Great, Aaron saw a lone skeleton on a ruined throne of wood, rotting and cracking in several places and pockmarked with barnacles. You have arrived. Aaron was alone in the palace with Huang Shui and a handful of trusted Merkavi when they saw a spectral form of a man materialize before their very eyes. By instinct, the guards drew their saoiter and formed a protective barrier in front of the 2 leaders. Please, do not be alarmed, the ghost reassured, I am Prince Garen of Rhoynish. Well, I was. Aaron gestured for his men to stay their blades. They reluctantly obeyed. Never thought you'd chat with me like this, Aaron remarked dryly, I thought you'd prefer eternal rest in the afterlife. Is something bothering you? Yes. My past mistakes, Garen admitted ruefully. Then why talk to me? Aaron couldn't help but ask. I simply wish to know you better, your dreams and ambitions, Garen answered, and why you succeeded as you have. That's it. That's it, Garen affirmed. Really? Pardon me for saying this, but with people like you, things are hardly that simple, Aaron pointed out with suspicion. To me, you were a very vain and proud person who couldn't accept the fact that the Rhoynar were losing badly in the spice wars. Do you know why? I do, Garen answered, unable to refute Aaron's words. I just could not accept Nymaria's suggestion that we seek greener pastures elsewhere. Why should we run and abandon our homeland? Rather, should we continue running for as long as Valeria attacks us? The ghost of Garen heaved a heavy sigh. Then again, maybe I was just lying to myself, running away from reality, he admitted. As you know, our people remained disunited even in the face of Valyrian aggression, and not once did we ever move to truly form a united front until it was too late. Our armies were no match for the hundreds of dragons, and our wizards' critical weakness exposed to reveal what we truly were, a paper tiger. There are those who cannot stand running, especially when they have so much to lose by doing so, Aaron admitted. Garen's face turned into a sour grimace. Why is it that fate conspired to bring down our once proud civilization at the hands of the Valyrians? I don't know the answer to that, Aaron said. I only know that this is and has always been a dog-eat-dog world where the strong devour the weak. You are right on that. Another misty figure manifested before them. Once again the Mercavi's hands drifted to their blades. At first glance, she looked no different from a Rhoynar woman, chocolate brown skin and eyes, her long black locks smooth as silk and cascading down her shoulders like a curtain, her supple, matronly form filled with ample curves that drew the eyes of countless men. Her eyes shone like stars with an inner light, and she held an air of otherworldly power that made everyone think twice about making her their enemy. Garen fully prostrated himself before the woman who appeared. Upon a closer look, Aaron also realized the true identity of the intruder. Rhoynish. The Mercavi gasped in awe, and they fell to a knee in reverence. Huang Shuat, unsure of how to react, simply bowed deeply at the waist. Aaron merely bowed slightly, his eyes fixed firmly on Mother Rhoyne. At ease, all of you, Mother Rhoyne reassured, I have come to talk with Aaron Rada, and to give answers. If it were anyone else in Aaron's position, perhaps another person from Earth who idolized the so-called self-insert trope, a young person yet to truly endure the harsh realities of the world or a devout worshipper, he or she would either be jumping for joy and celebrating in triumph, shivering in fear or falling prostrate and worshipping with his face firmly on the ground, as if not daring to gaze a living god in the eye. Aaron Rada, on the other hand, merely greeted and regarded her as if she were an old acquaintance. As such, both Huang Shui and the Mercavi looked at him strangely when they noticed how relaxed he was. Will this be a long chat, Mother Rhoyne? Asked Aaron. Yes, it is, Mother Rhoyne answered, and it is to be private, between me, Garen and you. Then Aaron turned to the Mercavi and ordered, bring me a chair and stand guard outside to make sure no one disturbs us. Huang Shui, you return to the dig site and oversee the archaeological discoveries. Yes, my liege, the leader saluted. Soon Aaron was seated, as were the misty apparitions of Rhoynish and Garen. Aaron, Mother Rhoyne began, I'm certain you have many questions, but allow me to say that it was I who brought you here from Earth, after you passed from old age. Aaron shrugged in casual acceptance. Then may I start? Asked Aaron. You may, Mother Rhoyne nodded. Aaron then asked, am I to believe you brought me here to avert a terrible future for not only Dorne, but all of Westeros? Yes, that is right, Mother Rhoyne answered, as you know from your source, the great others slumber in the lands of always winter, ready to strike back once the wall's magics weaken enough for them to bring about its collapse. Yet even with Aegon's conquest, the lords of Westeros remain as divided as ever, much to the land's detriment. Foolish is man's nature to never let go of their power willingly, Garen muttered. Which is why I'm here, Aaron clarified. Yes, but not only to eliminate those who would perpetrate this stagnation, Mother Rhoyne continued, to understand why this world has stagnated as it has, you must understand the fear of the other gods. They saw how the world of Earth progressed. They saw how man dominated their fellow man, how entire cultures were subsumed and entire tribes put to the sword in the name of domination and progress, and of how they destroyed themselves in the heat of passion. They feared the same would happen here, that eventually man's progress would completely eradicate all the native non-human tribes of this world and eventually bring about their own extinction, and thus work to perpetrate this stagnation, all in the hopes of avoiding this future. Mother Rhoyne sighed heavily in disappointment. Eventually, however, it devolved into a fight between gods for control over this world. The old gods' followers lost because of this stagnation they themselves imposed, and due to the Andal's superior technology and their religious doctrine, they managed to conquer much of Westeros and exterminate the children of the forest who did not escape. I'm sure you already know this, but despite their powers, the children were easily overwhelmed by sheer numbers and fanatical zeal. Fanaticism is an exceptionally potent weapon, capable of overriding even your darkest fears, Aaron nodded in agreement. And a weapon that saw the Rhoynar water wizards hunted down during the Red Edicts, Garen nodded sadly. Because the gods could never agree on anything, the dark future is sure to come to pass, even if the prince that was promised does fulfill the prophecy, Mother Rhoyne finished. Hence why you needed someone of my caliber, Aaron concluded, a great man of Westeros. Pardon me, but what do you mean by great man? Garen questioned, does it refer to famous persons in history like Nymeria the Exile or Brandon the Builder? Neither, Garen, Aaron answered, a great man is a person born at the very height of a chaotic age, a man who works to end the established status quo by radical, often violent means. Violent as in slaughtering entire noble households? Garen questioned. Usually that, Aaron affirmed, though in certain cases, it can become even worse. There was once a warlord in a far eastern country who slaughtered the inhabitants of an entire temple, just because they happened to oppose his conquest, septon, man, woman, and child. The total body count totaled 25,000. He slaughtered religious folk. Garen gaped. Was he unconcerned about how the people perceived him? All he cared about was ending his country's civil strife. Aaron answered matter-of-factly, the last thing he cared about was his own reputation. And if you are the great man that Mother Rhoyne herself chose, does that mean? Yes, exactly that, Aaron answered, and considering the sheer stagnation forces arrayed against me, well, all I can say is that the kind of bloodshed I will unleash on Westeros when that time comes will drown the entire continent 10 times over, far more than Aegon's conquest. Garen touched his forehead momentarily, as if wiping away beads of cold sweat. He looked to Mother Rhoyne for confirmation, to which she nodded solemnly. Then Garen turned back to Aaron and asked, if that's the case, why ally with House Targaryen at all? I know you've heard and answered this question umpteen times, but I want to hear the answer from your lips. For confirmation, or to clear lingering doubts in your mind? Aaron inquired. Both, Garen answered. Aaron shrugged and said, you know the Valyrian dragon lords take immense pride in their dragons and their bloodline. How can I forget? There were countless times their diplomats snubbed me and my countrymen simply because we were not Valyrian, Garen said, his face darkening slightly, and this Aegon Targaryen is no different. And that is exactly why his children will be raised with highly poisonous ideas, especially as the Targaryens focus on keeping dragons strictly to their family, Aaron stated. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I feel that due to the aforementioned reason, there will be competition between the children of Rhoynish and Visenya over who has the right to succeed Aegon as the next king of the Seven Kingdoms. A tale as old as time, Garen nodded. I recall having to oust my own uncle from power to take over as Prince of Coryony. Was he a weak prince? Asked Aaron. In more ways than one, Garen agreed, but how exactly do you plan to rebel with your alliance? I'm sure I do not need to point out the obvious consequences, political fallout being the primary one. Why would you stick to following the rules of an alliance when there are loopholes to exploit? Aaron rhetorically answered, why simply be a signatory when you can work to control it entirely from within, or even better, dig the ground out from under your allies' feet? Garen's words were caught in his throat, and he stared at Aaron while unable to reply. Do you know of a man named Eckard Blodfeld? Asked Aaron. Yes, I saw him before in the city called King's Landing, Garen nodded. Do you know what ambitions he has in mind? Aaron asked again. I do not know, Garen admitted. Neither do I, Aaron stated. What I do know, however, is that he has grand ambitions for both his people and the North as a whole. Why else would he request 100,000 gold dragons from me in exchange for a dozen favors? I can get rebuilding Moat Cailin, but other possible reasons elude me, unless, Garen trailed off, he wants to emulate you with the other Northman households. Aaron merely smirked and turned his hands outwards, as if saying it was the most obvious answer. Garen simply sighed in response. Do you really believe he will be a valuable ally in the North, Aaron? Asked Garen. I foresee us being good business partners, Aaron answered. Allies? I'm not so sure. Then will you permit me one more question, Aaron? You may, Garen. Garen took a deep breath and then asked, is it truly necessary for a great man to pilot change against a deeply entrenched tradition? Is the violence truly worth it? Aaron looked as if he fully expected such a question, so he simply leaned his back on his chair's backrest and rested one leg above the other, his fingers crossed and his hands on his stomach. His eyes were firm and clear with nary a hint of cloudiness, a sad smile crossing his lips. Once there was an empress of a powerful empire, who cared deeply for her nation torn by conflict against a powerful and mighty demon lord, one whose servants nearly overwhelmed the entire continent, Aaron began, and Garen listened intently with rapt attention. The demons were beaten back at great cost, and peace presided over the nation, but the people had grown tired of the constant demonic incursions, eager for an end to the bloodshed. The Empress herself was exceptionally charismatic, talented, and beloved by all, but due to her position and status, she had to treat everyone equally and not play favorites. There were those who called for an invasion of the Demon Lord's lands, but she refused to entertain such notions, for her nation was large and powerful but ready to collapse due to sheer logistical strain should they expand further. A more unofficial reason was that she could not bear to subject her people to the cruelties of warfare. Aaron's eyes took a wistful look, a tinge of sorrow reflected in his brown pupils. Many were unhappy at her apparent pacifistic stance, and a few feared that she was going to entirely forego her power and status, becoming an ordinary person and not the extraordinary empress they pledged her loyalty to. Many more feared that if she did, there would be no opportunity to end the demon lord and the demonic incursions. What happened next? Asked Garen, leaning at the edge of his seat. One of her own betrayed the empress, convincing other nobles to rebel against her and thus placing the imperial capital in peril. Aaron explained, there was another great man who was making great strides against his enemies, and they believed him the true savior of the continent. Both noble and small folk believed that by delivering the empire into his hands, he would have the power needed to save them all from the demon lord Diabolos. Garen's face twisted in a dichotomy of rage and anguish. He leaned his head onto his hand, his expression reflecting pity and disappointment. So the moral of the story is that when they have the chance, the people will not care about betraying their own leader, one who did good by them, and embrace the path of carnage to end an era of strife. Garen's words were as much rhetoric as they were a condemnation of harsh, cruel reality. Likewise, the Rhoynar were eager to end their persecution and ostracization at the hands of their fellow Dornishmen. That is why they eagerly supported my cause once they saw the results I attained, and converted back to their mother religion when my Hanhuru gave them charity. They willingly support a gruesome cause because they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. It is just base human nature. Aaron took a few moments to catch his breath, having exhausted his words. Does this answer your question? Garen reluctantly nodded. Yes, Aaron, it does. And I have no further questions to ask. Aaron nodded to Garen, before turning to face Mother Rhoyne. Might I be permitted to ask you questions, Mother Rhoyne? Despite his apparent nonchalance and calm mien in the face of a goddess before him, Aaron maintained a respectful demeanor, never slouching, never showing any signs of fear, displeasure, distaste, or other emotions, just a stoic politeness. Of course, Aaron, Mother Rhoyne smiled. If you brought me here, why is it that my journey thus far has been exceedingly smooth? He questioned. I thought other gods would interfere by now. You are not wrong, Mother Rhoyne admitted. In fact, when I first brought you into this world, there was a war in the heavenly realm, sparked by a handful of old gods who refused to accept my actions. Of course it's the old gods, Aaron muttered in exasperation. They are fixated on vague prophecies, so much so they treat prophecy as the very reason for their existence, Mother Rhoyne explained sadly. Before long, other gods, especially the seven who are one, joined in, initiating a cataclysmic war that slaughtered countless gods. I had to join in as well to survive. Since you're here now, I take it your side won? Asked Aaron. There were no cohesive sides when the war first broke out, Mother Rhoyne clarified. I had to convince a few gods of the vision I had in mind to convince them to my side. Even then, not everyone had interest in fighting a war, the drowned god being one of them. I read that he is an exceptionally powerful god on his own, so I take it he was so self-assured of his power he saw no reason to intervene. Aaron asked. The very same, and perhaps one primary reason why my side managed to win, Mother Rhoyne explained. As for the list of slain gods, they are countless old gods, the seven who are one, and the great stallion. Aaron smirked slightly at this news, happy that potential obstacles were removed. What about the Valyrian 14? Asked Aaron. Yes, Great Mother too, please tell us what happened to them, Garen joined in. They are alive, and counted among the neutral, Mother Rhoyne explained, though truthfully, House Targaryen no longer holds any true favor with them. Aaron and Garen raised eyebrows, the latter looking visibly confused. How is it that they hold no favor when they are the last dragon lords, especially overlords of a land following a faith opposed to their customs? Garen questioned. According to the 14, the dragon lords of old had terribly inflated egos, so unparalleled was their empire with no true competitors that they began to consider themselves equal to gods, all because they had dragons, all because they possessed superior bloodlines, Mother Rhoyne elaborated. In fact, in the year the Doom of Valyria took place, 39 of the 40 families gathered at the 14 Flames for a grand ritual, one that supposedly allowed them to transcend the boundaries of mortality and rule the entire world unopposed. Why am I not surprised? Garen groaned in distaste and hate. Suffice to say, the 14 were enraged at this act of hubris, and unleashed their anger by causing the 14 Flames to erupt in a shower of fire and magic, bathing the entire Valyrian heartland and rendering it completely uninhabitable for man and dragon alike. Only House Targaryen, with its withdrawal to the castle of Dragonstone a decade prior, was able to survive. Even then, the 14's anger still simmers, and as a result House Targaryen is cursed. Aaron remained silent while Garen eagerly awaited Mother Rhoyne's answer. A sword has descended upon their household, and until the 14 deem otherwise or their house is erased from existence, it shall never leave, always afflicting them with internal strife, she finished. You can guess why, Aaron. Aaron nodded, because they still retain their hubris, and their ego remains similarly inflated due to a lack of competing dragon lord houses. Indeed, Aaron, Mother Rhoyne said, and that is why they have granted you their favor instead, alongside mine. Excuse me? Aaron questioned, not to sound rude, but why the hell would they favor me? Because they want you to help undo all the damage the Valyrians have done, and usher in a new age of innovation and progress, Mother Rhoyne answered. They, the surviving old gods and Usudohanar have agreed on this. Garin leaned back in his seat, slouching as a pounding headache took hold of him. Oh, Mother Rhoyne, help me comprehend this completely impossible scenario, Garin groaned. I apologize, Garin. I seem to have a talent for causing other people headaches, Aeron shrugged, his lips tugging into a smirk. Be that as it may, you must know there are other gods who vehemently oppose your progress, and will do everything in their power to hamper your progress, Mother Rhoyne gently pointed out, so do not rest on your laurels just yet. Aeron simply nodded in response. So what do you plan to do now, Aeron? Garin questioned. There is no other plan than to slowly consolidate power and influence, and build my network of connections and alliances throughout the continent, primarily in the Reach, the Stormlands and the Crownlands, Aeron put forth. After that, when Aegon Targaryen dies and a feud breaks out between House Targaryen, it will be my time to intervene. I suppose there's nothing else to be done, or any other strategy to adopt, Garin shrugged. At least I can rest now, knowing the Rhoynar have a brighter future under your house's leadership. Is there anything else you have for me, Mother Rhoyne? Asked Aeron. No, that is all for now, Mother Rhoyne answered. Aeron nodded, then stood up and bowed. My apologies, but I must be on my way, Mother Rhoyne. Duty calls. Of course, do not let me keep you, Mother Rhoyne smiled. Wait, Aeron, Garin called out, I just wanted to say, thank you, for helping our people. Garin extended a hand, and though Aeron showed some reluctance, he reached out and shook it. And with that, Mother Rhoyne and Garin vanished, and Aeron sighed as he rolled his shoulders. Never a dull moment, he muttered, let's get back to work. I ben, Skirich. Present day. Garin groaned and rubbed his eyes, fighting off sleepiness that threatened to sink its claws into his mind. That was an awfully long conversation, my lord, Garin remarked with disbelief, and if it were anyone else, I thought you had gone completely mad. I mean, even us hydromancers never received a personal visit from Rhoynar herself. Believe me, I thought it was all one long dream, that I was going to wake up in my own home or in a hostel with me none the wiser, Aeron shrugged, though he looked similarly perturbed. And yet, if what she said about House Targaryen is true, that means you have your opportunity sooner or later, Garin remarked, a slow smile crossing his lips. I'm banking on later, Aeron stated, and yes, there will be. We still have much more time before that time comes, so until then, I task you with completing construction of the mountain cities under your lands, Garin. As your lordship commands, Garin responded. 1 Arpastil, translates as Citadel of the Moon in Rhoynar, due to the moon and the night sky holding special significance for the Dothraki and by extension, the Bytrenor of Dorne. 2 Dosh Kalane, a group of Dothraki crones, all former Khaleesi, the wives of Khals who died, who are the only permanent residents of V's Dothrak. They serve as seers who interpret omens and foretell the future for the Dothraki, and enjoy high status and honor in their society. A group of eunuchs serve each and every one of their number. 3 Geomancists, wizards who worship Ji-Dan Hor, drawing upon power to move earth and create Kam-Noi. They are not very good support mages in direct combat, but for logistical purposes and in building defenses, they are an essential cog in the machine. Their power over earth comes nowhere close to the children of the forest, however. 4 Renewers, wizards who worship Rhoynar and her daughter Naloru, dedicated to the arts of healing. They combine both magical arts and modern medical technology and techniques to heal all manner of wounds and diseases to the best of their ability. 5 Arcanists, wizards dedicated to the goddess Laharulu, who explore the more esoteric aspects of magic. Their combined power is actually weaker than the Hydromancers, but far more versatile and capable of being cast throughout the world. Blood magic is absent despite certain claims to the contrary. 6 Max Wudok, Crazy Heads, the elite troops of the men of Waelano. They are highly effective and disciplined infantry equipped with high-quality enchanted steel. Their mainstay weapons are the Saoiter and shield, with the occasional archers wielding pure wood bows due to their country's humidity. 7 Koratorim, Tall Trees Town, a sunny town shaded by enormous trees, known to the locals as talking trees due to the countless songs and stories carved on their trunks by priestesses in feathered robes. The earliest maps of the Summer Islands are visible as well. As the Kingdom of Waelano had no true capital, Koratorim was named the official capital by Prince Terrell Zadok, and the town since then sports countless libraries filled to the brim with tomes of countless songs and histories of the Summer Islands. Many copies of such tomes are also exported abroad and sold for tidy profit, allowing all others to read the true, unadulterated history of the Summer Isles. 8 Seeing Stones, freely inspired by the Palantiri from Lord of the Rings, Aeron has invested much time and resources into creating his own Seeing Stones, though having the orbs taken their magic is a difficult challenge his arcanists have yet to tackle. A/N, I put a reference to a specific light novel/manga/anime series in the chapter. Does anyone recognize it? Chapter XLIV, Dissenters. 18 AC. Arpastil. Azelarada. Young Temujin was busy playing with several children in a game of catch, where they threw little soft balls of wood and competed to see who could catch it most times. Healed from his wounds thanks to modern medicine and magic, the boy was alive and brimming with energy in ways he never thought possible. I got it! Temujin exclaimed, holding the ball high in the air. No fair, that's the third time in a row. I'm just that good. Temujin boasted, puffing his chest out. Oh yeah? Try this. Temujin barely reacted in time to catch another ball that flew a bit too far to catch. He leapt out with arms fully outstretched, but his fingers scarcely touched the ball before it slipped out of his reach, and he hit the ground with a hard thud. Many children laughed at this sight, while Temujin merely grumbled as he dusted himself off. Sorry, I just don't like it when people boast like that, the thrower apologized, stretching out a hand for Temujin to grab, before helping him get up on his feet. You all right? Yeah, nothing serious, Temujin waved off. Temujin. It's almost time to go back. The children saw Azelarada approaching with a couple of unassuming people nearby, and gleefully waved back to her. Mother Azela, Temujin greeted with a beaming smile, as if he had not suffered an embarrassing fall. Are you all right? Asked Azela. I'm fine, just fell down, Temujin reassured, nothing serious. Azela smiled, let's return home. Temujin had no family left, he never knew his father, and his mother died of disease when he was just 6 years old. Sold into slavery, he endured harsh treatment and abuse until the age of 10 and 1 when he was rescued by Azela's party. Since then, he clung to her tightly as his new mother, basking in her warmth and affection. Yet every time he looked at Azela's face, his breath was always taken away by her beauty and warmth, and each time he felt heat rise to his face as his face flushed a deeper shade of red. Surely it was just a natural reaction? I. Sodralian, Winterfell. Torrhen Stark. The courts of the north were a louder and more rambunctious affair as nobles argued and aired their grievances out in the open, lacking the flowery language and double meanings of southern courtly intrigues. Yet as of late, Torrhen Stark thought their arguments were increasing in volume and intensity. Lord Blodfeld is becoming far too rich. There is a limit to how much he can flaunt his wealth in our faces. How is he achieving this when he barely accepts Southron visitors? Does he have some sort of secret deal? Apparently he now has a trade agreement with the Skagosi, and now both sides are profiting off the gem trade. They discovered rich veins that can last centuries. Does he aspire to turn Moat Cailin into the next Casterly Rock? He is even raising an army 10,000 strong, and that is in his region alone. Does he aspire to secede from Winterfell? Torrhen groaned beneath his breath as he tried to numb the coming headache. Ever since houses Blodfeld and Tigerad were established in Sonaria, the north, they had achieved feats thought previously impossible by many lords, be they Northmen or otherwise. Not only did they completely rebuild Moat Cailin, its construction invoked a feeling of awe, grandeur, and wonder in all who saw it from afar and passed into the city limits, built with far superior construction techniques and materials the likes of which only Brandon the Builder could have conceived. The original 20 towers were reduced to 10, and the walls were pitch black like polished obsidian, yet unlike the famed black stone used by the Valyrians of yore, it did not leave an oily touch. The gates, forged entirely of a glossy blue metal, shimmered like polished sapphire. Within the city, every house was built like a noble's mansion, and every building shone a natural milky white, partially painted with a mixture of colors, shamrock green, urbane bronze, destrider black one and tranquil aqua. They also discovered the means of forging a type of magical steel easily the equal of Valyrian spell-forged steel, which bore the same blue shimmer as Moat Cailin's gates and shone like ice, using it for spears, axes, lances, arrowheads and armor. They called it winter steel too, and as of now only the smiths of Moat Cailin knew how to forge it. Like Palatilia, the Crownlands, and Dorne, Lord Eckard invested in the creation and maintenance of a professional army corps with standardized equipment and harsh training standards, and its merchant navy had trade agreements all across Westeros and much of Essos. Many remarked he was investing in unnecessary extravagance, but the implications were lost on no one. And now his products trade goods were earning him immense amounts of profit none could have imagined. Enough. I will have order in this court. Torrhen slammed a fist on the armrest of his throne, silencing the courtiers. Now you may all have your personal grievances, but this is a noble court, not a pigsty, so you will all list your concerns as court protocol dictates. Do you understand me? Torrhen firmly ordered. The nobles agreed half-heartedly. Now, who wishes to go first? Asked Torrhen. I would, if your lordship permits. Lord Merrick Manderley, a corpulent man with more wealth than most, walked with a wobbly belly that protruded from his clothes that strained with every step, before bowing respectfully to Torrhen. Torrhen nodded and beckoned him to continue. My lord, House Blodfeld holds a monopoly on far too much of our trade, and it is our humble opinion that he must be brought to heel, Merrick stated. His creation of a professional military and navy is a clear sign that he is consolidating power, possibly in preparation for whatever nefarious misdeeds he has in mind. Might I remind all of you that he obtained a hefty sum of money from Aaron Rada in exchange for having to do favors for him, Torrhen pointed out. Part of them includes having to contribute military aid to several skirmishes and battles in Essos, aiding against pirates further south of the Stepstones and roaming bandits in Dothraki and Duria, Volantis. And when Lord Blodfeld finishes repaying those favors, what then? Will his battle-hardened and emboldened heart be content with what he already possesses? Maric retorted. Torrhen resisted the urge to growl at Maric, tempering his anger. The truth is that House Blodfeld can hardly muster troops to threaten the entire north by itself, and with the king's peace firmly in place, he cannot afford to rebel unless he brands himself a traitor and loses everything he works so hard to earn. These fools are just jealous of his success. He will remain obedient and loyal, that I am certain of, Torrhen firmly replied, his tone silencing dissent. Rather, he cannot afford to. Think from his position, does he truly wish to jeopardize everything he worked so hard to earn to satisfy a single generation's pride and ego over the security of his scions? No one could truly refute that, though none were truly satisfied either. If I may speak, your lordship. Torrhen resisted the urge to glare at Edric, Lord of House Bolton. Since time immemorial, House Bolton was the source of no end of rebellion against House Stark despite every attempt ending in failure. As the saying went for House Stark, be wary always of the flayers of House Bolton. What do you wish to say, Lord Bolton? Torrhen asked. I merely mean to reiterate that Lord Manderley's concerns are not unfounded, Lord Stark, said Edric Bolton, even if he has no reason to rebel right now, who is to say that cannot change? Rather, who is to say he will always respect your authority? That his brood will hold the same fervent devotion you believe he holds most dear? Him becoming rich and wealthy ahead of his peers who bear longer and more vaulted histories, including yourself, the heir of the great builder of the Age of Heroes? This upstart will set a terrible precedent. Many nobles murmured their agreements with Edric's words, but Torrhen refused to give Edric the satisfaction of glaring at him. House Manderley's holdfast of White Harbour controlled the White Knife, and thus much of the maritime trade in the region before Moat Caelan's rise, which in turn threatened their own monopoly on both trade and shipwrights on the eastern shores and their benefit to the north. Some of the Manderleys also felt that as the only house in Sonaria following the faith of the Seven, being former exiles from Tegania, the Reach, they could easily be usurped by a fellow naval power following the old gods. Carhold also had much grievance with House Blodfeld over their monopoly on the gem trade, feeling entitled to it since they were geographically much closer to the island of Skagos. Sadly for House Karstark, the Skagosi were an exceptionally insular and distrusting lot, and the first time they tried to negotiate deals, they were chased out in a flurry of insults. As I said, he will not dare to rebel against us right now, Torrhen reiterated, though I also cannot deny that he cannot be the only one growing wealthy. Even so, I must pose to you all a question, exactly who holds the one stronghold that controls our land trade on the King's Road 3? More importantly, should a winter devastate our crop yields, will our last lifeline not be under the whims of House Blodfeld? That is not to imply House Manderley or other houses of naval stock will neglect their duties in such a trying period, but are the sea lanes guaranteed to remain open and prosperous when cold winds blow, the water freezes into ice and ships are ravaged by rabble who will clamor to seize our means of survival? Every noble including Lord Bolton bit their tongues, their lips curling into deep frowns. The north was never truly a prosperous region despite their pride for their homeland, what the Sautrons called a desolate wasteland. Even worse was that Torrhen Stark's words rang true, the North's weak navy notwithstanding. That being said, that does not mean we have to accept this meekly, Torrhen pointed out, and this time the nobles proved far more receptive. Like it or not, Moat Caelan is still the fastest growing hub of trade for the entire north, and to counter this we must implement economic and military reforms of our own if we hope to stay ahead of him. Some of the nobles, mostly nobles of old houses, grumbled slightly but said nothing in response, muttering things like old ways and unnecessary change, while the minor houses nodded in contemplative silence, their eyes reflecting interest and at times, greed. In other words, we must start making changes so we can start reaping greater profits of our own, your lordship? Asked Edric, and so that in the unlikely scenario House Blodfeld rebels, we are better prepared to put him down. Yes, that is the case, Torrhen affirmed. Then, I have nothing else to say, Edric relented as he stepped back. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Torrhen asked. No? Then this court is adjourned. Torrhen doubted many Northmen would truly be willing to change a lifestyle that had endured for over 8 millennia, but even if their farsightedness was in short supply, their greed and paranoia was not. One way or another, House Blodfeld's growing power will force them to start adapting, if only so they can remain the dominant force. And as much as he despised House Bolton, he could not deny Lord Edric's words, who could truly say Eckard was not plotting rebellion with how many troops he was raising, and the quality of his military? For now, he would have to wait and see. III. Darrow Vilanion, King's Landing. Aegon Targaryen. If there was one thing Aegon learned in his years at court, it was that even the most certain things could be subject to change at the drop of a hat. "Are you certain of this, Tristan?" he asked. "Yes, your grace," Tristan replied with displeasure, "it cost me a dozen spies, and for all my efforts I only managed to obtain scraps of information." "Nevertheless I appreciate your efforts," Aegon nodded, "and to think the Sonarians of Moat Cailin have been developing magic steel of their own. This means that House Rada is no longer the only other faction in Westeros that possesses magic, too," Visenya remarked, her displeasure greater than Aegon's, "and considering his actions of late, we can only surmise that this upstart is accumulating power of his own. Surely he does not think himself the next Aaron Rada." Rhoynish remarked cheekily, "Oh, how the Sonarians would dread having one such person on their doorstep." "He certainly does not want to be a pushover," Visenya added, "I will give him this, he's daring in asking Aaron Rada of all people for gold. Others would say it's far easier to ask us or the Lannisters, but he's wiser than I give this Eckard credit." "Do not forget that his neighbors are none too pleased with him," Aegon reminded, "the fact he received Moat Cailin and built it better than before already has countless nobles jealous of his achievements. I think it's only a matter of time before they take antagonistic action against him." "What shall I do in the meantime, your grace?" asked Tristan. "For now, keep a close eye on Eckard and all the men of houses Blodfeld and Tigerad. Anything that concerns us, you must immediately note down and forward to us. Let nothing escape your sight," Aegon ordered, his voice firm and low. "As you command," Tristan bowed. As Tristan left, the Targaryens faced each other with fresh worry on their faces. "How is Elegel?" asked Aegon. Visenya shook her head sorrowfully. "She has yet to find a dragon that will bond with her. In fact, practically every dragon in the dragon pit refused to do so," she said. "I thought the mark of Balerion meant great things for her, but so far it has resulted in nothing. Even worse, she's been mercilessly picked on by her siblings and other noble children, and rumors are running rampant that she's not a true Targaryen," Rhoynish added, her frown deepening as she recalled the memory. Visenya hit the wall with her fist. "How dare they? She is my daughter, and no one gets to talk badly about her." "Be that as it may, the environment at Darrow Island's quickly worsening. I do not think we should keep her here," Rhoynish remarked. "She needs our support, and you suggest she should go elsewhere?" Visenya angrily muttered. "I do not think we have much of a choice in this matter," Aegon weighed in. "As much as I hate to admit it, she should not spend much longer around a poisonous court and equally abusive siblings. That is no way for an 8-year-old child to live her childhood. The Targaryens loved all of their children equally, their youngest scions included. This was exactly why this suggestion of distancing weighed heavily on them." "Where should we foster her, then?" asked Visenya. "Most certainly not any of the Andal lands, or in Sonaria, for that matter." "That leaves Dorne," Aegon nodded to himself. "Ironically enough, Aaron Rada's our best option for fostering her safely." "Yes, it works. Royahum, God's grace, has a Valyrian quarter and there are Valyrian courtiers serving in Aaron's court, so she will not truly feel out of place," Visenya nodded. "That being said, she still needs people she can trust from Palatilia." "Her sworn knight Sir Jaehaerys called Aeron," Rhoynish suggested. "He is one of her few confidants who treats her with kindness despite her negative reputation." "That can work," Aegon smiled. "It's settled. Elegel will be fostered with Aaron Rada, and Sir Calda Aeron will accompany her. They could only pray to the 14 that Elegel will grow to be an upstanding scion of their house, so far away from poisonous influences. 1 Destrider Black, the Westerosi name for tricorn black. 2 Winter Steel, made from highly refined steel made with imported SSC-style techniques. They contain powdered obsidian added during smelting, allowing it to be easily enchanted by the children of the forest's arcane arts. Among the Northmen of Moat Cailin, it is called Winter Steel in the Old Tongue. 3 Kings Road, the royal highway in the Seven Kingdoms extending over 2,000 miles from Storm's End to King's Landing, to the Wall. Quality of the highway varies highly across different parts of Westeros, with the one in Palatilia being the most developed with wide stone-paved paths able to accommodate 6 carriage-wide spans. 4 The mark of Balerion is an open dragon's maw breathing fire. Chapter XLV, Obligations. 18 AC. Royahum, God's grace. Elegel Targaryen. When Elegel learned she was to be fostered with Aaron Rada of Dorne, she felt exceedingly conflicted. The excessive bullying by her siblings and the dagger-like whispers behind her back served to erode away her self-esteem. This began because she could not claim a dragon for herself, all because of the mark of Balerion on her hand. She hated it every time she looked at it, wishing she could be rid of it. Perhaps then she could finally claim her own dragon and end the bullying. But it was a childish fantasy. One does not simply wish a mark of the gods to go away. On the other hand, despite the bad memories, she had good times in Darrow Island, King's Landing, as well. Her parents raised her with all their love, strict but kind and always attentive whenever she faced problems she could not solve by herself, and made good friends who stood by her despite her reputation, including Sir Jaehaerys Calderon, who served as her sworn sword. Her parents ultimately convinced her that rather than let her stay in a poisonous environment where everyone else was out to demean her, it was better to distance herself and live without such toxic influences. Sir Jaehaerys. The Palatelian knight turned to face Princess Elegel, his black armor gleaming brightly under the sun. Yes, my princess. Asked Jaehaerys. What's Dorne like? Well, according to the stories, a rich and prosperous nation lush with greenery where once there was desert, Jaehaerys began, a land where magic thrives and mighty walls and castles of stone protect its people, where snaking caravans brimming with gold and jewelry choke its highways daily. Sounds very nice, Elegel mumbled, clutching her hand tighter. What's Grand Duke Rada like? I am not so certain about him, my princess, Jaehaerys admitted. Many say he was a chosen of the gods, sent to uplift the Rhoynish and save them from extinction, that he is a visionary who willingly treads where no man dares to go. Others say he is a monster wearing human skin, willing to slaughter anyone who dares disobey his orders or disrupt his vision for Dorne, due to his ruthless purging of the old Dornish nobility. Elegel said nothing to that, narrowing her eyes. And my parents want me to foster under him? She questioned. Jaehaerys said, despite the rumors, he is a trustworthy man, and has shown nothing but the utmost respect for the Targaryens one. In fact, if not for him, Dorne would not be under House Targaryen's rule by now. I see, Elegel said. How much longer until we reach Rhoynish? God's grace. Jaehaerys then turned to one of the sailors and asked, how much farther from our destination? Not long now, my lord. Look there, in the distance. The sailor replied, pointing towards a looming monument. The tall walls of Rhoynish loomed in the distance, glittering as if chiseled from huge blocks of amethyst, and thick, tall towers jutted out from behind the walls like little houses built into mountains. Large ships thronged the docks, unloading goods to supply ravenous marketplaces and customers. Elegel felt her breath taken away as she laid eyes upon Rhoynish. Darrow-Vilanion, King's Landing, was an equally impressive and mighty city, the Red Keep a symbol of power and authority dominating all others, but it held a far more oppressive air in comparison and was primarily colored in black, crimson, or purple too. As their galleon docked, they stepped off the gangplank and were immediately accosted by a lone man, stylus and clipboard in hand. Excuse me, sir, said the man, I'm the harbour master here, and I just need to confirm with you if you are the royal transport for Princess Elegel Targaryen. We are, sir, said Sir Jaehaerys, procuring a letter. Grand Duke Rada is expecting us. The harbour master inspected the letter for a moment. After a cursory glance, he gave Sir Jaehaerys a nod and handed the letter back, before scribbling a few words on his clipboard. He then handed both board and stylus to the knight. Please sign over here, good sir, he beckoned. Jaehaerys obliged. Once this task was done, the harbour master smiled and said, Welcome to Rhoynish, my princess, good sirs and madams. A guide will arrive shortly to escort you to the ducal palace. Please, enjoy your stay. As the harbour master took his leave, a group of mercavi, Dorne's equivalent of elite knights, arrived as scheduled, and their captain bowed respectfully to the Targaryen party. I am Captain Gayen of the mercavi, he greeted, please follow me, I shall take you to the ducal palace. Lead the way, good sir, Sir Jaehaerys nodded. Elegel said, they all seem respectful. From what I hear, their staff are nothing but professional, my princess, Sir Jaehaerys remarked, come, we make our way to the ducal palace. The Targaryen party walked the streets of Rhoynish with pomp and circumstance, and the people were quick to clear the way as they bowed respectfully. Looking around, Elegel found the interior of Rhoynish to be even more impressive than the exterior. The streets were clean and paved with chiseled stone, and the people well dressed and well fed unlike most small folk elsewhere. Every building, be it house or shop house, was built like a noble's manor, and the air smelled of clean flowers, trees and bushes interspersed every few dozen steps. According to the Dornians, Rhoynish was a garden city, where nature coexisted in harmony with industry and urban development. It was a type of city Elegel quickly found herself enamored with. My princess, sirs and madams, his lordship bids me to welcome you to the ducal palace, Captain Gayen informed. The palace itself was a massive structure, simpler yet grander in architectural design that displayed the very best characteristics of Rhoynish architecture, an emperor's home far surpassing a kingly palace. Dismounting from their horses, staff were quick to guide the steeds towards homely stables as the mercavi escorted the Targaryen delegation inside the palace. Looking at the architectural beauty and simplicity of the palace, its state of cleanliness, the respectful demeanor and state of health of the palace staff as she passed by them, Elegel concluded that Dorne was as advanced as Valyria at its prime, hard as it was to admit. Soon they reached the throne room, and Elegel beheld the dignified forms of Aeron and Belandra Rada, who seemed more king and queen than her own parents ever were. And despite being in their 40s, they looked as if they were 30 years old instead, a quirk of Rhoynish magic perhaps. They eyed her with a steely gaze, a cautious temperance born of years of experience. For a moment, she swallowed subconsciously as she nodded slightly in respect. We bid you and your party welcome to Royahum, Princess Elagel, Aaron smiled as he greeted her. I am honored to be here, Grand Duke Rada, Elagel replied, her lips forming a calm smile. I must say though, Royahum is an excellent city. We appreciate it, Princess, Balandra smiled back, we hope you have a most pleasant stay. Elagel was used to blank masks whose smiles never reached their eyes, and Visenya always made sure her daughter learned the harsh realities of politics as was befitting of a proper scion of House Targaryen, so she always reiterated like a mantra. Yet when she looked into the faces of Aaron and Balandra, for some reason there was genuine concern in their eyes, as if they could see through her own mask and realize the inherent struggles she faced in her own mind. It both terrified and confused her. Why would they show concern for a complete stranger, disregarding her Targaryen lineage? It's just my imagination, I cannot imagine the Black Fox harboring any sympathy for me. What will become of her fostering under the care of Aaron Rada? Only time would tell. Aaron Rada. So we are fostering King Aegon's and Queen Visenya's youngest daughter, father. Azella Rada, at the age of 30 and 2, was remarkably youthful looking and active for a woman of her age, never said up front, her face free of wrinkles and filled with an enthusiastic yet diligent demeanor that endeared her to countless bosses of guilds. Her body was amply curvaceous and supple, sporting a figure many would call a body fit for MILF porn stars. She wore clothing made of silk and wool dyed with simple zen colors and embroidered with intricate patterns evoking memories of tranquil rivers, fast horses and the wide grassy plains. Her attire consisted of a crimson kurtash 3 over a long-sleeved white tunic and breeches, polished leather boots poking out beneath her robe, a saioiter sheathed by her side. Indeed, daughter, though I have to admit I was not expecting this at all, Aaron admitted, scratching his head, I mean, they've never made any move to foster their children anywhere else outside King's Landing, much less Palatilia, which is why this out-of-the-blue move is quite outlandish. I can imagine, Azella sighed, what of the Tianfeng Huang? I only heard rumors here and there, but nothing concrete. They brought me more rumors, and slightly disconcerting facts, Aaron answered, his face grim. They said that Elagel has been marked by Bael Ryan, chief of the 14 Flames, but practically every hatchling in the dragon pit has adamantly refused to bond with her, even the recently hatched. What? Azella's mind screeched to a halt, that can't possibly be right. At first I thought the same, but during my brief stays in the capital for every small council meeting, I noticed persistent rumors that Elagel is the subject of relentless bullying by her own siblings and malicious rumors among the nobility, Aaron added, his eyes narrowing, discounting the absurdity of her repeated dragon-taming failures. I don't think this is a lie. If that's the case, maybe I begin to see the reason why, Azella said. I think they wanted her away from all that malicious influence, so she can grow up safely. As parents, I imagine their decision to be a difficult one. Yes, they've always been exceptionally caring and patient with their children, though their arrogance is no less infuriating, Aaron admitted. Even so, to think she was suffering so much. It angers me, Azella grit her teeth, clenching her fists. Aaron patted her shoulder, and she was quick to master her anger. At least she can spend 8 fruitful years away from the cesspit of King's Landing's politics, Azella said smilingly. Who did she bring with her, by the way? A retinue of Valyrian knights and sorcerers, led by Sir Jaehaerys Calderon, Aaron answered. I see, Azella nodded, I just pray no one uses her as a pawn. Technically I am also in a position to use her, and I may if circumstances make me feel it is necessary, Aaron stated matter-of-factly. If you were that kind of person, I doubt you would, Azella smiled knowingly. On that note, exactly how long are you going to wait? Asked Aaron. You're nearly past the prime of your life, and you still have not married. Azella's lips puckered and curled into a deep frown, and she broke eye contact as she turned her gaze away. Aaron simply sighed. Look, I know the Bytrenor are your responsibility, and I know you've had so much on your plate to deal with, but that is exactly why you need someone you can confide in, Aaron stated softly and compassionately. I say this as your father, you cannot hope to shoulder the burdens of the world alone. Azella sighed, but did not turn to look back. Just, remember this piece of advice when things turn sour for you. This time, Azella dared peek back at her father, who did not judge and only showed him his heartfelt support and understanding. She then turned and left without a word. Arpaz-til. Azella Rada. Returning to the keep of Arpaz-til, Azella slumped back on her sofa and let her physical and mental fatigue claim her. What's the matter, my lady? Azella turned to face Temujin, once a young boy she took under her wing. Now tall, masculine, and confident, he was dressed in simple yet fine clothing, his face marked with countless tattoos and his hair tied in an intricate crown braid. It's nothing, Temujin. I'm just a little tired, Azella weakly evaded, leaning onto the sofa. Temujin was unconvinced, but said nothing as he put down the scrolls and documents in his hands on Azella's desk, then moved towards the sofa where Azella lay. May I sit next to you? Temujin asked. Azella peeled her hand away to point next to her, and Temujin took his place by her side. Temujin, I. Her lips trembled, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Please, treat this as if I'm talking to myself, she said. Temujin nodded at her, then fixed his gaze forward. Have you ever wondered why even now, I have not married? Azella began, her voice shaky and emotional, why even though I remain single and have not once taken a paramour for myself? Azella took a deep breath, sobbing softly as she wiped tears from her eyes. I feel responsible, for defying everyone else and willfully taking the bytrainer under my wing, for causing unnecessary trouble for my family. I want so much to talk to them, to tell them of my troubles, but I'm the eldest daughter of the family, and I can't ask them for any more than I have to. Without thinking, Temujin embraced Azella and kissed her on the lips, catching her completely off guard. Yet she did not resist or push Temujin away, merely staring at him with eyes wide. Temujin. I have always loved you, my lady, Temujin declared boldly, and you do not need to shoulder your burdens alone, I am and will always be here for you. Temujin. I have always loved you as a son, Azella admitted, I'm almost twice your age, are you sure you want me? Yes. For 1,000 times, yes, Temujin reaffirmed, caressing her cheek softly, ever since I was young, I loved you as a mother, and a woman. Azella blushed a deep shade of magenta, unused to such a bold and heartfelt declaration. Admittedly, she had rejected countless marriage offers before, both those recommended by her father and others who independently approached her, but that was more because none of them were willing to share in her work of uplifting uncultured barbarians. You do realize getting together with me will set countless tongues wagging. Azella pointed out, married or otherwise. I do not care, Temujin shook his head, I do not care if you have to marry someone else, I will always love you and am willing to serve you in any capacity. In hindsight, Temujin, having been groomed to be a tactful, insightful and responsible leader under her care, Azella knew Temujin was the best governor for our pastil and community leader of all the bytrainer. Intricately familiar with their evolving culture and government, gentle and kind yet stern and impartial, able to maneuver every echelon of society with little difficulty. His notable flaws, on the other hand, are that he had an almost single-minded hatred for slavery and anyone associated with the practice, and that unlike the compassionate Azella he had a penchant for ruthlessness. One time, when he led an ambush against several slaver caravans, he ordered the slavers and their goons flayed alive and their bodies fed to hungry dogs. But there is no such thing as a good leader with clean, untarnished hands. And none of the slaver states are good allies anyway. And it was here that inspiration hit her. I am such a fool, Temujin is the perfect marriage candidate. Marrying Temujin would send a strong message of acceptance on the societal and political level, that House Rada had made tacit its approval of the Dothraki on Dornian soil and they were a people under protection of ducal authority. And since she was already past what many considered acceptable marriageable age, she doubted she would find any takers anywhere else. Are you truly willing to love me, this middle-aged woman, as your lover, your wife? Asked Azella, hope and love blossoming in her heart. Yes, Azella, said a tearful, smiling Temujin. I know you know, but I am quite a handful, Azella remarked jokingly. Temujin merely smiled, and then Azella locked lips with him, their tongues twirling and locking as saliva trailed off their mouths. When they parted, a string of saliva connected their tongues, their faces flushed and their eyes dilated. Please, Temujin, claim me as your wife, Azella pleaded. Temujin was too happy to oblige. One Jaehaerys Calderon only said this because he does not see beneath the surface of the man himself. As such, he does not truly comprehend that Aaron Rada only served the Targaryens due to personal interest and gain. 2 Black, crimson and purple are the primary colors used in Valyrian culture, for they denote power and domination. 3 Kurtashk, a traditional bytrainer outer garment worn over other clothing. It is a long robe with no sleeves, usually reaching below the knees, and usually tied with a long, wide sash called a karkast. In winter, fur lining can be attached to keep the wearer warm, or a cloak. It is as much a practical garment as a decorative one. For the Dothraki never practiced the art of tattooing. The modern bytrainer inherited it from Rhoynish tattoo artists who struggled to preserve a dying art, due to it falling out of practice in modern Dornian society. The bytrainer eagerly embraced the art and adapted it into their everyday lives, using different styles and symbols to represent their individual cultural and religious beliefs. A/N, the next chapter will be a wedding chapter for Azella and Temujin, so stay tuned. Chapter XLVI, Cultural Exposure. 18 AC. Royahum, God's Grace. Elagel Targaryen. Elagel had to admit, her first Dornian wedding was an exceptionally bright, colorful, and festive affair. More specifically, it was a wedding conducted in the bytrainer customs heavily influenced by Rhoynish customs. Young girls danced by a large fire pit, their moves flowing like water, graceful and free-spirited, matching the upbeat and energetic tune played by musicians with harps, drums, flutes and ocarinas. Hydromancers joined in the dance, dazzling the wedding guests with water shows and rainbow-colored mists, and there was much applause and laughter that brightened the mood. As an honored guest of House Rada, she sat at the table where Aaron and his direct family ate, eating her first taste of Dornish fare and drink. Instead of omsiak, she was served chilled fruit juice and lemon tea. Elegel noticed that rather than use the standard high tables and chairs as was standard, the bytrainers sat cross-legged on plush cushions and rugs, eating at very low tables that reached up only to their ankles when they stood up straight. She coughed slightly with watery eyes, drinking deeply to douse the fire in her mouth. Is it too spicy for you, Your Highness? Elegel looked at Aaron with envy, who was feasting just fine. I'm used to spicy food, but not this spicy. She exclaimed. Perhaps we should request less spicy food, Your Highness? Asked Sir Jaehaerys, who was similarly sweaty from eating his repast. As Princess Elegel's sworn shield, he was given the honor of eating at the same table with her in House Rada, both to facilitate his duties and as a sign of respect. No, it's already been served, no sense wasting it. And it's quite tasty too. Elegel was already stuffing her cheeks like a beaver with every course served, and Aaron could not help but smile in amusement, contemplating poking her cute cheeks before deciding against it. Enjoy as much as you wish, Your Highness, Aaron said. If you'd like, you could order an extra portion. I'm good, but thank you for offering, Grand Duke, Elegel politely rejected. Azella and Temujin were seated at the very front as the spouses on a throne-like backrest, elaborately carved and decorated with depictions of the Udohaner and riding horses, dressed in strikingly colorful garb made of the finest silks. Many wedding guests offered gifts as part of her dowry, which servants carried away for safekeeping. Elegel had to admit, she never heard of a marriage in history where an older woman married a younger man. It was always the other way around when age disparity between spouses was involved, primarily to ensure the wife's capability to sire children. But the two are clearly in love with each other, and according to Lord Aaron, they are a match made in heaven. I suppose I don't have a choice but to trust his word here. So tell me, Elegel, how do you find your experience here? Asked Aaron. I don't know how to describe it, Elegel admitted. I've been to the Andal kingdoms before, and we both know their culture can hardly compare to that of Palatilia. Their weddings always seemed boring, for lack of a better word. I get the feeling, Aaron nodded in agreement. And yet, I never believed anywhere else other than Palatilia could be a modern nation, rich and culturally advanced as Valeria of old before I came here, Elegel admitted. Dorne is rich, modern, and culturally advanced as my home, and it has yet more room to grow. As if that were not enough, you hold profitable trade deals in the Summer Isles and much of Essos, and are at the forefront of pioneering countless new technologies that increasingly enter common usage in Palatilia, Dorne, and our allies. To top it all off, you civilized and allied with the Dothraki of all people, a people none believed could be civilized, and even married your daughter to their leader. What other message could this send than the fact that even the Dothraki can be welcome in your dukedom? Aaron smiled at Elegel, impressed at her deduction. As always, you offer exceptional insight, Your Highness, said Sir Jaehaerys. Such a compliment was often construed as brown-nosing, but Jaehaerys was anything but a sycophant, and Elegel only trusted the non-sycophants who could speak their mind without worry of repercussions. Might I offer a slight correction, Your Highness? Said Aaron. It was not me who civilized the Dothraki refugees into the bytrainer, but my daughter Azella, who they call their Khaleesi. She is the one who should be credited for accomplishing what would have been a Herculean task. Herculean? Asked Sir Jaehaerys. Pardon me, but I've never heard the term. Ah, right. It is what we use to refer to a task so large and difficult to tackle even by teamwork, Aaron explained. By the way, I actually find it a waste that you are picked on simply because you are dragonless, Your Highness, not to mean offense. None taken, Lord Aaron, Elegel reassured. Still, I truly find it a pity, Belondra pointed out, if only your siblings saw past their prejudices and appreciated you for who you are. That is just the way of things in Darrow-Vilanion, King's Landing, Elegel muttered sadly. It is a punishing expectation. That might be so there, but here we recognize people through their talent and hard work, Belondra firmly reassured. If there is anything we can do for you, please let us know, and we will do our utmost to help. I appreciate it, Lady Belondra, Elegel smiled with thanks. The Targaryen princess soon noticed something odd about herself and her hosts. For one, she was openly talking to Aaron and Belondra as if they were longtime friends, confidants even. The only times she ever talked this way was with her parents and Sir Jaehaerys. What exactly happened to her during her weeks-long stay here? For two, she was treated with far greater decency and acceptance. Granted, she knew the Dornians did not put stock in dragon riding abilities or lineage, and her hosts were far more tolerant and accepting than most, not to mention they were used to having Palatilian courtiers, but this pace was much too fast. And yet, she instantly preferred this to her old life in Palatilia, despite some initial regret. They heard a gong ring, and Aaron and Belondra nodded to each other. It's about time, Aaron remarked. Elagel watched as the Rada parents approached the wedded couple, with another man carrying a plush box in both hands which he held out reverently to the Grand Duke and Duchess. Aaron and Belandra each took a ring from the box, pure gold with intricate engravings and a diamond set in the center, and presented them to the bride and groom, who placed the rings on each other's fingers. Then they saw the Mahairam move forward, placing her hands and intoning her blessing, and everyone went silent as the ceremony approached its climax. As Ella Rada, do you take Temujin to be your lawfully wedded husband, to care for him in sickness and health? I do. Temujin, do you take Azella Rada to be your lawfully wedded wife, to care for her until your dying days? I do. Then by the covenant sealed upon thy rings, I pronounce you man and wife, said the Mahairam. Please, drink from the cups. The spouses were to drink a mixture of amsayak, goat milk, and a variety of herbs and spices, to signify health, joy, and endurance in the harshest of climates, that they may always be fleet-footed to tread the vast, expansive plains of the world. Served in glazed ceramic cups, they carried a fragrant scent that tingled the nose. Clinking cups, they downed the mixture. And all let out a round of applause with beaming smiles. Aaron and Belandra wept tears of joy, wiping them discreetly. Elagel could not help but envy the wedded couple. Unlike most families, they got to wed for love. Would the 14 permit me this luxury? Only time would tell. Chapter Slayei, the caliber of a ruler. 20 AC. Arpastil. Elagel Targaryen. 2 years had passed since Elagel's fostering in Dorne began, and she spent that time buried in countless books on Dorne's recent history, its academic and technological achievements, and on other governmental paraphernalia that helped deepen her understanding of the dukedom. She had to admit though, even though her parents were credited with uniting Westeros under one banner, Aaron was not lying when he said it was more an uneasy confederacy of kingdoms united under duress. Many old houses retained their power and privileges, and much of the land was under Endel rule, which tended to be opposed to the Valyrians and anyone else who did not conform to their faith. In contrast, Dorne, or Dorne as it used to be known, held complete control over all its lands and had the total loyalty of its people. All the old nobles were swept away to make way for new blood to fill their posts, and bureaucratic and military power was concentrated in the hands of House Rada. Furthermore, it practiced a policy of religious tolerance, to a point, of course, and bilingualism, where 2 official languages were adopted and practiced, ensuring it would open its doors to migrants and foreign visitors. And the achievements of Aaron Rada himself towered as high as the heavens themselves, her own parents' achievements a pale shadow in comparison. Which makes me all the gladder Aaron is our ally and not our enemy. Even with dragons on our side, I shudder to think of what he could achieve should his chains be broken. She eagerly walked towards the break room where Aaron was waiting, sipping some tea while reading a book. I'm here, Lord Aaron. What shall we discuss today? The matter of House Targaryen's style of government, Aaron answered. I figured that it's best you learn it outside of Darrow Vilanian, so that you can have a fresh perspective. Elagel nodded excitedly. Yes, please. Let's start with the noble hierarchy, Aaron stated. Do you know why I instituted my own unique hierarchy in Dorne? Elagel pondered for a few moments, struggling to come up with an answer, but came up blank. I don't know, Lord Aaron, she replied. It's all right. As for the reason why, it is to separate the nobles according to the amount of land, power, and privileges they possess, Aaron said, for as long as human society endured, there has been no official hierarchy of titles for nobility, am I correct? That is correct, Elagel nodded. Even Valyria lacked the defined hierarchy Dorne has. Do you know the benefits of this system, Your Highness? Asked Aaron. Again Elagel shook her head. It is to restrict the powers and privileges of the nobility, Aaron explained. If all you have to go by is memory work on the sigils they bear and their size of land, it is easy to exploit an ambiguous hierarchy to abuse your rights to serve personal interest. Minor lords can oppose senior suzerains, suzerains can abuse minor vassals and so on. To minimize this, it is important to implement and enforce a defined hierarchy, so you can restrict all echelons of nobility and prevent them from acting out of line, especially against the overlord of an entire kingdom, or in my case, the dukedom. I'm sorry, but I don't really follow, Elagel admitted. I mean, I get that there are flaws in an ambiguous hierarchy, but I do not see how this would actually curb the nobles from acting out of line. Indeed, just implementation alone isn't enough, you need the right people to enforce it, and you need power so the nobles are intimidated, Aaron admitted. I would never be able to do it so long as the old nobility remained in power. Is that why you exterminated the old nobility, Lord Aaron? Questioned Elagel, so that they cannot oppose your reform in any manner. Exactly so, and that was just the first step, Aaron nodded. But would that not leave a power vacuum that risked leaving the country severely weakened, inviting foreign aggression? Asked Elagel. That is true, too, Aaron acknowledged, hence why I made sure to establish a wide pool of educated bureaucrats. Palatilia, the Crownlands, has a wide pool of educated manpower, and that is why my family was able to smoothly take over and govern the Three Isles before my father's conquest. Gel nodded in understanding. No wonder Dorne remained stable after your rebellion. That is partly the reason, but there was a third, the invasion of the Reachmen, Aaron put forth. I remember the War of Roses and Serpents. Gel nodded. I always found myself fascinated by how you managed to overcome an enemy who held the greater advantage, how you defeated the chivalric Reach on the open field and demonstrated the power of your new order. It was a difficult fight, and one where I literally gambled with my life on the line. Aaron smiled wryly, pointing to his scars. I still sometimes dream of how close I was to dying by Mern the Bloodhand's blade. Gel simply nodded, not understanding a war veteran's perspective. Might I ask what are your personal opinions on the war, Your Highness? Questioned Aaron. It's a defensive war against an invader, that's for sure, Gel stated, although I believe it was also political. In what way? Aaron asked. You only just took control of Eastern Dorne, and people did not know if you could repel a foreign invader as powerful as the Reach, especially after how handily they conquered the Red Mountains. Gel answered flawlessly. By defeating the Reach, you demonstrated to your people and all of Dorne that you were a proper successor to the Martells, and instilled caution in your direct neighbors. Furthermore, your own followers have become assured of your dedication, your power and talent, and they became far more loyal to your cause in turn, disregarding whatever rewards you distributed. This way, you managed to secure peace both within and outside Dorne. Aaron clapped briefly. I salute your insight, Your Highness. Many could misinterpret it as brown-nosing, but Gel knew in her heart Aaron was anything but a sycophant. Even so, she had to admit being complimented genuinely like this was a nice feeling. I'll take the compliment, Gel answered. On that note, there are notable flaws and weaknesses in your family's style of government. Meaning no offense, of course, Aaron said. Would it be pertaining to our use of dragons? Asked Gel. Their over-reliance on such powerful creatures, to be more specific, Aaron replied, considering they simply left the old nobles in their old positions and privileges instead of conducting the wholesale replacement as I did. What do you think would happen once your family loses the greatest source of its power? Gel paled at this, instantly realizing what Aaron was getting at. The nobles would double down on their politicking, becoming more brazen in their defiance of royal authority or even managing to manipulate some of the more gullible scions into becoming their unwitting pawns. Civil war would tear the land asunder, and the nobles would become more powerful, depending on who benefited the most. On the other hand, Aaron created an entire generation of Dornian nobles loyal to his ideas and his family, and they would be more inclined to follow the new system than the old one. Even if there was corruption in a period here and there, the foundation Aaron built would not so easily crumble. Nothing good for my family at all, Gel answered. Yes, nothing good at all, Aaron repeated. Who do you think is the greatest threat to House Targaryen's rule, Your Highness? The nobility, of course, especially the Andalic nobility, Gel said. Yes, but what if I told you there were other factions we must be wary of? Aaron pointed out. There are? Who are they, then? Asked Gel. The conclave of maesters and the faith, Aaron answered. Gel was bewildered by Aaron's words, unable to comprehend what he was getting at. Excuse my words, but I just cannot fathom how old men in scholarly or religious garb could ever pose a problem, she countered. The faith militant is but a thing of the past, and the Highception himself obedient in fear of the dragons. The maesters are also harmless scholars who cannot lift a blade to defend themselves. It is exactly those kinds of men who can be most dangerous, because they do not pose a direct threat, Aaron argued back. The maesters are officially neutral, but they are secretly spies for the Citadel in Old Town, while the clergy hold the faith of the average citizen. If they so wish, they could incite a riot to suit their own benefits. Gel said, I still do not understand, I'm afraid. Then how about I put it this way? Said Aaron, the maesters are indispensable scholars and healers in every noble's court, aren't they? Yes, they are, Gel nodded, although in Palatilia, we don't employ maesters of any kind, but our own physicians and scholars instead. At least the Targaryens aren't stupid enough to invite such people into their confidence. Imagine if these maesters secretly record every meeting, every scrap of private information they can get their hands on, report it back to their superiors, and then use it to spur other nobles into action or blackmail them to get what they want, Aaron explained slowly, and then there is their knowledge on medicine, who is to say they will not turn to slowly poisoning someone they dislike, say if they were perpetrating knowledge against their wishes. Gel blanched at the thought, but why? Because they want to maintain their monopoly on knowledge, and keep the nobility reliant on their services, Aaron answered. It's one reason why Westeros has stagnated in technological advancement after the Andal migrations. Then what about the faith? Gel inquired further. I know they hold great influence and power throughout Westeros, but in Palatilia they hold virtually no power. Their hold over believers' hearts makes them dangerous, and the primary reason why most nobles outside Palatilia, Sonaria, the north, and Dorne do not dare risk antagonizing them, said Aaron. As I said earlier, they can incite their followers to rebel and riot whenever they feel it necessary, and if that happens, it will cause endless trouble to the nobility because with every rebellion they put down, another springs up, then another and another, like a pack of flies incessantly buzzing around. Wouldn't the fear of dragons stop them from doing such things? Lagal suggested. Aaron shook his head. Faith is an extremely potent drug and motivator for people. When they feel a higher power watches over them always, they feel invincible, they feel fearless, and they feel they can do no wrong. They are so blinded by faith they turn fanatical, and are willing to brave dragon fire if they feel that dying brings them to heaven. Lagal shivered with fear at such a scenario, and while Aaron sympathized with her, he knew it was better than to give a whitewashed lie. That is why when I took over as Grand Duke of Dorne, I sent two Dohaner priests to convert the local populace to the Rhoynish faith, Aaron concluded, and eventually, you will have to deal with them too. And by deal with them, Aaron means only one thing. The maesters, no one will miss them, but the faith's another thing entirely, Lagal pointed out. I'm sure you already know this, and why a regular purge will not be accepted among the people. Not unless you are so beloved by the faith's adherents or in a position of absolute power no one can ever hope to topple, though the former's likelier, Aaron shrugged. Do you have a plan to deal with the faith? Asked Lagal curiously. I don't, Aaron admitted, at least not a concrete one. I see, Lagal nodded. Are you all right? Asked Aaron. I realize I've much to learn about being a proper princess, and not the way those Andals love to espouse, Lagal admitted. I don't know if I can come anywhere close to becoming the pillars of authority my parents are. You don't have to be them, your highness. Rather, you should not be, Aaron gently reassured. Why, Lord Aaron? Asked Lagal. Because the worst thing a prince or princess can try is becoming as successful and achieved as their parents were, Aaron explained, his eyes tinged with sorrow and understanding. It puts undue pressure as they try to measure up to overwhelming expectations, and if they are not careful, they could end up making mistakes that undo that legacy regardless. Granted, it does not always result in something so horrible, but it's best to not be so demanding. People are always demanding, Lagal mumbled. Aaron heaved a sigh. My daughter Azella faced severe pressure to succeed as much as I did, and to that end she made the decision of taking in Dothraki refugees after the War of Crimson Steeds. The one that was fought alongside the men of Duria? Asked Lagal. Yes, and the one that left 100,000 refugees at the mercy of their betters, Aaron nodded. It was what opened my eyes to the sheer weight of expectations placed on my children. Aaron took a deep breath, then turned to Lagal. Would you say your parents force expectations on you? He asked. No. No, of course not, Lagal firmly denied. They've always been supportive of me, and they always tell me to not be overly concerned about being a proper successor to the family. In fact, they always encouraged me to be able to find my own path in life. Aaron patted Lagal's shoulder encouragingly. You have good parents. Treasure them for as long as they live, you never know when they are gone one day. And whether or not you are a proper successor, as a Targaryen princess you will be drawn into politics one way or another, and as such there will always come a time when you must make hard decisions when no one else can. It simply comes with our unique birth. What if I cannot decide by myself? Asked Lagal. Then you will need confidants in whom you can confide your greatest weaknesses and fears, Aaron suggested, confidants who can give you the final push to make that crucial decision. What if I still cannot decide? Asked Lagal, clutching her arm tighter. You have to decide, one way or another, Aaron gently pointed out with a sad smile. As a leader, you have to make that decision. I know it sounds really harsh, but you cannot shirk your responsibilities like that. Lagal slowly nodded, comforted by Aaron's words. I don't know if I'll ever measure up as a worthy scion of House Targaryen, to be honest, Lagal admitted. I pray I will be able to make that crucial decision when that time comes. You're too young to worry about such things right now, Your Highness, Aaron smiled reassuringly. For now, just focus on enjoying your childhood and doing what you like to do alongside your studies. Lagal smiled with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Aaron. My pleasure, Aaron smiled back. Whatever type of leader Lagal would be, she made the decision to never be like her siblings, too fixated on dragons to ignore human power. Chapter Slay 8th, Vacation. 23 AC. Lagal Targaryen. The ship gently rocked in the waves as it traversed the summer sea, its masts billowing in the wind. Clear overhead skies with minimal cloud cover ensured smooth travel without choppy seas or turbulent winds, though the crew and passengers have had to endure a much hotter sun. Wow, so this is the ocean. It's so big and vast. For a dignified princess, most nobles would chide her and say such childlike glee was unbefitting. Neither Aaron nor Belandra, on the other hand, cared about such inane concerns. How does it feel, traveling on a ship? Asked Aaron. It's amazing. It rocks with the waves, there's so much water and sky, and I think I just saw some birds flying by. Lagal exclaimed excitedly. Aaron smiled wryly, travel on the sea long enough, and you might not enjoy the rocking waves so much. But why? It doesn't seem so bad, Elagel said innocently. Maybe not right now, my dear, Balandra said, when you have to travel more frequently by the ocean, you will get our meaning. Elagel simply nodded as a trusting child ignorant of the world's perils. So we're really visiting the Summer Islands, Elagel mouthed. I always read many stories about it, though they tended to vary differently in how they portrayed this mysterious place. How so? Asked Aaron, were you reading those tomes issued by the Citadel? I was, Elagel nodded, but then I started reading those published by the University College of Koratorim 1, and they painted a completely different picture than what those crusty old men wrote. Which ones do you prefer, the books by the Citadel, or by the scholars of Wayland? Asked Aaron. The latter, answered Elagel, they seem a lot more interesting and informative than the Citadel's. And that's good, because you know the difference between shoddily tailored lore filled in with the barest scraps of imagination and properly constructed lexicons that endure throughout the ages. Balandra smiled. I once asked my family's old maester about the authenticity of the Citadel's lore. Suffice to say, he was condescending. Aaron patted Balandra on the shoulder before saying to Elagel, we'll be landing at the port of Koratorim in 2 days' time, so be sure to enjoy the ocean as much as you want. Okay, Elagel said, by the way. Yes. The ocean stinks, Elagel commented, wrinkling her nose. Both Aaron and Balandra stifled their chuckles. Well, for what it's worth, Your Highness, I dislike the ocean too, Sir Jaehaerys offered. I'm very much a landlubber myself. Have you gotten into the habit of using such crass language, Sir Jaehaerys? Elagel asked with mock surprise. It is most unbecoming of you. Beg your pardon, Your Highness, but you have not been much better in that regard, Jaehaerys smirked knowingly, and gods know just who is to blame for that. Aaron held up his hands with a plastered expression of mock denial, and Balandra simply snorted in amusement. I. Koratorim, Tall Trees Town. As the port came into view, the galleon they travelled on slowly inched closer to the stone pier as dockworkers moved like a well-oiled machine to prep the ship for docking. One tossed the rope and deftly tied it to a stone post, another moved the gangplank into position, and once they were given the all-clear, the passengers of the Erashiarha-2 disembarked. Once the paperwork was signed, the harbour master bowed to Aaron's party as the Merkavi and Targaryen knights fell in line to escort their charges. Elagel, welcome to Koratorim, capital of the Kingdom of Wayland of the Barialoriger, Summer Isles, Aaron said to her. Elagel's eyes opened with wonder as she beheld an entirely new civilization. Everywhere she looked, she saw black-skinned men and women milling about their daily lives, the sun's rays illuminating the port like the early sunrise. So much of the city was unique, the way the houses were built, the richly colorful robes the locals wore, the alien tongue that bombarded her ears and the smell of strong spices permeating the air. She felt so out of place that she inadvertently found her legs shaking with both uncertainty and excitement, brimming with youthful energy. As they walked towards the princely palace, she could see many temples dedicated to the Summer Icelanders' 10,000 gods, built with immaculate carvings with striking attention to detail as they depicted gods, beasts, and men in a cacophony of wordless stories told to those with eyes to see, a feat she thought impossible on most forms of stone. Incense burned strongly, and prayer chants could be heard from both priests and worshippers. The locals also wore very strange headdresses, head-wrapped turbans or veils, and sported black markings on their faces and arms, what Aaron called tattoos. Elagel had to admit, she was intrigued by the thought of wearing such unique decorations herself. Soon they arrived at the Larabia Pi Lareu, Starlight Palace, for where a coterie of Max Woodok awaited them, decked in shining half-plate armor, the engraved letters gleaming with a soft light. Welcome back, Grand Duke and Duchess Rada, the lead guard greeted them, before turning to Elagel, and we bid you welcome, Your Highness. The pleasure is ours, Aaron said. Is Terrell indisposed? No, Your Lordship, he is merely finishing a meeting with several diplomats from other Summer Islander kingdoms, the lead guard informed. His Lordship Holta and his lady wife are in the solar, awaiting your arrival. Thank you, said Aaron. Come, Elagel. The Starlight Palace was a work of art and a defensible stronghold. Its construction initiated when Terrell Zadok took back the kingdom of Wayland and purged the old elites wholesale, nobles, priests, and rich merchants alike. The architect in charge was a woman who would later be credited for birthing what came to be known as Wayland revivalist architecture, Rinosokalan 5. Counted among Terrell's exiles 6, she held grand aspirations to be a worthy successor to her father Balor, who himself was a famous architect. She was rejected by countless masters who saw no benefit in educating a woman in a man's craft, and rather than be dispirited she turned her disappointment into anger, and conducted her own independent studies on various styles of Summer Islander architecture. When Prince Terrell and his entire retinue was exiled after losing a rigged duel, she willingly joined and never looked back. In Dorne, she excelled in her studies and was even commissioned for a dozen projects when she earned her spurs. Her method of vengeance was to completely outshine all other Wayland architects in the entire kingdom, building not only the Starlight Palace but also planning the layout of the brand new Coratorium and several other palaces and castles, thus stealing their opportunities and forcing them to leave to seek their fortunes elsewhere. As one would say in Wayland, fear not the loud tantrum, but the quiet anger. 7. When Elegel walked through the palace grounds, she could see influences from other cultures. From the Rhoynish, there were onion domes, overhanging eaves and horseshoe arches in the very structure, and projecting window screens that provided privacy and shade. From the Valyrians she could see pinnacles atop onion domes and pointed arches, and towers jutting out like stalagmites. From the Andals and Essex she saw open pavilions built with a distinctly Wayland flair, with octagonal roofs that served as leisure spots where people chatted or played board games. The interior of the palace itself was equally grandiose and aesthetically pleasing, and everywhere she went she saw intricate carvings, bright paints, and multicolored motifs, horseshoe arches holding up a very high ceiling that somehow made the interior cooler than outside. My goodness! I never thought I would be impressed with foreign architecture like this, Sir Jaehaerys exclaimed. All part of learning other cultures, Jaehaerys, Bellandra said, experience the foreign and the unknown, and you will have a more colorful life than isolating yourself in your own home. Perhaps, said Jaehaerys. They soon reached the Solar, where they were greeted by Druzelka and Poltizadok, the former embracing Aeron and Bellandra warmly. It's so good to see you, cousins, Druzelka greeted, and good afternoon to you, Elegel. It's nice to meet you, Druzelka, Elegel smiled, though she felt slightly awkward receiving a hug. Looks like you're doing good as always, Aeron remarked. I find it hard to believe it was not this way 10 years ago. You can thank the dedication of our people and the technical expertise you donated, Polta shrugged. Please, take a seat, we've prepared some tea and snacks for you all. Servants brought in platters of different snacks from biscuits and dried fruits to multi-layered rainbow-colored cakes and flaky pastries, and each one tasted heavenly. Elegel almost stuffed her cheeks full with sweets before she had to be stopped by Bellandra, who gently chastised her. How do you find Coratorium so far, Elegel? Asked Druzelka. It's amazing, Elegel smiled, there's so much to see, so much to experience, and I only just arrived. It's a bit of a shame we're only staying here for 2 weeks. Coratorium is always open to friends of House Rada, Princess Elegel, Polta said, sipping his cuppa. You are free to return whenever you wish to. Where's Prince Terrell, by the way? Asked Elegel, is he still busy with work? Yes, it appears so, said Polta, though there was a slight strain in his smile. The astute Elegel noticed it was not just the Zadoks, but Aeron and Bellandra Rada as well. What's the matter? Asked Elegel. Aeron hesitated to answer, as if not wanting to ruin Elegel's good mood with cold, harsh facts. My Lord Rada, might I accompany Her Highness on a tour of the Starlight Palace? Jaehaerys suggested. Yes, that's a good idea, said Aeron, thankful for the save, Druzelka. Of course, just a moment, said Druzelka. Once the assigned guide led both Elegel and Jaehaerys away, the Solar was now filled with a solemn quiet and a thickening tension that grew with every passing second. Their faces were grim, their shoulders tense and their lips pursed into frowns. And Aeron was the first to break the silence. What is Terrell up to? Aeron asked. He's been entertaining dignitaries from all across the Barrial-Origer, Polta answered. I say entertaining, but it's really more a shouting match between them and him, and you can guess why. Why am I not surprised? Asked Aeron. I've dealt with my own fair share of suspicion and outright hostility directed at me for my own actions. In all honesty, these nobles and priests can be claimed by the oarsmen for all I care. Druzelka frowned deeply, her eyes burning with a smoldering anger. They never faced warfare like we did, why should they complain so much? Better yet, how about they stop complaining and start doing something more productive with their lives instead? Because they are just that petty, Druzelka, Bellandra answered matter-of-factly, since they can't match you or take you down by conventional means, they'll settle for getting on your nerves every step of the way to soothe their own egos. Druzelka grumbled, but said nothing. I believe they are more afraid of us than insulted, she remarked. There is more, added Polta. I've heard very concerning rumors that someone is plotting to assassinate my brother. They are? Asked Bellandra with concern. It is mere hearsay, nothing concrete, Polta clarified, although I can't say it's not possible either. I do not like Terrell, Druzelka interjected. He is arrogant, self-assured, and filled with thoughts of invincibility. He's drunk on his success. He fully believes he can take on all the Summer Isle kingdoms by himself and anyone else who attacks because of our strengthened armies and navies and our alliance with you. Druzelka heaved a sigh. But as much as I hate to admit it, him dying would cause instability in our kingdom, she admitted. A good number of our own people despise the Zadoks due to the revolts years prior. If Terrell dies, other kingdoms will try to fan the flames and make us more vulnerable. When Terrell committed his purges, a good number of the Wayland small folk rebelled, partially instigated by loyalists to the old regime but mostly as a result of fear and terror in the wake of such an unprecedented wave of violence spreading throughout the kingdom. Angry mobs with no decent leadership or tactics were easily slaughtered in droves, and though peace reigned afterwards, there remained those who nurtured a lasting hatred for the Zadoks even now. In all honesty, I cannot bear to see my brother die either, said Polta. He may be arrogant right now, but I know he wants only the best for Waelano and our family. Besides, there are none in the other Summer Isle kingdoms we can trust anyway, and they've always been looking for an excuse to sabotage us. Even then, you will need to shore up your defenses in the event they initiate hostilities, Aaron suggested. Can't hurt to be too careful. We do have our general of the army, a star graduate from East Point and veteran of many battles, Polta smiled, to which Druzelka simply shrugged with a smirk. There is something that bothers me, though. Something that just doesn't make sense, said Balandra. Why is Terrell not married even now? In the world of the nobility, siring children to succeed the house and propagate the bloodline was one of their foremost prerogatives, and for that reason nobles married as early as 16. This way, in the unforeseen event that the ruling monarchs cannot have children for any reason, relatives were able to succeed and thus secure the bloodline. And yet Terrell did not take any wife even before his return to Waelano, not once. When asked the reason why, he was stubbornly tight-lipped and refused to elaborate further no matter what. Polta simply sighed, and asked, "Can you please keep this a secret?" Aaron and Balandra leaned in closer. "What is it?" Polta sighed, "He is sterile." "What?" Balandra narrowed her eyes in disbelief. "How?" "It's an old injury he sustained while hunting," Polta explained. "He was maimed in his manhood by one of the local wildlife, and while he was saved, it damaged his ability to procreate beyond repair. He does not want this fact exposed, and feels that taking a wife or a lover would lead to this secret being exposed. So it's a matter of saving face," Aaron concluded, "but is it purely for him, or out of consideration for others? Unlikely as it may be. He is being considerate, if only to avoid causing a scandal," Druzelka quipped, "though it has caused a large number of unsavory rumors to spread about him. Some say he is secretly homosexual and keeps a harem of male prostitutes on hand," Polta listed off with his fingers. "Some say he is afflicted with a curse that leaves women unable to love him, only scorn him. Some say every woman he lays with is soon killed to satisfy his urges for female blood." Druzelka merely rolled her eyes. "Then let's pray the peace holds for now," Aaron suggested, "and that nothing untoward happens. I have to ask though, how much longer does Terrell intend to keep this secret?" "As long as he needs to, according to him," Druzelka replied. "Other than that, he hasn't told us." "He's stubbornly tight-lipped on this, I might add," Polta said. "Which meant they don't know exactly how long he planned to keep up this charade. Disregarding the duration, exactly how has he managed to keep this secret in the first place, and for 10 years straight?" asked Balandra. "I find it hard to believe that he kept such an important secret for so long, especially when the line of succession is in question." "Well, on that, he actually adopted our daughter Drusea as his successor," Polta answered. "He presented an argument to the court that kingship should be duty and not a right to be entitled to, and that as the old nobility sowed chaos simply because they felt they were owed their privileges. To that end, he declared his intention to appoint an heir he feels will do right by his duty, and who can be groomed to succeed him without feeling any sense of entitlement." "Why not you?" asked Aaron. Polta simply sighed. "I just happened to not be chosen, that's all." Aaron then asked, "I highly doubt that alone can dissuade the other Summer Icelanders. What else did he do?" "He made a pledge before the goddess of fertility, that he would sire no heir of his own to ensure his chosen heir has no unnecessary competition," Polta answered. "Personally, I doubt this truly dissuaded the naysayers, but making such a pledge is rare, not least because it is considered sacrosanct in our culture." "Please elaborate," Balandra pressed. "We call this the pledge of celibacy," Polta explained. "Such a pledge is rarely done because it forces the ruling prince or princess to foster the heir apparent by himself without siring or adopting any more children to succeed the throne and continue the royal bloodline. It is also risky because even though warfare was restricted to duels, assassinations are still a viable political tool, and if care is not taken, the heir may be slain and the lineage ended. As for exactly why it's considered sacrosanct, I'm afraid to say the real reason has long since been lost to time." Aaron simply shrugged. "I suppose no one wants to risk trying to break the pledge, directly or indirectly." "That is correct," Polta said. "Well, at least Terrell took care to ensure a tight alibi for his actions," Aaron said. "But Druzelka, are you sure you're alright with Terrell's actions right now?" Druzelka said, "Terrell or not, my home's here now, and I'm bound to the Zadoks. Whatever happens next, I'll weather what comes with them." Aaron smiled and said, "Then I pray for your good health. For now, it would have to be enough." I. As Elegel wandered the corridors, she encountered numerous servants and guards who courteously addressed her and bowed with respect as befitting decorum, Sir Jaehaerys following close behind. She had to admit, it was nice to see the Barilorigiri not care about her status as a dragonless rider, though it was more because dragons were not an integral facet of their culture. Just then, she accidentally bumped into someone, and she was quick to curtsy and apologize. My apologies, I did not see you there. It is nothing. Elagel heard a very gruff and dismissive voice, and she saw the face of the voice's owner. Stoic until carved like granite, fixed in an eternal sneer as if he had no reason to be cordial, his veins bulging until bursting, his eyes narrowed to thin slits. Elagel swallowed nervously, suddenly feeling as if she was staring down a greater monster. May I ask who you are? Asked the man. Elagel Targaryen, Princess of House Targaryen, said Elagel. I am Terrell Zadok, Prince of Waylano. I must say, I didn't expect to see a Princess of House Targaryen here, the man answered, quirking a brow, your guard. I am Sir Jaehaerys Calderon, in service to Her Highness Elagel Targaryen, Jaehaerys greeted. Come follow me, this isn't the place to talk, Terrell beckoned. They entered Terrell's personal solar, a mostly nondescript room save for the stacks of documents on his table and the rows of bookshelves full of more documents both finished and unfinished. Terrell beckoned for Elagel to sit opposite him at a table, with Jaehaerys standing stiffly by Elagel's side. What brings a Targaryen princess so far from home, might I ask? Said Terrell. Most people felt the urge to be anywhere but near Terrell, and often fervently wished to look away from his piercing eyes which resembled a predator's. Elagel, on the other hand, merely stared back without flinching, as if she was unafraid of the man before her. I'm being fostered with Grand Duke Rada of Dorne, and part of it involves taking occasional excursions to other lands and cultures abroad, Elagel explained. Lord Aaron says it's especially important to experience other cultures to broaden my perspective. Terrell slowly nodded. How do you find Waylano? It's amazing, and it has a very exotic feel that can't be replicated elsewhere, Elagel answered. I hope to experience more of what Waylano has to offer. Terrell smiled slightly, his smile vanishing like air. Then enjoy it while the peace lasts, Terrell said grimly, his eyes staring into the distance. Prince Terrell? Asked Elagel. Terrell then faced Elagel, and she saw in his eyes familiar emotions that she herself once felt, anger, disappointment, betrayal, and paranoia. She felt such emotions when her own siblings started bullying her terribly for being unable to bond with a dragon, and when the other nobles whispered maliciously about her. She remembered trying so hard to bottle up her emotions, occasionally venting them to her parents and Sir Jaehaerys in private. Terrell then said, I don't see the peace in Waylano or Barilorigir, Summer Isles, lasting much longer, so make sure to enjoy the peace by then. You believe war will erupt? Asked Elagel. Sooner than most would believe, Terrell said grimly. Elagel simply nodded. Is there anything else you want to ask me? She asked. No, Terrell answered. Then, I take my leave, Elagel informed as she got up. And yet, rather than immediately leave the room, she paused in her movement and turned to face Terrell, an alien look of concern on her face. Yes? Asked Terrell. Elagel found her mouth flapping open and close with no words coming out despite her best efforts, unsure of what to say to him. Eventually she just said, don't let whatever's bothering you hold you down, they're just young brats throwing a temper tantrum. Smirking, Terrell slowly drew out his curved saber for Elagel to see. The blade was long, thick and wide with a fuller carved on each side and a swollen tip, wavy ripples visible on the steel. The handle was straight with a disc-shaped crossguard and pommel. Ordinarily, it would be a heavy weapon to wield, certain to chop enemies in twain in one strike, giving off an air of authority in the hands of its wielder. This is Dwajalogi, Traitor's Cleaver 8. My personal weapon and my favorite. He said, when those who had me unjustly exiled were tried for their crimes, I personally lopped off their heads. In other words, I should not worry so much about him? And here I thought he had too much to deal with on his plate. If you say so, said Elagel. There was nothing more left to say. And so she left without another word. The University College of Koratorim was founded not long after Terrell reclaimed his princely post, in a bid to educate the masses of Waylano in the new ways and strengthen loyalty to his kingdom. Tu Eraj Yarha, translates as Eris's son gift, and it serves as Aaron's flagship in the ducal navy. It was named after his late grandfather in his honor. 10,000 gods, a generic term used to refer to the Barilorigir's many gods across countless cults throughout the Isles. Among the locals, they are referred to as the Wabango, an exonym derived from the Waylano word Wubinga meaning a large body of water. Wubinga was a term used to describe the summer sea by the Barilorigiri. For Larabia Pi Lareu, Starlight Palace, a masterpiece of the Waylano revivalist architecture pioneered during Terrell's reign, as part of his bid to cement his authority and legacy as a father of change and innovation. Centuries later, it still serves as the capital of government for Waylano. 5 Renosokalan, famed for her excellent skill but also her hot temper, she has been a very proud and stubborn person few can truly get along with. Nevertheless, Terrell kept her as chief architect of the kingdom for her talent and to spite those who oppose him and his reforms. She was tasked with creating the Wayland revivalist architecture, so that his dynasty would be remembered as a true successor to the old regime, a symbol of pride and authority. 6. Terrell's exiles, the unofficial name given to the retinue of the Zadok brothers who followed Terrell Zadok into exile. Since then, the Zadoks wear that title with pride. 7. A quote that entered common use when Terrell Zadok was questioned by his defeated rivals on how he snatched a victory after defeat. 8. Duajalogy, they, trader's cleaver, a sword crafted with the latest advances in Rhoynish and Wayland metallurgy and spell crafting. Its design has inspired the creation of a type of sword the locals call the Omozo. A/N, the architecture of the Kingdom of Wayland is inspired by Hoysala architecture from Karnataka, India between the 11th to 14th century AD and Indo-Saracenic architecture created by the British in the later 19th century. I had a lot of fun writing the architectural descriptions. I also studied the different types of African blades for Prince Terrell's sword, derived from the Omozo sword originally made in Benin, West Africa. Chapter XLIX, Distant Bloodshed. 23 AC. Aegon Targaryen. Is this seriously happening? I am afraid so, Your Grace. Aegon Targaryen grumbled under his breath. It was so easy to take the ruling peace for granted when it was enforced by living forces of nature. And yet despite the lack of large-scale wars between kingdoms and nobles, there still remained a few minor disputes here and there that had to be mediated or forcibly stopped. This time it was a large-scale civil strife between nobles of the neck. Despite House Stark sending diplomats to attempt to smooth things out or inform them of the consequences, bloodshed prevails and almost every single party involved refused to put down arms. What's more, it was a succession of disputes breaking out one after the other in quick succession. They soon learned the original cause from Tristan Massey's sources, House Blodfeld's growing power. So in the end, they decide to act like imbeciles rather than try to better themselves, Aegon remarked dismissively, and here I thought they respected the word of House Stark enough to not openly disregard it. I suspect Torrhen's submission to you damaged that reputation, Your Grace, Tristan pointed out. Their name still carries some respect, just not as great as before. What has Torrhen done with regard to this debacle, Tristan? Asked Aegon. He has put House Blodfeld in charge of subjugating the neck. By any means necessary, Tristan reported, yet I've never seen such obvious illogical factors at work than I have right now. Indeed. Their blatant disregard concerning Torrhen's surrender is understandable, but not the fact they willingly resorted to war en masse. And I cannot believe they're ignorant of the fact they planted targets on all their backs, Aegon remarked. Something or someone is at work here, and I know it. Alas, my spiders have failed to determine the identity of this third party. Tristan shook his head in frustration. He evades them like an invisible shadow, and is as tangible as the air. Continue your investigations for now, Tristan, Aegon commanded, and send Eckard Blodfeld a message that he has my authority to crush these rebels, by any means he deems fit. Your Grace. At this moment, the rebellion is a direct defiance of royal authority, and I cannot have them running amok, Aegon clarified. Let Eckard deal with them, and then we can deal with the rest of Sonaria. As you say, Your Grace, Tristan bowed. I. Annoberk, Moat Kalin, 1. Eckard Blodfeld. So our spies have been successful. Indeed, my lord. No one will realize our involvement in their massed border disputes. Eckard smiled gleefully as he heard the news, happy that Oberyn and all his other men were such competent subordinates. With a few planted documents and colorful insults, forgeries, and the liberal use of magic, the nobles of the Gosmerge, the neck, too set upon each other like hungry wolves fighting over a freshly killed corpse, each eager to oust the other and claim the bounty for themselves. And what of House Frey? Any word from our spies there? Asked Eckard. None as of yet, save that preparations are complete and we need only to await the results, said Oberyn. Good, Eckard smiled again. What of our troops? They stand ready, all 10,000 troops and 50 ships, Oberyn reported, inspecting his clipboard as he spoke. Our supplies, on the other hand, will last us for only 2 months. We cannot support so many without more farmland of our own. Eckard nodded. Many times I've had to work with far less, save when I obtained money from Aaron Rada. This time is no different. We simply have to finish conquering the Gosmerch within that time. As you say, Eckard, Oberyn agreed, although should we be worried about our enemies to the north? They won't bother committing political suicide like that, Eckard noted with disdain, not as long as their name's more important to them. Technically as nobles ourselves, we have to pay attention to our image and reputation, Oberyn reminded. If everyone sees us as barbaric warmongers who don't care for diplomacy and subtlety, we'd be the ones in the wrong, and then everyone else will want to take us down. Yes, as much as I hate to admit it, you're right, Eckard relented. Bloody fucking hell. You seem quite busy, husband. Eckard turned to face his wife, the child of the forest named Leaf. She stood as tall as her husband, and was dressed in very humble robes of high-quality cotton and silk, leaves and twigs intertwined and growing naturally as part of her apparel's design. She offered a gentle kiss on his lips and hugged him, allowing him to relax slightly. Nowadays the children were called the Hroquit, or Voices of the Forest 3, which suited them just fine since the children were an elder race, and in their words men were the true children. You're extremely tense, husband, Leaf pointed out. Is that so? Eckard asked. His twitchy smile, his tense shoulders and spine, however, betrayed his underlying emotions, and he relented with a sigh. Fine, I'm rather edgy right now, he admitted. We're about to enter a war for control of the entire neck, and if anything interferes right now, all our plans will be for nothing, and the other nobles will have reason to knock us down, maybe even take us out. For what it's worth, it's also my first time feeling very tense, Eckard, Oberyn added. I wonder if this is what Grand Duke Rada felt, back when he was just Lord of Arsam, Swordport. Probably, Eckard guessed. You've made your preparations as best as they could be made, did you not, husband? Leaf said, your men are selected for their talent and experience, they are your men, who you elevated from the dregs of the barrel to the highest peaks of the tallest mountains, men who have been tempered from slag into winter steel. They are worth 1,000 times more than any men whom these fattened, weak nobles command. Have more faith in them. Eckard smiled with appreciation, you know, that was the encouragement I needed. And we are always here to lend you my support, you know that, Lead pointed out. Sure thing, Leaf. Or should I say Lionne? Said Eckard. As a woman married into nobility, she had to integrate into the upper echelons of society, and while it was easy enough creating a glamour to mask her true appearance, it was much harder for her to learn the Sonarians' mannerisms and social norms, and she had to adopt the name Lionne in public. Leaf rolled her eyes. Call me Leaf when we're at home, at least. Sure thing, smirked Eckard. Oberyn rolled his eyes. Eckard idly reached for the handle of his two-handed axe Bilajal 4, a winter steel axe that cleaved countless skulls of his enemies in both Essos and Westeros. He relished the day when he could cleave the skulls of his noble rivals, and show them just how useless and worthless antiquated names are in this changing day and age. I. Arsam. Aris Rada. Aris had to admit, retirement was exceptionally relaxing compared to all the stressful work that politics and statesmanship entailed. No more dealing with nobles and their masquerades, their brown-nosing and factionalism, no more bullying by more powerful factions, and certainly no more worrying about any amount of inane and important things. Nowadays all he needed to do was leave things to his son and the rest of his family and subordinates, sip a cup of tea and enjoy the evening sunset and starry night sky. Only problem is that it's just so boring, Aris muttered, smiling wryly at how slow his movements had become. Ah! If only I was younger. Amelia sipped her cup of tea as she finished reading her book, setting it aside and casting a raised brow at her husband. You seem pretty spry to me, husband, Amelia pointed out. Wish I was younger, my ass. Oh, don't blame an old man for daydreaming, Aris said exasperatedly, it's one of the few things I get to do during my free time. A commodity we have too much of in our retirement, said Amelia. Oh fine, be a spoilsport and poke fun at our inactivity, Aris rolled his eyes, before smiling at her. Well, I suppose this kind of boredom's also good, beats being very stressed all the time. True, Amelia agreed. Aris's face then lost its smile as he contemplated something else. What do you think will become of the Summer Isles after Terrell's assassination? Asked Aris. I don't know enough, but suffice to say I don't think the other kingdoms will stand a chance, Amelia concluded. Wayland benefited from a decade of constant military, economic, technological and political reform, and since Terrell already designated and groomed his own niece as his successor, it won't affect the kingdom that much. According to Aeron, Drusilla was taking the death of her uncle as hard as her father, Aris added, and with evidence that nobles from other kingdoms were behind Terrell's assassination as he attended peace talks, the Zadoks will settle for nothing less than total victory. Will that mean all the Summer Isles can be united and then counted on as a staunch ally of Dorne, when the time comes? Aris asked, more to himself than others. I can't say, Amelia admitted. Drusilla retains close relations with us and many contacts in the ducal army and navy, but the summer folk might not be so willing to risk their lives in foreign wars. No, I suppose they won't, Aris reluctantly nodded. I suppose all we can hope is if they do choose to help us rather than not. I hope they do, or all the work they put into maintaining their alliance with us will be swept away with the tides, Amelia opined. Remember what Aeron once said? Princes who are irresolute usually follow the path of neutrality in order to escape immediate danger, and usually come to grief. Another quote from Machiavelli. Aris nodded. He often said that rather than being neutral, it is better to commit to one side rather than commit to none, because if you hesitate and dither in making a decision, both the winners and losers of a conflict will come to dislike the neutral party. Thus, when war next breaks out, both sides will then turn on the neutral party and it will be the ultimate loser. A lesson that applies well in the Game of Thrones, Amelia smiled grimly, because the player that reveals himself as a true ally or enemy is the most respected. And yet delaying in making a decision is also a valid tactic, especially when the people under you need time to gather more information before making a decision, though overusing it will be counterproductive, Aerys said. I recall having to make a snap decision many times encountering the plots against our household, having to choose who lived and who died to protect our house. That being said, there is also value in exercising discretion by staying neutral, because even though committing to a side, especially considering the scenario they lose, can earn one respect, it can also cause much undue harm to the people. Amelia countered matter-of-factly. There was the story of the Axis powers, of how Italy under Mussolini committed while Spain under Franco remained neutral. Italy lost and Mussolini was killed, while Spain was intact and Franco survived. I guess in the end, it really depends on the circumstances and the people's feelings, Aerys concluded. Aeron chose to commit to the Targaryens because he knew their power was crucial to winning us the war, even though he would have to be beholden to their power. On the other hand, it bought him valuable time and prestige to commit reforms one after another, and form alliances with our neighbors in Indria. Amelia added, the only question is that once we turn against House Targaryen, who among our allies will truly commit to our rebellion? Doria will be ruled out, they're too far away. The Summer Isles too, given how detached they are from Westeros's affairs, Aerys answered. Our allies in the Stormlands and the Reach, however, will. Dregs are always eager to rise to greater heights, with how little they have to lose. Amelia smiled wryly. Eckard Blodfeld, especially. You think he would join us and meddle in southern affairs? Aerys questioned. If he has something to gain, yes, replied Amelia, and don't think Doria or the Summer Isles will be truly neutral, dear. Don't you know that a great number of their politicians are formerly from Dorne? That is true, said Aerys. In any case, I suppose we won't know anything else until the time comes. And that is when Rhoynish shall reveal her plans for us all, said Amelia. 1 Annoberg, translates as Ancestors' Fortress, which Eckard renamed Moat Cailin once it was fully rebuilt at the 20th anniversary of Aegon's conquest. At times it is called Elberg, White Fortress, a more informal name in comparison. The etymology is inspired by the word Ilbf, a byword forming Ilb, white, Elba, elder, and Alf, elf. 2 Gosmerge, translates as fertile borderland, derived from the word mirk being a byword that forms march, border, and marsh, swamp, the name Eckard gave the neck region. 3 Hroquit, the children of the forest adopted their new name, not wishing to be called children by the younger races. They have since come out of isolation and made Annoberg, or Moat Cailin, their permanent home, growing their numbers at a rapid pace with the aid of magic and taking human spouses, integrating into human society and taking high positions in Eckard's court. 4 Bilagal, in the Sonarian dialect of the Old Tongue, or Endonaic as Eckard called it translates as fearsome blade. Forged from the remains of a battleaxe that Eckard made and broke countless times in battle, it was reforged using the latest advances in arcane smithing. Some say it glows with a tinge of red, presumably from the blood of countless foes he slew. Its etymology is derived from egil, dread, which is used as a pun as agi, blade edge, which then invokes the name Bilagi, blade and blade. Chapter L, Old Dangers Rise. 28 AC. Elagel Targaryen. 5 years had passed since then, and Elagel was now celebrating her 18th birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Elagel, happy birthday to you. Aeron's family and Elagel's parents, and all their friends gave a round of applause as Elagel blew out the birthday candles, and as the birthday girl she made her first slice of the chocolate cake, taking it before Garen took over and cut the cake for the rest of the party-goers. Elagel proudly wore her crimson dress uniform, her boots polished to a mirror sheen and her beret placed on a hat rack, the rank of second lieutenant displayed on her shoulder pads. Congratulations for graduating, Elagel, I'm so proud of you, Visenya beamed brightly, hugging her dearest daughter. You look positively charming and dignified, I might add, Aegon smirked, your uniform suits you. This beats dresses any day, Elagel smiled back. Come now, you know that dress codes exist for a reason, Visenya pointed out. Not to mention quite a lot of ignoramuses would ignore you simply if your attire doesn't match their expectations, Rhoynish added with exasperation, I mean, they can shove their chauvinism up their behinds, but still. Elagel rolled her eyes. It was only in private that her parents could afford to be so casual with each other and unwind from the daily stresses of rulership. Turning to Aeron who took a bite of chocolate cake with a smile, Aegon said, we must give you our thanks, Grand Duke, Elagel has shaped up to be a fine woman. I merely gave her guidance while she chose her path, Aeron replied, but you are welcome, your grace. Modest as always, I see, said Aegon, by the way, can I ask your opinion about a few things? Of course, please follow me, Aeron nodded. As they went towards a quieter, more private corner of the dining hall, Aeron then asked, what is it you wish to talk to me about, your grace? What do you honestly believe about Eckard Blodfeld and Oberyn Tigerad? Aegon asked. Aegon showed not an iota of concern or suspicion as most players did. regarding the border disputes in the neck as a mere blip on the map and little else. In all honesty, I don't truly pay much attention to what happens up north, Your Grace, Aaron admitted. I'm not sure how I can help there. Maybe, but I was hoping you could lend me your insight, Aegon put forth. You see, the last time that happened, you managed to seize control of several fiefs that allowed you to build up your power base for the eventual confrontation with House Martell. Who is to say the same will not happen in the neck? That is true, Aaron nodded. If I'm being honest, Eckard does not strike me as the kind to trust any of the old nobility in Sonaria. He speaks of House Stark and House Bolton with especial derision. Given that he was formerly a beggar before becoming a lord, I might see a reason why he despises them, Aegon suggested. Do you believe he will be aiming to seize power from House Stark, achieve complete dominion over Sonaria? It is entirely plausible, Aaron answered, and it's not just his attitude towards House Stark, there's his complete extermination of the old houses in Gosmerge, his blatant antagonism towards House Frey in a latest series of trade disputes. Then there are rumors that vast swathes of Gosmerge are being cultivated for agriculture or being cleared for roads, and ships throng his newly built harbors offloading goods of all kinds. I also hear that his army's top class compared to anything and everything the Sonarians can muster. If that's not a blatant move to seize power, I don't know what this is. Aegon nodded to himself, satisfied with the answer, and then he asked, how long until you think he'll act against House Stark? At least 5 more years or so, Aaron answered. Conquering a region as large as the neck with only one fief to your name means you have to spend years bringing it under your control and filling the vacancies. Yes, I suppose, said Aegon. What about Elagel? Do you believe her ready for the world of the nobility? Yes, I do, Aaron answered resolutely. Truly? I don't mean to cast doubt, but Dorne's politics are radically different compared to the politics and social norms of Darrow Vilenian, Aegon pointed out, a tinge of worry in his eyes. You protected her by sending her here to be fostered, Your Grace, Aaron replied, and she matured splendidly into a fine noble woman. Have some faith in her. Aegon nodded silently in response, though he still seemed slightly worried. There are still naysayers who question her right to be a member of House Targaryen, and her siblings refuse to entertain the thought of her claiming her place in our family, said Aegon. Well, most of her siblings. Aaron abstained from asking further on this point, and instead said, how about this? We've had recent trade disputes with Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr, and their ships went as far as to seize merchant convoys and hold the merchants and their crews hostage, demanding we release them for coin. Not a day goes by that I do not remember this insolence, Aegon muttered darkly. In fact, I believe only war shall educate them of the futility of their insolence. And here is where I propose an idea, said Aaron. Countless nobles in the Andal kingdoms are growing exceptionally restless and eager for battle, and they want the flimsiest excuse to bear arms. When war breaks out, have Elagel take command of some troops of her own and prove to everyone her worthiness as a princess of House Targaryen. You're suggesting she risk herself in battle? Questioned Aegon. My daughter Azella experienced war when she was just 10 and 8, and has since grown much from the harsh lessons she learned, Aaron said. I know this might not be what you want, but your queenly wives also took to the skies and commanded armies, no? Naturally, Aegon said proudly. Then naturally, Princess Elagel must also experience the harsh realities of war and politics, Aaron reiterated. It's crucial for her not only in terms of helping her self-esteem, but also in exposing her on how politics work, and the cost of war itself. She has to undergo these harsh and painful lessons so that the obviously easy to make mistakes are not made in the future. As the saying goes, don't waste a good mistake, learn from it. A good mistake, you say? Asked Aegon. Indeed, Your Grace, said Aaron, and more importantly, by putting the nobles to the test, we can weaken those disloyal to the Iron Throne and make the rest more cautious about being overly eager for war. Yes, you're right, Aegon nodded slowly. I remember the Westerlanders are still exceptionally cautious of the might of our dragons, even now. Poor Castan's doing remarkably well as a figurehead, though I cannot say the same of the cadet branches of House Lannister. Aaron shrugged, nobles being nobles. Anyway, there is one more suggestion I'd like to make, should you wish to implement my plan. That being? Asked Aegon. You deliberately hold back the dragons, and let the ground troops and navies fight their wars on their own, Aaron suggested, which perturbed Aegon greatly. Let them suffer war, and only have the dragons intervene when absolutely necessary. You do realize we can easily just have our dragons swoop in and put a quick end to those meddlesome magisters? Aegon pointed out. Then we would not have put the nobles to the test, would we? They would become cocky and arrogant, and then regard the great dragon lords as cleaners come to clean their mess for them, Aaron countered, causing Aegon to narrow his eyes. You truly believe they would think that? Asked Aegon, a hard edge in his voice. With all due respect, Your Grace, if I were in their position I would think the same. Aaron held up his hands placatingly, and unless they pay a heavy price for their victory or failure in battle, they will never learn just how valuable and almighty dragons truly are, and why House Targaryen does not exist for their benefit alone. Aegon curled his lips and grimaced as he stared into the distance, calming himself down and contemplating Aeron's words. Eventually he nodded with acceptance, and said to Aeron, "As much as I hate to admit it, you are right. Ultimately, the decision is yours to make, Your Grace," Aeron said, "I am merely here to advise." "All the same, thank you for your advice," said Aegon, "I have to go now." "Have a pleasant evening, Your Grace," Aeron bowed. Once he was alone, Saint Alia approached Aeron and leaned against the wall beside him, holding a glass of OZ1 in her hands. "Honestly, I'm quite in awe of how easily you manipulated him, my lord," she remarked with a smirk. "Now we can work to weaken the nobles one house at a time." "Are the preparations finished?" asked Aeron. "Indeed, my lord. Our people in Palatilia have infiltrated the high echelons of bureaucracy," Saint Alia happily reported. "Good," said Aeron, "make sure that when war with the Free Cities breaks out, Elagel is given command of the best troops we can field." "Aye, my lord," Saint Alia affirmed. "Aye. Darrow Vilanian. Aegon Targaryen." Diplomats from Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr were chased out in a hail of insults after they refused to abide by Aegon the Conqueror's ultimatum: cease attacks on the Iron Throne's trade fleets, or war will be inevitable. Naturally, the SSE diplomats did not take well to being ordered by whom they perceived as barbarians, and they flatly refused. As such, there was only one way it would end. Standing before the gathered populace of Darrow Vilanian, Aegon Targaryen began his speech. "It has been 28 years since I last stood upon this podium, and the last time I did, I was crowned king of the Seven Kingdoms. You crowned me king, and gave me a kingdom steeped in proud, ancient tradition. That tradition has sustained the Seven Kingdoms for uncounted millennia. It has bred warriors fierce and proud and hardy, capable of braving the stormy seas, frozen tundras, and scorching deserts. Such warriors, I am proud to command." The people let out a cheer, jubilation, and national pride brimming like an overflowing pot. "Earlier today, I had to chase out diplomats from the free cities of Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. Arrogant in the extreme, to call us barbarians incapable of culture, when we existed for millennia while they existed for mere centuries. A mere blink in the passage of time. They dare mock us and bully us when in reality, they lack our martial pride and prestige, our loyal and powerful armies. Armies who are far superior to any and every mercenary company, petty criminal and castrated slave they can scrounge up. Tell me, warriors of Westeros, are you inferior to these coin counters?" To this perceived insult to their culture and pride, the knights of Westeros had one thing to say. "Nay. Are you prepared to shed blood and tears in the name of your families, your houses, and traditions? More importantly, are you prepared to seize your glory?" "Aye." The thunderous cheering rang like thunder, a bold declaration to the known world that the sleeping dragon was soon to be unleashed. "Then draw your swords, countrymen!" Aegon shouted, drawing black fire too from its sheath. "This day, we go to war and humble these arrogant, useless coin counters. Just as we humbled the coin counters of old Volantis." "Aye." And Aegon smiled. "To all the ancient kings of yore, may you eat your hearts out." "Aye. Elagel Targaryen." A full company of men stood before Elagel, all second-generation ethnic Palatilians from Dorne equipped in standard uniform and wielding pikes and crossbows, proudly bearing the banner of the Crimson Fox. Her armor, custom-made by master smiths of Royahum, bore wavy ripples and shimmered with magic, shining like silver in the bright sunlight of the afternoon sky. Her pauldrons and helmet were shaped like dragon maws, a sleeveless open front coat worn over her back proudly bearing her family insignia and colors and lined with thick, warm fur. By her side was a single longsword, simple in design and bearing no outlandish decoration or jewelry, the pommel a dragon's head and the crossguard slightly inverted towards her hand. "Men! Who do you follow?" Elagel bellowed. "You, your highness." The men chorused. "Are you ready for war?" she asked. "Aye, your highness." "Are you ready to make your families proud, and show all the fruits of your training?" "Aye, your highness." Nodding with approval, Elagel then called forth the leading sergeant among their ranks. "You are Sergeant Vilar Volthian?" asked Elagel. "Aye, your highness." "Ready to serve," Vilar saluted. Hailing from a humble family of farmers, Vilar had to work hard to earn his rank and command, being severely disadvantaged due to being unable to read and write until his military training. "Good, I expect great things from you," Elagel smiled. "Your highness," Vilar saluted again before falling in line. "They are good soldiers," Sir Jaehaerys whispered to Elagel with approval. "Aeron said he was sending some of the best my way," Elagel whispered back. Harumphing, Elagel then addressed the gathered company, "Know that we fight bullies who think themselves our betters because of their immense wealth. These fat pigs, who have never toiled for the wealth they and their ancestors inherited, have no right to bully us. They did not taste the bitterness of poverty, of suffering and toil that we put in order to earn our place in society and the food we put on our plates. Many of the gathered troops nodded in silent affirmation, their eyes reflecting nostalgia and pride. We are ethnic Valyrians, but we are Dornians at heart, Elagel continued. Here, all our past allegiances, all our past cultural influences, have faded away for our new ways and lessons to take root in our hearts and the hearts of our children. When we go to war, know that I will be first into the fire, and last to leave. So, may the gods be with us all. Sergeant Villar then boomed, soldiers, salute. And they all saluted their new company commander. III. Unknown location. So, the gods have seen fit to bless some champions here and there, thinking they will be enough to stem the tide? How naive they are to believe I will remain content and let them compete over this world. The voice that spoke was tyrannical, domineering and overpowering, and any mortal who stood within its presence would be erased into nothingness from the sheer power his sealed form radiated. I am one of the primordials who was born long before Planetos was shaped into existence and seeded with life. I was there when the empire of the Dawn fell, corrupted by my hand. I was there when the gods of Dawn sealed me at cost to their own lives, and the world was soon to forget me. How eager I am to remind the world of my power, and their hubris for ignoring me. 3 shadowy figures emerged from the waters far from the western coasts of Essos, flying humanoids with dark skin the color of obsidian, their heads that of lions and their hands and feet replaced with fanged paws, floating in the air without wings. Go forth, my servants. Make way for the Lion of Night. They flew towards the free cities themselves, in search of suitable hosts to possess. They soon found their quarries, all corpulent figures with no redeeming features and qualities whatsoever. Their positions and influence in their respective societies would serve them well. One magister stared at the night sky, smiling at the beauty of the stars and the moon, a pleasant distraction from dealing with a score of unruly slaves and teaching them in their place. Ah, nothing like a little stargazing to take my mind off things. He drank deeply of his cup of wine, some drops spilling down his lips onto his thick fatty neck, which he wiped off with his sleeve. Then he saw the black humanoid in the air, flying straight towards him. Wah! And he knew no more. One Uizi, the name of the new hard alcoholic drink that House Blodfeld has recently begun producing, using distillation methods and technology they purchased from House Rada. It is not only much stronger than Omsiak, it possesses a unique flavor from aging in charred oak barrels. Its name in Endonaic means water of life. 2 Black Fire, the ancestral sword of House Targaryen, with Aegon Targaryen as its most recent wielder. Chapter Lee, First Blood. 28 AC. First Moon. Elagel Targaryen. As the royal armies assembled for an invasion of the disputed lands, or what the SSE called the Verdant Heel, the royal fleets under command of House Velaryon were the first to strike against the newly formed triarchy of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh in response to what they called unwarranted barbaric aggression. Elagel resisted the urge to snort, as if those fat magisters had the right to criticize Westeros when they fought wars for more years than the SSE dared to count. You look rather deep in thought, milady. Copper for your thoughts. Elagel turned to address Sir Jaehaerys, just thinking about the triarchy, that's all. Ah, those magisters. Sir Jaehaerys' gaze turned distant. I recall fighting in several wars there to earn my spurs, all part of honing my martial talent to do my house proud. Jaehaerys scoffed, an alien gesture compared to his polite mannerisms. Fat pigs who style themselves kings, what a bloody irony, he trailed off. At least we get to humble them now, Elagel shrugged. Last they were invaded by Argilac, he was outnumbered and lacked dragons and a stable food supply. Now, they're facing the full might of Westeros backed by my family. Naturally, we'll win. I couldn't agree more, Jaehaerys smiled. III. Incoming. A Tyroshi admiral felt the ship give way from the harsh impact to its stern, and he held onto the railing for dear life as he lost his balance. Have the damaged ships pull back and ready our ballistay. We have to bring them down. We're loading as fast as we yak. The admiral winced as he saw the poor sailor be brushed off the deck by a ballistay bolt with 2 others. Damn it, they're monsters, all of them. He cursed under his breath, what sort of kingdom gives birth to such monsters? The Palatelian fleets under House Velaryon smashed apart much of the initial resistance by the Triarchy at sea, and with more of the Iron Throne's fleets to come, the Triarchy would be in for a hard fight. He then saw 3 more ships be taken down by ramming and well-placed ballistay shots, and he shouted, "Signal the other fleets to tighten their formation. We cannot allow them to ram any more of us." "But sir, we've lost too many ships already. We can't hold the seas for much longer." A sailor protested. "The other fleets are already engaged," shouted the admiral. "We have to hold here, and hope the other fleets can as well, so grow a pair." "Why yes, sir," said the sailor. "We have to hold, we have to buy enough time for the rest of the fleets to arrive." Grimacing became all he was capable of as he saw more and more ships being gradually picked off one by one, and the Tyroshi admiral realized even if the fleet could hold, he would not survive, not when he was being surrounded. "Admiral, incoming!" He saw a galley approach his ship at high speed, the strong headwind billowing its sails and granting it faster momentum than his own galleys, and the armored prow shone menacingly in the sunlight. It crashed hard, and he felt himself being thrown off the ship, falling into the cold embrace of the deep seas. Looking around as he flailed his arms and legs towards the surface, he saw countless sailors and mariners trying hard and failing to swim to safety. Some were crushed by falling debris, some managed to swim to the surface, only to float lifelessly in a pool of crimson as enemy archers finished off the survivors. Some were consumed by sharks lurking beneath the seas, feasting on their next snack. And soon he felt the shark's jaws clamp down on his abdomen. Fatigued and badly wounded, he knew he faced his fate. May the gods have mercy on the Triarchy. III. Third Moon. Disputed lands. With the initial naval battles handled, the rest of the Triarchy fleets were mustered and fought fierce battles against the Westerosi fleets. The Triarchy fleets had much to lose in this war besides their pride, and the Magisters pooled their massive vaults to hire all the privateer fleets they could scrounge together. Yet it was to no avail. The Triarchy privateers were mercenaries hired by coin and only loosely united against Westerosi aggression. The Westerosi fleets, on the other hand, had battle-hardened admirals with years of experience and loyalty as a cohesive, united fighting force. Not long after the initial skirmishes, the Dornian ducal navy joined the fray with Lord High Admiral Elanzo Aerys Arryn at the helm, demonstrating its might and skill at sinking a few dozen ships with minimal losses. Though the Triarchy fleets had wizened to their disadvantageous position and focused on dispersed hit-and-run attacks, enough of their ships sunk to clear the way for the invasion force, and soon the first boots and hooves hit the ground. Orys Baratheon, Lord Paramount of the Stormlands and Hand of the King, stared impassively at the SSC mercenary companies engaging his troops in a bloody melee as crossbows from both sides fired arrows in mutual exchange. I'll have to admit, these mercenaries are formidable fighters who don't break easily. Amid the cacophony of bloody screams, ringing steel and roars of bloodlust, Lord Brandil Tarly of Hornhill watched silently from the center of their formation, the hardened veteran of 2 wars bearing grey strands of hair and slight wrinkles. Not every day I see you give compliments like that, Brandil, Orys remarked. True, Brandil shrugged, but like the Unsullied and most other mercenary companies, they fight with outdated tactics. True to form, the new pike square formations held brilliantly against the shield walls due to the longer reach, and as a result the mercenaries had a difficult trial trying to close the distance. Smarter ones would duck their heads down and let their shields deflect pikes, but then they had to deal with a constant hail of close-range crossbow bolts. One could say the formation was drawing them in and then whittling them down with a routine tirelessness. And the mercs, so focused on the frontal assault, soon faced cavalry charges that smashed into their flanks and slaughtered scores in seconds, crushing them contemptuously and sending limbs and bodies flying. That being said, they do have heavy cavalry of their own, Orys pointed out, seeing mercenary outriders and lancers ride down their fair share of levymen and unlucky or impatient knights, and quite a number of our own knights are being slaughtered. Indeed, the fools, Brandil frowned slightly, I recall several of our own knights being at the mercy of Dornian tactics. Orys grimly nodded and then asked, Princess Elegel's faring quite well in battle, all things considered. Elegel Targaryen fired shots from her own bow made of dragon bone, felling a handful of enemies whilst her pike square maintained their composure in the face of overwhelming greed and desire. She looks like a beauty. Ha, maybe she'll make a good bedslave once we capture her. Elegel was contemptuous and composed, meticulously aiming her shots at her enemies' necks and skulls. Hold the formation. Not a single one gets through. She ordered, the adrenaline keeping her focused. Aye, ma'am. The men of Dorne were hardened from months of gruesome training, designed to thoroughly break them down and then remake them as soldiers and instill discipline and professionalism to turn men into a well-oiled fighting machine. For paid mercenaries, their true battlefield was not the battlefield itself but in back rooms where deals were made and mind games were played to inflate their egos and pride. Battles between them were highly theatrical and showy and lasted until some nebulous concept of victory was achieved and the losing leader threw in the towel. Westerosi armies, on the other hand, often fought for victory or death, showing off and minimal casualties was not in their strategy when they had everything to lose. As such, the greedy mercenaries, once they saw they would not break down the pike square so easily, turned to disengage and find easier targets to pick. We ain't making a dent. Run. Only for them to be filled with arrows as by-trainer horse archers utilized their unerring accuracy to deadly effect, before cataphracts crushed them for good. From his horse, Orys gave a grudging grunt of approval. I have to say, Aeron did good in allowing these by-trainer to settle down in his kingdom, he said, more to himself, never thought I would be happy to see Dothraki on our side. Dothraki will always be Dothraki, no matter how civilized they are, Brandil waved off, though loath as I am to admit it, their horsemanship is second to only the best of our knights. As they spoke, Dornian chariots mowed down any SSC unfortunate enough to be caught in their warpath, and the spiked cylinders they dragged along finished off those who survived the first pass. Brandil grimaced upon seeing them, unpleasant memories coming to the fore. It seems Aeron Rada always finds new ways to surprise us, Brandil remarked, his grimacing turning grimmer, though I hear it was his daughter Azella's idea to bring them to Dorne, after failing to secure sanctuary for the refugees at Doria, Volantis. It is clear she does not truly share her father's ruthlessness. Orys nodded. In a way, it does somehow reassure me. The fact she is not the second Black Fox? Yes, I get that feeling, Brandil put forth. I also hear that integrating the Bytrenner into Dornian society and infrastructural projects are her primary concern, and not warcraft. So a fellow steward, like her father, Orys nodded, it somehow seems fitting for House Rada. That does not mean Dorne does not remain a threat, however, Brandil quickly asserted, they have the Bytrenner's horsemanship, the most modern fighting force in the entire known world, state-of-the-art technology and bureaucracy and the logistics to support a growing war machine. His lordship Edmund is a good king and shaping up to be a great warrior, but he will need more than heart and loyalty of his vassals to prosecute a war against Dorne. You do not think Dorne would actually start a war, do you? I don't, Lord Baratheon, Brandil replied, but it is always good to have additional thorns to prick back with. Orys nodded in silent agreement. Azella Rada, together with her husband Temujin, led their cavalry in lightning-fast flanking assaults and head-on collisions, directing the armies with shrill horn calls. Dornian troops cheered loudly everywhere they went, their mere presence bolstering their high morale and drawing other mercenaries to attempt claiming their heads. Before long, the battle was over, and the men of Westeros stood triumphant as the mercenaries fled the field. Victory! We have victory! Azella cheered, raising her sword up high. I. Azella Rada. As the men went about scavenging arms and armor and sorting the dead, Azella Rada met with the other commanders of the royal armies for their next move. We ought to strike at Tyrosh and seize it to expand our control of the narrow sea, she suggested. Of course you wish to seize Tyrosh, it is claimed under your dominion of Idosia, isn't it? Remarked Brandil. It is, Azella stated matter-of-factly, and since Tyrosh is one of the Triarchy member states, is it not most desirable? Their land possessions will also serve as a suitable base of operations to control the disputed lands, and they have a large pool of resources we can seize for ourselves, said Temujin, and most of the Westerosi disapproved of his presence. And how do you propose we conquer Tyrosh, Kulrada? Questioned a Valaman commander, surely you do not wish to rely on the royal house for this matter. Is that not the plan? Asked Temujin, or do you fancy yourself willing to countermand royal orders? Enough bickering, Orys thumped his fist on the table, we are here to pursue war with the Triarchy as a united force, so act like one. Of course, my apologies, Lord Baratheon, Temujin bowed slightly. In any case, now that we've managed to land troops and blockade the free cities of Tyrosh and Lys, we need only seize their lands and any independent villages we encounter along the way, Orys explained, then once we seize the Magisters themselves, we force them to sign a treaty ending this farce, and that's that. It is almost disappointing, seeing how easily we defeated these mercenaries, Brandil remarked, granted, several companies fought harder than most I've encountered, but they lack the loyalty of our armies. And with too many of their number dead, I suspect they will either disband or be absorbed into bigger companies, Azella added, perhaps we need the dragons only to scorch their high, mighty walls. Brandil scoffed with a snort of approval, yes, I suppose that's the case. What of the villages, however? Unless they give any reason for us to treat them as enemies, neither the people nor their property are to be touched, Orys firmly stated, of course, if there are those who try to harm us, or should the village elders attempt any form of dishonesty that harms the momentum of our campaign, you have royal permission to deal with them as you see fit. Otherwise, if any of you raise or plunder without due cause, you will be hanged, drawn, and quartered under martial law. Understood. Aye, my lord. The commanders chorused. That is all for now, dismissed. Orys said. Azella and Temujin quickly made their way towards their encampment where the troops quickly welcomed them with food and drink at the ready. Hail our Khaleesi, our strong and proud commander who bent not in the face of mercenary scum! Shouted a Bytrenner officer. And who kills slavers but good? A soldier joined in. Huzzah! Azella smiled as she held up a tankard of water and addressed the troops, all of you did good today, fighting hard and showing the SSE our military prestige. After all, mercenaries are incapable of blue sky thinking about how real soldiering is done. Many troops gave light-hearted chuckles. There are more battles to fight, more glory to seize and more slavers to kill, Temujin added, and I know that by the winged feet of our steeds and the lightning steel of our blades, our army shall prove victorious, just as it proved victorious over the savage Dothraki and the slaving scum of Volantis. Here, here. The troops chanted. Eat and rest well for tonight, tomorrow will be a long day, Azella smiled. For tonight, it was a night of celebration and anticipation of a quick and humiliating war for the SSE, a repeat of the Volantis campaign. As they say, ignorance is bliss. I. Bravos. The council chamber of Bravus was in a frenzied state of arguing and bickering between politicians, shouts and jabs reaching a fever pitch as neither side could agree on a common solution regarding a common threat, the invasion of the disputed lands. We must declare for war on the side of the Iron Throne. This is the only chance we have to permanently eliminate slavery in the disputed lands. I say aye. Our ships are top of the line and our navy unmatched on the seas. You damned fool. The Dornians have the most advanced ships. Our models are outdated by comparison. Are you saying we are inferior to the Westerosi? They have dragons and the Dornian navy. Better to fight with them than against them. Enough. The loud, crisp voice of Tycho Yakun, the new Sea Lord of Bravus, rang out like a gong in the chamber's confines, silencing all fruitless bickering. We are at the crossroads of an important point in our nation's history, one that will see us survive or be torched to ashes, and all we are capable of is shouting matches? Is this the Council of Bravus, or a filthy pigsty? He bellowed with angry eyes, his nostrils flaring and his neck's veins tensing. Suitably chastised by Tycho's reprimand, the councillors were silent. Now, it is clear we cannot afford to ignore the Iron Throne's actions any longer, and as some of you said, there is no better time than to deal a blow to the slave trade of Essos. Furthermore, should we join the Iron Throne in their crusade against slavery, not only will we improve their opinions of us, we may even be able to negotiate for favorable concessions in our alliance, Tycho stated to the approval of the more hawkish councillors, and to those who wish to opt for neutrality, that is unadvisable. Not only will the other city-states frown upon our inaction, some may even use this as an excuse to declare war against us, and the Iron Throne will be given reason to break our alliance, perhaps even treat us as an enemy. But Sea Lord, what if we participate and still fail to obtain some measure of compensation? Asked a councillor. Failure to obtain reward is one thing, but shaping perceptions of Bravus is another, Tycho pointed out. If everyone comes to believe that the greatest naval power, a free city that champions anti-slavery, shies away from conflict, they will come to treat us as a laughingstock and snub us in future diplomatic dealings. If we choose the path of war, ally and enemy alike will know we stood by our ideas and our cause, and they will treat us with greater respect. For the councillors, there was no need for further debate and argument. Just then, one of the guards approached the Sea Lord and bowed, saying, "Beg your pardon, Sea Lord, but Magister Voger Brinar from Myr seeks audience with you." Magister Brinar? Why is he here? Tycho half demanded. He says he is here on behalf of the Council of Myr regarding the ongoing war with the Iron Throne, that he wishes to entreat with the free city of Bravus to sue for peace, the guard reported. Not much else, Sea Lord. I suppose it's natural they'd want to sue for peace at this point, but that man hardly qualifies as a diplomat, he's a stubborn mule at best and a rotten pig at worst. Send him in, Tycho ordered. Best talk with him directly and see what he wants. Voger Brinar was vastly changed the last time Tycho saw him. Gone was the corpulent pig with an overly round face and eyes so narrow one could barely see the whites within, and a rotund figure that regularly threatened to tear his clothes apart. His body was thin and skinny, his black pupils clear to see and filled with an unnatural cunning, and he carried himself with a dignified yet casual gait. Good afternoon, Sea Lord Yakun, Voger greeted with a gentle smile. I am Magister Voger Brinar, and I am here on behalf of the Council of Myr to negotiate terms for peace. His words were like sickeningly sweet honey, and all who listened were soon put under a spell they could not escape from. A spell that enthralled them without their knowledge. Go on. Tycho beckoned. And as they listened, the seeds of their downfall were sown. Chapter Lee, Backstabbing. 28 AC. Fourth Moon. Azella Rata. Explosive momentum was on the side of the Westerosi armies as they pummeling their way past all opposition. With every victory they scored, more and more villages surrendered to the invading army with hopes for clemency. Petty merchants collaborated with the royal armies, supplying them with valuable goods and supplies and further aggravating the damage done to the SSC armies. As for why merchants favored the Westerosi more than the SSC mercenary companies? The simple answer was horrendous damage done to their reputation in light of their frustratingly uninterrupted streak of defeats, which meant the merchants no longer saw the SSC as viable customers. In the small village of Ortosh, which had recently been plundered by bandits and repurposed as a forward outpost, Azella met with her commanders to discuss their plans in the town hall. Far too many of these towns and villages lack proper palisades, much less walls to defend them. Temujin shook his head. Their elders regularly pocket the taxes, the people lack drive and purpose, and not many seem interested in collaborating with us. The disputed lands have always had a history of changing hands regularly, and the people have developed a culture of nominal submission to any conqueror that arrives. Azella pointed out, it's just the way they've developed to survive. Didn't do them much good against some of our more overzealous colleagues, Temujin remarked. I knew they took ill to our presence here, but to think they were practicing slavery in secret? One Azella mouthed, that is just sick. Some people are just that wicked, and if there's one main reason why people are willing to betray others, it is personal benefit. Temujin patted her shoulder, it's just human nature. And that human nature saw to their butchery, Azella remarked, even if they had reason, this is too much. For what it's worth, it was necessary, they will not dare to indulge in such vices again, Temujin reassured, they will not dare stab us in the back again. Azella could not bring herself to agree, but merely nodded with a stiff upper lip. In any case, how many of our troops have been deployed? Asked Azella. Slightly under 2 regiments, with the 3rd and 4th planned to arrive in the next wave, Temujin reported. We've also ordered supplies for more forts, better roads, and the enclosing of some villages in case some marauders come back to try their hand at raiding again. What of Bravus? Asked Azella, what is their stance regarding the war? According to our diplomats, they stand neutral, said Temujin. Neutral? Even though we are invading SSC territory? Questioned Azella, what of their demeanor, their body language, their following actions? Temujin's expression turned pensive, as if grappling with something he could not believe himself. According to our spies, nothing seems out of the ordinary at first glance, said Temujin, and yet we've also had consistent reports of several of our spies turning up dead, of the Council of Bravus being united in their opposition of the war and their plans to bring their demands before the Iron Throne for cessation of this war. I'm not surprised at their loud complaining, but you said our spies turned up dead. Asked Azella, how many, and how did they die? According to the reports, they all died from a heart attack of some sort, all 57 of them, Temujin reported, his eyes furrowing in confusion. If it were just one person, it may make sense, but for there to be so many deaths from the same cause? And then there's another troubling consistency, these spies were on the right track to digging up deeper, darker secrets on the recent emissaries from Tyrosh and the impact they had on Bravus's government. What clearer evidence of foul play is presented before us? Yes, and I do not like this one bit, Azella grimly nodded, the Bravasi themselves are not capable of any magic, and while I would suspect the House of Black and White, their services are not so cheaply bought, especially for the deaths of so many. I recall that commissioning the Faceless Men's services is exorbitant in the extreme, such that just 1 or 2 deaths can easily bankrupt an entire kingdom, unless you are the Lannisters, Temujin agreed noddingly, and never have I ever heard of a poison that kills people with heart failure without any symptoms, even the tears of Lys would leave a more distinguishable trace. If my suspicions are correct, we may soon find Bravus compromised, Azella said worriedly, and when that happens, the people of Bravus will soon become unwitting pawns of this third party. That aside, what do the Bravodi Lentrotme, 5 families of Bravus, 2 have to say about this? They're as equally confused and caught off guard by this as we are, Temujin answered, many of their own contacts and double agents were caught and killed quietly, and they've had to consolidate their own territories as a result. Even the 5 families? Is nothing safe from the clutches of this third party in Bravus? Mouthed Azella, but how? Not even the Council of Bravus dares to touch the families in such force. And that's not all, there have been many instances of open killings and assassinations of the family members in broad daylight, by assassins who seemingly vanish into thin air the moment they slip into the shadows, as if they were one with the shadows, Temujin added, looking increasingly concerned the more he spoke, there's nothing the families can do against them, but they will keep us updated on future happenings in Bravus. Thank you, Temujin, Azella said with a pensive expression, and Temujin held her hand for comfort, make sure all our commanders know of this, especially the Targaryens. Temujin nodded grimly and said, I am on it. I. Elagel Targaryen. There was much dancing and singing among the troops of Elagel's company, and the smell of roast pork wafted into the nostrils of hungry diners as they clapped and swayed to the rhythm of drums, lutes, and flutes. Oh, greet me desert son. Greet me with joy and love. Greet me as I work the fields with my son. Feed my sheep and my lovely dove. My wife, guard the house for me. My mother, help my dearest love. My siblings, 1, 2 and 3. My father, chop some lumber from the grove. The army chorus 3 members joyfully sang and led their comrades in this night of celebration, and roast pork and watered-down ale were consumed by the plateful. To Elagel, it seemed so strange that just hours earlier, they were shedding blood in the name of a righteous cause, slaughtering mercenaries who fought for greed, plunder, and booty. Celebrating so jubilantly was the last thing on her mind. You look distracted, Your Highness. Elagel saw Sergeant Vilar Valthian approach with 2 cups of honeyed water, offering one to her which she gratefully accepted. Taking a sip, she hummed appreciatively. Thanks Vilar, she said. You're welcome, Vilar nodded, might I take a seat next to you? Elagel wordlessly gestured to the empty space on the log, and he took his seat, drinking his own cup. How did you find your first battle? Asked Vilar. Elagel stared into her cup, exhaling deeply while not showing any outward emotion. It was terrifying, she admitted softly, I never experienced anything like it. Understandable, said Vilar, most first-timers feel scared, some may lose their nerve and turn out to be cowards. You held well, Your Highness. Did I? Elagel mouthed, how many did we lose? About 10 men, 20 wounded, Vilar stated, but it's a good outcome, so don't be disheartened. They were men entrusted to me, Elagel said softly, and they died under my command. I know, your highness, Villar said, but you must also remember they chose to serve in the army, to fight and die under your command. Learn to trust in the resolve of your men, and in yourself as a commander. It never gets easier losing men under your command, and we will be losing more in the battles to come. Elagel slowly nodded, taking another sip. Feels awfully early to make merry like this, she remarked. It's exactly why we need to, Villar answered. Soldiers can tolerate pain and suffering if the results are worth it, but we're living beings, we're not infallible gods of war, and like dragons we too need to eat and sleep. It's a good way to take the men's minds off things. Hey Sergeant! Come have a drinking contest with us. A soldier beckoned. Villar shrugged, then said to Elagel, you should enjoy while you can, you never know when we can relax like this again. And as Villar took his leave, Elagel decided to finish her drink and joined in the celebration, and she decided to join the chorus in their singing. Above the land, across the sea. We're everywhere we need to be. We're brothers of a special kind. A better band, you'll never find. Band of brothers, that's what we are. Fighting evil, near and far. Band of brothers, that's what I said. Baptized by fire, scarred by steel. We're lean and mean and fit to fight. Anywhere, day or night. When arrows fly, and boulders fall. We'll stand our ground, and give our all. We're on the move, we're on the march. We're diggin' ditches, and breakin' starch. When you hear our battle cry, you better move and step aside. Band of brothers, that's what we said. Mess with us, we'll shoot you dead. Band of brothers, trained to kill. If we don't getcha, our sisters will. Her voice was lilting and pleasing, the voice of a maiden grown into adulthood and blessed by the gods themselves, a song that sounded like polished gems and gentle sunlight compared to the grating white noise of mundane life, an oasis in a desert of chaos. Through her melodious singing, Elagel would come to be known as the Bard Princess, and the rest of the night was spent singing the slightly altered version of Band of Brothers 4 in the Dornian camps. I. Tyrosh. The Triarchy fleets were barely able to hold their ground in the seas, outnumbered and outmatched by the Westerosi fleets who relentlessly hounded them day and night. Every victory was a Pyrrhic victory, and too few were their victories compared to their number of humiliating defeats. This left them with too few ships to stop the Westerosi from landing troops and blockading the seas to prevent them from receiving help from outside, should any other free cities decide to intervene. Within the city of Tyrosh, the Council of Magisters fought each other in a verbal shouting match where the sheer volume of the voice determined who would be heard and who would be silenced. The damned Westerosi have our city surrounded. What do we do now? This is all your fault. We should have desisted when we had the chance. And then what? Let these barbarians dictate how we should conduct business in our lands, our homes? Let the last dragon lords control us just as they controlled our enslaved ancestors in times past. Their dragons will easily overwhelm our walls, and then they can stream in and take the city regardless. The Magisters were all selfish, greedy pigs, each motivated by personal desire and agenda as they jockeyed for power and influence over all other contemporaries. Positions changed hands frequently through bribery, blackmail and murder, and as a result few Magisters truly held power for longer than a handful of years. And with the bickering unlikely to cease without a willing mediator, the government of Tyrosh was paralyzed with indecision whereas the people expected swift and decisive action. That was, until a lone man entered the council chambers unannounced, and with no guards moving to stop him. Good evening, Magisters of Tyrosh. The sound of the voice was like 1,000 slithering snakes singing as an eerie chorus, silent, echoing and vibrating with power and authority yet honeyed and alluring. At once, the Magisters ceased their bickering and turned to face him while still high on anger and adrenaline. Who are you? Who let you in here? A Magister shouted at the intruder. Do forgive me for not introducing myself, I am Voger Brinar, a Magister of Myr, the intruder introduced smilingly, his smile never reaching his eyes, and I am here with a present for you all. A lone man walked into the council chamber, unassuming and plain-looking appearance-wise. His hair was the darkest shade of black, casting shadows obscuring his face from view. Gangly and twitchy, many Tyroshi Magisters felt that something was off about him. A gift? You mean to give us a slave? A Tyroshi Magister joked mockingly, he hardly looks like he can fend for himself. Oh no, he is no slave, but a mighty champion to command your armies, Voger answered, unperturbed by the mocking comment. In fact, he is far more powerful than the best unsullied Astapor can conjure. Is that so? Show us, then. Another Tyroshi Magister ordered. You hear that, Aaron? Voger spoke to the twitching man, show them. His hand punched clean through the chest of a shocked Magister, grasping his heart and tearing it out to the shocked gasps of onlookers. With a bestial roar that sent chills down the spines of all, he began slaughtering every single Magister in the city, clawing and tearing flesh and bone to pieces. His teeth and fingers were sharpened claws, and wisps of shadow shot out from his person, morphing into sharp swords that cleaved anyone trying to escape. Whether they shoved aside or tossed aside as sacrificial lambs, none escaped. All the while Vogr laughed menacingly, delighting in the slaughter of his fellow magisters. And now, with my people in control, all of Tyrosh shall soon fall under my control, and its people servants of the Lion of Night. As will the cities of Lys and Myr under my contemporaries. He proclaimed, his eyes glassy and his grin maniacal, all its rotten magisters shall die, and change shall come to the stagnant world of Planetos, as my master commands. The night was a night of bloodshed as corrupted puppets butchered the magisterial families and all their lackeys among the high-ranking slaves, and once the elites were removed, only the low-ranking slaves remained, gullible people desperate for salvation. He then heard explosions of fire ring out like a stat echo of lightning strikes, and he quickly looked out the window to see fires breaking out at an unnaturally fast pace, yet remarkably controlled and isolated in their respective locations. Vogr, or rather the demonic servant possessing his body, grumbled at this development. Of course the lackeys of our Hiller must interfere, Vogr sneered, no matter, we have countless servants in many other villages, and even the fiery-handed adherents cannot possibly handle so many enemies at once, especially from their own people. Vogr's smile grew wider, knowing just how long the people were waiting to vent their frustration out. If the Red Priests failed to give them their salvation, the Lion of Night shall do so in their stead. With the entry of the third party, the Westerosi Triarchy war would soon take a turn for the worse. 1. It is unfair to say every village in the disputed lands practices slavery, but slavery is used as a punishment for those the elders deemed detrimental to the village's well-being. 2. Bravodi Lentrotme, 5 families of Bravus, the largest and most organized crime syndicates of the free city of Bravus, they dominate the criminal underworld and established their respective territories, ruling them like a medieval kingdom and maintaining a delicate equilibrium of power. The heads of each family are addressed as Don, derived from the High Valyrian word Dina, which means sweet/pleasant. As such, every Don is at times addressed as his pleasantness. The name came into existence due to the Bravasi, being escaped slaves, did not want to use any titles reflecting master-servant relationships, long before the council and the role of Sea Lord came into existence. As a compromise, DN was derived as a term of respect and endearment that soon evolved into its current meaning. Of course, nowadays the title evokes less pleasant memories and meanings among the Bravasi. The 5 families, their sigils, and their respective traits are Druft Lentair, Druft family, 3 heads, man, bull, and lion, goods trade. Deleon Lentair, Deleon family, a rose over the sun, sex trade. Gary Lentair, Gary family, spinning wheel, cloth trade. Gian Lentair, Gian family, 2 iron-barred gates, weapon trade, criminal trade also. De Dandan Lentair, De Dandan family, mask split in 2, comedy and tragedy, cultural trade. The Dons of the 5 families, Don Druft, Don Delan, Don Gary, Don Gian, and Don De Dandan, have a mutual agreement with House Rada for information in Bravus, allowing them to keep track of the council's actions and ensure they do not break the alliance for any reason. 3. The Ducal Army has a chorus band for every division, split into different groups among the countless companies, battalions, and regiments to uplift morale and keep their spirits from turning grim in times of war, and to promote camaraderie in times of making merry. 4. Band of Brothers, a marching cadence song for the U.S. Army, slightly altered for the Dornian Ducal Army. The militaries of the 7 kingdoms. While Aegon's conquest illustrated the feebleness of armies against living embodiments of power, the War of Roses and Serpents was what truly marked the start of a transformation of the military landscape of Westeros for good. Obitoinad, evolution of warfare. For as long as war has been waged in Westeros, there has never been a deviation from what was considered the standard face of warfare long before the time of Aegon's conquest. Armies were raised under noble banners, sent to die for countless political wars between the 7 kingdoms. In a time when the first men ruled all of Westeros, their armies were largely disorganized into loose definitions of units, archers, warriors, and cavalry, and equipped with bronze. Little to no records survive of the earliest first men armies, but it is widely believed that they did not practice standard formations like the shield wall, instead relying on mobility of light units and mass charges towards the enemy. Their armies were also far smaller in numbers due to bronze being more difficult to smelt and existing in smaller quantities than iron ore. Bronze was also a softer metal, and while they could be bent back into shape, most times it was easier to just smelt a new blade. When the Andals first came, they brought with them their superior technologies, the most important being iron smelting. Due to its greater durability, abundance, and ease of smelting, iron allowed the Andals to field larger armies with more durable equipment, cutting into bronze like a hatchet against a tree. Yet it was not just metallurgy that won the Andals much of Westeros. Every war is fought with logistics being the greatest concern, and the Andals had superior bureaucracies organizing armies and supply trains feeding them, along with better agricultural methods and tools to till the soil and feed their growing kingdoms. One of the most prominent types of warriors the Andals fielded, being the most fearsome and skilled, were their knights, clad in arms of castle-forged steel. They could plow through regiments of half-trained and unarmored levies with every charge, utilizing their greater speed and impact force for maximum lethality. The knights dominated almost every battlefield they entered, and only skilled commanders could manage to trap them with excellent strategies. The knights came to be an elite warrior class celebrated and worshipped in Andal society, and at times reviled by the small folk as the most inhumane of tyrants. When Aegon's conquest was underway and the Reach invaded Dorne, it was here that House Rada's transformed military displayed its effectiveness against the Andals. Dorne's military pre-conquest. Dornish armies, like armies in all the Seven Kingdoms, were feudalistic in nature with the nobles and their small elite retinues forming the core while supplemented largely by trained levies and knights. Furthermore, due to the unique cultural divide between the different regions of Dorne, they fielded different types of militaries depending on available resources and prevailing climate. In the Red Mountains, which are culturally Andal by nature, they practiced the same standard feudal Andal armies as the rest of Andalic Westeros did with their knights and levies. However, as the Dornish were prone to raiding their neighbors in the Dornish marches, they had invested into light cavalry equipped primarily with light steel helms and chainmail for greater mobility. In the desert and green-blood regions of Dorne, infantry and cavalry alike focused on light and airy armor to deal with the desert heat, for heavy plate armor was a good conductor of heat and could easily cook the wearer alive. Silk and cotton were commonly used for apparel, being similarly light and airy fabrics. Due to much of the land being barren desert and Dorne lacking a widespread canal network, their agricultural industry could not support lengthy campaigns in more distant lands, and as a result any battle fought by the Dornish emphasized speed and shock, as if eternally on a short time limit. This is also primarily why the Dornish raid their richer neighbors for supplies aside from whatever riches and trinkets they could plunder. Tactics used. The primary formation used among Dornish spearmen was the phalanx, an ancient tactic imported by Nymeria the Exiled when she began conquering Dorne. The phalanx involved men wielding large round shields and long spears crammed into a square formation 8 men deep, wearing naught but their own clothes and boots. Due to the phalanx holding solid ranks and being divided only into the center and wings, there was little need for an officer corps to maintain cohesion, the entire phalanx marched in tune. It is widely believed that the phalanx was adapted from the old Giscari Empire long before their annexation by the Valyrian freehold, and the Rhoynish of old adopted it for common use in intercity wars before the Spice Wars. The formation was frightening to enemies and promoted cohesion among advancing troops, but it was highly inflexible and difficult to maneuver, and once breached by the enemy, became little more than a mob. To counter this, light infantry on both sides of the phalanx lent mobility and protection with javelins and bows and arrows, preventing any flanking or breaching of the formation. Even then, due to how rarely Dornish fought dedicated wars against the Reachmen or the Stormlanders and owing to their own underdeveloped logistical infrastructure and underpopulation, the Dornish never evolved their strategy for warfare until the coming of the Black Fox, Aeron Rada. House Rada's reforms. When Aeron Rada first asked to be given the reins of government, he was given limited power and responsibility, and one of the long-standing issues he sought to tackle was House Rada's lacking military. Due to constant political schemes, raids, and internal backstabbing, House Rada had few levies to call upon, and being virtually surrounded by enemies, they have had to rely more on political favors to keep its neighbors at bay. Ifarahoy, the province under House Rada's purview, was impoverished and depopulated, struggling to survive day by day. For 2 years after he reached the age of 10 and 4, Aeron invested House Rada's money in roads, farms, canals, and pastures to feed a larger population. Concrete, an ancient Valyrian recipe, was put to use building the new Ifarahoyan roads that even now remain in use today after countless centuries, and were crucial in connecting all the towns and villages to promote the rapid flow of trade and development. Once House Rada was no longer impoverished and lacking for money, Aeron invested money into a trade fleet with which to bring in new goods and freed slaves provided by Bravus, repopulating more desolate villages and towns, in turn providing Ifarahoy with a greatly expanded pool of manpower. He then pooled more money into building forts, what he called Castrums I, that acted as both defensive strongholds and barracks for his professional soldier corps, along with a metallurgy industry to forge standard equipment for all his troops. New water-powered, human, and horse-powered furnaces sprang up throughout Ifarahoy, and charcoal was substituted with coke too for heating them. There was also the addition of white copper, or what Aeron called nickel, and cobalt 3 to iron ore, resulting in a far superior steel he called Maraging steel which possessed superior strength and toughness without losing ductility. That steel would become widespread in Dornian metallurgy, used for all kinds of weapons, armor, and tools. As House Rada's troops were often poor quality and lacking in training, Aeron received permission to disband those he felt were not useful while retaining the rest to train his new legions. 3,000 were trained in the new maniples, small and supple infantry formations each numbering 120 men in 12 files and 10 ranks. They would draw up for battle in 3 lines, each made up of 10 maniples and the whole arranged in a checkerboard pattern. In practice, each maniple was able to seamlessly merge and separate into different formations depending on battlefield circumstances. As for their equipment, each infantryman was equipped with a ridge helmet 4, scale armor and segmented greaves and gauntlets. Depending on their assigned units, their weapons would be the standard round shield with a steel dome, a saoiter, a long spear or a composite bow with a quiver of arrows. Cavalrymen were divided into three classes. First was the light scouts, who were equipped with light armor and a variety of equipment from javelins to bows alongside their swords. Second were the cataphracts, the Dornish answer to heavy cavalry, armed with a long lance and covered in lamellar armor. The third and final class were the horse archers, also clad in lamellar and equipped with a composite bow that gave greater draw power to every arrow, said arrows being bodkin arrows capable of piercing thick plate armor. Training standards were also exceedingly harsh. Men were chosen for their stamina and fighting ability, and more often than not, this was primarily composed of farmers and the landless poor. Aeron lured prospective recruits with generous pay and benefits for them and their families, and provided for them the best lodging and meals money could buy. He also devised a grueling training regime for the recruits. They would run extensive obstacle courses to build up their stamina, deal with incessant shouting and harsh discipline by sergeants, endure long-distance marches, and train in various formations and tactics. To effectively command all these troops required an officer corps, and they were the old veterans retained by Aeron and the top performers. However, Aeron would not stop at improving the infantry and cavalry. To augment the chances of victory, he created a chariot corps. Another invention from the Giscari Empire and a common weapon in the Yitish military, they were capable of wreaking absolute devastation upon infantry formations with impact force. Such chariots were often equipped with steel blades on wheel axles or scorpions that fired bolts. At times, they dragged huge spiked steel drums that crushed unfortunate infantry who survived the initial charge. Altogether, these reforms turned House Rada's military into a terrifying machine that had yet to be tested, and they were tested against the rival houses of Harrow, Barrow, and Nassur. Needless to say, they were mercilessly swept aside. His new army would prove itself time and again, first in his rebellion against House Martell, and then against the Reachmen. His decisive victory against significant odds carved into the hearts and minds of all who witnessed the martial prestige of Dorne reborn. Reforms by the Reach. For the first time in history, an unfathomable defeat was inflicted upon the Reachmen by the Dornish, and not only did they lose close to 4/5 of their 100,000-strong army, King Mern Gardner himself was slain by the Black Fox in close combat. If any uneducated Reachmen were to hear such a story, they would think the Seven themselves had abandoned the Reach and consigned it to the Seven Hells. It was a Pyrrhic victory scored by the Dornish, but this victory alone permanently impacted the Reachmen's way of thinking. The greatest pioneer was Brandil Tarly, an unassuming young boy shaped into a worthy warrior and heir to his father Samwell Tarly, Lord of Hornhill and bearer of Heartsbane. Having witnessed how the Dornish under House Rada fought firsthand, he petitioned King Edmund to experiment with new tactics, which he easily approved. As the lord of a rich and bountiful land, Brandil, having inherited his position from Samwell soon after the War of Roses and Serpents' conclusion, invested heavily into reforms aimed at bettering both his soldiery and logistical capabilities. His house's vassals who fought and survived the war in Dorne were no less willing to follow in his footsteps, building infrastructure and devising new tactics and building the Reach's professional officer corps. Having learned firsthand the devastating flexibility and power of Dorne's heavy cavalry, Brandil sought to counter them and the new legions of Dorne with professionally trained pikemen, forming them into pike squares capable of defending from all sides with no vulnerabilities. Their training likewise became extremely strict and demanding, forming some of the best infantry in all of Westeros capable of charging in a disciplined way that often overwhelmed lesser enemies. To further bolster their effectiveness, crossbowmen were incorporated into every pike square, who would weaken both infantry and cavalry. In battle, these shot units could easily withdraw into the pike squares once the enemy was close, ensuring they were not so easily killed. Such a formation proved its devastating effectiveness against the mercenaries and unsullied hired by Volantis in what the Daeryans called the War of Liberation, when long pikes and crossbows made short work of the legendary eunuch warriors. Such a method of warfare was soon adopted throughout the Reach, or as it is now known, Tegania. And yet, powerful as this formation was, there was still more room for improvement. On the off chance that some skilled commanders managed to bypass the pikes, it was all the pikemen could do to fend off the enemy. Brandil, taking this into account, proceeded to incorporate swordsmen into his pike squares who could fight infantry and cavalry while being protected by pikes, adding yet another layer of flexibility and lethality to his formations. It is said that so impressed was Aeron Rada by Brandil Tarly, he gave an official name to his new formation, the Tejo 5. Cavalry would still retain an integral importance in warfare for centuries, though no one could deny that infantrymen outside of Dorne could now pose a greater threat to enemies from that point onward. Dorne would proceed to adopt the new Tejo formations with shocking speed, adapting the maniple system to incorporate more distinct unit sizes and tactics that differed from traditional medieval warfare in Westeros. Westerosi militaries circa 28 AC. Palatilia, the Crownlands. The domain of the Targaryens practiced the traditional Valyrian legion formations, organization, and tactics as it did for millennia with the addition of several militant knight orders and independent hedge knights along with the dragons for overwhelming might. As a result, their military has yet to adopt the Tejo formation as Tegania and Dorne did. Still, it is more professional, disciplined, well-equipped and well-supplied than Andal armies in general, with Valyrian steel lending its troops a deadly edge. Population, 4 million. Infantry, 14,000. Cavalry, 6,000. Dragon riders, 13. Ships, 25. Sailors/mariners, 7,000. Calbria, Riverlands. Unlike the other kingdoms of Westeros that have been unified under single dynastic rule for millennia, Calbria remains a highly divided and decentralized realm that holds no real loyalty to any single ruler throughout its history, and where great houses have been overthrown several times. Its government is no different under the Lord Paramountcy of House Tully, who rules only by the grace of House Targaryen. Population, 6 million. Infantry, 32,500. Cavalry, 17,500. Ships, 20. Sailors/mariners, 6,000. Rhudyria, Westerlands. As the richest kingdom with the greatest amount of gold deposits in all of Westeros, it boasts the ability to single-handedly field a strong professional standing army of 50,000 strong. While some believe they could field larger armies with their population numbers and infrastructure, any more additions would lead to great strain in their logistical capabilities, and as the famous maxim goes, quality is better than quantity. Population, 5 million. Infantry, 30,000. Cavalry, 10,000. Ships, 50. Sailors/mariners, 10,000. Jelmismia, Stormlands. The Stormlanders are by nature hot-tempered and stubborn, and refuse to back down from a challenge once posed to their faces. Like most other kingdoms, they field seasonal levies with small retinues and knights as part of their armies, and its armies are quite small due to its lower population. Its stormy seas are what give the lands their name, breeding some of the fiercest and toughest sailors if not the most professional. Population, 7 million. Infantry, 30,000. Cavalry, 10,000. Ships, 70. Sailors/mariners, 14,000. Blenia, the Vale. Full of rocky terrain from steep hills to mountains and ravines, there is little arable land for the people to settle down on, and the local Andals face stiff resistance in the form of fiercely independent mountain clansmen, descendants of the first men driven out long ago. The Vale can only field an army as large as the Riverlands, though they boast the most ancient and hallowed knightly traditions due to being the site of the first Andal colonies. Population, 5 million. Infantry, 30,000. Cavalry, 15,000. Ships, 40. Sailors/mariners, 10,000. Tegania, the Reach. Possessing the most fertile lands in all the continent, the Reach has endured a long history of brutal and bloody conflict with its neighbors, most of all the Stormlands and Dorne with whom they fiercely compete for ownership of the Dornish marches. While the Vale claims the most hallowed traditions, the Reach claims the most battle-tested knights. Their fertile land supports a thriving agriculture which, in turn, blessed them with a bountiful population capable of supporting an army of between 80,000 to 100,000. With recent reforms to its military, its infantry is now among the most formidable of all Westeros, capable of defeating the, not so, legendary Unsullied of Astapor. Population, 18 million. Infantry, 80,000. Cavalry, 20,000. Ships, 100. Sailors/mariners, 30,000. Dorne. The region most transformed in the time of Aeron's rule, it has performed countless reforms and initiated countless infrastructural projects aimed at bettering the people's lifestyle and the country's logistical capabilities, allowing it to field one of the best armies the known world had ever seen. Despite still being relatively underpopulated, it has a greater manpower pool and logistical infrastructure at its disposal, allowing it to field thrice the number of troops as it did in the past. Among its fiercest and most skilled troops are the Mercavi, expert swordsmen who act as both the Grand Duke's honor guard and elite battlefield troops. Population, 8 million. Infantry, 60,000. Cavalry, 20,000. Ships, 80. Sailors/mariners, 25,000. Sonaria, the North. The largest kingdom, it was ironically the poorest and most underdeveloped region of Westeros, capable of fielding a paltry army of 50,000 when it could easily field 4 times that number with a far expanded manpower pool and proper exploitation of its resources. House Stark claimed dominion over Sonaria, but due to Torrhen the Kneeler's submission, its reputation had plummeted, and it took many years to restore it. Only the Neck fielded a proper disciplined army under House Blodfeld, and the region of Gosmerch has modernized rapidly to field a powerful fleet as well, becoming the new center of trade and by far the only hospitable place the Andals and Dornians love to visit. Their Magi, Green Seers, Wargs, Skin Changers, were reorganized under the Druids, the religious arm of the Old Gods and an elite support class. Eckard Blodfeld obtained the necessary knowledge for all his reforms and upgrades through his subordinates, whom he sent to study in both Palatilia and Dornia. Though he has yet to adopt the Tejo formation, he has already made plans to do so. Population, 6 million. Infantry, 40,000. Cavalry, 10,000. Ships, 50. Sailors/mariners, 10,000. Ajonia, the Iron Islands. The smallest of the 7 kingdoms, Ajonia is home to a strong seafaring culture that prides itself on its marauding and pillaging ways. The Ironborn field talented sailors and fierce warriors, yet because of their constant raiding long before Aegon's conquest and stubborn refusal to change their ways, everyone else in the 7 kingdoms scorns them as incorrigible savages, not that they ever truly cared. Even so, their navy is top class, such that even Aaron Rada himself grudgingly respected their seamanship. Population, 3 million. Infantry, 15,000. Cavalry, 5,000. Ships, 40. Sailors/mariners, 8,000. A/N, the army numbers are based on book numbers centered around canon got time, though I don't know much about ship numbers. If anyone has suggestions or corrections they want to make, please feel free to do so. 1 Castrum, an ancient Roman fortress designed to house and protect the soldiers, their equipment and supplies when not fighting or marching. This allowed Aaron to maintain his conquests in the early days of his rebellion and unification of Dorne, and continue to serve as training centers for the ducal army. 2 Coke, a grey, hard and porous coal-based fuel made by heating coal in the absence of air. It is used as highly efficient fuel in a smelting furnace, able to maintain high temperatures for long periods of time. 3 Cobalt, a metal compound that has been used for centuries to impart a striking blue color onto clothes and pottery glazes. Aaron adds the pure element as a crucial ingredient for maraging steel. 4 Ridge helmet, the late Roman helmet introduced at the late antiquity period is characterized by the bowl shape made of 2 or 4 parts, united by a longitudinal ridge. It came to be a characteristic helm used by the Dornian militaries. 5 Tejo, the reach name for the Tercio formation, used extensively by the Spanish army and mercenaries during the 16th to 17th centuries and somehow discovered by Brandil Tarly. Chapter LIII, Shocking Surprise. 28 AC. 4th Moon. Elenzo Aries Aaron. The first time he realized something was wrong was when the hairs on his neck started to stand. He grumbled and scratched the back of his neck, frowning as the skies started to darken. This day just isn't good, Elenzo muttered, as if it's not enough to have cloudy skies, now I feel like something terrible's on the horizon. Lord High Admiral, a sailor saluted, we'll soon be within distance of the SSE coastline. Good, have the men prepare to disembark as soon as we dock, Elenzo ordered. Aye, sir. Yet as soon as he said that, another sailor hurriedly shouted, "Milord, Bravacy sails, port side." What? Elenzo quickly took his far eye and examined the flotilla of ships rapidly approaching the Dornian fleet. As he adjusted, he soon realized that the ships were surrounded in an unnaturally thick mist that shrouded them like a thick blanket, and the Bravacy insignia was barely visible. Furthermore, the clouds seemed to take a far darker shade of grey, and soon Elenzo learned just why his neck hairs stood up so rigidly. Can you see anything else through the mist? Elenzo hurriedly ordered. Negative, milord. And they're approaching fast. We've been repeatedly hailing them, but they aren't responding. The sailor reported. Mages, have you detected anything? Aye, milord. Dark magic signatures in abundance. An arcanist said, they're what's creating this dense fog. Signal the fleet. Full stop and turn 80 degrees port side. Elenzo ordered, these are Bravacy ships, but they've been compromised. Prepare for battle. Bells rang and colored flags were hoisted, and the ships turned left to face the Bravacy navy as sailors prepared ballistae and mages prepared spells. While some would assume hydromancers could use their powers anywhere with a water source, the sad reality was that their powers were confined to rivers and did not extend to the oceans, and that meant their magic was completely useless in deep-sea naval battles. For this reason, all hydromancers on board instead served as mariners and would fight with javelins, blades, or bow and arrow. As they prepared for a brief exchange of fire, bolts of black shot out from the Bravacy ships, and those that missed landed in the water with such force they caused minor waves that rocked the Dornian ships. Some landed on the ships, and those who raised barriers in time defected the dark magic, while a dozen others were damaged and sunk in short order. Arcanists, prepare to fire. Glowing lights could be seen on the Dornian ships, and soon bolts of turquoise and white launched from the Dornian side. The exchange of fire lasted a few minutes, shortened by the swift closing of distance by the Bravacy fleet as they prepared to board and ram. Prepare to fire and maneuver. Elenzo ordered, bring them all down. In the first large-scale clash of magic between two opposing sides, the Dornians suffered losses due to the sheer scale and power of the enemy mages who put most initiates to shame. Only their training and discipline combined with their superior seamanship ensured that the Dornian ships did not suffer heavier losses. Arcanists, suppressive fire on the Bravacy. Take them down and provide cover for our allies. He ordered. Under intense fire, the Arcanists shielded the Dornian ships and returned fire with bolts and beams of light that, while not as powerful as the black magic itself, whittled down the Bravacy ships one by one and softened the odds. Soon, they entered ballistae range, and Elenzo bellowed, open volley with broadsides. Ballistae loosed their bolts against the enemy ships, damaging and sinking many with unerring accuracy. The Bravasi did the same, but their own ballista crews lacked the Dornians' accuracy and training. Some managed to get within boarding range, and the Dornians beheld for the first time the twisted crews manning the Bravasi ships. The men were not men but mutants with lifeless eyes and bulging limbs, moaning and gurgling as if their minds were permanently damaged. They leapt onto Dornian decks with inhuman speed, power, and reflexes, and they tore into many mariners who fought fiercely in return. He saw many in black robes chanting and weaving shadows in their hands, and the baleful red glow in their eyes highlighted a great intelligence. Drive them off our ships. Use Tukosar fire to burn those ships down. Elenzo ordered, beheading a mutant who came too close for comfort. Archers, take down those black robes. Jars were lobbed onto the Bravasi ships, immolating wood as the Tukosar fire began to spread. Archers killed the black-robed magi, who fell like wheat to a scythe. The fog was too thick to see clearly, and with all the shouting and bellowing in the air he could not clearly discern the state of the other Westerosi fleets in the narrow sea. "Milord, the dragons!" He heard a sailor point to the sky. Overhead, Elenzo could see the dragons of House Targaryen swooping in from the skies and scorching the Bravasi ships in a bright inferno, the screams of men reaching his ears as they fell into the seas. Such screaming was inhuman, like a monster roaring with the voices of 100 shadows. He could see countless black bolts being fired against the dragons, and most exploded in the sky like miniature pots of wildfire that threatened to wound both dragon and rider. One dragon rider pair screeched in pain as they were caught in an explosion, promptly limping back to the rear lines for safety. "Damn it! If they're taking the dragons down as well, this is really bad," Elenzo grumbled, though in a rather satisfying way. "It will humble those arrogant Targaryens and make them think twice." Thankfully, the other Targaryen dragon riders were unharmed, and it was thanks to them that a swathe of the Bravasi fleet was sunken and the rest driven back to the cheers of the men. Yet to Elenzo, as the mist settled and cleared, it was painfully obvious that the Bravasi had reaped a heavy toll upon the royal fleets. The Dornian, Palatelian, and Sonarian fleets, under command of House Blodfeld, survived with most of their fleet intact, while the fleets of the other kingdoms suffered terrible casualties, at least a fifth of their ships, despite their greater numbers. Even the Ironborn were not spared, the iron price reaping a heavy toll. "Damn," Elenzo muttered, "this day just keeps getting worse." "Milord, what do we do now?" asked a sailor. "We make for shore and dock immediately, get the reinforcements and supplies unloaded, and report to the Grand Duke everything that transpired," Elenzo listed down, "and, to tell him that Bravus has unwillingly betrayed us." Elenzo knew for a fact that his once people, his former homeland, would never shy away from the chance to take down the slavers and show the superiority of their cause, and if it meant having to ally with so-called barbarians, so be it. For this to happen, and with that display of magic, it could only mean the absolute worst has come to pass, and the government ceased to function. "Ormelos, how you'd be rolling in your grave seeing all this," Elenzo muttered with a wry smile, "how the mighty Titan has fallen. I. Aegon Targaryen. He was burning badly, his dragon Balerion mauled by that dark magic. It hurt so badly, his limbs burning in invisible fire and heavy as steel. His mind was delirious with pain, fatigue, and fear. To think that such power existed, power capable of bringing down dragons from land, power dark and corruptive beyond imagination. Water." His voice was a pitiful whimper, soft and barely above a whisper, and the nearby physician quickly placed a cup of water to his lips which he greedily gulped down. "Your Grace, please lie down, you're severely injured and need rest," the physician pleaded. "What of Balerion?" asked Aegon. "What of my wives and children?" "They are slightly worn and wounded, but are otherwise safe with light injury," the physician reassured. "Balerion, on the other hand." "Tell me." The physician sighed. "He is severely wounded, and he's lost both his wings. Even worse, we believe he will not last past the fortnight." "I am sorry, Your Grace." Aegon was tired, exhausted. Within his heart, a volcano erupted, a volcano of anger, anguish, and vengeance. He wanted to scream, to rant and rave and vent his frustration on something, anything within his reach. And yet he could not. He lost complete sensation within his right arm, and his left was heavily bandaged. He tried to clench his hands, but the slightest twitch caused a delirious wave of pain that made him whimper. "Your Grace, please, you must not move," the physician urged. Aegon managed to calm himself, his raging anger cooling into a simmering rage. He would have his vengeance against those who dared wound his dragon so badly. This insult against House Targaryen will be paid for dearly. "Have someone tell my queens, tell them they are now in command," Aegon rasped. "As you command, Your Grace," said the physician. I. Disputed lands. Visenya Targaryen. Vis, are you okay?" Rhoynish looked with concern at the haggard form of Visenya, who desperately tried to hold herself upright as a warrior queen and not a wife worrying endlessly for her husband. I am fine, Ray," Visenya waved off, "it is nothing." Rhoynish would have insisted, but she abstained from saying such, knowing her sister's stubborn insistence on a facade of strength. If you say so, Rhoynish said. A soldier entered the tent and bowed. Your Graces, Grand Duke Aaron Rada is here per your orders. Send him in, Visenya beckoned. Aaron stepped into the tent with the face of an overworked man, his black bags thick and his lids laden with weight. There was no cheer, no nonchalance, not even the slightest hint of relaxation in his features, his shoulders unusually tense and his lips fixed in a deep frown. Both Visenya and Rhoynish shared glances of understanding and dread. Thank you for answering our prompt summons, Grand Duke Rada, said Visenya. Can you tell us what you have learned about our newest enemies? We saw the Titan of Bravus on the ship's sails, but we know little else. Aaron shook his head with frustration, pursing his lips. I'm sad to say I've little to report on. Aside their devastating magic, they've somehow mutated their thralls into powerful soldiers who've no concept of fear of free will, and they have mages wielding powerful dark magic capable of creating thick mists as one example. Visenya cursed under her breath in High Valyrian, pinching her nose and pacing around to collect her thoughts. What else do you know about these unknown mages? Asked Rhoynish. From what we could gather, they're based in Western Essos and most likely have full control of Bravus, Aaron explained. We've encountered more of their number in the disputed lands, and they all have Tyroshi, Myrish and Lysani accents. As for whether they've compromised the Triarchy governments, I cannot say, but I believe we should assume the worst. Damn, to think we'd actually be facing such a terrifying enemy, Rhoynish mouthed. What of the priests of Arhillar? Surely they wouldn't tolerate such an enemy. Scouts say they've been mercilessly attacked and hunted down, taken by surprise by both the black-robed magi and hordes of converted slaves, Aaron said. They've put up stiff resistance and are protecting any who manage to escape the black robes' clutches. As of now, they're withdrawing from the cities and making their way towards our armies. And Bravus? Is there anything we've learned in the city? Asked Rhoynish. My spies are turning up dead, and I've received reports of increased violence and targeted strikes against their hideouts, Aaron sighed. The 5 families of Bravus are experiencing the same on their territories, and in light of this, I've had to order a complete pullout from Bravus. And with Bravus declaring itself our enemy, we now have a second front to fight on, Visenya concluded, vexation writ deep on her eyebrows. Do these black-robed magi have any weakness? Anything we might exploit? Only that aside from their powerful magic, they're as agile and strong as a feeble human being. They die too easily and compensate with hordes of mind-controlled mutants, Aaron said. As for their magic, it's not so easy to divine a weakness, but we found the ship's hulls to be full of dead bodies. Dead bodies? What for? Questioned Visenya. Blood sacrifice, Aaron answered. My arcanists tell me they've used the corpses as catalysts for the fog. Gods preserve us, if they can conjure such magic, Visenya muttered. This completely upends our plans for a quick war resolution. I'm afraid so, Your Graces, Aaron nodded. If these cultists have sunk their fangs into 4 of the free cities at their very hearts, we must prepare for a long and costly war. How long do you think it will take, Grand Duke Rada? Rhoynish inquired. I would say 5 years, give or take, Aaron answered. Visenya slowly nodded, and then turned to face Aaron and said, Thank you, Aaron. Please help gather all our top commanders for a war council. Starting today, we have to take a completely different approach to this war. At once, Your Grace. With so many uncertainties at play, the Westerosi would become even more cautious in how they approached this war, and yet they had to win now that they committed to it. If they withdrew or lost, who knows what horrors the cultists could unleash upon Westeros. I. 5th Moon. Elagel Targaryen. Hold the line. In the name of Dorne, hold the damn line. Never had she felt more afraid for herself and her people than in this moment, where hundreds of mutants were barreling down upon their position, their hollow eyes filled with a feral rage that surpassed even the hungriest of predators. Supported by 2 more companies, Elagel organized the defense of a nondescript village close to the Tyroshi outskirts, supported by onagers and ballistae as they loosed barrels of Tokosar fire to incinerate the mutants to ashes. Many met their end in this way, yet the mutants continued to attack. Behind the safety of their barricades, pikemen held the mutants at bay while archers fired back in a tiring, repetitive routine. Your Highness, the left flank is about to give. A soldier reported. Send some of our reserves and reinforce that position. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Elagel ordered. With no cavalry and no magi on their side, the defenders had to rely on regular might, and the fate of a village was balanced on the tip of a thin needle. Elagel herself moved between the different flanks of the formation, rallying her troops and sending help whenever she could, but she herself was beginning to tire out, her fingers sore from pulling the bowstring and her legs aching in protest, but she dragged herself onward, determined to succeed. Sir Jaehaerys Calderon, ever the faithful servant and sworn shield, directed reserves to reinforcing the defensive formation, leading a small group of mobile fighters to kill any mutant that managed to breach the formation. Do not fall this day, men of Dorne. Our lives and the lives of the villagers depend on it. She shouted. Ora! Her men shouted. She felt an arrow graze her cheek, and she glanced in the direction of the shooter, finding a skilled archer alongside the black robes. Elagel drew her own bow, whispered a few words of power, and shot a glowing orange arrow that pierced the throat of the shooter before it imploded in a huge plume of fire. Your Highness! Sir Jaehaerys shouted worriedly, risking a glance in her direction. I'm fine. Focus on the battle. Elagel ordered. Reluctant as he was, he obliged, knowing the battle took higher priority over a flesh wound. Just then, a horn sounded, and rocks and bolts of light crushed mutants into a fine paste, followed by hails of arrows and javelins before the cataphracts struck from behind the mutants, slaughtering them in droves to the cheers of the defenders. Before long, the last of the mutants was slain, and the men of Dorne cheered in relief. Your Highness, it's good to see you alive, said the leader of the cavalry. I am Captain Dorne Moradin, and I bear a message from the Grand Duke. Let's hear it, Elagel said. Unfurling a scroll, Dorne read, in light of your exceptional performance and unyielding spirit despite the challenges the Black Robes and the mutants posed to you, I hereby promote Princess Elagel Targaryen to the rank of colonel and place an entire battalion under her command. Furthermore, I promote Sergeant Villaire to the rank of captain, effective immediately. Grand Duke Aaron Rada. Dorne then fished out a badge and replaced Elagel's lieutenant rank, and then he said to the men, soldiers, salute your colonel and captain. And they crisply saluted in Dornian fashion. What are your orders, colonel? Asked Villaire. Have the men organize the wounded and the dead, and order supplies for a proper stone wall to be built, Elagel ordered when she suddenly felt lightheaded. Train some men among the militia, and hold position you until further orders are received. And with this, Elagel fainted to the shock of her soldiers, collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. Healers, we need healers. Villaire shouted. As they inspected her face, they soon found it turning an unnatural shade of black, her face rapidly losing its color. And tell them we need anti-poison remedies immediately. Jaehaerys ordered. A/N, I hope you enjoyed the battle scene. Chapter Live, Strategic Changes. 28 AC. 4th Moon. Visenya Targaryen. All top commanders of Westeros were gathered in the command tent, a grim-faced Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen in command in Aegon's absence. Equally grim was Aaron Rada, who briefed them all on the terrible odds they now faced. So Braavos is an enemy, completely another party's puppet, Brandil mused, it's saddening and ironic, in a way. I never did like those Braavos, arrogant and condescending, so unlike certain people I know, Edmund Gardner commented. So are you saying I'm a better option compared to them? Aaron suggested with a slight wink. Please don't flatter yourself, Lord Rada, Edmund quickly corrected, I never said anything of the sort. Regardless, this means even with the dragons on our side, we have to be extra careful with how we fight the Black Robes, Visenya stated, and the gathered council shared nods. Regrettably, Balerion passed from his injuries just a fortnight ago. Damn, Orys muttered under his breath, covering his mouth with a hand, and his grace. His wounds will not heal quickly, Visenya mumbled, loud enough for everyone to hear but subdued in volume. None dared to contemplate the implications, not when Westeros faced an enemy the likes of which was told only in fairy tales. So, your graces, what is to be the new battle plan? Asked Edmund. Orys, if you would, said Rhaenys. Orys nodded and pointed to the map, moving tokens to indicate the changing troop movements. The Black Robes and their mutant armies have seized full control of the free cities themselves and several large towns within close proximity. And with all other villages and towns at risk of invasion, we have to conquer and secure every village we can, then dig in and build fortifications at each and every single one of them, Orys explained, pointing to several drawings on the map. In the meantime, we may need to conscript some of the local SSE into our armies. Everyone remained silent as Orys continued. We will also need to renovate several ports and roads to better accommodate our supply trains and reinforcements so they suffer fewer delays. If necessary, we will need to build new forts to consolidate our gains and act as resupply points. Aaron nodded as he pointed to several marked towns. We've identified several ideal spots for forward outposts and castles, but we will need to protect the workers and supply caravans in the process as they make deliveries. We should also look to calling upon our allies in Doria and the Summer Isles for help against this enemy, Eckard mentioned. Doria is our vassal and thus obligated to answer, while the Summer Isles cannot afford to ignore ships controlled by cultists. Every ally we bring into this fight, especially those who can use effective battle magic, is a boon we cannot ignore. Many of the commanders themselves grumbled and muttered their misgivings, their Endel upbringing and the Savanist teachings making the topic of magic a taboo. At least, what they considered a taboo. I don't mean to cast doubts on this course of action, but surely we can deal with this on our own. Questioned Ethan Velaryon, this is a war waged against the Iron Throne by the Triarchy and Braavos, surely they have no real reason to get involved? I can understand bringing in Doria, but the Summer Isles are not our vassal. Actually, the Summer Isles have reasons to get involved now, Aaron informed. I've received word from my niece Drusea that several of their fleets were attacked by the Black Robes, and they even landed troops on the Isle of Whalano, capturing and sacking many villages and towns before they were able to repel them. Many now whispered fiercely in disbelief at this turn of events. Why were the Black Robes going out of their way to provoke a power that until now had chosen to abstain from the war? What was their purpose? As if to answer their unasked question, Aaron then said, Sheridan II Drusea also said that the Black Robes were killing people en masse, sacrificing them on large altars dedicated to their dark god, the Lion of Night. Many gasped, unable to mask their horror and disgust at such a thought. Orys took a few moments to compose himself before saying, this is unfortunately true, as confirmed by our agents in the Summer Isles. Then there's no further room for doubt, Ethan nodded, and yet, I cannot help but be skeptical of our odds. After all, this is the first time we've ever had to fight magic on such a huge scale. In my opinion, this is a valuable learning experience for all of us, Aaron commented to everyone's surprise. I think one way or another, we would have had to fight a magic-wielding faction of such power and magnitude. Better we learn painful but valuable lessons now than have to leave the burden to our descendants. Isn't it, Your Graces? I cannot deny that, Lord Rada, Visenya admitted, and this is why we must be extra cautious in our battles. We must not pointlessly waste our men and our dragons, and focus on fighting in conditions that are favorable to us. But how can we defeat these warlocks when most of us do not have magic? A nervous Riverlander commander asked. In war, there are many ways to kill a human being, Orys firmly asserted, and since the Black Robes are as strong as a feeble human, we need only kill them the same way we kill other humans. Lord Baratheon is right, Aaron agreed. On the other hand, we need to focus on whittling down their numbers of ships, until we can form a naval blockade around our enemies including Bravus. As for the mutants, I suggest we deploy our troops in defensive formations, using all manner of tricks from ditches to spikes, fire traps and earthenworks. Brandil Tarly put forth, our Tejo formation will hold, but respectfully speaking, I cannot say the same for some of our other colleagues. All turned to lob dirty looks at Viken Greyjoy, who shrugged his shoulders. And exactly why are you all looking at me like that? He asked. My apologies, Viken, we often tend to hear how many unfortunate Ironborn Reavers tend to be mauled by hordes of mutants due to their penchant for raiding, a Westerlander lord taunted. And you milk drinkers think to insult our ways. Viken replied. Enough, Visenya ordered. Viken huffed but desisted, as did the other lords. If I might make a suggestion, Your Graces? Asked Eckard. What is it, then? Asked Rhoynish. There is one way we can make use of our superior formations, your dragons, and deception to our advantage against the mutant hordes, said Eckard. Tegania, the Reach, Palatilia, the Crownlands, Gosmerch, the Neck, and Dorne, have disciplined troops trained in the art of strong formations, so we can use them as both defensive mobile strongholds and as bait for the enemy. And you think to make us stick our necks out on the line when we can easily hold down and defend? Brandil inquired. I would not word it so accusingly, but yes, Lord Tarly, Eckard said, and Brandil grunted. In fact, we absolutely need to start baiting them out, lull the Black Robes into a false sense of complacency. Once they get arrogant and careless, they will move into the open, and we can ambush them with our lighter, more mobile troops or shoot them with archers. I second this idea, Orys said, the fewer Black Robes, the better. Though one thing I am concerned about is that they'll be wise to such moves, Brandil commented. Do you not remember that Princess Elagel was poisoned? She is under treatment and will recover, but Brandil's right, Aaron nodded. I would suggest that everyone here be doubly cautious and wary of assassination attempts. All shared nods of agreement. What of Pentos, Norvos, and Lorith? Are they not in close proximity to Bravus? Asked Rhoynish. Is there not a risk of them falling prey to the Black Robes? Aaron, Brandil, and Orys shared sighs. The Black Robes are passing through their lands unmolested. Their shared answer shocked the rest of the commanders save the Targaryens, though for some they quickly understood the reason why. Did they thrash their forces as they nearly thrashed ours? Asked Ethan. Exactly that, Orys grumbled. Ethan sighed as he scratched his head. Do we have to worry about Black Robe presence in their lands, at least? Thankfully, no, Orys added. In fact, they're completely leaving them alone, for some reason, as if they don't have any value. Some of the gathered commanders snickered and snorted at this. At least we don't have more enemies for now, and this shall suffice, Visenya said. Aaron, which city should we focus on first? Tyrosh, Your Grace, Aaron answered. Taking the city will solidify our control of the narrow sea, and it is the closest enemy we ought to subdue. Then it is settled, Visenya declared. Once we secure its mainland holdings, Tyrosh will be the first to be conquered. Dismissed. I. Elagel groaned as she slowly blinked awake, her groggy eyes wincing at the bright sunlight from the windows above. She gasped, her throat parched as a barren desert, her pale complexion almost bone-white. "Your Highness, are you awake?" said a physician with concern. "Mn." She felt a strange weakness and lethargy in her body movements, unable to get up on her own, as if her spine were made of jelly. "Help me up." The physician quickly complied, and then fed a cup of water to her parched lips. Each drop was like the finest wine, and she drank greedily before asking for a refill. "What happened?" she muttered, her voice weak and subdued. "You have been unconscious for close to 2 weeks, Your Highness," said the physician. "Your men have held their position in this village under the command of Sir Calderon meanwhile." "I see," nodded Elegel. "However, there is terrible news. Grand Duke Rada has ordered me to share with you," the physician said reluctantly, his eyes slightly averted. "It concerns your father." A sinking feeling formed in Elegel's gut at the physician's tone, and she said, "Tell me." The physician sighed heavily. "His Grace Aegon Targaryen has been mortally wounded, and is in a state of terrible pain. He has been bedridden for the rest of this campaign. His dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, died of his wounds in mere days." Elegel let out a shuddering sigh, her hand clasping her mouth as she tried to compose herself and digest this news. "Where is the Grand Duke right now?" asked Elegel. "I'm here, Elegel." The physician quickly stood up and bowed, only for Aaron to hold up a hand, at ease. "Might we have privacy for a while?" "Of course, my lord," the physician said as he took his leave. Aaron took a seat by Elegel's bed, his face hard with worry. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm all right, Lord Aaron," Elegel smiled, "but I feel tired." "That's to be expected. You were scratched by a poisoned arrow and rendered comatose," Aaron explained. "It was no known poison used, and you were given the strongest antidotes we had on hand, but for a while, we thought we lost you." "I suppose I'm blessed by the 14 to last this long," Elegel weakly smiled. "How goes the war effort right now?" "I wouldn't say we're losing, but our momentum's significantly slowed," Aaron said, "especially now that the Black Robe's magic is potent enough to wound dragons. We've no choice but to take the slow and cautious approach, slowly conquering and annexing every village we can and building up logistical infrastructure to support our campaign." "I see," Elegel muttered. "What of my men?" "I've reorganized them into a battalion directly under your command, and your colonel rank is still in effect," Aaron smiled, patting Elegel on the shoulder. "Congratulations, by the way. I'm proud of you." Elegel smiled in gratitude, her worries and fears melting away to reflect a tranquil inner peace. Then at that moment the door opened to reveal both Rhoynish and Visenya Targaryen hurriedly rushing to her side, clasping her hands with teary eyes. "My daughter! You're all right. Thank the 14 that you survived!" Visenya exclaimed, extreme relief causing her shoulders to shake. "How are you? Are you still weakened? Do you need additional rest?" asked Rhoynish, fretting over her like a mother over her newborn. "I am all right, thank you for your concern," Elegel smiled reassuringly. "I'm just a little tired, that's all." "Thank goodness," Visenya sighed with relief, all tension fading from her shoulders. "Please do not push yourself." "Excuse me, Lord Rada," said Rhoynish, "might we have some time alone?" "Of course, as long as you need," Aaron bowed and took his leave. Once the three of them were alone in the room, Elegel then asked, "Why did you ask him to leave, mother? Is there something not even he can listen to?" "I'm afraid so," Visenya admitted, then her face curled in exceeding sourness. "Your more martial-minded siblings are jealous of your promotion. They've begun moving their own armies with exceeding recklessness, and if not for the other generals under their command their own forces would face annihilation." "What about Rhoynish?" asked Elegel, a conflicted expression on her face. "He and the bureaucratic-minded of your siblings are handling the logistics," Rhoynish informed, "although—" "What is it?" asked Elegel again. "Just tell me." Rhoynish sighed. "With your recent promotion and achievements in the battlefield, almost every single one of your siblings is now regarding you differently. With Magur's side, they see you as a threat to their glory," she muttered disappointedly. "With Rhoynish's side, they've become increasingly hesitant to talk with you." Rhoynish, as the more pacifistic of her siblings, always tended to shy away from Magur's infamously hot temper, and against their intimidation they folded as easily as paper. Elegel did not have fond memories of Rhoynish's cowardly behavior, though since he never did anything to hurt her, it was perhaps one of his few redeeming traits. She could never imagine such a skinny, pacifistic boy ever mustering the courage to hurt someone willingly for any reason. "So long story short, they're unsure what to make of me and are not taking well to my sudden change," Elegel concluded. "That is the long and short of it, yes," Rhoynish said, "but no matter what they may say, we're proud of you. Your father is proud of you." Happiness flashed across her eyes and her lips formed a slow smile, before it was replaced by bitter regret. "I wish I was there to help father," she muttered. "What happened was terrible, dear daughter, but there's nothing any one of us could have done about it," Visenya comforted. all we can do is make sure these black robes regret ever daring to harm our house. Of course, Gel smiled. Yet there was a cloud of doubt in her eyes. Should she not be happy she is capable of helping her house in such trying times as a commander? Should she not be overjoyed with being her parents' pride and joy? Why did she feel less joy now than when Aaron Rada praised her? Standing just outside the door, Aaron sighed to himself before taking his leave. I only hope Magar doesn't worsen things for us. The death of Balerion himself was an ominous sign for the people of Westeros and House Targaryen, a sign of worse things to come. 2 Sheridan, the official title of the supreme ruler of the Summer Isles, with Drusea Zadok, adopted daughter and heir to the late Prince Terrell Zadok as the current holder. It roughly translates as Master Queen. Chapter LV, Broken Fates, Part I. 28 AC. 6th Moon. Iron Islands. Life went on as it always did for the Ironborn, eking out a harsh living on the Isles where little agriculture was practiced and most food came from fishing and plundering. Like the rest of Westeros, the Iron Islands was fed whatever information came out of the mouths of town criers on the ongoing Triarchy Westeros War, and they often smiled and cheered at the news of Ironborn reavers making short work of the mercenary privateers of the Triarchy fleets. The exploits of non-Ironborn fleets? Not so much. After all, what need have they to listen to the words of feeble, milk-drinking Greenlanders who know nothing of the harsh life of the Ironborn, where the seas reign supreme and its warriors hardened by generations of reaving and raiding. And unlike their fat septons dressed in extravagant robes and feasting on succulent sherbet and fruity wines, the drowned priests had no need for such luxury, content with their plain robes and ritual daggers. Fate, however, had other plans. As one of the drowned priests left the temple after officiating a wedding ceremony for 2 Ironborn, he proceeded back towards his humble abode with a spring in his step, the refreshing sea wines biting his face. It will be nice to enjoy some salmon stew tonight, he muttered to himself. After minutes of walking, the village's ambience grew dim until it vanished from sight, and soon he returned to his humble abode, a ramshackle wooden hut by the beach, not far from the sea. Entering, he piled firewood and dried leaves into his hearth and struck some flints together, igniting a fire that warms the home, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he prepared a pot of water. To the pot he added salmon jerky and a variety of pickled vegetables, patiently waiting for it to cook to the desired doneness. As a familiar aroma wafted into his nostrils, he took a bowl and a ladle, scooping out his dinner. He slowly ate, relishing the simple diet. My thanks to the drowned god for this meal, he whispered with a smile of gratitude. As he slowly ate his meal and sipped water, he remained oblivious to the small shadow slinking about in the rafters of his house. When he finished his meal, he cleaned the pot and extinguished the fire before resting in his cot for the night, and that was when the shadow struck, implanting itself into the man's head through his ear canal. It was quick and painless, the drowned priest feeling not a thing. He did not even notice when his mind was completely subverted. I. Disputed lands. Gel Targaryen. Tejo forward. Archers, focus fire and do not relent. Ho! Cavalry, hit the black robes. At Gel's commands, her battalion marched into battle against an unrelenting tide of mutated flesh and bone, fearless and disciplined in their movements. With swords and pikes the Tejo held firm, and their progress was slow but inexorable. The black robes cast magic against their formation, but a shimmering barrier held in place and deflected all their spells, ensuring they could not simply wipe them out with casual ease. Some of the black robes began to inch closer, drawing wicked blades while the rest continued to provide suppressive fire. It did not stop the Tejo's movement, but was enough to slow them down. Ma'am, we've got incoming black robes. Take them down. She shouted. Drawing her bow, she loosed 3 arrows and found her marks, the black robes collapsing with arrows through their skulls. Pull back slightly. She ordered. At her command, the Tejo slowly retreated, and while somewhat bewildered by this the black robes wasted no time intensifying their assault, daring to give chase to the battalion, like fish taking the bait. And just as the black robes began to close in, cavalry surged forth and crushed the black robes from behind, running them down and giving them no time to react, horse archer and cataphract working hand in hand to inflict maximum damage. Forward, men! Show them the might of the Bytrenner. Jamak Hor, captain of the cavalry company supporting Sir Jaehaerys Calderon's knights, led his cataphracts in a merciless counterattack as his cataphracts ran down all enemies in their path, the massive steeds and heavy armor forming living battering rams. Bodies flew in the air, and blood flowed from crushed pulpy messes of flesh. The trailing horse archers picked off black robes and riddled mutants with arrows, their powerful composite bows and arrows making short work of hardened flesh and bone. Relentless in their pursuit, merciless in their charge, professional in their conduct, these were the new face of the civilized Dothraki, comrades in arms of the Dornian Duchy. Bereft of their commanders, the mutants aimlessly charge and blunt their own momentum, losing their earlier bloodlust and becoming little more than mindless wanderers. Gel wastes no time awakening the slumbering dragon. Forward! Cut them down! As one the Tejo charges forward, methodically exterminating the mutants and granting them the peace they deserve. Pikes and swords hold off the tide of flesh while archers pick them off from range. Cavalry sorties mop up stragglers and strays who wander too far from the horde, so that the villages do not suffer their interference later on. Elegel charges forth on her own steed, whom she named Dorne, and slicing her own palm to draw blood, she channeled the mana within her blood and forced it out of her wound in a great gout of green fire, fire so strong and hot it could melt stone. Grr! She felt the heat coursing through her hand, hot enough to scald it if not careful. After a brief casting, she willed the flames to cease, satisfied at her handiwork as several charred, lifeless corpses fell to the ground motionless. Before long, the battle is won, and any black robes and mutants that remained were slain to the last. No more came to harass them. Men of the Sand Dragon Battalion won, we are victorious. And they cheered as one, the euphoria of triumph buoying their hearts. You fought well, Your Highness, said Sir Jaehaerys as he trotted on his horse, his armor and sword caked in blood. This victory shall serve as a stepping stone for your further growth as a general. You too, Sir Jaehaerys, Elegel nodded, though her eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the countless corpses, friend and foe alike. It does not feel as if we're winning, though. No, it doesn't, Jaehaerys nodded grimly. I had hoped we would make a dent in their numbers, but they seem limitless, as if they are breeding like insects in a hive. Has there been any further news, Jaehaerys? Asked Elegel. I doubt we can continue fighting like this. Jaehaerys shook his head, only that our relief troops will be arriving soon, and we can withdraw to safety once they come. Other than that, nothing. Elegel sighed heavily. I suppose our enemy is the restless kind, troublesome unless we keep them occupied. I myself wish they weren't so determined or so wrong, Jaehaerys admitted. If not for them, this pointless war would be over within our king safe. Elegel bit her lip thinking of her father. Though her father was no longer in mortal danger, his wounds were too severe for him to ever ride into combat again, and he remained bedridden with on-the-clock physicians constantly monitoring his condition, applying salves and changing bandages as needed. She had no time to visit him, being busy on the front lines with all her responsibilities as colonel of the Sand Dragon Battalion. I would love to visit my father once we're on leave, Elegel mentioned. As I would love to visit my family, Your Highness, Jaehaerys smiled in understanding. As thoughts of war faded, thoughts of family kept their spirits afloat, an ardent wish made in their hearts to see them again. Ma'am. Captain Jamakhor dismounted from his horse, happily saluting his colonel with professionalism and respect. Jamakhor, Elegel greeted back, your company performed well. Thank you, ma'am, though to be honest the mutants aren't much of a threat by themselves, Jamakhor said, his cheeky smile never fading. It's almost disappointing, I feel. Don't underestimate their numbers, Jamakhor, Elegel pointed out. Of course, ma'am, Jamakhor nodded. When shall we fight the next battle, might I ask? My men remain eager to attain more glory for Dorne. All in due time, Captain, Elegel reassured. First, we need to rest and wait for the relief troops to take over, and then we return for resupply and retraining before we go back to the fighting. Pity, but I suppose this serves as a good warm-up, Jamakhor shrugged. Perhaps you would like to accompany me to the red light district during our stay at Ares Lanyi, Sun's pair. Shut up, Jamakhor, Elegel said, though not harshly. Shutting up, ma'am, Jamakhor maintained his flirtatious smile. I. 7th Moon. Dragon's Stone. Aegon Targaryen. Within a month, the Sand Dragon Battalion was pulled from the front lines and given a season to rest and replenish their numbers. They fought hard over countless skirmishes, and as Elegel grew accustomed to commanding her battalion, her tactics gradually evolved with alarming speed, such that she began to outshine many of her fellow colonels in battle. As such, the break period was as much a rest period as it was an opportunity to allow the glory hounds to have their share of battle and perhaps lessen their complaints. Many lords were quick to accost her with their usual brown-nosing antics, hoping to curry favor with the rising star of House Targaryen where they only gave her scornful looks in the past. She deftly ignored and bypassed them, paying heed only to the knight who brought her to Aegon's bedchambers. They soon reached a set of heavy doors, and the knight nodded to the guards who parted and opened the doors for them. As they entered, Elegel's breath caught in her throat at the sight of her father. He was in the middle of having his bandages changed, allowing Elegel full view of her father's horrid injuries. Fully half his face was disfigured, white teeth visible with nothing to cover like a half-rotten human skull, his burnt skin was pinkish-red in color, his hair abruptly tarnished in one half, his left arm a stump at the elbow. Ness. Her mind raced with terror, shock, and disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers, her breathing halted to the point she wondered if she still breathed. Her vision became hazy, her ears ringing with white noise and her mouth agape. Your Highness! She gasped in surprise, turning to face the knight who called to her. Are you all right, Your Highness? You were spacing out for a moment, the knight said with concern, and you look pale. I am fine, Elegel waved off, you may leave. Your Highness, the knight bowed as he took his leave. As the knight left, the physician was putting the final touches, reapplying ointments and bandages before washing his hands. Finished with his work, he stood up, bowed to both Aegon and Elegel and then promptly left the bedchambers. Now it was only father and daughter alone in the room, with all the time in the world. She quickly rushed to her father's side, falling to a knee and taking his hand in hers. "Father, I'm here," Elegel called to him, tears spilling from her eyes like a released floodgate, her voice trembling with raw emotion. "I'm here." "Ah, Elegel, I'm glad to see you are all right," Aegon smiled back, his voice weak and soft. "Ha, look at you, such a dignified warrior, I can see you almost resembling your mother already." Elegel merely smiled through her tears, though her smile was wretched and forced. "I heard tales of your exploits, of how you commanded your company against those mutants and black robes, how you rose to prominence through your valiant defense of a village against terrifying odds. If memory serves me right, you hold the title of colonel, do you not?" Aegon recounted like a wistful storyteller. "Yes, I am," Elegel answered, "my unit is known as the Sand Dragon Battalion." "Ah, the Sand Dragon Battalion," Aegon smiled, "quite a fitting name for your army. I hear tales of the swiftness of their cavalry under Sir Jaehaerys, and that you have Bytrenor in your ranks. I simply received command of 2 more companies due to circumstances." Elegel waved off, as if it did not sound significant. "It was their captains who helped us to achieve victory." "You've become very modest," Aegon noted. "I remember how bratty and obnoxious you used to be, always making so much noise and trouble for us. Visenya was always scolding you until you started crying." "Heh, I liked it when you were energetic." "I must have been quite the troublemaker," Elegel mused. "Yes, and those were good times, before your siblings." Aegon trailed off, his face crestfallen. "I saw how depressed and sorrowful you became, and despite our efforts, Ak." Aegon clenched his fists, wincing heavily as pain shot through his body. Elegel quickly patted him down, offering a reassuring hand of comfort. "Are you all right?" she asked. I am fine, dear daughter," Aegon assured. "I just..." "It's all right, father." "No need to say it," Elegel said, "and I have been blessed with many friends and comrades since my stay in Dorne." Aegon smiled with relief. "That is good to hear." A tepid pause ensued as the two remained silent, each racking their heads and trying to come up with the appropriate words to break the silence. Suffice to say, neither succeed for several minutes. Eventually, Aegon was the first to break the silence. "Oh yes, I heard that the war effort goes well," he said. "Well, technically it is, it's just stagnating," Elegel corrected. "Our progress is exceedingly slow despite constant sorties and determined callings of the mutants. For some reason, when it looks as if we've culled enough mutants, more seem to sprout out of nowhere, as if they were breeding like insects, limitless and omnipresent. Killing the black robes does help to lessen the number of mutants, though not even the dragons of House Targaryen are able to completely smoke them out." "I heard the news," Aegon nodded, "and this is troubling, to say the least. Perhaps the only consolation we have is that they have no dragons of their own. They've also wizened to our tactics and have taken to dispersing and hiding themselves in the SSE countryside," Elegel added, "much like how the old Westerlander resistance made a nuisance of themselves during your conquest." "I feared as much," Aegon sighed, hard regret in his eyes. "Elegel, you should know, regarding your siblings, Maegor and the others have had to be restrained hard by your mother so they do not run off foolishly, but a few have sustained injuries due to recklessness. Others underestimated the danger these black robes posed." "But none died?" asked Elegel. "No, thankfully," said Aegon. Elegel, on the other hand, did not truly share her father's sentiment, though she would never voice it aloud. "I suppose that's why Maegor and the worst of my siblings have been incapacitated as have their dragons," Elegel mused. "I know you've not had good memories with them, but might I ask you to show forgiveness to them?" asked Aegon, "please, for your father." "I can't promise anything," Elegel admitted reluctantly, "not from me, and certainly not with Maegor's temper." "All I ask is for you to give them the benefit of doubt," Aegon reiterated, a gentle pleading in his eyes. Elegel sighed, "I will try. For your sake, I will try." "Thank you, my dear daughter," Aegon smiled, shedding a tear. "Take care of yourself, and know I will always pray to the 14 for your safety, always." And Elegel rested her head on the back of Aegon's uninjured hand, basking in its warmth for as long as she could. One Sand Dragon Battalion, formed primarily out of the descendants of Dornian Valyrian immigrants from Palatilia, their military customs have a distinctly Dornian flavor which include the inclusion of female fighters in their ranks. 2 in most courts, brown-nosing sycophants were a distressingly common sight, and often were a highly poisonous influence on unsuspecting noble scions. In Aeron's court, there is high expectation of success placed on government officials, and due to draconian standards of evaluation, few if any ever dare to engage in such atrocious behavior under risk of severe punishment. One time, a pathological brown-noser from the court of Ebanu8, tried very hard to curry favor with the ruling Duke Garin to hide his misdeeds in tax evasion and smuggling. He was jailed without trial and only released after being forced to make a public apology to a wide audience. It was said that he was so badly humiliated, he hanged himself in his own home. Chapter LVI, Broken Fates, Part 2. 29 AC. First Moon. Disputed Lands. Maegor Targaryen. Maegor Targaryen was displeased. Several months had passed since the ill-fated mortal wounding of his father at the hands of the Black Robes who worshipped the Lion of Night, and they were no closer to bringing them to heel, with them being forced to fight their formidable magi and mutant hordes. And over the months that followed, these Black Robes had begun to adapt and evolve their tactics accordingly. They began to equip mortal followers with crudely forged or looted equipment and sent them as part of massed charges or as bodyguards for the magi, and their officer equivalents directed units that formed formations with limited precision. However easy they were to kill, they enjoyed near limitless numbers, and over months of constant skirmishes with Westerosi forces, several enemy officers began to display tactical acumen on par with the average lordly veteran, and their forged arms took on better quality, stronger, more durable, and less likely to snap. In some cases, overeager lords, knights and other manner of glory hounds or incompetent officers were slaughtered at the hands of these increasingly sagacious tacticians. Even worse, these soldiers of the Black Robes showed no fear or any concept of human emotion, totally bereft, as if bred solely for the purpose of war. He watched as several black-clad soldiers clashed with his infantry from atop his dragon Ebanu8, son of Vhagar, swords clashing with swords as a wall of steel confronted a hodgepodge of levies. Pulling on his reins, he deftly avoided a bolt of black hurled his way, glaring at the magi who scrambled to fire again. Ebanu8. At his command, Ebanu8 swooped down from up high like a hungry animal, and the Black Robes on the ground quickly cast their hands up high. Dracarys. Ebanu8 unleashed a heavy gout of flame upon the magi before flying up, gaining distance and swerving to avoid being hit by another spell. Ordinary men would have no defense against fire hot enough to melt rock, but the Black Robes managed to survive, a black barrier deflecting the dragon fire. Humph, they can't keep this up forever, Maegor mused to himself. Even if they could, it's only a matter of time until my cavalry overwhelms the enemy infantry. Right on cue, Targaryen cavalry issued forth with a thunderous applause of hooves, lances lowered with steel tips gleaming in the sunlight. Too committed to the frontal clash, it was too late for the enemy troops to react, and they were mercilessly mowed down from behind, allowing the Targaryen infantry to push back and envelop them, calling them to the last. Then the distant moaning of a horde reached his ears, and he narrowed his eyes to see two more enemy forces approaching his army. The nearest, he could easily deal with and keep the magi on him as a distraction, but he had no time to spare dealing with the other. And I'll be damned if I let my proud army suffer defeat. He would just have to work them all faster. Ebanu8 flew downwards in several passes, dodging a hail of spells and unleashing gouts of dragon fire upon the hordes that charged towards his infantry, each pass scorching hundreds of enemies to ash. Dracarys. He could not help but smile at his dragon's power, at his family's power. Each burst of fire was like the opening of a dam, a great burst of power and exhilaration that made his blood sing with ecstasy. He would never give it up, such was his utmost desire. Dracarys. He thirsted for war, longed for battle, all in a bid to prove his mettle as worthy successor to his family's legacy. And yet that weakling Aenus is the firstborn and not me, that meaningless cur whose greatest strength is letters and numbers. How my blood boils! Dracarys. Another gout of flames incinerated the last of the mutants, and now he could turn his attention to the magi who pelted him with little pebbles from afar like naughty children. He also saw that the other army was getting closer, and he did not know how long it would take for him to overpower the enemy magi. Damn these rats! Then he heard a horn blowing, and he saw another army encroaching towards the Black Robes, one that was counted among his allies. The banner he saw, however, made him grit his teeth. That dragonless bitch has come, hasn't she? The Sand Dragon Regiment deployed into formation, pummeling hard into the mutant hordes and enemy infantry like a landslide while flying the sandy yellow banner of a dragon's head up high with pride. Cataphracts aided the Targaryen cavalry and added momentum to their charge, while spearmen and swordsmen provided support and broke up the enemy formation, archers and mages providing cover fire. Elagel was there, riding atop her steed Endrusi and cutting down foes with her Valyrian steel longsword with a practiced ease, Sir Calderon by her side with a retinue of Palatelian knights. Colonel Jamakhor led the horse archers, directing them to harass the enemy magi and pick them off when their barriers were down. Colonel Vilar led the Tejo formations forward, relentless as a lion, unyielding as a mountain. Arcanists erected barriers of their own, deflecting enemy spells and returning fire, working with Valyrian sorcerers as if they were natural allies. Elagel's men performed as well as his. Slightly better, in fact. He will give them that much. And yet his pride was injured at the fact the youngest scion of House Targaryen was now becoming successful and accomplished in her own right, potentially outshining him and the rest of their siblings. I'll tolerate this for now. Just for now. Together, they worked to slaughter the last of the enemy resistance, mowing down all they could. Any survivor that escaped could come back to haunt them another day, and mercy was no option. Victory! We have victory! And the Palatelian forces cheered for victory. I. So I see that your army has expanded again, Colonel Legel, Magur commented atop a Fakukuk, his emerald scales gleaming like polished gems. It's Brigadier General now, Prince Magur, Legel said stoically, her face betraying nothing. Ah, you were recently promoted again, yes, Magur narrowed his eyes, his chin tightening. I suppose congratulations are in order. Legel narrowed her eyes, but said nothing. In any case, you have my thanks for aiding us in this battle. Your swift arrival prevented more casualties among my men, Magur said. Inwardly, Magur wanted to puke for saying such words. I was given orders by Mother to come to your aid, Legel stated. I was otherwise preoccupied with clearing out one of their nests, and was just informed of the presence of another nest deep within the hills to the north of our position. That would explain the inordinate amount of mutants we fought here, Magur nodded. I take it you will be accompanying us for this as well. It is my mother's orders, Legel answered. Magur scoffed inwardly. Very well, take us there. Magur never missed the discreet glare Legel sent his way, and that of Sir Jaehaerys and all her captains. It was as if they were warning him, do not cross Her Highness. He clicked his tongue, then took to the skies. I. So that is the nest there? I can already smell the stench. They took over another village and put all its inhabitants to the sword, so they have all the raw materials they need. The two armies came across a ruined village, the burnt husks of houses charred black and a forest of impaled corpses visible from the walls, erected from amalgamations of pulsating flesh that stank of rot and attracted swarms of flies. In the heart of the village were towers of flesh, blister-like growths pockmarking their surfaces. The horrific sight was too much for some of the newer troops to stomach, retching where they stood. Others tried to cover their noses with cloth or fingers to no avail. Such pitiful defenses are no match for my might, or the might of my dragon, but the black robes will certainly not give this nest up without a fight, Magur commented. I doubt they'd sacrifice months of progress for nothing. I don't deny that, but I also doubt they'll simply allow a Fakukuk to torch their painstaking hard work, Legel added. You think me so unfamiliar with their trickery? Asked Magur. I am simply offering you advice, if you will have it, Legel answered, evenly matching his gaze. Magur scoffed, then said, we take down this nest one way or the other. Then let us commence the battle, said Legel. With a curt nod to Legel, Magur roared to his men, attack. Burn down that nest no matter what. Infantry charged up the hill, the magi casting spells against the ramparts and causing the flesh walls to erupt in flames. Bolts of magic came flying in return, easily nullified by a Fakukuk making passes along the top of the walls, scorching them clean of all life. Cavalry were the first inside the town, but here they began to notice something strange. What is the matter? Why have you stopped? Asked Magur as he landed on the ground, seeing the confused faces of his cavalrymen. Your Highness, the nest is empty, the leader of the cavalry explained, there's no one coming out to attack us. What? But we experienced an attack from the ramparts, Magur pointed out. Those were mere foci designed to attack those the Midnight Scourge deemed enemies, Your Highness, a sorcerer explained, though I must admit, this is rather strange. Yes, they won't ever leave a nest undefended, unless... Legel's eyes widened as she realized the enemy's aim. Everyone, out of the village, now. It's a trap. She bellowed at the top of her voice. Her troops obeyed without question, beating a swift retreat from the top of the hill. Do as they do. Evacuate the village, now. Shouted Magur. Magur's army did the same, their horses and feet carrying them as fast as they could. They did not dare stop for a single moment, even when they were a league's distance from the abandoned nest. Then it happened. A great flash of thunder sounded in their ears, and they all beheld a burst of flame that extended outwards like a mushroom-shaped cloud, a wave of heat and a rush of air threatening to throw them off their feet. Wah! Get down! The rush of wind subsided as quickly as it came, yet the heat remained, and the soldiers stared dumbfoundedly at the sight. If they had delayed their retreat just a second longer. To think those cretins would willingly bait us into a trap. I underestimated them, Magur frowned. Regardless, we have your quick thinking to thank, Brigadier General. Do not mention it, Prince Magur, Legel said evenly, though this means we have another thing to worry about. I shall forward this information to our mothers and the other commanders of our forces, Magur said. Yes, please do so, Legel nodded. So what do you propose we do now? We've achieved our objective, one way or another, so we report back our success, Magur suggested, then we pick our next target and attack there. Sounds good, Legel shrugged, let us depart immediately. Magur grumbled at the loss of glory due to the enemy's antics, though a small consolation was that Legel too was denied hers. He would have to settle for this. The next time we fight, I will be the one to attain the glory and prove myself my father's heir. I. Tyroshi mainland. Brandil Tarly. The men of Tegania, the Reach, thundered against the levies of the Midnight Scourge one as the knights earned their glories, blood irrigating the fields of Tyrosh. Due to lacking magi of their own, they had to rely on help from Dornian and Palatelian magi and the occasional druid from Gosmerch to supplement their deficiencies. Send in the 4th Battalion to support the 5th Battalion, and have the 3rd Cavalry Regiment circle around to the rear. Brandil's orders were crisp, fluid, and precise, directing his troops like moving pieces on a chessboard. "Milord, enemy reinforcements to the south. They bring a regiment's worth of regular infantry. Send the 2nd and 3rd Battalions to intercept along with a score of allied magi." With speed befitting the Black Fox's armies, the men of Tegania swiftly marched towards their objective, blocking the enemy's advance like a wall of rock against a tidal wave. Despite their reservations, the Andals of Tegania fought hand in hand with magi as if they were longtime allies, their coordination top-notch like a well-oiled machine. "Milord, squads of enemy cavalry closing in on our headquarters." Edmund grit his teeth and hefted Thornbite, raising it up high. "Men, with me. We halt their advance." He was halted by a hand from Brandil. "No need, my lord. We have a trap in place," he explained. "Truly? What kind?" asked Edmund. Black-clad cavalry emerged like an encroaching shadow, horse and rider silent with lances lowered. Their eyes were focused like a predator's, yet lacked both life and emotion, mindless machines like the mutants and infantrymen that served the Midnight Scourge. Closer they approached, and both pikes and crossbows made ready, the latter pelting the riders with disciplined volleys. Scores fell, yet they charged without a care for their lives, and their unnatural speed meant most bolts missed their targets. And then the trap was sprung. "Raise the barriers." Spiked traps were raised from the ground, and the enemy riders were too close to stop their momentum by the time they noticed. Scores of horses were impaled upon wooden stakes, and pikes quickly began stabbing at their opponents while crossbowmen shot them down at point-blank range. Before long, the enemy cavalry was surrounded and annihilated to the last, and the headquarters was safe. Edmund Gardner could only watch in amazement at the prowess of one of Tegania's top generals, the man himself wielding Thornbite II, the Bloodhand's blade. Amazing. So this is the man who served by my father's side, a general who earned the recognition and respect of both the Bloodhand and the Black Fox, the hero of Tegania. Yet Brandil sighed in exasperation, as if dissatisfied by the results they obtained. Edmund sympathized with him, feeling the same way. "This war has been a long and painful one so far," Brandil stated, "and it will become even more painful as time goes on. Lord Rada always said that he never likes long wars, because the longer the enemy fights your armies, the more he's able to learn your art of war," Edmund voiced, "and the Midnight Scourge is doing just that. As of now, they fight on the equivalent of a regular army of levies, but who is to say they will not show the same skill as the lockstep legions of Giskar?" Brandil suggested, "And then there's the matter of their magi who can easily pose a threat to the Targaryen dragons. At least we're making progress, however slow it is. I would personally prefer this war go faster, so we can be done with all this heretical magic that should never exist," Edmund admitted, "fighting with proper steel and muscle? That is more like how a battlefield should be." "As you say, my lord," Brandil nodded in agreement. A cold gust of wind blew over the battlefield, and both Lord Paramount and General saw an entire battalion turn to solid ice from an unseen force, faces transfixed in stupefaction as a sheen of bluish-white wreathed their entire bodies. Then they were promptly shattered by Northman cavalry, their bluish steel making short work of the enemy's magical protections. "Yet another force of magi I would rather do without," Edmund commented, "though ironically enough, I'm also gladdened by their presence, even if they are Northmen." "Northmen under the command of Eckard Blodfeld himself," Brandil added, "a man with both a titanic amount of ambition and the talent necessary to turn mirage into reality." Eckard Blodfeld's armies had rapidly distinguished themselves as radically different from the Northman armies of old, well-supplied, modern, and professional in their conduct in both war and peace. Their strategies were fluid like a stream yet horrifyingly devastating as a tidal wave, and their winter steel equipment, enchanted with the magics of the First Men, proved capable of directly dispelling the evil magics of the Midnight Scourge. "I will give the men of the neck this much, they know how to fight," Edmund commented with both skepticism and grudging approval. "Makes you wonder just how much they had to sell themselves out to others to gain the resources and money those Crannogmen needed." "For them, just one person," Brandil countered, "and I believe you can guess who." "Aaron Rada," Edmund muttered. Edmund held both respect and suspicion for Aaron, always unsure of his true motives, always wary of his next move. The only things he knew about the Black Fox were that he was a highly meritorious person who preferred that a person attain results through his hard work and the other by making proper use of the people by his side. "You know that Eckard was the one who approached Aaron first, based on what our agents could gather," said Brandil. Edmund grumbled under his breath but said nothing. "Has he made any other moves so far? Anything to be concerned about?" asked Edmund. "None whatsoever," my lord, Brandil replied, if anything, he's making sure to not stand out too much while others gain their glory. Eckard Blodfeld, on the other hand. I've heard many rumors that he's the source of increasing contention between him and the other northern lords, Edmund said, it's plainly obvious during our war council meetings with Lord Stark and his commanders. And that is where the line is drawn between Lord Blodfeld and Lord Rada, said Brandil, whereas Aeron is content with what he has, Eckard continues to aim for more, building up the economy and military of the Neck until it has become a kingdom in its own right. What's more, his industries are being expanded at a neck-breaking pace with all the trained craftsmen at his disposal, all conducive to his growing wealth. And his navy? Asked Edmund. Close to coming on par with that of the rest of the North combined, Brandil stated, they've already scored many victories on their own and proved invaluable to their allies. And what of his allies in the North? Surely he has converted a few greedy people here and there, Edmund commented, I don't know much about these Northmen, only that while they deride southern politics they play their own game like the rest of us. Every court has its politics, no matter the face, Brandil nodded, and to count, Eckard is already making deals with houses like Forrester, Karstark, Mormont, and even Bolton. House Bolton? Surely those man-eating flayers make for poor allies? And here I thought houses Forrester and Mormont count among the most loyal vassals to House Stark. Considering Eckard's ambitions, I would surmise he plans to use them, and then once they serve their purpose, he will dispose of them to avoid further trouble, Brandil concluded. For houses Forrester and Mormont, however, trade seems to be the only feasible goal, if I read him right. House Bolton's flaying ways and its consistent rebellions against House Stark's authority made it one of the most problematic houses in all the North, Sonaria, and it once held the title of Red Kings as rulers of their petty fiefdom before House Stark defeated and dethroned them in their unification campaigns. For an upstart house like Blodfeld, the ancient lineage of Bolton stood in steadfast opposition. That is, unless they made a deal that allowed them to get back at House Stark, one way or another. House Forrester relied on its ironwood trade to make ends meet, yet due to recent reforms by other northern houses in a bid to improve their trade and thus become less reliant on House Blodfeld, they were struggling to find buyers for their ironwood stocks. House Mormont owned only a small island, and they were forced to confront the reality that their noble lineage and prestige was no longer sufficient to secure them their rightful place in court once other houses began reaping greater profits, and thus found themselves cut out of several lucrative trade deals, especially with their lack of a trade navy. House Blodfeld was their savior, providing them lucrative trade offers and other benefits in exchange for concessions. They had to grant unimpeded access to their caravans with no tariffs levied upon their goods. As a result, House Mormont was able to upgrade to a stone castle and proper ports capable of housing galleons, while House Forrester invested in infrastructure and various industries, allowing them to catch up with other houses. House Karstark, on the other hand, refused to entertain House Blodfeld's trade offers, seeing them as little more than an upstart house trying to subsume all others and pose a threat to their noble standing and prestige. Of course, this is all just pure speculation on our part, nothing that warrants any real investigation on our part, Brandil suggested, casting a knowing glance towards Edmund which the Lord Paramount shared, and I highly doubt he has any interest in trying to extend his claws into Tegania, the Reach. Yes, just speculation, Edmund repeated. Well, I suppose whatever plans Eckard is cooking up in his mind, we can only wait and see. Brandil nodded in agreement. By now, the battle was concluded as the last of the enemy resistance fled from the battlefield, and the men let out a jubilant roar as they scored another victory. Just then, a messenger bearing royal colors arrived, falling to a knee before them as he presented a sealed scroll. Milords, Her Grace Visenya Targaryen has called every nearby commander for a war council meeting to discuss the siege of Tyrosh city, said the messenger. Breaking the seal and opening the scroll, Edmund and Brandil quickly inspected it, then shared grim nods. Tell Her Grace we are on our way post-haste, Edmund said. At once, milord, said the messenger as he mounted his steed and went on his way. No rest for the wicked, Brandil muttered. No rest indeed, Edmund nodded. One midnight scourge, the name the self-styled cultists of the Lion of Night called themselves, their sigil an eclipse over a field of white. 2 Edmund wielded Thornbite as both tribute to his father and to continue the family's legacy as warrior kings. Chapter LVII, Broken Fates, Part 3. 29 AC. Second Moon. Tyroshi Mainland. Visenya Targaryen. Within a captured Tyroshi fort, Queens Visenya and Rhoynish stood before the gathered Westerosi generals, a map of the layout of the island city of Tyrosh displayed on the table before them. Our acquisition of the mainland was easy enough, but attacking the island is where we've encountered severe resistance. Visenya pointed to the island walls, moving several tokens in place. Not only do we face heavy fire the moment we're within range, they even have their best admirals attacking our fleets with highly advanced tactics. Due to the sheer attrition we've suffered, we've been forced to call off further attacks to minimize losses. We have, however, managed to obtain crucial information on an artifact that they used to transport their troops outside their barrier, Rhoynish said, pointing to a marked X on the nearby mainland. From what we can tell, they warp troops between two separate points over varying distances in large numbers but require two such artifacts at 2 points to perform this feat of magic. That would explain the sudden appearance of reinforcements out of nowhere, especially as more of their nests were being destroyed, Aaron commented. They must have a massive one within Tyrosh city itself. And that means they will defend the city to the death, Brandil nodded. Do we have any reports on exactly how the supposed artifacts work, Your Graces? The Targaryen queens shook their heads. This is completely unfamiliar territory for our magi, I'm afraid, Rhoynish informed. If I may, Your Graces, Edmund stepped forward, what guarantee do we have that this artifact will work as intended for us, or that they do not have a trap waiting to be sprung? Many officers shared murmurs of agreement, and neither the queens nor anyone else could bring themselves to counter his argument. Fears and disdain of magic aside, Lord Gardner presents a valid point, Aaron added, and all eyes were on him, and yet, much as I despise admitting it, we have no other option for a quick resolution to the siege of Tyrosh. With all due respect, Lord Rada, I thought you said this would be a longer war, that it will not conclude so easily, Edmund pointed out, much to Aaron's chagrin. Surely you would want to spend time finding another way to breach Tyrosh city. It's never good to spend too long fighting any enemy, especially the Midnight Scourge, Edmund, Aaron argued. They're already beginning to match our tactics, and chances are that the more they improve, the more casualties we'll sustain, and then we won't have the manpower to fight the forces of Mir, Les, and Bravus. I must second Lord Rada's opinion as well, Rhoynish interjected. Remember how swiftly they improved from being a ragtag mob into an army of levies. Many lords bit their lips at the horrendous losses they suffered, and dozens of minor houses were extinguished in the clashes with Tyroshi forces alone in the past few months. Any longer and they feared the war would become untenable. Which is exactly why I advocate taking this risk, Your Grace, Aaron concluded. Many will die, even if this plan succeeds, Visenya contended. Many have already died, Your Grace, Aaron countered. Men always die in war, and that is exactly why we must not needlessly waste their lives. Lives expended for little to no gain are a fool's endeavor worthy only of endless hatred and derision. And should we reach a point in time where Tyrosh becomes more of a liability than a benefit to us, it'd be better to outright demolish Tyrosh to the last stone. Kill the weed and pull out the roots so thoroughly that it may never grow back despite our efforts. In light of such conviction and pragmatic logic and eager to shorten the duration of the war, all shared nods of agreement with his words. Then it is decided, we shall take the artifact and attempt to storm Tyrosh from within, Visenya nodded. What is the strategy, Your Grace? Said Oris, the weathered man peering hard over the Tyroshi tokens. As stated earlier, the Tyroshi artifact is stationed in this fortress here, so we must storm and take it with all necessary speed, Visenya began, moving a few tokens near the marked X. Queen Rhoynish will ride atop Meraxes and scorch the fort's defenses to clear the way for our troops. In the meantime, we keep the men of Tyrosh city occupied with a direct assault by air and sea. Magar, you lead the dragons and continually make passes at the barrier, unleash as many gouts of dragon fire as necessary. As you command, Mother, Magar beamed with pride and enthusiasm. Oris, have the royal fleets engage the Scourge's fleets and focus on whittling down their numbers as much as possible while preserving ours, Rhoynish added. By your command, Oris bowed. The rest of you, get ample food and rest. Tonight, we will strike, Visenya ordered. Elegel, please stay behind. Magar gave Visenya a questioning look, but Visenya silenced him with a pointed glare, forcing him to grit his teeth and desist. The rest milled out of the war room one by one until only the three were alone. Once they were alone, Visenya quickly embraced Elegel with a mother's love, kissing her on the cheek. Are you all right, my dear? How has Lord Rada been treating you? Asked Visenya. He treats me with all due respect and decorum, Mother, Elegel smiled. I should thank him for helping us to raise you, Visenya said warmly. You have shaped up to be a fine leader. He merely gave me a helping hand, Mother, Elegel smiled softly. Visenya nodded, then said, Elegel, how would you like to return to Darovillanian, King's Landing, once this campaign is over? We have so much to catch up on. I'm certain you have plenty of stories to tell. Your time in East Point, the friends you made, maybe some mischievous adventures in your youth. Rhoynish said suggestively, causing Elegel to roll her eyes. No, I'm fairly certain her experiences in war are far more interesting, Visenya pointedly stated. After all, I'd love to hear how she climbed her way to her current rank and position. How nice of you to want to learn my more embarrassing moments in life, Elegel said dryly. And this next siege will no doubt be your stage to shine, dear daughter, Visenya smiled. I have to ask though, is Magar's attitude proving a problem? Elegel frowned, but did not look overly concerned, her shoulders relaxed and her eyes focused. He acts calm and polite, but he does tend to act like a petulant child when things don't go his way, she calmly informed, her words lacking any forced calm or underlying fear, her tone like that of a nanny complaining about a spoilt child. In fact, he's determined to attain glory at the expense of mine. Visenya sighed heavily, a knowing look of resignation on her face. I know he's always been the quarrelsome kind, and too proud to admit his own faults. He does not matter anymore, Elagel shrugged. And every word she spoke was the god's honest truth. What was the Game of Thrones to her when she had what she wanted from being fostered in Dorne? She was free and happy there, and would lose everything going back to the capital. Are you certain, Elagel? Asked Rhoynish with concern. If he tries something detrimental, please let us know. Of course, Mother Rhoynish, Elagel assured. For now, get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day, Visenya suggested. Elagel nodded. I'll see you tomorrow morning. As Elagel left, once she was certain no one was watching her, she let out a shudder she held in. Mgr. Why does it always have to be Mgr? It was a lie to say Mgr no longer mattered to her. She yet harbored lingering scars from the methodical abuse under Mgr, and though she no longer cowered in fear of him, it was a far stretch to say he did not intimidate her. At the very least, she was no longer overtly intimidated, merely slightly scared deep within. I love Mother just as any of us do, and yet Mgr was also Mother's favorite due to his martial strength and pride, one that blinded Mother, since Mother herself said he was worthy of riding Viagar. She subconsciously clenched her hand, willing her emotions to still. No point worrying about it now, all I need to do is do as I've always done, lost glory be damned. I. The next morning brought a fresh wave of bloodshed as the Iron Throne's forces and the Midnight Scourge clashed at the designated fortress where the artifact was located. Queen Visenya and the dragon-riding scions of House Targaryen were at sea, subjecting Tyrosh City and the Scourge's fleets to constant bombardment of dragon fire while Queen Rhoynish led a scorching of the defending Scourge forces, calling the Scourge's numbers while the main force led a determined attack, pushing slowly with every inch bathed in oceans of blood from both mutant and man. Hold the line. Maintain formation and focus fire on the largest clusters. Aaron ordered, swinging dawn as the ancient sword smote down the minions of darkness. Tejo formations held firm as knights and other cavalry forces conducted sorties, relieving pressure on the front lines and wreaking havoc on the enemy magi and archers. Light and dark magic clashed in bright shows of rainbows and shades of grey. The hordes pouring forth from the fortress were seemingly endless, a tide of flesh, bone, and ebon armor surging forth like a floodgate being opened, torrential waters threatening to wash away all who swam against the current. For most armies, it was a horrendous situation with terrible odds stacked against them. For eager glory hounds or experienced veterans, it was a battle with good odds to win, a chance to carve their names into the annals of history. For the men of Westeros, it was a do-or-die battle to remove one of the 4 hostile free cities as a contender, to free up valuable manpower for other fronts across western Essos. The Sand Dragon Regiment fought hard on the front lines, its cavalry pushing their steeds hard in a bid to maintain top speed over their enemies, but the enemy's numbers soon proved too much for their current steeds to handle, and at Elagel's horn blow they retreated to safety, where the troops took a quick rest and their steeds exchanged for fresh ones. Damn, these bloody mutants keep streaming out like locusts. Jamak complained, gasping in relief after chugging down a cup of water, and they're fighting much harder and faster than we're used to. Those Scourge soldiers and mages as well. That's when you know they're defending a crucial objective. Sir Jaehaerys wiped the sweat from his face using a towel, and would you ever take the easier way out? Ha! As if. It's a great day to spill the blood of slavers, puppets, or not. Jamak exclaimed happily despite his exhaustion, then downed another cup of water. Oh, that hits the spot. Get as much rest as you can, regardless, Jaehaerys smiled, the battle's still raging and will rage for at least a few more hours. Can't say no to that, Jamak shrugged. What are we going to do about that artifact though? You think it might be a trap? I can't say, Jaehaerys said with creased brows. Quite a number of our commanders are concerned about the possibility, but it's also the fastest way into Tyrosh City if it works as intended. I don't like this, relying on a magical artifact from our enemies, Jamak grunted. Neither do I, said Jaehaerys, and yet this is the way forward. After some well-needed rest, the cavalry of the Sand Dragon Regiment returned to the fray, swords sharpened, quivers restocked and lances at the ready. Charge! Sir Jaehaerys bellowed. The cavalry pummeled their way through the enemy formations, yet they had to take care to avoid being caught in kill zones designed to take down formidable cavalry such as theirs. While months of experience taught the Sand Dragon cavalry reflexes and knowledge that saved many lives, a good few nevertheless lost their lives in the process. They've definitely gotten a lot smarter fighting us, Jamak commented, slashing an enemy captain with his Saoiter, and their Tajios are hard to hit without artillery with all these bodies in our way. Several boulders and barrels sailed through the air before landing upon the enemy formations, the former crushing hundreds into gory pieces and the latter immolating hundreds more in bright plumes of yellow-green flames. The mutants and soldiers cared nothing for the flames, marching straight through them and charging to their deaths in a bid to immolate their enemies as well by contact. The Tajios pulled back, archers focusing fire to take them down. When the enemy momentum did not stop, the Westerosi Tajios withdrew to put distance between them and the Midnight Scourge, bypassing specific spots indistinguishable to the naked eye. The Scourge continued their mad charge, and in their fanatic zeal they managed to cost the Westerosi a few scores of troops who stayed once they caught fire, willingly consigning themselves to death to avoid harming their comrades. And soon, their zeal worked against them, the ground giving way to reveal spiked pits beneath. Thousands fell to their deaths, and they continued charging regardless, stepping over the corpses of their comrades and adding to the kill count. Elagel, shooting arrows astride her horse, saw this and gave the order. "Throw the pots, now!" Colonel Villar blew the horn, and soldiers threw clay jars into the spiked pits which, upon breaking, erupted in yellow-green fire that consumed piles of corpses whole. "Focus volley! Don't let up for 1 second!" Elagel ordered, then cursed as she reached into an empty quiver, and signal our logistics teams to restock our arrows. Imbrat. Queen Rhoynish atop Meraxes swooped down upon the midnight scourge, an angel of death come to render judgment upon the heathens. Dracarys. Judgment came in white, hot fire. The battle continued to rage on, and thanks to their tactics and consistent artillery barrages, the Westerosi held firm and maintained their position. The midnight scourge, on the other hand, was continually bled dry, and soon their numbers began to dwindle noticeably. And finally, at long last, the stream of troops trickled to a minuscule drip. "Now! Signal the men, we counterattack!" Elagel ordered. With an enthusiastic smile, Villar blew the horn in 3 crisp notes, and the entire army surged forward. Artillery battered down the gates of the fortress while Meraxes scorched the ramparts clean of enemy presence. "Can you detect the artifact?" asked Elagel. "Yes, Your Highness," said the Arcanist, channeling a little mana to show a trail of light leading deeper into the keep. "Follow me!" Elagel bellowed. The Sand Dragon Battalion stormed into the keep, mercilessly eradicating all resistance in their path as they followed the trail of magic. They reached a room deep within the keep of the fort, large enough to accommodate a flow of hundreds of troops. The artifact in question was a giant circular piece of wood, supported on a solid base and glowing a maleficent black, the reflection of a perverted Tyrosh city bathed in shadow clear on the glowing face. The black robes who tried to stop them were slain on the spot, too few to mount an effective resistance, too weak to react accordingly. "That is it, the artifact," the Arcanist reported. "Can you inspect it for any traps, just in case?" asked Elagel. "We can try, but I cannot say how long it will take," said the Arcanist. "Please work as fast as you can, the battle depends on us," Elagel gently ordered. "By your will, Your Highness," the Arcanist bowed. Yet suddenly, Elagel felt her heart throb, and all of a sudden time seemed to slow down around her. "Hear me, Elagel Targaryen, my chosen champion." "What the? Am I hearing things?" She noticed her marked hand glowing a crimson red, a glow that gradually grew in intensity. Nearby troops stopped to look at her hand, which Elagel raised subconsciously. "Take my power, and bend this artifact to your will." The voice thrummed with power and authority, speaking with the nigh-immortal will of an ancient god that existed since the dawn of time. Each syllable made her body tremble with fear and awe, and her throat went dry, unable to mouth a response. Under a strange compulsion, Elagel outstretched her hand, and tendrils of crimson power stretched out from her hand into the gateway, 2 invisible forces fighting for control of the artifact. Swiftly, the pool of light reflected in the gateway changed color from midnight black to crimson red, and as the tendrils subsided, Elagel felt a sudden bout of lightheadedness and was caught by Sir Jaehaerys from falling. "Your Highness, what just happened? What did you do?" he questioned. "Never mind that right now, the gate's ours," Elagel quickly said, "through the gate. We must hurry." "You heard Her Highness," Villar prompted, "through the gate, now." Training and discipline took over, and the Sand Dragon Regiment along with the Westerosi main force went through. "I. Tyrosh City. Impossible, how could we lose control of the gate?" The demon that possessed the host body of Vogr Brinar snarled once he sensed something amiss in the direction of the gateway. An alien power wrested control of the gate, subverting it and allowing the Westerosi troops to stream into the city almost unopposed. Transforming into his true form, he flew up high in the sky and sneered at the Westerosi troops who fought hard and pushed deeper into the city itself. Armies issued forth and spread to all 4 corners of the city, some troops storming the walls and aiming for the mages and pylons that held the barrier together. The empowered servants of the Midnight Scourge, the Berserkers, clawed their way through the troop formations like a giant, their heightened strength and reflexes and natural resistance to magic making them highly formidable foes few mortal soldiers could match. Here, several captains would make known their name, daringly attacking the Berserkers with well-timed gambles using either martial strength or tactics to gain an edge. Elagel used the latter, trapping the Berserkers in kill zones and then firing arrows or stabbing them straight in the skulls. "That girl. I have never thought the chosen one of Balerion would manage to mature so much as a general," Vogr muttered, "she is becoming much too dangerous." He went deeper inside the Archon's palace, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Westerosi, smirking evilly. I. The moment they took the first steps into the city, the men of Westeros were horrified at what the city had become. Spires of obsidian rose high into the sky, feeding the barrier that protected the city with tendrils of black magic oozing out like pus from a blister. Tied to those spires were half-dead captives, their life force feeding the barrier. Along the streets were massive nests forged of flesh, birthing new mutants into the world in the Lion of Night's greatest mockery of life. Elagel saw this and felt a righteous anger burning deep within her heart, a fire of vengeance. Destroy the mockeries of life, and end the life of the Lion of Night's servant. She would have it no other way. Men. We move on the black spires. Take them down and the dragons can scorch the nests clean. Aye, ma'am. Whilst the main part of the army engaged the Scourge's soldiers who rushed to intercept them, the Sand Dragon Regiment worked to destroy every single last one of the spires scattered throughout the city. Large and imposing, they were ridiculously easy to find by sight as they towered above all other structures save the city walls, and with each one they destroyed, the barrier grew weaker. From high in the sky, Visenya could see the barrier beginning to dim, flickering from time to time. Mother! The barrier grows weaker. Magur informed eagerly. I can see that. Visenya stated, maintain concentrated fire on the barrier and do not relent. As it turned out, the Sand Dragon Regiment did not need to destroy every single last spire, the relentless bombardment of dragon fire put immense pressure on the barrier itself, and soon, it collapsed by itself as the spires cracked, then broke and exploded, and beams of black light shot up into the sky as ethereal screams of relief rang out like a dragon's roar. With nothing keeping the dragons from entering, the Targaryen dragon riders went to work scorching the nests and all other clusters of scourge troops within the city itself, hastening their efforts. Go to the Archon's palace, the servant awaits you there. Once again the voice beckoned her. Once again, she found no reason to refuse. Sand Dragon Regiment, we march on the palace, Elagel ordered. It was now time for the final confrontation. I. Archon's palace. When Elagel and her men reached the council chambers, that was when things started to go wrong. Packed in such a tight space, Elagel's men were ill-prepared for the ambush the servant sprung on them, as several berserkers emerged from hiding and began attacking with wild abandon. Colonel Villar and Sir Jaehaerys were by her side, fending the ambushers off, but the servant lunged for Elagel and knocked the breath out of her, pinning her to the ground and grasping her neck in a vice-like grip. She tried punching him, but all she achieved was a bruised hand as if she were punching a brick wall, the servant himself never budging an inch. Seeing this, her captains tried rushing to her rescue, but the berserkers were too many and too dangerous for them to take their attention away, forcing the sand dragons to focus on them instead. Nice try, girl. You will need more than this to best one of the Lion of Night's servants. Elagel felt her consciousness fading from lack of air, her vision gradually blurring. No, I can't fail like this, not like this. Then the throbbing came again, stronger than ever. She felt her anger boil like an active volcano ready to erupt, the veins in her neck vibrating with tension that made the servant pause. Her eyes glowed with an inner fire as bright and hot as the sun itself, and her arms filled with strength. Red mark pulsating, she placed her marked hand on the servant's face. Immediately, he began screaming in anguish as the sound of sizzling flesh was heard, and he leapt back while cradling the burnt side of his face. What is this? Elagel leapt forward, brandishing her own sword in retaliation and forcing the servant to materialize his own cudgel in defense, a large metallic monstrosity that was deceptively lightweight despite its great size and the servant's skinny stature. When sword and cudgel clashed, the sheer force behind every blow created a sound as loud as a ringing September bell, and both Berserker and Sand Dragon winced badly as they tried to cover their ears. The former were more badly affected, and the latter used the chance to rebound and retaliate, eager to keep them from interfering. Fight on, men! Not one of them takes a step closer. Villar roared, swinging his battle-axe. Slicing her hand, Elagel cast a burst of blood fire at the servant who quickly dodged, but part of his robes were singed badly. The servant tried feinting a strike, but Elagel saw through the deception and deftly dodged an overhead blow with a sidestep, slicing his cheek. What is this? My body feels so alive. My blood sings and my heart beats like a drum, is this normal? Enough. This ends now. The servant cast Elagel through the windows, flying after her. As she flew in midair, she saw the servant speed towards her with cudgel in hand, eager to end this duel once and for all. With a contemptuous swing of her sword, however, she smashed the cudgel to pieces, shocking the servant who stared at her with wide eyes. Impossible! He exclaimed. It was her turn to speed towards him, sword impaling his chest as they fell towards the earth like a falling meteor. They crashed onto the ground with a thunderous impact, and the servant bore the full brunt of the impact while Elagel was unharmed. Staring dumbfoundedly at the sword in his chest, he looked at Elagel and trembled in fear. His body crumbled to ash, and Elagel breathed a sigh of relief as the adrenaline of battle left her body. Looking around her, she could see her fellow Westerosi still engaged in battle with the Lion of Night's servants, though they were now decisively winning as the tide turned in their favor. Scorched remains of flesh were visible for leagues around, no more mutants emerging like hungry rats. She saw Viagar land in front of her, Visenya quickly dismounting, yet as she tried to speak to her, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over her mind and body, and she soon blacked out. It would not be until 3 days later that she learned the battle was won, and all Tyroji lands now under full control of the Iron Throne. Chapter Layin, Broken Fates, Part 4. 29 AC. Third Moon. Tyroji mainland. Magur Targaryen. It was infuriating, it was senseless, it went against all his wishes and his sensibilities. To think that he would get a minor commendation for felling the barrier that defended Tyrosh city, while his dragonless sister Elagel would be lauded the hero of the battle for killing that demon. He, who by all rights should be credited more than her. Damn it! Damn it all! He trashed his temporary accommodations in his fury, venting his anger on all manner of inanimate objects in his path. Chairs, beds, cushions, tables, everything. Not even clay pots and vases were left intact, thrown to the ground and shattering into fragments upon impact. Of all the people! Of all the people! They said that she had awoken her powers, that she was able to fly like a dragon herself and slay a powerful demon who had slaughtered the entire council of Tyrosh like lambs. Her powers, granted by her mark, gave her the ability to completely subvert an evil artifact of the Midnight Scourge to their advantage, allowing them to enter Tyrosh city unmolested. Only when his rage subsided did he see the complete and utter mess he made. Piles of refuse littering his room like an avalanche had tarnished the place. He heard the door open, and he turned to face a Targaryen guard who took in the scenery and held his tongue, second-guessing his words. What? He demanded. Her Grace Queen Visenya asks that you meet with her in the council chambers, to discuss important matters, the guard informed. Magur sighed, deflating like a balloon. Lead me there, Magur ordered. At once, Your Highness, the guard saluted. No matter what, the one person he could never truly defy was his own mother, whom he loved with all his heart and soul. I. She felt her body burning in fire, the flames licking every inch of her skin, every strand of hair. Pain assaulted her senses, like hot iron rods being driven through flesh and bone, her brain feeling as if it was being pushed through a strainer. She wanted to scream, to call for help and beg for this pain to stop, but her voice came through as a faint whimper, as if her throat had suffered catastrophic damage. I'm burning. It was perpetual agony, feeling the heat consume every inch of her body. Her body neither burned nor charred, but neither did the pain subside, stabbing her like thousands of hot irons cauterizing her body. My throat, so dry. She wanted it to stop, she willed it to stop, but it never stopped. Do not fight the fire, control it, bend it to thine will. Her heart stopped, the words booming and ringing in her ears like an echo in a cave. Am I hearing things? Thou art a dragon, fire is thine power. Do not fear it, control it, master it, make it a part of thee. Make it thine power. The voice sounded like a strict teacher instructing his student on how to properly master the fundamentals of sorcery, stern yet patient, not overly egotistical and proud and treating the student as a trophy to brazenly display to others without consideration. But how? She found herself asking, I'm a human being. One who holds the power of magic in thine veins, boomed the reverberating voice, brimming with power and authority and carrying the weight of countless millennia, let it flow through you, let thine blood call to thine fire, let the dragon's blood sing and answer thee as servants answers master. But I am no dragon, she said, her voice suddenly breaking, I cannot ride a dragon as my siblings and parents did, I. Thou art not a failure, prithee wash away thine low self-esteem, little dragon, the voice reassured, thou art a mighty warrior, a general and beloved leader of men. Trust in thine instincts, thine power and strength. She focused her mind, willing herself to not be afraid of the fire. Despite her pain, her blood sang in delight, eager to tame this power for the glory of its master and progenitor. She willed herself to command it, control it, and treat the fire as a mere extension of her power. Flames, I command you, lend me your power, she said, her voice clear and free of doubt. The flames subsided, flowing into her hand until they were consumed by the mark of Balerion on her hand. It felt warm to the touch, that same warmth spreading throughout her heart and making her feel alive with vigor, as if the flames welcomed her as their new master. Remember, child. Thou art mine blessed champion, mine agent in the world of men so capricious and evil subject to change by the agent of Mother Rhoyne, the voice said, continue to deepen thine bond with him, thine alliance of wealth and might, for one day the realm shall be torn asunder by egomaniacal players who think themselves above the source of their power. But how can I command might when I do not have a dragon of my own? Rather, why do dragons instinctively shy away from me when I try to approach them? She questioned. They shy away because they fear your power, because you dominate all others with the power of the father of all dragons, the voice spoke, there will come a time when you shall ride a dragon of your own, but not one owned by House Targaryen. The time will come when you meet her, and claim her as your own. Then she felt the voice fade, and she instinctively reached out with her hand. Wait, please. Then blinding light entered her vision and she awoke. I. Elagel awoke with a gasp, not believing the dream she had. It was a dream. She looked around to see herself dressed in a white shift, kept in a clean bedroom with modest furnishings and a single window letting in the light of a joyous sunrise like a diamond's sparkle. The sound of chirping birds and fragrant roses filled her senses, allowing her to calm down from that earlier dream. She saw a servant enter the room, bearing a tray of refreshments. Upon seeing her awake, the servant's face quickly changed to one of astonishment, placing down the tray with great care before walking towards her. Your Highness, you are awake. The servant exclaimed. Yes, I am, Elagel answered. We feared for you when you would not awake after the siege of Tyrosh city, Your Highness, you were asleep for 3 whole days, the servant explained. Your mothers and Lord Rattle were filled with worry for you. 3 whole days. Elagel repeated, unsure of that fact. Yes, Your Highness. 3 whole days, the servant affirmed, you would not awake or even stir in that time. How did the battle go? Asked Elagel. From what I know, after you killed that demon, the rest of the Scourge's troops pulled out and abandoned Tyrosh entirely, and they didn't attack us again, the servant explained. I'm sorry, but that is all I know. Never mind, thanks for telling me, Elagel assured. Is there anything else I should know? Ah, yes. An awards ceremony is due in 2 weeks' time, Your Highness, and you are to make yourself presentable for then, the servant answered. Elagel nodded to herself, then said, You're dismissed for now. Your Highness, the servant bowed. As the servant left, Elagel stared down at the mark in her hand, pulsating with power. She absent-mindedly stroked it, and felt a gentle warmth within, a power beckoning her to use it in her time of need. It was an ever-present temptation she never felt in her entire life until now, and for a girl mocked all her life for being bonded with a dragon, it was a temptation she was ready to succumb to. Then her memories flashed to the time when she fought that demon, when her powers awakened and she forcibly brought that artifact under her control, when she fought and killed that demon without the use of a dragon, while Magur was stuck outside battering at a barrier that held firm through human sacrifice. Should I truly use this power however I please? Elagel wondered, will there be long-term consequences if I abuse it? No one answered her in the ensuing silence. The awards ceremony was celebrated with much pomp and grandeur, held in the former council palace of Tyrosh as Queens Visenya and Rhoynish Targaryen stood at the forefront of a podium that once housed the seats of the council of Tyrosh. Long gone were the magisters, and in their place a governing body of bureaucrats would take over the day-to-day administrative domestic affairs of the once free city. Though several Tyroshi were initially apprehensive of the Westerosi as they occupied all its lands, they quickly became supportive of their efforts to purge the Midnight Scourge from their lands and that of Western Essos. With the magisters and their lackey servants dead, only the poor and downtrodden remained, far too many having lost property and loved ones to the demons. Many went catatonic with grief, and they chose to take up arms, voluntarily enlisting into the various armies of the Iron Throne to obtain a chance for vengeance. For some, they wished to die in battle for glorious cause, to be reunited with their loved ones in what they all believed was a peaceful afterlife. Others who were not so taken by grief, who yet held strength to live on, pursued other passions from intellectual work to craftsmanship or just general labor, eager to contribute to society. Gathered was an audience of military commanders and officers of every rank, while their friends and family were to wait outside and await the good news. Harumphing audibly, the council chamber fell silent as Visenya addressed the crowd. Brave men and women of Westeros, Visenya began, today marks a joyous day, the 15th day, since we took the city of Tyrosh in an exceptionally risky gamble, a day we celebrate the death of a fetid demon of the Midnight Scourge wearing a magister's skin, one of the foul perpetrators of this plague rotting the societies of the western free cities and posing a threat to the king's peace. Here, here. A man cheered when Visenya paused in her speech, a voice countless many echoed. On the day of the battle itself, many aspirant generals proved their worth in Dragonfire, slaughtering our enemies with impunity and turning the tide in our favor. Rhoynish declared, and of special note are those who contributed to taking the city from the inside, when our Dragonfire could not pierce the barrier that protected the city itself, a barrier fed by human sacrifice. Countless nobles and non-nobles alike muttered prayers to their respective patron deities, hoping that the souls of the departed would find peace after a life of torment. A select few purpled in rage, looking not so subtly at a specific woman in military dress who looked unfazed by the hard stares. First, Magur Targaryen. Magur himself looked rather surprised, but his expression quickly morphed into pride as he stepped forward, receiving a ceremonial Valyrian steel dagger. You, my dear son, performed most admirably against the navies of the Midnight Scourge, scorching countless ships and mutants and stifling the flow of enemy reinforcements who would have otherwise overwhelmed our troops on the ground, and even scorched countless nests from whence they bred their armies of flesh, Visenya said smilingly, for your deeds, I shall reward you with 1,000 units of treasure and command of 5,000 troops. Thank you, mother, Magur smiled as he withdrew gracefully. Next came several other lords and ladies, the latter from Dorne and Sonaria, as they received their respective awards, primarily treasure and prestige. Bestowment of lands to new lords had to be delayed, however, due to the ever-present threat of the Midnight Scourge that threatened the security of all in the disputed lands. For Aaron Rada, who wished to complete his control of the Stepstones through control of the island city of Tyrosh, his plans would have to wait. He, among many others, received commendations and monetary rewards for their meritorious service. The men of Tegania, most notably under command of Brandil Tarly, distinguished themselves in countless battles, the most recent one catapulting them to legendary status. Several small folk were even knighted and many hedge knights raised to lordly status. The men of Eckard Blodfeld drew both derision and envy from less successful Andal nobles who failed to distinguish themselves enough, feeling that these northern savages had stolen glory that was rightfully theirs. Sharing their derision were several other Sonarian nobles, for Northmen often discriminated against the Crannogmen of the Neck for being weak and small and lacking developed industry, subsisting on hunting, fishing, and catching frogs. In regards to that, Aaron merely suggested that the Crannogmen lacked a diverse and healthy diet with so little food to subsist on. Eckard invested heavily in fields that allowed Gosmerch to produce much more food than they ever had in living memory, and successive generations of Crannogmen grew larger and stronger in stature. Jokingly, it was remarked that unless they explicitly pointed out their place of birth, the new Crannogmen looked no different from an ordinary human being. Per Aaron's recommendation, Eckard was promoted to a full-fledged general, and was personally gifted 700 units of treasure with 100 of the finest steeds from Dorne and Tegania, the Reach, along with favorable trade deals directly with the crown. Then finally, it was Eleghel's turn. Eleghel Targaryen, step forward. Magur and his lackeys glared at Eleghel as she strode forward confidently yet humbly, bowing before Visenya as she smiled softly with pride at her daughter. My dear daughter, you have slain a powerful demon in service to the Midnight Scourge, and the one responsible for slaughtering the magisters of Tyrosh and countless men and women in the city, and helped turn the tide in our favor, Visenya said, her smile tinged by weariness and fatigue from the constant fighting. For your deeds, I present you 1,500 units of treasure, and by recommendation of Grand Duke Aaron Rada himself, I promote you to the rank of Lieutenant General. This announcement was met with rapturous applause by the men of the Sand Dragon Battalion and countless officers from Dorne, who celebrated this most jubilantly. Aaron hugged Eleghel once she received the ceremonial dagger, followed by her captains and Sirjaharis who embraced her like longtime friends. Many sagacious politicians among the audience shared discreet whispers, fiercely debating among themselves with the common topic being Eleghel Targaryen. Once a woman considered false blessed, cursed even, now she was the savior of a battle that could have gone catastrophically wrong, the slayer of a powerful demon. Her name would be synonymous with bravery, courage, and sagaciousness, and with the mark of Bael Ryan on her hand, she would now be considered blessed by the gods, pagan gods, not the Holy Seven who are one. Many Andals especially frowned upon this, but chose to bite their tongues and swallow their pride, maintaining the outward facade of loyalty and support. More perspicacious players soon realized the opportunities presented towards them if they curry favor with the rising star general of House Targaryen. Perhaps they could request a place in her Sand Dragon army, or secure their position as her backers and allies in the court of Darrow Vilanian, King's Landing. Magur's personality was proving highly problematic for the calmer and greedier bootlickers, while Aenis's consistent passivity and ease of influence by other parties made him a preferable option as a puppet king. Thank you, mother. There was no need for unnecessarily complicated platitudes, just heartfelt gratitude in that moment. The Dornian side gave rapturous applause and cheers of joy and support, some even giving catcalls and whistles in a most unprofessional show of breaking decorum. Neither Visenya nor Rhoynish seemed bothered, instead joining in the applause. That will be all for the awards ceremony, Rhoynish stated, the war rages on, but for now we shall focus on defense for the next 3 months. Make sure to replenish your losses and restock your supplies for the battles to come. With that dismissal, most of the audience quickly filtered out of the council chambers. Eleghel and her friends and allies stayed, eager to catch up on things. Congratulations, Eleghel, Aaron smiled, you've become a full-fledged general now. I'm flattered, Aaron, Eleghel smiled back, should I be rewarded with a kingdom now? My army will need a base of operations. Not so fast, Eleghel, there's a proper time and place for everything, Aaron halted her smilingly. Really? I thought you'd give me land in Dorne, there's plenty of empty space ripe for the taking, Eleghel suggested. Despite having a population of over 8 million in Dorne and continuing to rise with more surviving births and freed slaves migrating to the duchy, there were ample tracts of land to settle with how underpopulated it was. In fact, according to estimates done by Aaron and the ducal bureaucracy, it would easily take the better part of 3 centuries to significantly populate those large tracts of empty land. The same applied for the north, coincidentally. Have I not already granted you a base in Dorne? Aaron pointed out. Fair enough, Gel shrugged. Looks like you're really moving up the world, Ellie. Took me years more to get to your current rank. As Rata, Khaleesi of the Bytrener of Dorne too, stood out like a warrior queen of old, striking a curvaceous and dashing demeanor and forsaking dresses and slippers for trousers and boots. Her face now bore a vertical scar from her bottom lip to the bottom of her chin, a thin pink line that stood out despite persistent healing from hydromancers. Really? From your tone, I thought you didn't want me to start stealing the spotlight from you, Gel suggested. Come on, Ellie, you know I was rooting for you, as Ella playfully said, that, and I've been busy playing with Temujin many times. Temujin merely blushed, but he easily melted into his wife's embrace, the poor, hapless boy toy completely at the mercy of his wife's advances. Aaron merely shrugged, while others shook their heads in amusement. We've also been training the troops and integrating the freed Dothraki, Temujin pointed out, mediation's an altogether different beast to slay. Don't we all know it, Vilair shrugged. I, for one, have nothing but the utmost respect for mediators who make the work seem effortless, Sir Jaehaerys mentioned. If I were thrust into such a battlefield, I fear I may only catastrophically ruin negotiations. Cause you prefer bashing their heads in? Vilair suggested. 14 forbid, no. I'm no barbaric savage or bloodthirsty brute. Jaehaerys denied in exasperation, I merely meant that I'm no good at dealing with all the brown-nosing, double-meaning barbs and implied agendas. Relax, I'm just pulling your leg, Vilair rolled his eyes. Humph, at least the professional has a sense of humor, Jamak scoffed, smiling as he took a swig of Kamas 3 from his waterskin, though I'll admit, I don't have much patience for all those assholes either, I'd sooner cleave them in two. And here I thought you Bytrener are better behaved than your other counterparts, Vilair mentioned. Meh, if they want to remain like that, let them. No one forced them to, Jamak mentioned. I'm all for hunting down the slaving scum, but the Midnight Scourge is the greatest threat we've faced so far, Temujin peaked. If anything, they now believe the disputed land's cursed due to the horrendous fates that befell those foolish enough to try raiding here. In the midst of war with the Midnight Scourge, several Dothraki Colassars were driven west after failed raids on Durian territory, eager to find greener pastures to plunder. At the time, none knew the true scale of evil that pervaded what the SSE called the Verdant Heel, and they soon learned firsthand why people now called the region cursed. Countless men were slain and reanimated as mutants, the women defiled and the children turned into killing machines. Those Dothraki who had yet to cross into the region instantly warned their fellow kindred against crossing into the land of demons, and stayed well away since. At least the constant flow of Dothraki refugees into Dorne has allowed the Bytrener to flourish, as Ella mentioned, the fewer monstrous Dothraki and the greater the Bytrener, the better. You always were the soft type, Temujin mentioned. Would you rather I be different? Asked Azella. Temujin embraced her smilingly. No, I love you as you are, he said. Since Azella's maiden battle, an agreement was reached with Duria after extensive negotiations to have the refugees and freed slaves of every defeated Colassar shipped to Dorne, where they could start a new life as Bytrener. Many migrated to Arpestil, many more settled in the surrounding regions. Needless to say, there was much nail-pulling and teeth-grinding among the Durian captains, countless of them former slaves who once suffered the tender mercies of Dothraki raids, but Azella's clout from winning many battles in helping Duria served to earn her this much concession. That being said, we still have Mir, Liss and Bravus to deal with, Aaron put forth, and the mood turned somber, and according to our scouts' latest reports, Pentos has been overrun. Will they try to spread their reach even further? Questioned Jamak. I wouldn't put it past these fuckers. They would, if given the chance, Aaron nodded. Our saving grace is that with the steady string of defeats we've dealt them, they're conserving their forces for now, since they're not expanding any further. At least there's one thing to take as a silver lining, as Ella said. Don't let your guard down, all of you, Aaron said, there'll be more battles to come, and the enemy will improve themselves to match our dedication, so expect much harsher odds stacked against us. As you say, Aaron, Gel. I, Grand Duke, Jamak smiled. While it would be possible to expand the number of births through magic besides reducing infant mortality rates, it often took much longer to expand the infrastructure needed to feed a greater number of hungry mouths, which would strain logistics to the limit. 2. The Bytrener have expanded their numbers rapidly through assimilated Dothraki refugees, allowing them to replenish Bytrener units that sustained casualties at war, though they have also taken an increasing number of non-Bytrener units into their ranks as well, once they passed exacting requirements. 3. The Bytrener version of Mongolian kumis. Derived from Dothraki Lamika Hezho, fermented mare's milk, plus moss, AR, treasure, valuables. Chapter LVIX, Broken Fates, Part V. 29 AC. 4th Moon. Zalhanoi, Sandstone, Dorne. Elia Corgile. Elia Corgile found that her life was a fulfilling one, despite her tumultuous marriage to Rodri Rata. An egotistical and highly insecure man, not least fueled by the unfair treatment he suffered at the hands of her own brothers and sisters. The years that passed since the passing of the rest of her family were filled with pain and misery, Rhodri subjecting her to his lashing out. She remembered the bruises he inflicted on her, all the harsh words and domineering he indulged in as Lord of Sandstone, all the torture both she and her children had to endure, and she shivered from time to time when recalling it. Even now, some small part of her refused to forget such trauma, as if forgetting it would lead to a worse fate for her. And then the Udohanner answered my prayers and saved my family. The Udohanner, not the 7 who are one. Since when did they do anything for their worshippers? They took and took but never gave back, and neither did the Septons and Septas who professed the virtues of the 7. Glorified charlatans, every single one of them. At least the Mierim performed what they preached, going as far as to help in times of war as combat medics, as her good nephew called them. Now, looking at her children and grandchildren playing with each other, she was content. Grandma. Elia looked at her great-granddaughter Irina, 4th child of her grandson Aaron Corgile, firstborn son of her son Lewin, approaching with a struggling step. "What's the matter, dear?" asked Elia. "My shoelace is loose," Irina complained. "All right, just a moment," Elia chuckled. The shoelace was tied, and Irina happily thanked her grandmother as she went back to play. "It really feels nice, seeing your own children be so happy," Elia muttered, turning to face her right. "Isn't that right, Aaron?" Her good nephew kissed her on the lips, and Elia leaned her head on his shoulder. "It's always a joy to see them so carefree," Aaron smiled, "easy to forget all the bad times we had and the bad times to come." Elia nodded off to sleep, feeling rather tired. I. 1 AC. Second moon. Arsam, Swordport. She awoke with a scream, cold with sweat and hyperventilating as she shot up to a sitting position, her sleep rudely interrupted by yet another nightmare of Rhodri's abuse. His hand tightly gripping her neck to choke, her skin bruised red and black from blows by a wooden implement, his words of abuse hurled like a vulgar cutthroat. She panted for a few moments, her mind trying to gather its thoughts, and then she broke down crying, alone and terrified. Then the door to her bedchambers opened, and she saw Aaron enter with concern written on his eyes. "I heard you screaming, Aunt," said Aaron, "another nightmare." Elia tried to speak, but her voice was raw with emotion and unable to form coherent words, so she settled for a nod. Aaron embraced her in a tight hug, and Elia sobbed quietly into his chest, staining his tunic with tears and mucus. He did not break the embrace even when he started to suffer discomfort. "I still see him in my mind. I still see his wicked, crooked smile, his fist overhead. I hate it. I hate it and I can't stop thinking about it," she muttered under her breath. Aaron patted her head like a father comforting her daughter after a terrible hurt, and it was all he could do for her. "Why can't I stop thinking of it? Why can't I stop thinking about him?" Elia questioned, her voice broken with hurt and betrayal. "Because you loved him once. You both loved each other before, and that love was so real," Aaron explained, "that is why the hurt is so terrible." Elia nodded in acceptance, having realized this terrible truth long ago. "Let me know if you need anything," Aaron said, and he moved to get up. Yet Elia tightly gripped his arm, refusing to let go, her teary eyes glued to the floor. Could you stay with me, please?" she asked, her voice barely above her whisper. Aaron sighed to himself, and spent the rest of the night lying down next to Elia who hugged him tightly, never letting go, basking in his warmth. III. Fourth moon. Zalhanoi, Sandstone. Months would pass and Elia was gradually able to function better in society, aided by the support of her children and their closest friends and family. Marais, in particular, was a particularly good listener who always took the time to perform the part of a statue as Elia vented out her frustrations and fears. "I constantly think of what I could have done differently back then, Marais," Elia poured out with burning passion. "Could I have acted to slowly undermine Rhodri's influence, stopped his plots, saved those I could have saved? If I were my nephew, he would never allow this to happen, he'd sooner put him under and eliminate all his lackeys in one night, just as he did so with Felion Arderos collaborators in Corinport." Marais maintained a professional silence as she listened to Elia venting. "I sometimes feel that rather than staying meek and letting Rhodri do as he wanted, I could have mustered some form of resistance, convinced my children to do the same," Elia huffed before falling down to her chair, panting slightly from her tirade. "But could I bring myself to have my own husband killed? Could I bring myself to sink to his level? Rather, am I capable of the same feats my nephew is?" Elia took a deep breath, steadying herself and collecting her thoughts before locking her eyes on Marais. "Tell me, good daughter, what could I have done better?" she asked almost pleadingly. Marais simply shook her head with an understanding smile. "You think too little of yourself, good aunt." What do you mean?" asked Elia. "You always compare yourself to your nephew and think too little of yourself and the circumstances at hand," Marais explained. "You always think, what would my nephew do? How would he prepare for this? This kind of self-comparison with one's betters is just a way of self-demeaning that leads to destroying your self-esteem, your sense of self-worth, all because of your perceived failures. Could you truly have done better in those circumstances, when you had no friends or allies left after Rodri's taking over? The answer was a simple no. Not only were her family members gone, so too were her most trusted retainers, either dead or turned traitor, and with the army of Sandstone completely under Rodri's control, what else could she do, a powerless woman? And that was not mentioning the fact that she was no talented politician or schemer, much less a general. She simply lacked the skill and the charisma as a leader to rally her own faction or stand up to Rodri's tyranny. Marais, seeing the look in Elia's eyes, smiled knowingly, and said to her, His Lordship Rada always said this, too few men in the world are like me, and they should not be me. Yes, he's right, Elia slowly nodded, one doesn't have to be Aaron Rada to be a skilled player. Exactly, good aunt, Marais smiled, and then there's a matter of perspective. Could you have known that Rodri would turn out the way he did? Was there truly any way of predicting such a change? No, I couldn't have known, Elia admitted. I did know he was growing increasingly frustrated with his good family, and I tried my very best to soothe his fears and insecurities. She heaved a heavy sigh. I never could have seen it coming, said Elia. I suppose it was a mercy he did not kill me or our children. Precisely. There was truly nothing you could have done, good aunt, said Marais. No one holds this against you, least of all Lewin and Druz Elka. If anything, I feel that because you shielded them from the worst of Rodri's evils, you saved their lives, gave them the chance to live their lives again once you obtained your freedom. You would excuse my powerlessness? Elia inquired. Excusing it isn't the course of action here, merely accepting it and moving on, Marais explained, her eyes turning distant and sorrowful, just as I have. Elia chose not to pry. Thank you for listening to me tonight, Marais, Elia smiled as she got up, I needed that. You're most welcome, good aunt. If you ever need someone to talk to, find us or his lordship, Marais said, the best way to heal from trauma is to confront it and accept it before moving on. III. 6th Moon. Arsam, Swordport. Despite the scars largely fading from memory, traces of it still remained in her mind no matter her attempts to confront her trauma, as if her mind would never allow her to forget it. She no longer winced or jumped at the voice or contact of a man, yet her nightmares persisted. There was little she could do to put a stop to them. Then she heard noises coming from Aaron's personal study, noises that were familiar to her but which she almost forgot. Walking slowly, she approached a slightly ajar door from whence the noises emerged, unguarded and unlocked. Risking a peek, her eyes were captivated. Her nephew and good niece were having a very intimate lover's moment in his study, at a time when most had gone to sleep and the study left unguarded, the important documents long tidied away and kept under lock and key. She could not turn her eyes away, eyeing Balandra with no small amount of jealousy and envy, somehow hoping that it was herself in her position. Wait, why am I thinking this? I can't possibly. Despite her mind thinking one thing, a part of her said otherwise. Aaron Rada, her strong, charismatic and wise nephew possessed of experience beyond his years. Aaron Rada, her savior of the Corgiles and all of Dorne, enemy of the old order of stagnation and lordism. He was her savior, and he never failed to care for her since then. He arranged for countless therapy sessions with hydromancer healers, gave her a large, spacious room to live in, and even made sure to encourage her to talk with him or any of her family to facilitate her healing process. If this was not a miracle, what else would it be? And yet, all she did in return was help the transition process for her son Lewin to become the new Lord of Sandstone. She managed a little bureaucratic and diplomatic work here and there, and her input was always appreciated, but it was much too little to give in return. Perhaps, as a woman, Her mind recalled Aaron's features, his handsome, dashing face, his piercing eyes that bore into her heart, weighed by a distant weariness, his glossy skin free from imperfection, a few scars of war that enhanced his attractiveness, his smooth brown hair as straight and silky soft as a woman's, his ferocious protectiveness of her when Rodri threatened her. She felt a blush on her face, her mouth swallowing subconsciously. Her heart beat with passion and desire, her eyes clear and unclouded, and she walked with a greater spring in her step. No, this isn't just something I can do, I want to do this. With that in mind, she had a confession to plan. III. 7th Moon. Arsam. Aunt Elia, I came at your request. On this particular night, Balandra was away at Corinport to help her brother Edric settle several administrative and family matters, leaving Aaron to handle most of the work as Lord of House Rada and Arsam. Thank you, Aaron, said Elia smilingly. Listen, there's something I want to tell you. I'm listening, Aaron beckoned. And without another word, Elia walked up to Aaron, gently cradled his face in her hands, and devoured his lips in a hungry kiss that saw their tongues intertwine. The kiss lasted several moments before Elia finally broke it off, and a stunned Aaron simply stared at Elia like a fish out of water. And, what? Elia simply placed a finger on his lips. I love you, Aaron. I love you so much as a man, she said, her eyes like a bewitched maiden's. Elia, do you want this? Am I not your good aunt, Aaron? Elia smiled, and since we are not of the same blood, does that not mean I can be your paramour? Aaron breathed through his nose, partly exasperated and partly shocked, unsure of how to reply to such heartfelt affection. So, you really, like younger men? Aaron said, his eyes darting elsewhere, his body firmly rooted as if willingly. Elia giggled, appreciating this unexpected crack in his persona. You are a special case, Aaron, Elia said, so, do you accept me? Aaron grasped her hand in his. I might sound like a fool, but do you truly want this? Yes, I do, Elia said, and it's not because of any obligation or the fact you're the black fox, you are the man I love, and I want to offer everything of myself to you. That's all. Quite a straightforward answer, Aaron smiled, and, you should know, I can be quite the problematic husband. Don't we all know, said Elia, and she kissed him again. That night, they shared each other's comfort, and Aaron would claim Elia as his paramour. I. Present day. 4th moon. 29 AC. Elia? Are you asleep? Elia slowly awoke from her nap to see Bellandra staring her down, crossing her arms and pouting heavily. Bellandra, what's the matter? You're hogging Aaron all to yourself, Bellandra said crossly. Oh? I get that you're his wife, but am I not allowed this privilege as his paramour? Elia slyly winked, causing Bellandra to huff. Even then, it's only fair for us to take turns, Bellandra pointed out. Oh really? Elia questioned, then what about the time that you hogged Aaron all to yourself when I was sick with the flu? I recall you were quite attached to the point you refused to let go of physical contact. That was then, and this is now, Bellandra countered, and besides, aren't you too old to be so intimate with him like before? I could say the same of you, Bellandra, Elia argued back, besides, Aaron himself has clearly shown his interest in older women. Neither Bellandra nor Aaron could say anything in response to that, though Aaron was quick to hold out his hands between them. All right, knock it off, both of you, Aaron stated, I'll make time for the both of you, so no picking a fight over this, all right. If you say so, they chorused. That's better, Aaron smiled, how is Elia doing here, by the way? She's been such a great friend to all our grandchildren, Aaron, Elia smiled, Laurent, in particular, has taken quite a liking to her. Laurent was the third son of Aaron's third son Arlian, a young boy who had extreme shyness from young, and would often take a long time to open up to new people he met. He inherited his father's brown eyes, but his hair was rather curly, styled into a short mane for ease of combing. His forehead was small, his eyes big, and his hands full of calluses. Laurent? I have to say, he's getting along very well with Elia, Aaron said, given his extreme anxiety, he doesn't really take well to new people, and it takes much time for him to open up. I remember that one time when I brought her here for the first time not long after her 12th birthday he instantly ran off to hide somewhere. Yes, I remembered Elia was quite confused, maybe slightly discouraged, Bellandra nodded in agreement, at least he's not so shy anymore. Actually, it seems he now wants to accompany Elia on her travels, and by that I mean the battlefield, Elia mentioned, much to Aaron's and Bellandra's surprise. He wants to go to war? Asked Bellandra, not to dash his hopes, but it's not a walk in the park, unless he's an administrator or a healer, there isn't really a place for him in the army. And then there's the matter of those things. I felt the same too, and when I asked him about it, he expressed a very fervent desire, Elia stated, he was extremely insistent, willful even, and even though I told him about the horrors of war and the fate of captured prisoners, he refused sitting it out, even started talking back to me. Did he? Asked Aaron. Yes, Aaron, said Elia, and this was the first time he was ever so willful. He was always a very indoors bookworm, said Aaron softly, he can handle travel and the outdoors just fine, but he's more a pampered boy than anything else. A bookish introvert going to war? The results would be unpredictable on how it would change Laurent and to what extent. Aaron was concerned for good reason. Yes, I truly wonder just what made him so spoiled, Elia muttered. Yes, perhaps his dearest mother is the biggest culprit. Bellandra side-eyed Elia, who held up her hands in defense. Hey, he's just so cute and adorable. I couldn't help it. Exclaimed Elia. Aaron merely rolled his eyes with a smile, he was this insistent. There's no other time he ever was, Elia pointed out. Then I think I need to have a talk with him, Aaron said, where is he, by the way? I think I saw him going somewhere with Elia, Bellandra said. That's so. Said Aaron, guess I'll have a look, then. I. Run that by me again? You said you want to go with me onto the battlefield. Even though you are not a soldier at heart. I'm sure others said this to you before, but the battlefield isn't a place for the weak-hearted. I know, but I can heal with my water magic and medicinal training. Gel sighed as she looked at a very eager and insistent Laurent, the young boy of 10 and 7 years, giving her a very puppy-eyed look that made most hearts melt. I'd tell you otherwise, but something tells me you won't take no for an answer, said Gel. Gel sighed, scratching her head before shrugging to herself. If you want this so much, can I ask why? Asked Gel. I want to help you, Laurent mumbled. What? Asked Gel. I want to help you, Laurent said, his voice louder and clearer. Help me? As a healer? Asked Gel, as if trying to clarify an unclear truth. Yes, Laurent said, his eyes boring deep into Gel's. Somehow I feel there's more to that, Gel commented, but you tell me at your own pace, all right. Laurent simply nodded, and Gel put a hand on his shoulder. Just promise me you'll take good care of yourself, and no unnecessary heroics, Gel said firmly, those re my only requirements for me taking you along. That okay with you? Laurent enthusiastically nodded and hugged Gel tightly, nuzzling his face onto her shoulder. Gel simply sighed like an exasperated sibling dealing with a willful yet playful child. Bloody hell, so damned spoiled and willful, she muttered under her breath, feeling a smile on her lips. From behind a door, Aaron simply nodded to himself and walked away, feeling that his grandson was in good hands. III. 5th month. Aries Lanyi, Sun's pair. With the Sand Dragon army's ranks expanded to 10,000 troops, Gel stood at the head of her army, bedecked in a suit of shining armor that gleamed with a misty finish, marred by countless scratches, nicks, and scratches. Laurent stood at the side, gazing in wonderment at the sight of his gallant knight in shining armor. She looks so dashing, he muttered. Jaehaerys smiled knowingly, keeping his words to himself. The sight of thousands of troops standing in lockstep formation, their armor and weapons polished clean and their stony faces unmoving, never failed to inspire power, awe and wonder, as if the people bore witness to an army of noble knights waving the banner of righteousness. Men and women of the Sand Dragon army. Gel began, we've come a long way from hunting slavers and bandits, now we're hunting mutated slavers and bandits, necromancers, evil mages, and the like. Many veteran troops laughed in a most uncharacteristic show of unprofessionalism, bright smiles adorning their faces in contrast to their jaded hearts. But never fear. Gel continued, we are the Sand Dragon army. We have fought countless battles ever since this damned war broke out, suffering setbacks and defeats and attaining victories that have since seen our army grow in size and prestige. Yet prestige is not why we fight this war. No, it is to end a menace from beyond the narrow sea, a menace that has claimed countless thousands of innocent lives and continues to claim more, a menace born of evil magic and which has nearly claimed the life of my father. While it hurt for House Targaryen to lose the myth of invincibility surrounding its dragons, unexpectedly it proved to be a boon in disguise for Dorne. The blame lay squarely at the feet of the Midnight Scourge, which would divert attention and suspicion, and no matter the outcome of the war, preferably a victory, House Targaryen's reputation would suffer a drop. These Karakor too that we faced, these Ebon bloods that wield such dark magics as black as night, their might is great and their resolve ferocious, but ours is the greater resolve. Ours is the greater cause, for they seek to corrupt and pervert anything and everything they touch, just as they did with the SSC indiscriminately. Slaver or not, the depravity the Midnight Scourge inflicted upon its victims was a fate worse than death, such that rescued slavers and other captives begged to be killed to be free of their torment. We shall fight them no matter where, no matter what. Be it when the waters are in a state of Diaxan 3, Riptide, or Partivos 4, Undertow, when our blades run dull and our bones are broken, we shall fight. We must fight. The moment we stop fighting against such a threat is the moment we condemn our homes, friends, and families to unthinkable fates. They fight with savagery and mad zeal, we fight with strong blades of Andhari 5 and Antine 6. Ora! The men chorused. And then Gel drew her sword of volatine, its distinct smoky wave pattern granting it an exotic appearance, the bluish metal possessed of a keen edge capable of slicing dragon bone in twain. Alhap 7 shall cut down all my enemies, as will Zarnhivi's 8 edge sing true, and yours shall do the same. Ora! The men cheered again, thumping their spears on the ground or clanging blades against shields. Laurent felt almost overwhelmed by the sheer energy of the troops on display, yet his eyes and body remained firmly rooted like a thick, tall tree with deep roots. I want to help her, I have to help her. One Westerosi did not have a habit of celebrating the days people were born, and when Aaron introduced the practice, it was to celebrate every day their beloved family and friends survived another year in the cold, cruel world of Planetos. 2 Karak Rhoynish for Ebon blood, the term used by Dornians to refer to the Midnight Scourge's followers. Derived from Koris Blackwood, ebony, from Ko, wood, plus Reese, dark, night, plus Kara, kh, blood. 3 Dioxin, translates as riptide, used by Rhoynish to describe choppy waters which were often dangerous for sailing. 4 Partivos, translates as undertow, a term used to describe calm, gentle waves by Dornian sailors. 5 Andheri, Rhoynish for steel. Derived from Andri, a, strong, great, plus damas, k, iron. 6 Antine, translates as tidal ocean steel due to the rippling wave pattern on the damasked steel. Derived from volatile ondine, undulate, from vanule, ada, rippling, wavy, plus train, sea, ocean, salt water, and Andheri, the Rhoynish word for steel. Volatile is a cognate from High Valyrian Valerie, of Valyria, due to the striking resemblance with regards to Valyrian steel, except Valyrian steel had smoky patterns while Antine has a distinct rippling wave pattern. This damasked steel alloy was made as a response to Valyrian steel, using highly carbonated steel ingots made from special crucibles and further refining them through painstaking weeks of work with both mundane techniques and magical infusion. Unlike Valyrian steel, which was created through the use of dragon fire and blood magic, Antine is created through banding together pieces of high-quality steel and heating them in a crucible, heating them and then hammering them perpendicular to the bands to increase toughness, then adding a special white powdery substance and dragon glass powder to the heated metal to remove impurities. Then the steel alloy is cut and folded repeatedly, reheated and hammered, and the process is repeated until the desired toughness is achieved, while the smith himself slowly draws ambient mana from the air to infuse into the metal. Once the forging process is finished, the steel is quenched in oil. It is much more time-consuming to produce Antine, however, and thus more expensive, so only the wealthiest warriors can hope to afford one piece of Antine weaponry, and such orders are strictly commission-based. 7 Alhap Dryness, translates as blue dragon, the name given to Elegel's sword made of Antine. Its etymology is derived from the Rhoynish words lapino, azure, blue-green, from Alip, Ziu, blue, plus New York, O, green, plus Mogener, dragon, and Salhadrisis from High Valyrian, Zaldrizes, dragon. Originally, Mogener referred to river snakes and other related water serpents, but it became a byword for dragons for their lithe and long appearances. Aaron originally suggested the Rhoynish word for wyvern, Myapoetl, itself derived from Mithidafel, a winged snake-like deity's name of unknown origin, but likewise has also been used to refer to dragons. However, Elegel settled on Salhadrisis as a nod to her Valyrian heritage. 8 Zarnhivi, Elegel's named sword made of Valyrian steel. Derived from Zarn, to cut, plus Ars, N, sword, blade, plus, he, leva, crowd, gathering, swarm, horde. A/N, I decided to add fantasy Damascus steel for the Rhoyner, just as Gurm did so with Valyrian steel for the Valyrians. Chapter LX, Balerian's Blessing. 29 AC. 5th Moon. Outskirts of mainland Tyrosh. Elegel Targaryen. 2 months had passed since the Battle of Tyrosh City, and in that time every army had to replenish the severe losses sustained against the Midnight Scourge. With the Magisters and virtually the entirety of the elite gone, the Iron Throne had to send replacement bureaucrats and nobles to govern the leaderless state and patrols to keep the peace. The Midnight Scourge had pulled out of the region entirely, consolidating their strength in the territories of Lys and Myr and thus strengthening their grip on their portion of the verdant heel. This suited the Iron Throne just fine, since the sheer damage would necessitate years to truly repair. This, however, did not mean the Midnight Scourge would allow the Iron Throne the convenience of a peaceful reprieve. Several skirmishes occurred on the mainland borders, the primary targets being isolated villages and patrols. It was quiet at first, small caravans and patrols vanishing without a trace, fort garrisons whittled down by surprise attacks, small villages raided with no survivors, the corpses taken to gods nowhere. Then the attacks gradually increased with worrying frequency, and veteran troops had to be sent out to cut down the culprits. The Sand Dragon army was one of those dispatched to handle the marauders, and due to the sheer speed in which these attacks took place, speed was of the essence. Elegel rode hard and fast at the head of her cavalry detachment, Laurent holding on for dear life as he wrapped his arms around her stomach. "You holding on, Laurent?" asked Elegel. "Yes." Laurent squeaked, squinting his eyes hard. "Don't worry, we'll be there soon," Elegel reassured, "just hold on tight." The fast steeds worthy of Dothraki Kalassar soon crested the hill and beheld a burning village, plumes of smoke rising into the air from ruined black carcasses of wood, thatch, and mortar. Corpses were being carried away by black-clad men in leather and cloaks, mostly armed with axe and shield, bow and arrow. Raising her sword Zarnhivi in the air, she bellowed in a dragon's roar. "Hrargaroin! 1. Hrargaroin!" Her men repeated. And they charged, lances levied, and arrows ready. Horses crushed against flesh and bone, momentum sending marauders flying like broken ragdolls with broken strings before they hit the ground hard like falling boulders. Long arrow shafts pierced through necks, skulls and chests, the horse archers as accurate and unerring as demigods, and swords and axes hewed them apart like wheat to a scythe. The marauders, however, were quick to rally and return the favor, killing several riders with accurate shots and sending horses tumbling down with hooked spears before maiming the downed riders with axes. That's enough, retreat. At their leader's command, the marauders were quick to withdraw, mounting their own steeds and galloping away, sending countless arrows towards the sand dragons as a final parting gift. General, should we pursue? Asked Villar, the brigadier general grimly surveying the carnage. No, our priority is the village itself, said Elegel. We have our detachment rest for the night and give what aid we can to the villagers. The other sand dragon detachments will handle the rest. As you command, milady, said Villar. Laurent took one look at the carnage in the ruined village, and he beheld for the first time an ugly world of bloodshed and destruction far removed from the idyllic life he enjoyed in Dorne. Corpses colored a crimson red, some missing limbs or heads, their white eyes lifeless and blankly staring at nothing and no one, fires raging in houses, the smell of burning wood and cooked flesh, rotting meat and defecation filling the air with a rancid stench, the weeping survivors who mourned those lost in the invasion. Laurent was scared, he breathed heavily, his eyes watery, and he buried his face in Elegel's back. Laurent? Asked Elegel. I am okay, he mumbled, his voice racked with sobs. Elegel knew otherwise, tenderly holding his hands. Master Rada, if I may? Sir Jaehaerys asked, as he rode up to him cleaning his blade with a cloth. Laurent mumbled. You said that you are a healer, yes? Inquired Jaehaerys. We need all the help we can in healing the wounded survivors, and your water magic would be an immense help. Ah yes, I can help, Laurent quickly nodded, dismounting with help from Elegel and rushing towards the triage area where countless men, women and children littered the ground, covered in rags of crimson-stained white. Laurent felt the urge to gag, to vomit out his breakfast and then run away, break down and cry as the smell of blood and the wails of the wounded assaulted his senses. No songs of tales of war and battle told the aftermath, or the resulting realities that he was seeing for the first time. Laurent, war ain't a walk in the park, it's a hellish place where the weaker ones die in battle or suffer nightmares. Never treat it lightly if you ever find yourself in the middle of it. His father's words hit him hard like a battering ram, and never did his words ring truer than now. I want to go home. Ironic that after making such a heartfelt request to Elegel and his family to let him come here, he wanted to go home. If his family were here, they would surely understand that he was not suited for the horrors of war. And yet, I want to help you, Elegel. He could not forget his promise to Elegel, the apple of his eye. He would not. Boy, don't just stand there. If you've come to help, then help. The shout jolted him out of his thoughts as he saw an elderly lady suturing 3 wounds shut with a curved needle and thread, meticulously cleaning away the blood and dressing wounds while assistants did the same, with some boiling the needles in water before heating them over a fire and quenching them in clear liquid. I can help. I've got water magic. Laurent blurted out. Well, come here then. He's losing a lot of blood here. The elderly doctor beckoned, pointing to her patient with a nasty gash in his stomach where his guts were spilling out, but make sure to clean your hands in hot water first. Following instructions by other doctors, he doused his hands in piping hot water, wincing at the burning sensation on his skin which quickly turned red. He bit his lip and powered through the pain by sheer force of will. Once he was done, he went to help the elderly lady tending to his patient, channeling water to mend wounds and stem the flow of blood. His training came easily to him, and he felt an unnatural sense of calm as his mind focused on work. As the doctor finished stuffing his guts back into his abdomen, she beckoned Laurent, who drew a large glob of water and placed it over the open torso like a protective blanket. Before their eyes, the flesh slowly knitted itself together until it sealed shut, and the patient, unconscious from milk of the poppy, had his complexion improving. Laurent felt immense relief at seeing the patient grow better, but he had no time for reprieve. Come on, boy. We've more patients to treat. The elderly lady reminded him. Laurent could not bring himself to refuse, and for the better part of the afternoon he worked hard to help heal the survivors. For 3 hours, he worked under the strict, meticulous instruction of the matron physician to administer emergency care to the survivors of the ill-fated village and wounded sand dragons, using his water magic to help heal the more dreadful wounds first and helping to bring many back from death's door. At the same time, he underwent a crash course in cleaning and dressing wounds as medics did. Of course, there were those too late to save, and Laurent could only watch as they expired under his watch, his last service being the covering of their bodies in drapes of crimson-stained linen. Only once all the patients in the triage tent were treated and out of danger did Laurent allow himself to relax, the adrenaline that kept him focused and taut like a bowstring fading from his veins. And when he did, taking a deep breath outside the medical area, he collapsed to the ground, falling on his knees and taking in deep gulps of air as if he was drowning minutes earlier. The dam finally broke. Tears spilled out of his eyes, his voice racked with sobs, and concerned soldiers quickly surrounded him and shook him gently to get his attention. My lord, are you all right? Stay strong, my lord. Laurent could not hear them, so strong were the emotions clouding his mind. He desperately wanted his parents and family to comfort him, for Elagel to offer words of encouragement. And his wish was granted as Elagel called out to him. Laurent? You okay? And Laurent quickly hugged her, sniffing and sobbing as he buried his face into her armor and staining the fabric with tears and snot, his blood-stained hands clutching tightly to her armor. I'm scared. I'm so scared, he mumbled. Elagel patted his head, enveloping him in a hug. There. It's all right now, Elagel whispered, come on, let's get you cleaned up. From inside the triage tent, the same old female doctor looked at the crying form of Laurent Rada, sighing and shaking her head with understanding in her heart. She went back inside to continue her work. Her attitude towards Laurent did not change, even when she learned Laurent's true identity. III. 8 Moon. Disputed lands. Designated heir or not, Laurent as a noble and a scion of House Rada, grandson of Aaron Rada, would eternally face pressure and expectation to succeed. And for a young man who was just beginning to see the ugly side of the world, such expectations would mercilessly crush and break his personality and self-esteem. For Elagel and her captains, all they could do was offer as much emotional support as they could for him. It was the right thing to do, the only thing they could do. And over the next 3 months, the Iron Throne would fend off several skirmishes on land and at sea, the attacks akin to buzzing bees who refused to stay still, stinging with non-lethal yet painful pricks. Fresh troops and officers gained the necessary experience, with veteran nobles harshly punishing and wringing out any and all trace of brown-nosing and arrogance for the sake of this campaign. Those who caused unnecessary losses and defeats for such reasons were harshly punished or executed by gruesome means. Dornish punishment methods found especially frequent use for crimes of severity of the highest order, including the famous horse-pulling dismemberment that Aaron once used on his uncle Rodri. That one caused no small number of nightmares for green boys. One day, as Elagel was asleep in her bed, she tossed and turned and sweated profusely in her bed despite wearing a light gown and the weather being cool. She panted heavily, her face flushed with heat, and her mark glowed a bright red with a searing pulse of adrenaline. And in her mind, flashes of unfamiliar images passed through her mind. A giant dragon equal to Balryan the Black Dread in size and stature, proud and arrogant yet matronly and fiercely protective. Scales shining a brilliant azure, the color of purity. It flies in the air with grace and elegance, a queen of the skies. 3 smaller drakes fly beside it, and it plays along with them, guiding them in the fundamentals of flying. The wind in her face, the birds anxiously swerving aside to avoid collision. And from its maw, a brilliant gout of striking indigo-colored flames spread, glittering with the luster of stars and powdered diamonds. This is your destined dragon. Find her on the night of the full moon, and she shall stand by your side until the last of her days. And then she awoke with a gasp, wiping the sweat from her forehead. A vision from Balryan himself. Elagel muttered, smiling wryly, trust him to send me a vision while I'm having a good sleep. She looked outside and saw the night sky, and it was exceedingly close to a full moon. Tomorrow night would be the time. Huffing to herself, she went back to sleep, a strange tiredness taking hold of her as her eyes sealed shut. III. The following night. Under the cover of night, Elagel rode on horseback with a small retinue of 20 companions, dressed lightly in chainmail and wielding her 2 treasured swords Zarnhivi and Alhapdrinus by her side. Accompanying her were Sir Calderon, Brigadier Generals Vilar and Jamakhor and Laurent Rada, the last holding on to her on horseback. Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but are we truly finding a dragon out here in the outskirts? Jaehaerys called over the din of drumming hooves. Yes, we are, Jaehaerys, Elagel replied, the vision Balryan sent me says we'll find the dragon on this night of the full moon. Ma'am, with all due respect, you've never been one to chase dreams and visions. Why is this time different? Vilar questioned, a deep frown on his face, what makes you so sure we'll find one? Just trust me on this, Vilar, Elagel reassured, it's near, I feel it. The mark on Elagel's right hand glowed brighter the closer they neared their destination, and Vilar decided to hold off on his questions. Well, if you do get a dragon, I'd say it'd be a nice fuck you to that asshole Magar, Jamakhor quipped, I'd pay 50 gold dragons to see that look on his face. Jaehaerys simply sighed, you've led us this far and you've never led us astray. I'll trust you on this. Thanks Jaehaerys, said Elagel with a smile. Then they heard the roar of a dragon, loud and terrible, shaking the air like an earthquake. The horses were frightened and the riders had to stop and try to calm them down, and soon the flapping of wings caused a rush of air that nearly took the party off their saddles. A huge beast loomed over them, and for the first time they beheld a living, breathing dragon. Scales colored a glimmering azure, its size equal to Balryan the Black Dread, 2 hatchlings surrounding it. Domineering and authoritative, wrapping its wings around its children, the very epitome of a protective mother. Exactly as Elagel's vision had shown her. I don't believe it, we really did find a dragon, Jamakhor mouthed his surprise. Vilar was at a complete loss for words, staring with wide eyes and a slack jaw. By all the 14 gods, what am I looking at here? Sir Jaehaerys mouthed. The large mother dragon inclined its head towards Elegel, who dismounted and took slow steps towards it. She shivered with uncertainty, fear, and bubbling anticipation, still processing if the dragons were truly real or just a figment of her imagination. Once she was close enough, her mark glowed the brightest, shining like a lighthouse in the dead of night. As if in response, the azure dragon lowered its head until its amber eyes were level with Elegel's. For the briefest moment, their eyes glowed a brilliant amber before it faded, and by instinct Elegel touched the dragon's maw with her marked hand. Once again it glowed a brighter shade of red, and the dragon, rather than react, simply closed its eyes and inched its head ever closer to Elegel, who herself felt a change occur throughout her body. She felt one with the dragon. In her eyes and mind, she saw the dragon's memories, her and her brood flying through the skies a free and wanderlusting adventurer, its endless number of hunts to sate its ravenous hunger and the sheer boredom it experienced when flying the vast expanses of the world, and felt herself in the dragon's shoes. When the bonding finished and Elegel opened her eyes, she saw the dragon look at her at eye level, and she instinctively felt it smiling. "You're a really magnificent dragon, aren't you?" said Elegel, nuzzling her face into the dragon's, "and your scales are such a brilliant shade of azure. I think I'll name you Castancair, Azure Mother." 2. And the newly named Castancair roared its approval high into the skies. III. 10th Moon. Outskirts of mainland Lys. Aaron Rada. Elegel had claimed a dragon as a blessing from the father of dragons, Bael Ryan. Such news took the entirety of Westeros by storm the moment they heard of it, and responses were hugely varied from dumbfounded shock to outright denial. The faith of the Seven was the most vehemently opposed to it, and the Septons and Septas of the Starry September of Old Town refused to believe that Bael Ryan, father of a pagan pantheon inherently contrasting to the faith's virtues, could give a blessing and not their gods. The maesters of the Citadel were likewise dismissive of it, the established hierarchy refusing to believe in divine intervention even though the Midnight Scourge proved that magic was not truly dead as they would claim. Maegor Targaryen was rumored to have thrown such a wild fit of tantrum that his mother Visenya had to step in and forcefully calm him down, threatening to draw Dark Sister on him even. Many of House Targaryen and other Crownlander nobles, Elegel's childhood bullies included, suddenly found themselves the target of unwanted attention, and tried to make themselves scarce as much as possible to little avail. The Valyrian clergy of the Isalampari, the 14, had mixed responses, with some offering their heartfelt congratulations while others merely giving praise. They were confounded, however, by the sight of Castancair breathing indigo-colored flames, which they all agreed was a total outlier. Aaron and the rest of houses Rada and Corgile were quick to congratulate her, as did Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives, who despite their busy schedules personally made the trip. Aegon had seen far better days and could not walk unaided and much of his face was disfigured, but he still refused to remain confined to bed forever, embracing her with all the fatherly love he could muster. The rest were ambivalent to the news, though none could ignore the shift in power dynamics. Elegel's dragon was a magnificent beast to behold, and all felt awe and intimidation each time they gazed upon her majesty. Now, nobles were eagerly attempting to curry favor with her, disregarding their inherent biases as if they suffered a bout of memory loss. Politics were nothing new to her, but having grown used to an environment where brown-nosing was heavily frowned upon and considered a severe embarrassment, Elegel had to learn firsthand the lessons of tolerance, restraint, and anger management. Time spent away from such merciless politicking or on the battlefield was a welcome relief, and in that time Elegel spent months practicing aerial maneuvers and bonding closer with her dragon, her hatchlings staying close at all times. Aaron Rada had to commission the building of a dragon pit in Royahum, God's Grace, as a result, requiring dragon keepers from Darrow Villanian, King's Landing, to instruct a new generation of Dornish dragon keepers in the care and breeding of dragons and the engineers in designing and building said dragon pit, a process said to take upwards of 2 years. And since the dragon's 2 drakes had yet to fully mature or find bond mates, they were stuck with the sand dragons in the care of Castancair. All this, Aaron thought with a wry smile as he rode with his army towards the outskirts of mainland Lys, prepared to siege and take every single fort, village, and town before advancing on the island capital itself. "Oh, Rhoynish, how you and the gods love to play such pranks on us," he muttered smilingly. "I honestly wonder what surprises you are cooking up next. You do realize neither the Udohanner nor the 14 have the habit of playing pranks on us, don't you, father?" Aaron looked incredulously at his daughter Azella who rode beside Temujin. "Is that so?" asked Aaron. "Then tell me exactly why we have black-clad warlocks wreaking havoc and causing mayhem in Essos, with magic capable of wounding and killing dragons, while my dear good daughter Elegel is blessed with a dragon of azure-colored scales." Azella averted her eyes with a tight smile, and that was the end of that. "In all honesty, father, why not just take it in stride? You seem unusually tense when most people would celebrate," Temujin pointed out. "I'm not tense, I'm just worried," Aaron refuted. "Says the man who looks like he's suffering a headache," Temujin smirked. "I am not. I am too. All right, Fine. I am a little tense, Aaron sighed heavily in exasperation. In my past experience, whenever you get a glut of good things, the world then proceeds to fuck you over in worse ways. I still think you're a little too tense, father, Temujin said, though at least you're not paranoid. Yes, I guess that'll do, Aaron shrugged. Didn't you always tell us to lighten up every now and then? As Ella stated, and now you're doing the exact opposite. Aaron grumbled under his breath, but said nothing. As Ella simply shrugged, and Temujin sniggered to himself. My lord, movement. The entire army was on alert, and the time for joking banter was past. All troops, prepare. Aaron ordered. And the first attack came in the form of horse archers riding on massive black steeds. Swift as the wind they galloped, allowing the horse archers to quickly get the first shots in. Many raised shields and successfully blocked them, but others were not so lucky and fell to the ground. Return fire. Temujin ordered. Hails of arrows were exchanged between the two sides, and the enemy horse archers made ample use of the false charge to wear down the Rada army with repeated attacks. The Dornish were masters of mobile warfare, however, and prepared their troops accordingly. Longbows and crossbows, fire. Composite bows firing bodkin arrows made short work of the lightly armored horse archers, felling scores of enemies in the initial engagement. By-Trenner horse archers charged forward with Arpas shot 3 to wear down the enemy for the Dornish army. Then the enemy horse archers retreated and made way for black-clad knights barreling forward like a landslide. Tejo formation, ready. Pikes moved forward, with archers firing from the safety of the square and whittling down several men. Arcanists and hydromancers worked to create a magical barrier against mounted black robes, exchanging spells with bright auroras of light. When the black knights neared lance's reach, the Dornish pulled ropes and sharpened wooden stakes emerged from the dirt, impaling the knights who could not stop in time. Pikes and swords butchered the attacking knights, though on foot the black knights were equally ferocious, taking many Dornish with them. Still, the center took the brunt of the damage, and Aaron gave the order for the center to slowly withdraw. The flanks held their position, funneling the enemy deeper and deeper towards the center, until the clashing formations resembled a crescent. And the Dornian troops, trained to withstand extreme pressure, held firm despite the odds, and soon the time had come. Signal the cavalry. As Ella ordered. A crisp note was blown on a horn, and from the distance cataphracts thundered upon the exposed rear of the Midnight Scourge's army. Never could the Midnight Scourge's troops tire in battle due to foul sorcery, but they were too invested in the battle and had no time to mount a defense, and so they could only fall and die at the hands of their enemies. They did not surrender, fighting until the bitter end, dying without so much as a scream or a grunt of pain. Not a single one of the 10,000-strong army of the Scourge survived the clash against the 20,000-strong Dornish army, which had suffered close to 2,000 casualties. We've not seen a single horde of mutants, much less one, Aaron remarked. I don't like this. Maybe you were right to be a little tense, father, Temujin admitted. Never mind that, Temujin, Aaron reassured. Send word to the other armies, they must expect much heavier resistance from now on. The fight to liberate Essos would be fraught with far greater peril from here on out. Aaron could only hope Elegel's dragon could give them the edge they needed to tip the scales in their favor. 1 Hrar translates as all for the Rhoyne in Rhoynish, the official war chant of the Dornish ducal militaries. 2 Castan Kaer, Azure Mother, was an outlier among dragons, known primarily for orange fiery breath. The subject of its brilliant indigo flames continued to be a subject of hot debate long after the war with the Midnight Scourge. 3 Arpas shot, a cavalry hit-and-run tactic popularized and perfected by the by-Trenner, where horse archers would turn around to shoot their enemies while performing a real or feigned retreat at full gallop. The in-universe equivalent of the IRL Parthian shot. Chapter LXI, Broken Fates, Part 6. 29 AC. 12th Moon. City of Liss. Aaron Rada. The Iron Throne made great strides in their conquest of the disputed lands as the war raged on, though mounting casualties from both the Midnight Scourge's relentless adaptability and mastery of foul sorcery forced even the most foolhardy commanders to be more prudent with their strategies and troops. In fact, there were so many dead in the battlefields that they simply could not bury them all in time before rot started to take hold of the corpses, and so the Targaryen queens made the highly controversial decision to burn the dead in mass pyres to prevent the spread of disease. Once again, there was an uproar among the Septons who remained comfortably at home in Westeros, who never saw the gritty realities of war and wanted the flimsiest reason to criticize the Targaryens. For those who served alongside the troops, however, there was shared reluctant acceptance, believing that allowing the dead to rot or worse, be reclaimed by the fanatics, was an even worse fate than death. Septons and Septas gave their reluctant support, leading fervent prayers to the distraught as they came to terms with fighting the walking dead. Upon seeing the sheer carnage and devastation wrought by the Midnight Scourge, they decried them heretics most foul, demons of the darkest pits of the seven hells deserving only of death. They readily helped bring casualties to safety, administered spiritual healing and rallied hearts that faltered in battle. However, the serving clergy would also grow resentful of the most devout and other high-ranking septons back in Old Town, who lounged on luxurious cushions of silk and feathers and regularly feasted on fine arbor red and tender sherbet. They would complain, quietly at first, before their resentment was shared among the soldiery and even nobles who felt alienated that the highest-ranking septons would not participate. And that was to say nothing about the druids of Gosmerch under House Blodfeld and the hydromancers among the Dornish armies. Thus a seed of schism was sown, one that would soon bear fruit. Their allies in Duria, Volantis, and Barry Loriger, Summer Islands, hearing the horrid stories that filtered from Essos and partly convinced by Westerosi diplomats, lent economic and military aid to the war against the Midnight Scourge, eager to prove themselves to their allies and benefactors and earn greater clout with the rising power in the west. Their elites, the Maxwoodok and Kyvza Canadian Guard, distinguished themselves as masters of war and not the glorified bodyguards others derided as in hushed whispers, and their generals were equally intrepid and courageous as the finest knights of the Reach. As with all other participants, they suffered their fair share of setbacks and losses as they adapted to fighting the Midnight Scourge and their foul magics. And more than once they had to rely on coordination with their Westerosi allies to learn from or avoid the same mistakes the Westerosi once made in the war. With their help, they were able to push all the way to the cities of Myr and Lys, blockading and bombarding them for an entire week before the final assault. Theon Greyjoy, firstborn son of Viken Greyjoy and Iron Captain of the Ironborn Reavers, snarled as he saw the corrupted Lyseni put up stiff resistance against his men, slaughtering scores of Reavers as they mounted a determined attack upon the city walls. The stench of foul magics, of blood and sacrifice permeated the air like night soil pools, wrinkling his nose. Is this Lys the paradise, a city dominated by rich and wealthy merchants where trade is an honorable practice and where its pillow houses produce some of the finest courtesans the world over? Theon muttered to himself with muted disappointment, don't care much for fat, corpulent pigs, but seeing this paradise fall to these zealots makes me wish I came here to sample their goods one last time. Wouldn't mind a few salt wives with their particular looks so I can say I fucked those dragon-riding cunts aboard my ship. Lys is a mercantile city made a fortune in the slave and pleasure trade, though it housed a significant number of industries, shipbuilding especially, that allowed the city to flourish economically. A tempting target for all denominations of pirates and raiders looking to plunder soft targets to fatten their pockets. Now that seemed to be in the past tense, and one that it may never reach the heights of if they dare return to such businesses. To mollify the Ironborn and put them to the test, they were given the task of subduing the Lyseni navies and blockading the island and then sieging the city, accompanied and aided by contingents of Stormlanders and Daeryans who kept a close eye for any sign of disobedience and betrayal. Talking to yourself, boy. Viken Greyjoy stepped forward to observe the battle unfold, the Ironborn furiously storming their section of the walls in coordination with their allies assaulting other sections of walls. The old Lord Paramount of the Iron Islands had seen better days, walking with a pronounced limp due to an arrow in his right knee, his posture more hunched and haggard and his face caked with wrinkles, yet his eyes maintained a steely gaze of defiance and greedy ambition, as was befitting of all those destined to pay the iron price. Just wondering how mighty cities like Lys could fall so easily, Theon mused, a damn shame, too. I recall how delicious their courtesans were. Always treasure your good memories, boy, you never know when they're memories for good, Viken reminded, though I admit, it's a real shame hearing what happened here. Seeing it in person, I feel the Midnight Scourge to be more detestable than the Targaryens. The fact they ruined such a great city? Asked Theon. The fact they plundered it before we could, Viken clarified, his grumpy smile a reflection of wounded pride. Cheer up, father. At least we can make them pay the iron price, Theon smiled as he hefted his axe. The best part is no one will say anything about us plundering a city already devastated by the scourge. That is the best, and I sincerely hope the drowned god will appreciate such a gluttonous offering today, Viken smiled back, licking his lips. They heard a dragon roaring overhead, and both father and son grimaced at the sight of a mighty dragon scorching the ramparts of the city walls in several passes, whittling down the defenders and easing the Ironborn's invasion. Said dragon landed right in front of the Greyjoys, who became even more recalcitrant to deal with the rider himself. Lords Greyjoy, Maegor Targaryen greeted, I trust the siege progresses well. The pompous arrogance and grisly face of Maegor always made the Greyjoy stand on edge, the prince known to be extremely quarrelsome and stubbornly set in his ways. The fact he was assigned as overall commander of the Lys expedition force was as much a measure to trust and mollify him as it was a warning aimed at the Ironborn. Yes, my prince, Viken answered, I am pleased to report that thanks to your help, our passage into the city has been eased considerably, and we should have the palaces by the end of the afternoon. Splendid, Maegor said, though he never smiled, I hope you keep to your schedule. A blast of black fire erupted like a volcano, a brilliant plume striking the heavens for all to see. A winged demon approached with rapid speed, too fast for the troops to get away. Dracarys. Maegor's command sent a bright jet of hot flames towards the demon, who had to swerve away at the last minute to avoid being incinerated. Drawing his sword, Maegor gave another command. SVS. Zakos one took flight, eager to do battle with the winged demon. Fast and agile like the wind, Zakos was able to keep pace with the winged demon despite its large size, and whenever Zakos had the demon in his sight, he unleashed a gout of dragon fire that nearly scorched him within inches if not for the demon's matching speed. Mgr, unwilling to let Zakos do all the work, cut his hand to unleash brief bursts of blood fire. However, the demon proved to be no novice to fighting, his movements hardly wasted and his timely maneuvers prevented him from meeting an early death. Feints and dodges were his mainstay tactics, but at times he conducted a daring charge towards Mgr, his claws managing to wound him and cut through his armor. Vizot. Zakos flew upwards at high speed, a speeding arrow piercing through the clouds. Though the demon followed close behind, it maintained distance as if expecting a trap. Imbrat. And Zakos plummeted downwards, charging towards the demon like a falling boulder. The demon evaded the plume of dragon fire and a swing of the claws, but Mgr angled his sword at the last moment, slicing the demon's abdomen. Ack! How dare you! The demon cursed. Mgr responded with another charge, this time unleashing a late-timed burst of blood fire. He managed to singe the demon's wings, but in the process suffered a laceration across his arm. You damned demon! Mgr grunted out. As the battle progressed and both sides became increasingly battle-worn, there remained no clear winner. Mgr stubbornly refused to lose the duel out of pride as a dragon prince and eldest scion of House Targaryen. The demon had his pride as one of the most powerful servants of the Lion of Night. And when two stubborn and arrogant enemies with nary a tolerance for losing clashed, there was only one way it would end. You think you dragon lords rule the land because of your dragons? We are eternal, ancient, born when the world was first created. We ruled the world before we were sealed away, when your people were mere sheep farmers scraping by to survive. Without your dragons you are mortal men doomed to die. The demon roared, lacerating Mgr's face and drawing blood. House Targaryen has endured for thousands of years when our ancestors first discovered our dragons. And when the doom was to come, our ancestor Dana foresaw it and ensured our house's survival. We shall survive now and for centuries to come, long after you and your ill-fated kind perish from the face of this world, and I shall be the one to bury you beneath the earth. Screamed Mgr, plunging his sword deep into the demon's arm and drawing high-pitched screams. Having had enough, the demon ripped apart the chains holding Mgr to his saddle, and dragged him off and pushed him to the ground at a rapid descent. Mgr's sword flew away, and he was left with only his hands. He struggled to keep the demon from burying his claws into his face, yet as the demon said, he was just a mortal human and thus lacked the strength to properly hold off the demon's grip. When I claim your skull, I shall fashion it into a cup and drink deeply of your failure. The demon roared. Then Zakos came to the rescue, chomping on the demon's wing and causing him to lose his grip in pain. Mgr promptly broke free, pushing free and making a swimming motion to create distance. Then Mgr spotted his falling sword, and adjusted his posture to free fall faster towards it. Just in the nick of time, he grasped it in his hands and turned around. To stab the demon clean through his wretched heart. Before his eyes, the demon burned with fire, screaming to the heavens and hells like a choir of burning demons, before crumbling to ash. Mgr managed to remount Zakr mid-air, adjusting to fly back into the sky mere moments from certain disaster. He gripped his reins tightly, letting out a breath he did not know he was holding until now. By all the Isalampari, I've never had such an intense fight until now, he muttered. Despite his close brush with death and intense fatigue, he felt a smile of satisfaction come to his face, one that only grew wider the more he thought about it. At least I've an achievement to match La Gels, he slyly muttered, I won't let her outshine me. The siege of Lys would quickly conclude in the absence of its supreme commander, and the remaining Scourge troops were mercilessly exterminated. Once the city was declared totally under control, the Stormlanders and Daeryans went to work cleaning the streets and rescuing what prisoners survived in the jails, though the poor Lyseni who survived would never again be the same. Under very strict instructions, they refrained from plundering on pain of death. As for the Ironborn, as reward for their ferocious fighting and the selfless sacrifice of thousands of reavers over the course of conquering the city-state, they were rewarded with a heavy share of the treasury once the Lyseni nobility's vaults were found and plundered. All discipline and restraint was lost upon the Ironborn, many valuable pieces of jewelry and expensive silks looted and purses fattened. The Daeryans and Stormlanders looked upon the Ironborn with disgust, shaking their heads and getting back to work. The city of Lys, however, was in terrible ruin, and its facilities were so badly damaged it was months before they could make use of them. Then news arrived that the city of Myr had also fallen and its occupying forces dealt with, demon included, slain at the hands of none other than Aaron Rado with Dawn in hand, his legendary battle atop a pillar of water the most magnificent thing to see. Not long after, Pentos fell to the repeated onslaught of the Targaryen queens, who scorched the nests clean of all taint to prevent more mutants from being born in a mockery of the life cycle. With those cities gone, the disputed lands were now firmly under control of the Iron Throne, and they could finally turn their full attention on the city of Bravus, the last stronghold of the Midnight Scourge. Lagoon of Bravus. Aaron Rada. He stood upon the deck of his ship, gazing upon the eerily calm waters of the city-state of Braavos as mariners worked to pilot the ship and prepare for the upcoming conflict. For the hydromancers who accompanied the fleet, all they could do was act as emotional support, as chaplains to or so Aaron described, or as fellow soldiers with sword and arrow, their power sadly holding no dominion over the ocean water. As the grand finale to this bitter and brutal campaign, the full naval might of the Iron Throne and its allies was thrown into the lagoon of Braavos, all battle-tested and fully equipped and repaired in preparation. "You're being far tenser than usual, my lord." Aaron turned to face Huang Shui, the Yitish strategist gracefully aged in the years since he first entered his employ. His hair remained as black as midnight, his eyes sharp and energetic and his face only slightly wrinkled. And as he spoke, he maintained his signature sly smirk. "Well, we are invading the Scourge's last stronghold, of course I'm tense," Aaron responded, "no telling what nasty surprises are waiting for us." "At least the 3 winged servants of the Lion of Night are gone," Huang Shui offered, "though conventional wisdom dictates that skilled, sagacious enemies will conceal a last, nasty surprise at the very end." "And that's what I'm worried about," Aaron said, "fighting the Reachman was far easier than this unknown enemy." "No one likes unknowns, my lord," Huang Shui agreed, "and yet heaven is not so gracious as to always allow us to fight what we are most comfortable with." "No, it never is," Aaron admitted. "How far from the city are we?" "Roughly 20 leagues, my lord," Huang Shui informed, "and to think we have not encountered a single enemy since we first sailed past the ruined Titan of Braavos 3. At that, the two shared a knowing look of alarmed realization, and Aaron was quick to give his next order. "Have all ships Titan formation and prepare for an ambush." Colored flags were hoisted and bells rung across the Dornish fleet, and the same message was relayed to the other allied fleets. Preparations were quick, but not quick enough, for at that moment the trap was sprung. Hideous, half-rotted things of flesh and shadow sprung up from the lagoon's waters, wrapping ships in a deathly embrace and crushing them in a shower of splinters. Many sailors fell into the waters, trying to swim for safety only to be dragged down to a watery grave, pools of blood forming where their bodies once were. Small folk, mercenary, noble, all were equal before the watery jaws of death. Screams of alarm rang out as the fleets tried to ready scorpions to fire, and they achieved some success in killing or wounding some of the beasts, but they were faster than the scorpion crews and dragged some off from the ships into the water. Jars of wildfire were thrown at the beasts, and to their satisfaction they found the substance highly effective in scorching and scaring away the waterborne predators. Mages and dragons swooped in and fended them off, and dozens more were slain, incinerated or brutally mauled to pieces. Some tried to climb into the ships using their tentacles, and while normal weaponry could wound them, only magically enchanted weapons could hope to kill them. "Get off my ship!" Aaron roared, thrusting Dawn into the maw of a hungry mockery of an octopus. It promptly screamed and immolated in a burst of black fire before tumbling into the water. "Huang Shui, stay close to me," Aaron ordered. "As you say, my lord," Huang Shui affirmed, his back firmly against Aaron's. Gel swooped in upon Castancair, the azure-scaled dragon eager to spill blood at the command of its bondmate, Dracarys. And at her command, brilliant gouts of indigo-colored flames ignited the oceans, scorching far beneath the water surface and killing the demons hiding within. Gel always makes the most dramatic entrances, even though she never intends such, Huang Shui remarked smilingly. "Don't we know?" Aaron shrugged. "Anyway, our formation's a mess, tell our men to focus fire and take them down one at a time." My lord," Huang Shui, "might I also suggest that we communicate to the Dragon Lords to stay within seeing distance of the fleets at all times?" "Yes, please do that," Aaron nodded. Aye. It was time. After countless millennia of slowly weakening the seal, he was finally ready to taste freedom for the first time. Languishing in boring captivity was an unpleasant prospect he wished to avoid at all costs. "Perhaps I should deal with Aaron Rada first, that brat certainly has a talent for causing quite the unexpected upsets where least expected." He gave a throaty chuckle, sanguine and sophisticated in tone, yet no less evil and monstrous. "The champions of Rhoynish Harry and Bale Ryan will rue the day they dared interfere in my plans." And with a single punch, the seal was shattered. I. A heartbeat reverberated throughout the world, one received with ill foreboding. The animals retreated into their safest havens, eager to flee this enormous predator, the birds chirped as if wailing for their imminent demise, the fish swam as fast as their fins could carry them, and all others felt a sudden bone-chilling fear that shook them to the core. "What is that?" asked Huang Shui, white-faced with fear and apprehension, an alien expression on his face. "Nothing good," Aaron said, equally fearful and uncertain. And from the city of Braavos itself, an earthquake rumbled that caused several small tides to form, tilting many ships but not enough to capsize them. Then, from where the Sea Lord's palace used to reside, a giant being of black skin, a man's body with a lion's head, emerged like a worm from its burrow in the ground, shattering the palace to smithereens. A truly colossal being, he towered above even the famed Titan of Braavos by a full head. All who looked upon the Lion of Night trembled in fear, even the most stout-hearted warriors faltering with just a glance of the god himself. Raising his hands high in the air, the Lion of Night proclaimed, "Tremble, mortals, for the night itself comes to swallow the dawn." As if to emphasize his point, the Lion of Night cast bolts of shadow towards the allied fleets, annihilating entire battle groups in a single blast. "Get away now! We can't take on that monster!" Aaron roared at the top of his voice. Brave or not, no living being in the allied fleets could hope to take on a living god, and no weapon in their arsenal could scratch him in the slightest. And discreetly, Aaron prayed from the bottom of his heart. "O Mother Rhoyne, O Hudohanner, any god that hears me, please come and help us." And then he heard a voice in his mind. "We have heard, and we shall answer." A brief magic circle flashed at the Lion of Night's feet, and there were glowing chains fixed onto his body, pulsing with a light that made the lion feel slightly disoriented. Then, from the lagoon's waters came Rhoynish herself, a sword in hand. From the skies a rift opened, red as blood, and a mighty dragon of gleaming ebon scales emerged. "What is this? The Mother Rhoyne and the father of all dragons come to face me." The Lion of Night snarled, "Never would I have imagined that two mortal enemies would unite against me. I'm impressed." "We were enemies once, but no longer," Balryan growled, "not after what you did to my people." The Lion of Night laughed uproariously, a sickeningly eerie sound to listen to. "Don't make me laugh," he said. "Flame and water both," Mother Rhoyne replied, "the very essences of life. We stand against you, the scion of death. If you will not keep to your realm, then we shall guide you there. By force if necessary." Mother Rhoyne launched her first attack, her sword swinging towards the lion at lightning-fast speed. The Lion of Night raised an arm to block it, but he suffered a laceration that made him step backwards in bewilderment. "I see, so that is how it is." Balryan attacked next, firing fireballs of crimson red from its maw in rapid fire, circling around the lion like a hawk circling its prey. At times it would charge in, swiping claws or chomping down and forcing the lion to defend itself on occasion. Rhoynish would use her swordsmanship, deftly avoiding attacks and slicing at gaps in the lion's defense. While the battle of the gods raged, the allied fleets sailed to put as much distance between them and the gods as possible, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire. And then the Lion of Night roared, pouring as much power into it as possible. Some died of fright on the spot, primarily Andals, while others managed to stay alive somehow. "Do not think you can win," the lion challenged, "even if your fellow gods weaken me, I am still beyond Ak." The lion clutched its bleeding eye where Rhoynish sliced. "Enough." With a powerful punch to the gut, Mother Rhoyne was sent careening backwards, coughing up blood. Balryan was blasted by magic, and while a barrier protected him from the worst of the damage, he was wounded severely and likewise incapacitated. "You pitiful gods are not enough to stop me." The lion bellowed, "I am the Lion of Night, and I claim dominion over this world." "Claim dominion over this," Balryan countered. He fired a brief burst of fire, a straight beam that gouged out the lion's remaining good eye as he staggered backwards in pain, and it was all the distraction Mother Rhoyne needed. She sliced off the lion's arms with effortless swings, and then beheaded him with another horizontal swing. A great plume of shadow erupted from his neck stump, armies of ashen white ghosts firing like a volcano and surging towards the heavens, their cries of freedom from eons of pain and suffering chilling to the core. Those who listened had their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes wide with fear yet transfixed, as if cursed to never look away. When the plume subsided and the very air became silent, the headless form of the Lion of Night crumbled to ash, and so too did the demons who lurked within Bravuz's waters, sharing their master's fate. Mother Rhoyne and Balryan smiled at the allied fleets, before the former sank into the water and the latter burst into flames and his smoke dissipated into the clouds above. None dared utter a word, too dumbfounded to make sense of what in all the heavens and hells just transpired. Then a voice rang out. "Victory! We have victory!" Elegel's declaration was followed by Castancar's roar of triumph, and soon the entire expeditionary force roared in cheers, deafening lesser men within hearing range. Aaron simply slumped to the deck in relief, wiping cold sweat from his face. "I never expected that to happen," he muttered. "I'm pretty sure plenty of bards will be competing their hardest to tell this story. I don't think even the most truthful accounts can be differentiated from embellished war stories." Huang Shui shrugged. And the two shared a dry, mirthful laugh. One Magar had always proclaimed that only Balryan the Black Dread was worthy of him, when other siblings teased him for never claiming his own dragon. When Balryan died, Magar was known to have become utterly catatonic for several days, and when he emerged his wrath became an even deeper part of his personality. He would claim a new dragon Zakos as his own, and his animosity towards Elegel would reach new heights. Two chaplains, according to Aaron, are certified clergy members who provide spiritual care for individuals in non-religious organizations. Most times, it applies to armies in times of war, and especially after the War of Twilight, as it was called among the Westerosi. These chaplains proved highly crucial in helping soldiers through grief, terror, and post-war nightmares, hydromancer, Septon and Valyrian priest alike. 3. The Titan of Bravus was once the hidden city's most notable landmark, a massive statue of granite and bronze in the shape of a warrior, acting as both a fortress and lighthouse, the first line of defense. When the Midnight Scourge took over, they contemptuously smashed the statue to pieces, both as a mockery to Bravus and to bait invaders into the well-prepared traps they placed in the lagoon's waters. Chapter LXII, Sunrise. 30 AC. First Moon. Red Keep, King's Landing. Aaron Rada. The aftermath of the War of Midnight One was a horrendously bitter and somber affair that went far beyond anyone's expectations, and the consequences of this war would reverberate for many more years to come. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 free cities had fallen to the Midnight Scourge's onslaught, their elites mercilessly slaughtered to the last and so many innocent people contributing to the pile of corpses that littered all western Essos like the highest mountains in the Vale. The number of civilian casualties far exceeded the number of combatant casualties by at least 5-fold, with maesters estimating that at least 100,000 Westerosi troops died in the war altogether, the true numbers most likely being 1.5 times higher or more. And with no functioning government, the city-states of Lys, Tyrosh, Myr, Pentos, and Bravus ceased functioning as independent sovereign states, and the people, powerless and helpless, made a formal plea for assimilation to the Iron Throne. Norvos wasted no time moving to seize more lands northwards, with Lorith attempting the same in an unprecedented opportunity to expand its reach and power. Reaching an agreement with Lorith, the Iron Throne sent aid to fight off Norvosi incursions, allowing Lorith to seize all lands north of Norvos. In return, Lorith would enter an alliance with the Iron Throne and agree to never molest its lands for as long as it endured. Qohor still reeled from the aftermath of the War of Midnight, and precisely for this reason, it would focus on maintaining a purely defensive posture and refrain from any expansions, though tensions between it and Norvos were running high in a latest series of border disputes. Doria itself was making plans to expand eastwards, to claim unclaimed land and expand its control of its region of Essos. Latest rumors were that they planned to expand into the Dothraki Sea after several decades, and the Dothraki themselves were so badly massacred it would be at least 2 generations before they ever posed a threat to anyone again. Lands would not be bequeathed to worthy lords yet, due to the extensive damage done and the sheer number of casualties to sort out, not to mention restoring order and stability by sending in fresh troops for peacekeeping purposes. The Essosi themselves were not enthused in submitting to a foreign conqueror, but they were in no mood to bite the hand that fed them or spurn their saviors. Another reason was that the conquered Essosi lands were little better than a danger-ridden wasteland with too many drawbacks and too little benefits to effectively govern. Such was the answer given to overeager, inexperienced nobles who failed to see reason, backed fully by veteran lords and knights alike. As such, bequeathment of lands had to wait until things settled down and the lands secure enough to bring in settlers. To top it all off, the conflicts with the Black Robes completely demolished the illusion of invulnerability of House Targaryen and their dragons. Aegon remained bedridden, too heavily wounded to continue ruling, and talks of succession became the next hot topic of debate. Many believed Maegor to be too tyrannical, too temperamental and argumentative to rule properly, and showed a greater preference for Aenys, Aegon's first son by Rhoynish, his weak and vacillating personality seen as far more preferable. Another group of nobles saw the benefit in currying favor with Elagel, the rising star of House Targaryen and the chosen of Balerion, but never would they truly support a woman ascending the Iron Throne. Not that it mattered, since Elagel officially showed no interest in claiming it for herself. As for the various participating armies, the Andalic armies were most heavily hit in the initial months of the war, sustaining the greatest portion of casualties before they were forced to change tactics and adapt accordingly. The Reachmen lost close to a quarter of their total 80,000 troops, but had advanced their standing the most, avenging their humiliating defeat at the hands of Dorne 3 decades prior. The Westerlanders, owing to their much diminished strength, lost only 1,000 of their 20,000 strong army, the branch families of House Lannister amply proving their strength and leadership by selecting and grooming only the most sagacious, intrepid and innovative commanders among their nobility. The Riverlanders, the Valaman, the Northmen, excluding House Blodfeld, and the Ironborn lost fully half their armies. They lacked the advanced tactics and professional officers the other armies did, and so when they faced an enemy with overwhelming might and relentless adaptation as their primary strengths, they floundered badly. Their army's strength were 50,000, 45,000, 50,000, and 30,000 strong respectively at the start of the war. The men of Gosmerch fielded 10,000 men, and they lost only 1,000, owing to their highly superior training, equipment, and tactics, and the Druids who acted as frontline support units and medical healers, saving many wounded from certain death. Eckard Blodfeld would become a household name for generations to come, and his son Eddard a worthy successor to his legacy. The Crownlanders survived largely intact, but suffered 2,500 casualties of their 20,000 strong army, though casualties would have been worse without the aid of their dragons and their sorcerers, commanding powers that evened the odds. The Stormlanders lost only 5,000 of their 40,000 strong army likewise, owing to the heroism and bravery of the Stormlander lords and the wise leadership of Orys Baratheon. Dorne lost close to 10,000 of their 80,000 strong army, and their fame and prestige reached new heights after the war, for not only did they display the strength of the new Dorne time and again, they even held credit for educating Elagel into one of the finest generals the world had ever seen, and both she and Aeron would each slay one of the three-winged demonic servants of the Lion of Night. Doria and the Summer Islands fielded armies of 200,000 and 50,000 strong respectively, and would receive great amounts of treasure, political influence, and economic leeway with the Iron Throne for their aid, though no land would be given, for they entered the war late and thus did not contribute or suffer as much as the Westerosi did. The political status quo had been completely upheaved beyond repair, and now it was the Iron Throne's turn to order it as it wished. A full month passed since their victory at Braavos, and once things had mostly settled down, the Queens Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen called for an awards ceremony to be done in the Red Keep, where they sat and patiently awaited the coming of the various recipients deemed worthy. "Hard to believe we're so famous now, ever since those years I first met you," Belandra whispered into his ear, a smirk on her lips. "What was the term you'd use?" "Celebrity." "That's the one," Aeron smirked, looking far more relaxed than he'd ever been in the past year. "I can already see some people gnashing their teeth." The prouder yet inept nobles who could not ever hope to match the talents and achievements of the victors looked on with envy and jealousy, unable to reconcile their lack of talent with their overeager ambitions. Meanwhile, the victorious Dornish generals, noble and small folk alike, eagerly mingled among each other and nobles of other lands, carousing and sharing war stories of their time in the field. The men of Gosmerch were in a highly celebratory mood compared to their cousins, the men of houses Stark and Bolton sharing a rare moment of camaraderie in silent shame, their heads lowered and their voices subdued, for many of the Gosmerchi were to be nominated for awards of hefty treasury and even some prospective brides from Palatilia, the latter more due to camaraderie between them and Crownlander nobles and opportunistic merchants looking to breach new markets. Then they all heard a loud thump as the King's Guard hit their hilted swords on the ground. "Silence! Their Majesties wish to speak with us all," the Lord Commander bellowed. At once the throne room fell silent, and both queens stood up from the Iron Throne to give their announcements. "Lords and ladies of Westeros, the War of Midnight was by far the bloodiest war we've ever fought in recent history," Visenya began, her voice calm yet tinged with sorrow and fatigue. "When we first faced the Midnight Scourge, we were woefully unprepared for the foul magics they faced, the horrific experiments at their command and their depraved zealotry which far surpassed the faith militant of old. And among the first casualties, was our husband and brother, His Grace Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror, and his beloved dragon Balerion the Black Dread." Many Crownlander lords bowed their heads in genuine, solemn respect, along with some Dornish lords and Orys Baratheon. The rest simply did so to go with the flow. "And yet, through our grit and determination, faith in our comrades, the talent and steadfastness of our generals and divine intervention, we prevailed over the Midnight Scourge, and now they are nothing more than ashes on the wind," Rhaenys continued. "We have lost countless brave men, countless nobles who volunteered to fight in this immeasurably costly war. Even now, countless minor houses face extinction, and there is the matter of settling the governance of our newly gained lands in Essos. Even then, in this time of peace, we would be remiss to not reward our brave generals for their loyal service and achievements." At this, many of the accomplished generals had brighter eyes with stars of hope glittering in their pupils, eagerly looking forward to their rewards. The non-accomplished generals grumbled under their breaths and looked away in shame. First, Crown Prince Maegor Targaryen stepped forward. The Crown Prince knelt before the throne, his face half smiling, half bitter and grimacing sourly. "For your deeds in ending a servant of the Lion of Night, you have demonstrated your martial prestige and that of House Targaryen to the world, and helped to avenge the death of Balerion the Black Dread at the hands of the Midnight Scourge," Visenya declared, a single tear streaming down her cheeks as she slowly smiled. "Your father would be proud, my dear son." Maegor smiled despite himself, a flash of genuine pride that made him feel it was all worth it. "Thank you, mother," he muttered softly. "And for your deeds, we hereby grant you 5,000 units of SSC loot, and the sword Black Fire," Visenya added, presenting a very familiar sword to the kneeling Maegor. "We also name you Lord Paramount of Braavos, Pentos and Andalos, for you to rule as you please." The lands of Andalos, the birthplace of the Faith and Andal civilization, was likewise ravaged by the Midnight Scourge, and its various chieftains were hapless babes, lambs to the slaughter. They quickly submitted to the Iron Throne in exchange for protection. Maegor took the offered sword with all due reverence, profusely thanking Visenya, before stepping back and taking his place among the audience. "He's received Braavos, Pentos and Andalos, very rich and wealthy lands," Huang Shui noted, "and here I thought they'd give it to someone else. It's likely a response to mollify him, or maybe to expand the lands directly under House Targaryen's control, I can't say for sure," Elanzo suggested, "probably both." "And here I wondered where you were, Elanzo," Aeron noted, "exactly what were you up to?" "Oh, you know me. Scouting the enemy and making notes of who to ally with, who to manipulate for House Rada's benefit," Elanzo shrugged nonchalantly. "Plenty of bruised egos makes this so much easier, it's like a child's playground." Aeron rolled his eyes. Orys Baratheon along with all the Crownlander and Stormlander lords would also receive similar rewards, some second sons of lords and hedge knights elevated to lordly status and suborned as Magur's vassal lords. The men of Gosmerch received much loot as well, the topmost achievers receiving rare Valyrian steel swords for their service. While they received no lands, they received preferential treatment when it came to selection of freed slaves and migrants to their lands, along with complete tariff exemptions and other favorable trade terms with the other lords of Westeros. Eckard Blodfeld of Gosmerch stepped forward. The unlikely hero of the Neck, as he was widely called by friend and foe alike in all lands, took a knee before the Iron Throne. Lord Blodfeld, it has scarcely been a generation since you were first ennobled and raised to lordly status, and in that time since you have created a model army of loyal Northmen who know no equal in the north, Visenya proudly described, where others failed, you rose to the occasion, and proved to the world that the Cranagmen of Gosmerch have as much grit and steel as the sons and daughters of Winter, and just as capable of matching the martial prestige of their southern neighbors. Many Northmen knew that when they returned home in shame, the first thing they would do was break out casks of mead and get themselves stupidly drunk. Therefore, I shall grant you 3,000 units of SSC loot, a ceremonial blade and a boon of your choice. Visenya finished, what would you ask of me? The right to claim Skagos as my vassal fiefdom, Eckard answered without missing a heartbeat, and full protection from any interference by House Stark. The court went eerily silent, and the northern contingent stared at Eckard like he sprouted 3 wolf heads on his shoulders. House Stark gnashed their teeth in silent fury, while others like House Bolton held calculating snake-like glints in their eyes, eager to see what moves Eckard would make next. Interesting, Visenya said, may I ask your reasons why? Of course, your grace, Eckard said, traditionally, the Skagosi have always been forbidden from engaging in much more than limited trade with the mainland, and from building a fleet of their own for any reason. This has led to the festering of centuries of resentment that left them with no good feelings for the North in general. I do not mean to sound doubtful, but that is not a real reason for me to grant such a boon, Visenya pointed out. I am aware, your grace, Eckard replied, allow me to explain. As part of our drive to establish trade relations with other lords of the north, our merchants reached an agreement to trade with the Skagosi, and hoping to find some valuable deposits of ore to exploit, they received the permission of Lord Artos Magner to prospect the mountains. What they found was a treasure trove of said ores and valuable gemstones. When the lords of Sonaria, of the north, learned of the vast shipments of gems and ores being sold from Skagos, they were green with envy and attempted to secure exclusive rights to the trade, only to be sternly rebuffed by both the stubborn Skagosi and the mighty Gosmerch fleets. This, of course, put the entire Neck at odds with the rest of the north, a fact that was never lost on anyone. The people of the north have never treated the Skagosi well, and now that they have this wealth, the Skagosi have been subject to even more political injustice by House Stark, even though we are all men of Sonaria. Eckard finished his explanation, I hold no ill will towards House Stark, but it is sadly clear the Skagosi will never accept them as their suzerains ever again. For this reason, on their behalf, I request this boon. Visenya looked at the Northman contingent and saw the faces of the various factions, their looks of calculating scheming and buried grudges, and then back at Eckard, who while at first glance looked nonchalant and uncaring, hid a knowing gleam that made Visenya smirk slightly and nod in approval. Both she and Rhoynish shared nods of agreement, and then Visenya turned back to face Eckard. If I may ask, what treasure trove of resources has been unearthed in Skagos? Questioned Visenya. Topazes, opals, along with emeralds and sapphires, maybe the occasional ruby, Eckard answered, along with ample deposits of iron, coal, gold, and silver. In fact, it's been months since we last surveyed the tunnels and the prospectors say they still have not fully mapped the entirety of the mineral veins in the mountains. Then it is settled, said Visenya, I shall grant you your boon on one condition. Name it, your grace, said Eckard. I would like preferential trade agreements on Skagosi gemstones, gold, and silver, Visenya answered. Done, Eckard smiled. Then let this be the day Skagos shall enter a new era of prosperity, Visenya declared, much to the chagrin of the other northerners. Let it be so, indeed, Eckard said as he bowed and took his leave. Next came the household name of Dorne. Grand Duke Aaron Rada, step forward. Visenya called. The Black Fox stepped forward and knelt before the Iron Throne, and Visenya presented a ceremonial dagger of Valyrian steel to him. For your loyal service, you are gifted the island of Tyrosh to add to your domain of Idosia, Visenya said, along with a hefty warguild of at least 2,000 units of SSC loot. My thanks, your graces, Aaron bowed and then took his leave, his face betraying nothing save a slight hint of satisfaction. On paper, it looked like a very minuscule reward considering Aaron's huge contribution, and both he and his Dornish subjects would have every right to get angry at this apparent snubbing. However, Aaron simply said that his prospective generals should get the greater share of the reward, considering he was old generation and that the proven young blood were deserving of more. Such a show of generosity was taken well by the Dornish and served to strengthen their loyalty and negate any potential disputes that would arise from this. And while that was half the truth, the other half was that he simply wasn't interested in conquering any more territory for himself, and the Isle of Tyrosh was all he really needed. Many others scoffed at this, some sickened by this exceedingly fake show, in their eyes, others simply believed him to be fortunate, being such a close ally of the Targaryens. As the rest of the Dornish contingent received their gifts and promotions, then came the next person whose name would thunder throughout Westeros for generations to come. Aegon Targaryen, step forward. Maegor grit his teeth but stayed silent, a few like-minded siblings and nobles sharing his thoughts and feelings. Others swallowed nervously and kept a wide berth from the star alumni of East Point, bowing their heads in hurried deference. The Dornish and the Sand Dragon army officers loudly cheered and clapped for her, almost obnoxiously so as their way of saying to naysayers, "I told you so." As Aegon knelt before the Iron Throne, Rhoynish proudly declared, "You, who defied all expectations and proved the blessed champion of Balerion, father of all dragons himself. You, who slew one of the Lion of Night's 3 demonic servants. You, who helped break the enemy at Tyrosh and took a huge gamble at great risk to your own life. Aegon, we hereby name you Lord Paramount of the Verdant Hill. All the land and the island of Lys is now yours to rule. To supplement your coffers, you shall be granted 5,000 units of SSC loot." Maegor and his clique bit their tongues to keep their ill feelings from leaking out, and the naysayers looked among themselves like naughty school children. The Andals muttered silent prayers and made signs of warding, as if to deny the truth that a pagan champion won greater acclaim than champions of the Seven. Others cradled their heads in their hands, feeling the need to get stupidly drunk and consult maesters for medicinal remedies. "Hail General Aegon Targaryen! Hail, hail!" Once again, the Dornish contingent loudly chanted their congratulations for the risen champion of Balerion, and as she rose up to face the audience, she cut the dashing, imposing figure of a hero from the days of the Dawn Age, mythical, unfathomable, immortal. Needless to say, the ramifications of the War of Midnight were far beyond all expectations. III. In the months that followed, Westeros and the conquered SSC lands became a hotbed of activity. Wasting no time, Lord Eckard Blodfeld immediately sent a copy of the royal edict to the Isle of Skagos, the local lords mostly receiving it with good news save a few houses who were more envious of House Blodfeld and their partners than anything else, or who despised the rapid change being brought to the Isle, and thus tried to be spiteful by declaring revolt. The leaders were slain and their houses attainted for good, to be given to new houses. He immediately made arrangements to send workers and materials along with the best architects to redesign all of Skagos' towns and villages, to house walls and keeps of stone and stone piers to accommodate larger ships of modern design, and the Isle of Skane was being recolonized as old ruins were rebuilt. Ships soon thronged the isles, and with shipments of hardy Elian Coos too and hardy winter crops like barley, rye, broccoli, and onions, farmers were able to grow massive amounts of food as compared to before, coupled with the new farming methods learned from Dorne. Whaling also took off as an industry, whale meat and oil becoming highly popular commodities. As the economic prosperity of the two isles jumped by leaps and bounds, Lord Eckard Blodfeld requested permission from House Stark to rebuild the ancient port city of Hardhome. No one could make heads and tails of Lord Eckard's request. Hardhome was abandoned due to logistical strain from the sheer distance, the danger of wildling attacks and the harsh winters that were even harsher than those south of the wall. Even then, Eckard was insistent, saying it would prove a vital forward outpost from which to subjugate rowdy, bloodthirsty bands of wildlings. And as of late, more and more wildling raids had been conducted dangerously close to the wall, some daring bands even going as far as to attack isolated Night's Watch patrols. While the Night's Watch in the past would be able to deal with them alone, recent years had seen several strongholds be abandoned and their numbers severely reduced, necessitating aid from House Stark. And so, House Stark gave Eckard his permission, and Hardhome was quickly reclaimed and rebuilt. In return, House Blodfeld drew upon its deep pockets to fund the Night's Watch, sending several volunteers and workers to renovate their strongholds, and then requested their help with defeating the more violent wildlings. House Blodfeld's influence would only grow, and latest rumors were that Eckard was sending men to take control of the various clans, bringing them under his banner and expanding his control of the true north. In the Reach, there was an ongoing divide between the established hierarchy of the faith and the battle-hardened septri returned from the war in Essos, jaded and scarred yet stronger in faith. Spearheaded by Lord Paramount Edmund Gardner III and Brandil Tarley, the hero of the Reach, they have formed an opposing faction towards the faith in House Hightower, currently helmed by Lord Martin Hightower after his father Manfred died in battle. Manfred Hightower as lord of his house survived the War of Roses and Serpents, and was one of those ransomed with their heirloom blade, but neither he nor his son Morgan survived the War of Midnight, and over half their deployed knights and levies perished, leaving House Hightower significantly weakened. Even worse, Manfred's son Martin did not have the martial prestige and talent his father did, and thus he was forced to overly rely on more talented subordinates, giving them greater concessions in exchange for their support. Said subordinates now pressured him heavily to put greater control on the most devout and his lackeys in the starry September. Dependent on the support of the faith, Martin tried to mediate a balance, but made no progress whatsoever. This schism would extend to many other houses who felt that houses Gardner and Tarley were overreaching in their influence, thus joining the faith in opposing this oppressive tyranny as they so eloquently described it. Houses who were jealous of the victor's achievements also joined the faith in their opposition, not least of all House Florent, who competed with House Gardner for the seat of Highgarden. The Riverlander lords went back to their bickering as always, with House Tully ever the overburdened mediator whose authority dangled on a knife's edge. The Iron Islands enjoyed their plunder from Essos, even keeping countless thralls and salt wives from cowards and rich families who leached from others for their own benefit. Common criminals, rich magisters, beautiful women who sold out others for their own survival, all those people were those the Iron Throne willingly condemned and gave to the Ironborn, both to punish them and to, temporarily, pacify the Ironborn. The Vale had suffered heavy casualties, and with reduced military strength on hand, House Arryn and the other Vale lords were hard-pressed to maintain order and security against a renewed wave of mountain clansmen raids. Tensions between Ronal and Jonos Arryn reached new heights as well, and some worried it could lead to worse things for the House and Vale. The Westerlanders were also divided in two, the Lannister branch families uniting in opposition against House Rain and cooking the poor Castan Rain in a hot volcano ready to erupt. House Tarbeck also joined in the opposition, jealous of House Rain's influence and eager to curry favor with the victors. The Stormlands was rather peaceful in comparison to its other Endel neighbors, the Baratheons winning immense amounts of prestige and honor, not to mention treasure which they invested in countless reforms, infrastructural projects, and economic endeavors. Dorne remained their primary rival to the south, and were most unwilling to be left in the lurch by their richer counter-Reachmen and Dornish counterparts. As for Aegel Targaryen and the Sand Dragons, they quickly used their connections with Dorne to establish bases in the Verdant Heel and claim it as their own. The Sand Dragons engaged in much charity and even engaged the locals' help in rebuilding their homes, earning them much goodwill and support. The Verdant Heel would come to be known as Cast Iria, Verdant Land, in High Valley Ryan, a nod to its name as known among Essos. Magur's subordinates would claim their own share of Essos, though the laws in place were extremely strict and harsh on wrongdoers, slavers especially, and the presence of his knights and troops firmly dissuaded any bandits and pirates from preying on their lands. Some expected the Essos to chafe at such restrictions, and while in the past they would, they simply could not in the present. Their part of Essos came to be known as Christigaria III or Velvet Land in High Valley Ryan, named for the velvet hills between Pentos and Bravus. The world was relentlessly moving forward, and as tensions rose within Westeros, the time would soon come for a most climatic resolution. One war of midnight, the one war that single-handedly broke the established order of Western Essos for good, and one that heralded the return of magic and godly intervention. Despite the best efforts of the Faith in the Starry September and the Maesters of the Conclave, they are unable to convince otherwise that magic was a dead force, and that the Faith was the only religion necessary for Westeros. In fact, motivated largely by the returning victors and the battle-scarred Septons, the masses began to believe that the established doctrine was faulty and flawed, and the current hierarchy a corrupt and malevolent force out only for their own benefit. Thus, this war also served as grounds for a religious schism within the Faith itself. 2 Elian Coos, a breed of hardy cow with a shaggy coat capable of surviving the harsh winters of the north and true north, the primary form of livestock in those lands and thus the primary source of meat and dairy products. 3 Christigaria is derived from, Kirster plus Gar plus Ia, Hairy Fabric Land aka Velvet Land. Chapterals the 8th, Bond of Fox and Dragon. 31 AC. 4th Moon. Mir. Laurent Rata. The chaos in Essos had largely settled down in the months following the conclusion of the War of Midnight. Lands were still being partitioned and provincial lines redrawn after extensive surveys being conducted, and while bandits remained an ever-annoying problem, they were mostly dealt with by Westerosi forces. Magur used fear and terror to devastating effect, Zakoza's dragon fire scorching entire hideouts as his troops slaughtered bandits en masse and impaled their corpses. This prompted countless bandit gangs to intensify their banditry, while others banded together in a suicidal attack on his armies. Aegel and the Sand Dragon army, on the other hand, focused on lightning-fast attacks that both terrified and confounded the bandits, leaving them uncertain of attacks on themselves or their hideouts. And as Aegel did not tyrannically punish condemned criminals beyond beheadings, many bandits were soon convinced of the benefits of peacefully surrendering. Many of them were beheaded, others were sentenced to labor and only released once they completed their allocated tasks. With the roads secure, thousands of settlers from Westeros migrated to Castria and Christigaria, eagerly chasing the allure of a new life. Worship of the Udohanur quickly took root in Castria, the locals highly indebted to their Rhoynar rescuers and being the closest to Dorne which sent the largest portion of settlers. This was also largely influenced by stories of hydromancers and Dornish troops who witnessed the final clash of the gods in the lagoon of Bravus. The same story unfolded in Christigaria, just with worship of Isalampari instead. Magur chose the city of Pentos rather than Bravus as provincial capital, because in his words, better a prosperous city than a floating pile of wood and stone on stilts in a swamp. It was as much a snub towards the Bravasi as it was a pragmatic decision, Braavos was most heavily damaged in the clash between gods by the sheer force of tidal waves from the resulting shock waves, and Old Braavos, the part of the city that sank deeply, was in the process of being raised and strengthened by magic. Pentos, on the other hand, merely saw large portions burned by fire, the damage easily remedied with several renovations, and was much closer to King's Landing than Braavos. The Iron Bank was once the most powerful banking institution in the known world, able to commission the faceless men without worry for money in spite of their exorbitant prices. Both it and the House of Black and White were decimated, the latter permanently disbanded without their font of power and headquarters. To recover and be the power once feared would take centuries, if not millennia. If they ever could. Too few key holders of the Iron Bank survived, and those who did were forced to welcome bankers from the Bank of Dragonstone I into their circle to rebuild their business operations. Their immense wealth was also put to use for the rebuilding efforts, and so vast was their wealth that only a tenth of it was used for all campaign rewards and rebuilding efforts. Yet another death knell of Braavos as a power. Influence and power shifted from the east into the west that ordinarily would never have happened, but now became a reality. As for Castria, Myr became the provincial capital, and its immense glassworks were put to use manufacturing bottles for various industries. Enterprising glass blowers took over operations and began producing masterworks far surpassing old Myrish works in transparency and quality. Freed slaves were married to Dornish spouses and learning skills to survive as free men, and countless volunteers bolstered the ranks of the Sand Dragons. In fact, with so many wishing to join the Sand Dragons themselves became the primary fighting force of Castria, split into 3 army corps each comprising 4 armies, each army composed of 20,000 troops. Their insignia became the insignia of Castria itself, a mark of pride and achievement. It was a time of recovery and peace. Peace brought about by excruciatingly painful bloodshed, but peace nonetheless. Laurent Rada pondered these thoughts as he finished treating his latest patient, a man with a badly lacerated stomach and his innards spilling out. Next patient, he ordered. The next patient was wheeled in on a gurney too of wood, this one a woman whose throat was cut deep. He meticulously plucked out shards of metal deep within and connected the muscle and ligament together, before using his water magic to heal the wounded tissue. The woman would take several weeks to fully recover, but be able to sing once fully healed. Then came another patient, his left leg severed at the knee. Laurent could not generate a new limb or help him walk again, not without the limb to reattach, but he would help stop the bleeding and save him from dying of blood loss. Then another, and another, and another. Many months did Laurent spend as a healer, working to save dozens of lives as best as he could. Some he could not save, and rather than prolong their suffering, he gave them the Mother Rhoyne's mercy 3. After a long day of countless surgeries, Laurent Rada took off his face mask and breathed a sigh of relief, then began washing clean his hands and nails of blood with a brush. Once done, he took off his cap and surgeon's gown, then retired to his bedchambers for a long bath. He sighed with bliss, feeling countless knots undone as the hot water loosened his stiff muscles. Laurent, he heard someone greet. Laurent saw Elagel approaching, wearing only a single nightgown. Elagel, Laurent called, what brings you here? Can I join in? Asked Elagel. Laurent nodded, gesturing to his bathtub. Elagel stripped out of her garb and stepped into the tub, sitting opposite Laurent and sighing in bliss. This is the life, Elagel smilingly muttered, how's work? All right, Laurent answered. You sure? You treated at least half a dozen patients today, I think, said Elagel with concern, are you sure you're not tired? No, Laurent shook his head. Why? Asked Elagel. Because I have you, Laurent said, shifting to lean his head against Elagel's chest, nuzzling like a cat. Elagel sighed, though not with disapproval, such a needy man. She gently stroked his head, and he purred like a little kitten. It was scary. At Laurent's words, Elagel looked at his face, one of a haunted war veteran. His eyes bore a faraway, vacant look, and try as he might to hide it, Elagel saw at one time too many in her own men to not recognize it, a look she herself saw in her own reflection. All the blood, the screams, the looks of pain and fear, how do they deal with it? How do they not get haunted? He muttered, his voice so soft it was barely above a whisper. They don't, Elagel smiled sadly, they just find it easier to bear with time. I don't know if I can, Laurent admitted, nuzzling deeper into Elagel for comfort, ever. Elagel embraced him deeply, sniffing his hair which carried the rich scent of a variety of herbs, kissing his forehead. She held his hands in hers, and they felt cold to the touch, completely devoid of warmth. Are you still afraid? She asked. Laurent nodded and mumbled in response. You know you always have me, Elagel said, and I know I always have you. Laurent looked up at Elagel in surprise, and she smiled softly at him in response, a warm, gentle smile of compassion. And she kissed him on the lips. I've always loved how compassionate and kind you are to others, and how you've always been the first to rush to our help, Elagel said, stroking her hair as she stared outside the window, the night sky a reflection of a deceptively quiet eve before the storm. May I be honest with you? About what? Asked Laurent. I was actually against you coming here, answered Elegel. Why? Asked Laurent, a look of bewilderment, shock and worry in his eyes. It was when I saw you outside that triage tent at that ruined village, that first time you ever saw dead and dying in large numbers, Elegel answered, her eyes hardening with sorrow, worry and understanding. I wanted to spare you further anguish, if I could help it. Elegel took a deep breath, nodding to herself as if to affirm something. And yet you stayed, she finished, a mix of sorrowful regret and quiet pride in her words. I want to help you, however I can, Laurent affirmed, his voice clear and his eyes unclouded, no matter what. And Elegel hugged Laurent tighter. Just promise me you'll take care of yourself, she said to him, that's all I ever need from you. And promise me the same, Elegel, Laurent replied. Laurent kissed her back, deeper and more passionate like hungry animals in mating season. You want to do it, then? Elegel suggested, her smile turning sultry. Laurent merely kissed once again, and that night, they would spend it in sweet love. I. They cuddled each other underneath the warm blankets, their hands warm to the touch and their eyes vibrant with a diamond's luster. You know, Laurent, they're calling you by a name, Elegel said, the cleansing hand, or something like that. Sounds silly, Laurent grumbled, I don't like it. Elegel giggled in amusement. You do realize they won't stop because you said so, right? Elegel pointed out, they believe in you, they respect and adore you. Of course they'll give you a title. Why not use that to record down your experiences and pass it down to future healers, so that they will not start from scratch and fumble in the dark? I still don't want to be called that name. Sounds so ridiculous, Laurent pouted. Well, they've also begun calling me by a title, Elegel stated, the Azure Dragon. Isn't Castancaire already an Azure Dragon with her scales? Laurent recalled. Apparently, they're now extending that namesake to me, ostensibly as a nod to my tamed dragon and my role in ending one of the Lion of Night's servants during the Battle of Tyrosh, Elegel suggested, Azure Dragon, Dragon Lord and Rider of Azure Mother. Sounds damn confusing, doesn't it? Definitely, Laurent shrugged, but you're still my Ellie, no matter what name you go by. She returned his affection by nuzzling her forehead with his. You wonderful man, she smiled. I. Sixth Moon. King's Landing. Aegon Targaryen. I would like to propose a betrothal between Elegel and Laurent. Aeron looked in surprise at Aegon who smiled, beaming with happiness and beauty despite his horrific scars. Are you against it? Asked Aegon. No. That's not the case at all, Your Grace, Aeron reassured, it was unexpected to say the least. Aeron had every intention of broaching the topic himself with King Aegon, seeing how well Laurent and Elegel were getting along in their relationship. Making the betrothal official would cement the legitimacy of their bond, and shut up more than a few naysayers in their casual spitefulness and pettiness towards Dorne. What he never expected was for Aegon to beat him to the chase, much less sound supportive of it. Is it, now? Said Aegon, well, considering everything you've done for the Seven Kingdoms and my daughter and with how well they get along, I feel she is best suited to marrying your son Laurent. Maybe I should have known he would pick up on that. This is awfully generous of you, Your Grace, Aeron admitted, scratching his head, thank you. Don't thank me just yet, Aeron, Aegon halted, in exchange for this marriage, I want to request a favor of you. This should be interesting. What kind of favor, Your Grace? Asked Aeron. I want you to send expeditions to Old Valyria, and recover valuable artifacts and lore that may yet be salvaged, Aegon dictated. To that end, I am willing to pay you handsomely depending on what you recover on said expeditions. Excuse me for asking this, but did your family not retrieve enough lore from Valyria ere its doom? Aeron cautiously asked. We did, we just feel we could have saved more, Aegon admitted. In fact, while we did recover a great amount of arcane lore and practical knowledge, we did not save as much on history and cultural works of entertainment. We feel that the more artifacts we recover, the more we can catalogue and thus the more we have to use to showcase Valyria's arts and culture to the unenlightened Andals of Westeros. I see, Aeron nodded in understanding, are you building a museum of sorts? Glad to see you notice quickly, Aegon smiled, rich merchants and nobles would pay good money for any exotic experience, and what better way than to showcase the history and cultural achievements of Valyria. True, Aeron nodded, that's also why I built the Ducal Museum of Arsam for Dorne. And hence why you understand the importance of this, Aegon concluded. Whatever artifacts you find, I shall handsomely pay you for them, and if need be, I will provide additional resources and support for your archaeological expeditions. Much appreciated, Your Grace, Aeron bowed. However, considering how unstable our foundation is in Essos, I will have to delay such endeavors for at least 2 more years until I can spare the men. Is that acceptable, Your Grace. I have waited years to conquer Westeros, I can wait 2 more years, Aegon answered. Then I thank you, Your Grace, Aeron smiled, I shall strive to uphold your expectations. His smile was genuine, yet at the same time it never reached his eyes, which possessed a hidden gleam of calculative scheming that Aegon, bless his soul, would never see in his self-assured confidence. III. 8th Moon. Amtalmar. The Temple of Amtalmar, a pinnacle of Rhoynar architecture and once the last Rhoynish temple to the Udohanur, the site of marriage for the new master of Dorne. Now, it was to play host to a wedding for a member of House Rada once again, this time to a Targaryen princess turned distinguished general and war hero against the forces of evil. Dressed in both Rhoynish and Valyrian wedding garb, the bride and groom walked towards the altar where Mahairam Amelini Mater, now a matronly elder, smiled as she prepared to officiate their wedding vows. Do you, Laurent Rada, take Alegel Targaryen to be your wife? She asked. I do, Laurent Rada answered, his eyes brimming with unshed tears of happiness. Do you, Alegel Targaryen, take Laurent Rada to be your husband? I do, Eligel answered, a warm and gentle love that few could ever possess. Then by the grace of Rhoynam Harry and our ancestors, I pronounce you man and wife, she said, do their parents consent to the cloaking of their children? Aeron Rada and Aegon Targaryen stepped forward, the latter helped by his sister wives. In their hands were cloaks of immaculate silk, dyed striking colors with painstakingly tailored insignias. I, Aeron Rada, do consent to cloaking my daughter-in-law. I, Aegon Targaryen, do consent to cloaking my son-in-law. Then drape thine cloaks around their shoulders, and may they be forevermore happy in matrimony. A round of applause went throughout the audience as attendees from 2 different cultures celebrated this union. Sand Dragons, Rhoynar, Valyrians, Bytrenor, all were welcome in this house of the gods. Then as Amelini and the other Hanhuru prayed for the couple's well-being and health, she touched their heads, and at once mists from the nearby fountains emerged to form a dragon and a fox, one colored like an onyx gemstone, the other like an amethyst. They swirled around each other, nuzzling lovingly as if performing a courting ritual, and took to the skies a free couple. All clapped at this auspicious sign, wishing the couple good fortune and longevity. As festivities were underway and singing and dancing gave an air of merriment to the evening banquet, Aerys and Amelia Rada stared at the ongoing merriment with a mixture of forlorn sadness and grand parental pride. Our children and grandchildren grow up so fast, Aerys muttered, meanwhile, we grow older every year, and our bones start to creak like worn-down machines. He groaned slightly at the increased pain on his back, his body lacking its vigor and energy compared to his youth. Amelia's facial appearance was much aged as well, gracefully aged yet wrinkled, and she had to walk with a cane for support. Their hair had turned white, the last traces of their natural black long gone. I truly wish we had more years to spend, to see Lawrence and Elegel's children. Then again, we've already lived many years at this point, said Aerys, and long-lived we may be, immortal we are not. Almost makes you envy how long dragons live, doesn't it? Amelia remarked. No, I don't think I can bear to live as long as a dragon, Aerys shook his head, to think one of our own house would marry a dragon lord of all people, the ramifications are immense. Not only will even more eyes be on us, Magur especially does not like this, Amelia agreed, Aegon, he does not have long to live, that much is clear. Even though he appeared to be physically fine, his pallor was pale and he had the air of death about him, one he willfully ignored in favor of the joyous occasion for his daughter. His wives too shared concern over his health, though they looked resigned to accepting this truth. What do you think will happen once Aegon and his queens are gone? Asked Amelia. I don't know for sure, but nothing good, Aerys answered, and when that comes, we can only have faith in Aeron and all the others that they will pull through. With siblings, just one of them in actuality, truly competitive and with no official proclamation of who was the actual heir. Aeron felt the winds of war blow in the distance. This time the ugliest of all wars, civil war. It's the only thing we can do, isn't it? Amelia muttered. Bah, look at us, talking such depressing things in the middle of a wedding, Aerys waved off, let us enjoy this peace, however long it lasts. And Amelia would have it no other way. One Bank of Dragonstone, one of the largest banking institutions in Westeros, highly reputable for its trustworthy services and bankers. After the Iron Bank lost too many of its key holders, it has largely taken over operations and made it a subsidiary. 2 wooden gurneys on wheels were designed by carpenters to wheel in severely wounded or unconscious patients faster in hospitals, both to save time and effort and to avoid the risk of dropping patients from carrying them on a stretcher. 3 Mother Rhoyne's Mercy, a euphemistic term to refer to euthanasia, the practice of ending a patient's life to avoid further suffering, should it be determined he is beyond saving and recovery and thus, unable to live life normally even if he or she should survive. 4 Ducal Museum of Arsam, a place of leisurely study and sightseeing to display ancient artifacts of Rhoynish origin, recovered from the ruins of Coryuni and other city-states that remained uninhabited since Prince Garen's doomed failure in the Second Spice War. Chapter LXIV, Raging storm. 33 AC. Fifth moon. Pentos. Magur Targaryen. Much of western Essos recovered splendidly in the years following the War of Midnight, and though the people still reeled from the countless nightmares born of the horrific mutants and spells the Midnight Scourge saw fit to unleash, their new masters saw to their welfare. Worship of the 14 gods of Valyria saw a massive uptake as countless temples were built and priests and priestesses offered charity and spiritual healing to the spiritually starved masses, primarily in the province of Christigaria. Bravuz's countless religious places were demolished in the godly clash, and most were replaced by temples to the 14. The September of Bravuz would not be rebuilt, much to the chagrin of the faith. In the lands of Mir, Lis, and Tyrosh, worship of Arhillar did not die down, but it faced a growing rival in the form of the Udohanur who took a great number of worshippers' hearts by storm. As for the Iron Islands, widespread outbreaks of violence followed as zealots of the Lion of Night stormed countless castles and forts, pillaging villages and towns as they pleased. As this happened while most of the Ironborn raiders were away fighting in Essos, the garrisons were reduced, not that it mattered against evil black magic. However, in their hubris the Black Robes of the Iron Islands deployed far too few of their number to take over the Isles, and rushing on Dragonback, Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen were quick to scorch the zealots and kill the demon who possessed one of the drowned priests. Thanks to their quick action, the Iron Isles were spared further devastation, though there were those who secretly hoped for greater devastation to the Ironborn. And as most of the fighting lords were away in Essos, the attacks did not serve to decapitate much of the leadership. Furthermore, they failed to actually target the greater houses, so the status quo remained relatively unchanged. Of course, this did not mean the Iron Isles would be able to reave for some time. Not only did the Iron Lords have to restore order and stability on the Isles, they had to rebuild much of the infrastructure as well, especially their shipbuilding industry which served as the primary instrument of their power. Their armies suffered a great number of casualties as well, soldiers and sailors alike. It would take years to restore their power to pre-war levels. The peace that lasted was blissful, but all good things do not last forever. For in the 5th moon of the 33rd year since Aegon's conquest, news arrived that Aegon Targaryen died of his wounds. Magur crumpled the letter in his hands, gritting his teeth in grief. "Father, to think you would go so soon." His father always did strive to maintain peace and harmony, juggling between all his different children from Visenya and Rhaenys. In his opinion, neither Aenys nor Elagel were deserving of his affectations. The former was far too weak and vacillating, a terrible choice for a king when vassals could easily control and manipulate him. The latter was a dragonless rider, a horrible choice for a dragon-riding family such as House Targaryen. Only he was worthy of the Iron Throne. Only he could preserve the legacy of House Targaryen and ensure his father's conquest endures. A guard knocked on the door to his solar, and once Magur gave permission, he entered and saluted. "My lord, everything you have asked for is prepared and loaded onto Zakoza's saddlebags," he reported. "I will take my leave now," Magur said. "My lord," the guard saluted. "I. King's Landing. Aeron Rada." The body of Aegon Targaryen was clad in regal attire, laid upon a wooden pyre with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, his face lost in eternal, blissful peace. At the Blackstone Temple, the headquarters of the Cult of the 14, countless nobles and other persons of import gathered to celebrate the funeral of the conqueror. The absolute majority of attendees simply threw roses at the growing pile of flowers at the base of the pyre. The Crownlanders knelt down and placed the roses with respect. Orys Baratheon and the Targaryens breathed heavy sighs, their faces writ with deep sorrow, before kneeling down and placing the roses. Aeron Rada bowed slightly at the waist, then threw the rose at the pile. Elagel shed a few tears, breathing deeply, before kneeling down and placing the rose at the pile. Magur did the same, though not before glaring at Elagel. As Elagel returned to the Dornish side, she took a seat beside Aeron who stared at the proceedings with a highly detached yet focused expression, his eyes taking in the countless players and chess pieces in attendance. "Elagel," Aeron said to her, "what do you think will happen next?" Elagel looked at Aeron and saw his eyes, and grimly nodded. "Peace might reign for a while more, but I don't know how long," Elagel answered. "My mothers, they do not look long for the world." It was such a harsh comment to make, and one might say she had a very cynical view of their remaining lifespans. However, the signs were plain to see, neither Visenya nor Rhaenys retained a hale complexion, instead looking like living ghosts, one with gaunt cheeks and dull eyes. They had to walk with canes as well, their legs beginning to fail them, and their hair changed from a radiant silver to a dull, tarnished grey. Age was a merciless force that dragged people of all ages and social statuses into its corrosive touch, and not even the dragon lords were spared this. In contrast, Aeron and Belandra Rada were the very picture of gracefully aged elders with the energy and vigor of young adults. Their faces beamed brightly, their eyes clear and shining with light, and their bodies toned from years of constant exercise. Their legs were strong and their wits sharp, while the Targaryen queens took longer to organize their thoughts. "I have to ask though, who do you believe will become the next king of Westeros?" asked Elagel. Don't you have an inkling as to that? Aaron asked back. I do, but for some reason I feel it might be off, Elagel answered. You could just simply say you could be wrong, Aaron pointed out. I know, Aaron, said Elagel, I just feel that way right now. Aaron nodded, and then said, do you believe that peace and harmony within the Targaryen family will endure? It won't. At least, not for much longer, Elagel firmly answered. What about you, Aaron? It depends on who's the chosen successor, Aaron shrugged. I feel the same way, Aaron, said Balandra. Elagel, who do you believe would be selected as next king? Magar, Elagel answered with a curled frown. He's a strong warrior and accomplished general, and his demeanor will keep other nobles in line. If it isn't Magar? Asked Balandra. Aenus, Elagel muttered, the nobles will be more willing to serve him, but his personality means potentially weakening House Targaryen if he's at the top, and I just can't see my parents nominating him. You don't look as concerned as I thought, Aaron, said Elagel. It's not that I'm not concerned, I just don't see a point in fearing what comes, Aaron explained, and besides, we can't avoid what's coming next. Balandra simply sighed, saying, I honestly don't know whether to be exasperated at your unflappable mien or to take comfort in it. I always did tell you to regard such things with greater gravity as is sensible. Aaron merely shrugged, a small smile on his face. Then Queen Rhoynish took center stage, and she unfurled a scroll to read. By the will of Aegon Targaryen, Aenus Targaryen is to succeed him as king. Shock reigned supreme among the audience, Magar's supporters and others alike. Magar himself was dumbfounded with shock, rendered mute and still and unresponsive to anyone and everyone. Elagel herself, while inwardly gladdened by this, was likewise shocked and confused by this declaration. Only the Targaryen queens and Aaron's inner circle remained unconcerned, maintaining the same unflappable mien as they did since the start of the funeral. Aaron, what's going on? Asked Elagel. Aaron turned to her to speak. Aegon spoke with me regarding the succession, just a month before his death. I. Aegon hacked a wet cough into his hand, and the physician attending him soothed him as he offered a cup of the milk of the poppy to dull his pain, a hopeless addict. Haggard, hunched over and fatigued both mentally and physically, he was a far cry from the strikingly handsome and strong conqueror king that brought Westeros to heel. Aaron pitied him this time, though his outward expression was a blank mask of courtesy. He bowed as he approached. Your Grace, you sent for me. Yes, Lord Rada, Aegon answered, his voice soft and raspy. Please, take a seat. Aaron did as told and took his place next to Aegon's bedside. The physician, having finished his routine checkup, promptly took his leave. Lord Rada, I am, not long for this world, Aegon admitted, a rare vulnerability in his expression, and I am worried. And Aaron could tell why. Is it regarding the succession, Your Grace? Asked Aaron. None other, Aegon answered, I have already talked with my wives about my heir-to-be, but I'd like your opinion. Who do you think should succeed me, Magar or Aenus? Aenus, Aaron answered in a heartbeat. Why, Lord Rada? Asked Aegon. I can see one reason why, but I'd like to hear what you have to say. Aaron saw a test coming, and he gave the answer he long ago prepared. Magar is far too temperamental and impulsive to be a good king, he said, a slight hint of concern in his words. While having a strong king is important, if he is too antagonistic towards the naysayers or honest critics, it can not only undermine trust and credibility in the royal dynasty, it will convince others to start forming factions in opposition against the ruling king. And if the king is seen as too weak and vacillating, he will easily be manipulated by his vassals in turn, making him a puppet subject to their whims. Aegon pointed out, as if expecting such an answer, you sound as if Aenus is the better option. Not to demean him, but... Aaron nodded in response, I will say this, Your Grace, Aenus is better suited to smoothing ruffled feathers, and does not come off as very threatening. Explain, Lord Rada, Aegon pressed. Of course, Your Grace, Aaron acquiesced, you know best your son's temperaments, and you are the one who has the final say in naming your successor, and this is exactly why you must not select an heir more likely to turn the nobility against your family, dragons or no dragons. By placing Prince Aenus on the throne, his personality will cause most nobles to let down their guard and believe him more susceptible to their politicking. In contrast, as Magar is a prominent lord paramount and governor of two of the richest regions of Essos, he possesses great power that makes the lords wary of him. In other words, you suggest using Aenus as bait to lure the lords into a false sense of complacency, yet have Magar ready to pounce on them at any time. Aegon questioned. Aaron sighed, not saying anything further. To Aegon, he took it with a nod of confirmation. I see, said Aegon, you know, I broached this topic with my wives, and while Visenya argued in favor of Magar, Rhoynish argued in favor of Aenus, giving me the very same reason you did. Aegon sighed heavily, to think being king is so much harder than riding a dragon and scorching your enemies to ash. All I can say is that as king, you must always live with the burden of your difficult decisions, said Aaron, I have no right to influence them. Aegon merely smirked, one would think you've gone soft. One look into Aaron's eyes made Aegon immediately reconsider his words. But I doubt the Black Fox is such, Aegon quickly finished. A pregnant silence ensued between the two, Aaron opting to remain silent as a statue and Aegon sorting out his thoughts. Then Aegon broke the silence. Do you still believe Maegor is a poor choice? Rather, do you believe the choice of ruler matters in influencing whether or not the king's peace holds? He asked with a cautionary warning in his tone, one would say you wish for the image of House Targaryen to be diminished. Aaron exhaled deeply through his nose. There are times that rather than have a strong but temperamental ruler capable of offending anyone but the deepest sycophants, it is better to have someone incapable of offending anyone, Aaron answered. Maegor shares too many similarities with Nymeria II, successor to Nymeria the Exile. Nymeria the Exile, the one who unified all Dorne? Asked Aegon. I say unified, more like forced into an uneasy confederation, Aaron corrected, and her successor was every bit the temperamental person Maegor is. In fact, due to her quarrelsome, impetuous nature, many of her own supporters were alienated as a result, and defected to her brother Mors III, the ruling prince of House Martell. You're saying that by not selecting Maegor as heir, I could avoid an even worse disaster? Questioned Aegon, and that I can preserve political stability. I am, stated Aaron, again, you have the final say, and I do not know enough of how Palatelian politics works to make a sound judgment on this. Yet I do implore you, your grace, not to make a decision that you will regret. Is that everything you have to say, Lord Rada? Asked Aegon. Yes, Aaron nodded. That will be all, said Aegon, you are dismissed. Your grace, Aaron bowed and took his leave. I. So even though he never gave you his answer, you expected this? Asked Balandra. I admit, I wasn't sure, Aaron clarified, seeing that he picked Rhoynish. However, he's likely come to terms with the reality that Maegor just isn't a suitable heir to his legacy. But Rhoynish becoming king means Maegor will likely try something, Elagel pointed out. Why did you not say that to my father, then? Aaron offered her a sad smile of sympathy. I doubt he would listen about that, said Aaron. Aegon was much too convinced in the infallibility of his house, long before that talk of ours. Elagel grit her teeth, unable to say anything to counter that. The only good thing was that she was out of the running, and yet, somehow she knew, she was still going to get dragged into this fermenting bullshit by rid of her lineage and deeds. For now, all we can do is prepare for the worst, Aaron said. Balandra, I will be exceptionally busy, so I need you to engage in diplomacy with our other allies in Essos. Either we secure some mercenary aid, or their non-interference. Of course, husband. Should I include House Blodfeld as our list of potential allies? Asked Balandra. Please do, Aaron nodded. Aaron, do we really need allies as distant as House Blodfeld? Asked Elagel. Considering just how many factors are at work in these circumstances, especially with the ongoing divide between the Faith's Septry and the old nobility, Westeros will be in for harsh times to come, Aaron asserted. How we prepare will heavily influence how we weather the storm. III. 34 AC. Sam. Aaron Rada. Aaron could not hold back his tears, his shoulders trembling and his throat racked with sobs that he stifled through closed lips. His children wept as well, and both he and Balandra offered what comfort they could. Aerys and Amelia Rada had passed away a month ago, and now his paramour Elia Rada Nakorgile had as well. My love. Balandra shed tears for Elia, and gently wiped them from Aaron's face. Aaron returned the gesture, small yet meaningful. From the Rhoyne, the mother of all rivers, we are brought forth from its waters. We carry her love inside us. Now, in death, we commit back what was given freely. May the oarsman guide this departed soul back into Rhoyne Amharai's awaiting embrace. May fair Naloru carry her foster sister on her journey home. The hydromancers offered their last rites and prayers, just as the body of Elia Corgile was gently laid upon a boat filled with straw and linen. Bowing to Aaron, the lead hydromancer led the way and bade for everyone to clear a path. Then he and Balandra went to one side of the boat, and together they pushed it out towards the Greenblood River, sailing upon its final journey. Wiping his tears and steadying himself, he took an offered bow and arrow, and lighting the arrow on fire with a nearby torch, he took aim and released. His aim was true, and the fire arrow struck the boat, igniting the straw. By the end of the hour, the body would burn to ash long before the boat would begin to capsize. Soon everyone began to take their leave, and the Rada family returned to rest in the Arsam keep for the night. Aaron sat in the solar that was once his parents', staring blankly out the window into the night sky, the glittering diamonds and glowing topaz orb granting him no solace and comfort. Aaron. Balandra entered the solar and wrapped her arms around Aaron for comfort, and he gently squeezed her hand. Aaron, I'm worried, Balandra admitted. They say Maegor's beginning to gather troops and weapons in the cities of Bravos and Pentos, and is stepping up his recruitment drive. Queens Visenya and Rhoynish had passed in their old age last year, and Rhoynish, bereft of their guiding presence, faltered greatly in his governance of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. His weak and vacillating personality meant the nobles were becoming increasingly problematic, their endless petitions ranging from reassertion of the faith's rights and privileges to curbing House Blodfeld's growing trade influence. Maegor, ever the impetuous and quarrelsome prince, argued countless times against King Rhoynish whenever he made decisions and policies he felt tarnished the authority of House Targaryen. Ironically, the nobles who sought to manipulate and pressure Rhoynish Targaryen also came to his defense, and their combined influence was such that Maegor could not do the same politically, directly or indirectly. Divisions between the faith's septri grew worse by the year, and by now the most devout and other high-ranking septons were united in opposition against a growing Reformation movement aimed at curbing their influence, to minimize their interference in secular politics. Lord Edmund Gardner and Lord Brandil Tarly remained steadfast in their efforts, going as far as to educate their subjects on the failings of the faith and its corrupt practices. It reminded Aeron of his fading memories of Earth, the beginnings of the wars of faith between the Catholics and Protestants that culminated in centuries of religious contention. Even in the modern age, tensions persisted between the two faiths in certain parts of the world, Northern Ireland one prime example. The maesters of the citadel were also facing increasing numbers of acolytes and low-ranking members leaving for greener pastures elsewhere, educating small folk at the insistence of lords willing to pay for their services, and rumors grew that Eckard Blodfeld himself was sponsoring the creation of a new public education system aimed at improving literacy levels in his lands. Tensions between Lord Ronalaran and his brother Jonos reached an all-time high, and the mountain clansmen were readying to make greater raids against the Andal lords. The Ironborn were busy building new ships and training new troops, and some worried they were preparing themselves for another raid on Westerosi soil when the time came. And House Bolton itself was making countless concerning moves in the north, making alliances and trade offers and amassing military power. War will come, I'm certain, Aeron said, do not worry for us. I cannot help but be worried at this point, Aeron, Belandra corrected, in fact, I'm worried about what Maegor might do once he realizes what you have planned. You said that House Targaryen is not destined to rule the land for long, but then who will govern the rest of Westeros? Or will this confederacy crumble and the land splintering into independent kingdoms once again? That I don't know for sure, Aeron admitted, though his tone was slightly evasive, it'll depend on what we and other factions do next. We've come this far and you've never led us astray, Belandra smiled, I trust you will lead us through this. Thank you for your trust, Aeron smiled. III. 37 AC. First moon. The dreaded day had come. Jonosaran usurped the throne and deposed his brother Ronal. House Royce led troops and besieged the Eyrie, to which Jonos threw Ronal and his entire family through the moon door in an act of kinslaying. Harren the Red murdered Lord Gargan Kahiris and took the castle of Harrenhal, ending the house by killing the sole heir in a nearby god's wood. A drowned priest of the Iron Islands claimed to be the son of the drowned god, proclaiming himself the rightful king and House Greyjoy to be usurpers. No one knows his origins or his true motive, but jealous Iron Lords who did not benefit from the plunder from Essos or envied House Greyjoy's achievements joined in his rebellion. He claimed to be the priest King Lodos Reborn, naming himself Lodos the Twice Drowned, and his power was concentrated on the Isles of Great Wick and Old Wick. Lord Orys Baratheon marched to the Vale and violently put down the rebellion, though he died in the process, killed by a lucky shot to the neck by mountain clansmen who attacked his army. Casualties were few, but the loss of the hand was a severe blow. Lord Alan Stokeworth marched an army from the Crownlands, and the finest legionnaires ended Harren's outlaws, but Harren the Red himself managed to get a lucky strike in and cut Alan's jugular, and despite the physician's best efforts, he died of blood loss. House Greyjoy quickly put down the rebellion on its home soil, though the damage was done. The deaths of two prominent lords served as a black mark for King Rhaenys early into his reign, and calls were made by various lords for their replacement. Lord Aeron Rada mediated disputes as best as he could, but he himself was made the target of countless malicious rumors by the green, overeager nobles whose only skills were flattery and rumor-mongering, and it seemed like the political bickering was set to continue. Then one day, Maegor declared Rhaenys unfit to rule, and initiated naval battles off the waters of Blackwater Bay. Initial skirmishes were bloody, and close to 24 ships were sunk in a matter of days. Maegor flew upon Zikos, incinerating many ships with his siblings who followed him. This served as a catalyst, for wars began to break out all across Westeros. River lords opposed to House Tully's rule violently rebelled, calling their banners all across the region. The mountain clansmen initiated a war with House Arryn, intent on reclaiming their ancestral lands. House Bolton revolted against House Stark, as they always have countless times in history, with houses like Whitehill supporting them. The Reach was split in half between the Purists and the Reformists, with House Gardner and Tarly on the Reformists' side and Houses Hightower, Florent and Redwyne championing the Purists. Storm Lords opposed to House Baratheon revolted, aiming to place a distant relative of the Durrandon line upon the throne. The branch families of House Lannister promptly deposed Castan Rain and ended his rule, usurping power and declaring the Westerlands independence. Only Dorne remained relatively stable, and it now had to decide which path it wished to take. 1. The contrast between the health of Rada and the Targaryen queens made some whisper that the former was somehow blessed, baseless rumors that were quickly quashed. 2. To deal with his phantom pains, Aegon relied so much on milk of the poppy that he developed a terrible addiction to the substance, which led many to believe this shortened his lifespan. Chapter LXV, The Hurtful Truth. 37 AC. 5th Moon. Royahum, God's Grace. Rada. It was just mere days after the outbreak of civil war throughout Westeros, and all the land was reeling from this breaking of the king's peace. In all honesty though, it was not unexpected. For years, King Aenys's vacillating, weak personality allowed him to be easily influenced and pressured by other players in the king's court, and while Queens Visenya and Rhoynish managed to hold them at bay, with them gone Aenys's authority was on a steady decline, with more nobles willfully ignoring his concerns or openly attempting to curry more favor with him, all the while poor Aenys struggled to maintain a semblance of order. And given Maegor's temperament, he would sooner resort to the use of force to rectify such a shortcoming before he would even consider the use of subtle diplomacy. And that would spiral down to civil war, the very first of the 7 kingdoms in the Targaryen dynasty at such a troublesome time. Elagel was left utterly conflicted. Many called upon her to declare for either of her siblings, the sole wild card in this game. She delayed her answer, and when pressed for an answer, she was evasive and refused to answer directly, leaving many to wildly speculate on her reasoning. And in such times of doubt and uncertainty, she decided to consult the one person she trusted as a second father and her greatest teacher, Rada. "You're incredibly troubled," Aeron pointed out. "Am I?" asked Elagel. "It's plain on your face, and many servants told me of your recent behavior," Aeron stated. "What's wrong?" "I think you already know, but it's regarding the future of House Targaryen," said Elagel, "and to be honest, I still can't decide if I'm to raise arms or just not do anything." Aeron set down his cup on the table, his fingers crossed and his eyes fully on Elagel. "Is it because you cannot bring yourself to fight against your own family?" he asked. "Partly," Elagel nodded, "and partly because I don't know if I'm ready for the throne." "Please explain," Aeron beckoned. Elagel took a deep breath, then began to pour out her heart. "You've given me the best education anyone could ever ask for, helped me become more self-confident, and gave me the warmest and most comforting family that I could ever be blessed with. Even when others of my family doubted me, even whispered horrible things, you stood firm and even went as far as chastising them in front of their parents. If I had to choose between House Targaryen and House Rada, I would honestly say House Rada." Aeron smiled softly, proud and touched at her words, though Elagel's sorrowful expression made it tinged with sorrow. "I've had whispers in my dreams, Aeron. They all say. They say that House Targaryen's time is at an end, that rather than clinging to lingering feelings for my former house, I should cast them aside, treat them as dead." Aeron solemnly nodded, taking his seat beside a crestfallen Elagel, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "For what it's worth, I wish I could help you decide, but this is a decision that no one, not even I, and especially not the gods, can decide for you," Aeron gently informed. "You say you still cannot decide." Elagel wordlessly nodded, her lips trembling and her eyes full of doubt, lost and confused. "Then let's start with your dreams, Elagel," suggested Aeron. "How long have you had them?" "Ever since Maegor's declaration of rebellion," Elagel answered. Is it the same dream every night, or is there any variation?" "Some nights it is the same, on other nights, I see blood and violence. I see Maegor's and Zakosa's corpses at my feet, my own swords covered in blood, their blood." Elagel did not tremble or shake, she was made of sterner stuff, but one aspect of her doubt became clear. "You have no wish to be a kinslayer?" asked Aeron. Elagel exhaled slowly through her nose. "I just feel if I actually did that, I'd be no better than Maegor," she explained. "Continue," said Aeron. "There was one dream in particular that struck me the most," said Elagel, "one where the dragon that once flew over Westeros was struck down by a fox, its coat a pitch-black color and its eyes locked with mine in a predatory gaze." This time Aeron looked slightly alarmed, his face scrunched in concentration as he tried to find an answer to this unexpected conundrum. "To my knowledge, there's only one such black fox in the world," stated Elagel, her eyes now fully on Aeron's. "Aeron, what does this mean? Is there something you're not telling me?" Emotions warred within Aeron's eyes, a mixture of shock, confusion, bargaining, and depression all phasing between each other in the short span of seconds. Elagel waited patiently, saying nothing as she anticipated and dreaded the answer she would receive from Aeron. Eventually, after a few ponderous minutes of pregnant silence, Aeron heaved a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumped and his eyes downcast. He looked so much older, the weight of the world's desires and his own ambitions finally dragging him down like a stack of heavy bricks. "Before I answer, might I ask if you know exactly why you have those dreams?" asked Aeron. Elagel answered, "I hear the voice of Balerion himself, as if the father of all dragons was by my side. He tells me, the saga of House Targaryen is drawing to a close, while House Rada continues onward. Beyond that, nothing else. Aaron covered his mouth, instantly realizing what it meant. I don't think you'll ever like the answer I have to give, he admitted. No, I won't, Elagel affirmed, but could you tell me, regardless? Aaron sighed, very well. And he steeled himself before he began to speak. Based on what your dreams are telling you, Balerion is speaking in no uncertain terms that House Targaryen is doomed to fall, and crumble into extinction at my hands, at the hands of House Rada. Maegor and Aenys are the reason why. How do you know? How are you so certain? Questioned Elagel. Not long after the war with Volantis and its renaming into the Archonship of Doria, when I charted the first expedition into long-lost Coryonid, I met with Rhoynish herself in the ruins of what used to be the Grand Palace, seat of the long-dead Prince Garen the Great, Aaron explained, shocking Elagel. You met Mother Rhoyne herself? She gasped, that is. I know how unbelievable it sounds, and there were times when I thought I was dreaming, Aaron reassured, and yet she came before me. She told me that House Targaryen was cursed by the 14 as punishment for the hubris of the 40 families of Valyria. She said that the doom was caused by the 14 themselves unleashing their anger upon the 14 flames, causing them to erupt and wipe out the heart of Valyrian civilization due to the Dragon Lords attempting a ritual, a misguided attempt at attaining godhood. Somehow, it both makes sense and doesn't at the same time, Elagel admitted. Did the Dragon Lords truly attempt something so asinine? I don't know for sure, Aaron answered, but the gods would never do something like this without due reason. And House Targaryen was cursed, even though they never partook in this ritual? Even though they just left Valyria to build their own domain? Questioned Elagel. It is because of the highly poisonous ideas they espoused to their children, and so long as they persist, the 14's anger will never truly abate, Aaron answered matter-of-factly, and considering what it has led to. Then House Targaryen is truly doomed. Elagel said sadly, even if they survive this civil war, their misfortune will never stop until they are completely gone, one way or another. Aaron dipped his head in a nod. In all honesty, I didn't want to believe it was true, that the family my parents worked so hard to build would crumble just like that. Elagel muttered, her lips trembling and her shoulders tense with anger and disbelief. Aaron reached out to hold her hand, but she instinctively withdrew it. Can I ask why it must be you, Aaron? Asked Elagel, why must it be the one man I trust so much, and who was once my father Aegon's greatest ally? Aaron answered, if I were to say I originally planned to rebel against him, against House Targaryen, to earn Dorne's independence once again. A dichotomy of betrayal and shock flashed across Elagel's face all at once, and she instinctively recoiled as she stood up from the sofa, narrowing her eyes at Aaron. Why? That was all she could ask, words failing her this moment in an ocean of emotional turmoil. House Targaryen is doomed to fall, as you know, but curse or no curse, they would fall into the same pitfall of arrogance and delusional invincibility, just as the Dragon Lords of old Valyria did, Aaron stated clearly, an arrogance only made more pronounced by their dragons and lack of capable powers to bring them low. Unless you count Dorne's hydromancers, Elagel finished. Aaron nodded, I could not allow future generations of Dornish to be enslaved to the mad whims of a self-destructive house, not least because of a defective prophecy that would eventually drive the land to the brink of destruction, the prophecy of ice and fire. The prophecy of ice and fire, words she had not heard in many years since her fostering in Dorne started. The prince that was promised, born of ice and fire, who would save the land from doom at the hands of an eternal winter. Many believed that the fire was House Targaryen, and a handful of her siblings seemed taken with it. Maegor dismissed it as did her parents, calling it childish fantasy. Any and all wood switches found guilty of perpetrating this so-called prophecy were to be put to the sword, so King Aegon decreed. Strangely enough, many Northmen from Gosmerch also participated, behaving very derisively towards them, calling them liars and deluded fools who cannot accept that their prophecy was meaningless. Many of their druids, the northern equivalent of septons and septas, accompanied them, proclaimed these wood switches liars and charlatans. It's a meaningless prophecy, Aaron. Why worry about that now? She asked. In another time, perhaps without the backing of a Valyrian religion, future generations of Targaryens would easily be influenced by this prophecy, and even force their children to marry each other for the sake of it, not to gain any form of political advantage or other benefits, Aaron explained, his tone unusually fierce, and they would drag down everyone else with them. You truly believe that? Asked Elagel again, unsettled by Aaron's certainty. Yes, I do, affirmed Aaron, to answer why, I must say I was shown a vision by the gods. What? If this prophecy was given by the gods, why would they then show you a vision suggesting another path where the prophecy was irrelevant? Said Elagel. When I had my talk with Rhoynish in Coryonid, she told me that not long after I was born, the gods fought each other in a war in the heavenly realm, Aaron explained, they severely disagreed over the prophecy, and they fought and killed each other as a result. The Udohanur and the 14 were among those who disagreed. What? Why? How? Elagel massaged her forehead for a brief moment. Now you're outright saying complete and utter garbage. Aaron helplessly shrugged, that is what I was told, all things considered. When exactly did you plan to rebel? Asked Elagel. After King Aegon died, said Aaron, I felt that Visenya and Rhaenys's children would eventually feud with each other over control of the throne, and that would be the best time to strike. Why are you even telling me this? You could have easily kept quiet and I'd be none the wiser, and then maybe my impression of you wouldn't be ruined like this. Elagel trembled with anger. Instead you do what might be the stupidest thing you've ever done in your entire life. Why, Aaron? Because of the dreams you told me you were having, Elagel, Aaron answered. If Balerion himself is going as far as to tell you all of this, it means he believes you are ready to be trusted with this knowledge. At least, that's what I believe. That struck Elagel mute. Never in her wildest imagination did she think she would ever receive such an answer to such a convoluted question. Can you claim to know if this is truly what it is? Asked Elagel. Can a mortal ever hope to comprehend a god's mysterious mind or plans? Asked Aaron rhetorically, and, for what it's worth, I hope to not tell you, to spare you the pain. What about now? Asked Elagel, will you still declare independence? If nothing changes, if there's no other option, then yes, Aaron answered. Elagel took a deep breath, willing herself to control her emotions. When she felt ready, she exited the door and closed it shut, leaving without another word and without looking back at Aaron. Aaron leaned back, his face looking upwards at the ceiling. Tears spilled from his eyes, his teeth biting into his lip, feelings of anguish and regret tearing him apart within. He regretted shattering his daughter's hopes and ignorance. Oh, how deep it cut into his heart, how deeply he wished at times like this that he did not have such power and responsibility. And yet he could not afford to discard his ambition, not when the future of Dorne was at stake. Heavy lay the crown upon the head, and heavier still were the king's burdens. I'm sorry, Elagel. I'm so sorry. I. That night, she dreamed again, her heavy heart causing tears to spill unbidden unto her pillow. She knew her father in all but blood would never do something so risky as a rebellion without due cause and without adequate preparation. His rebellion against House Martell was well founded on grounds of stagnation and oppression of the Rhoynish culture and religion, and their lack of willingness to punish wayward houses like Will. His rebellion against House Targaryen, on the other hand, was on grounds of a self-destructive ideology perpetrated by possession of dragons and their lineage, and if his words were true it meant that no matter what, the last house of dragon lords was doomed to a terrible end. And the worst part was that it all rang true, she just could not see a future where House Targaryen would not tear itself apart in civil war again. Who knows how many Mormagers and Aenises would be born throughout history? Certainly many more than the number of Elagels and Aarons born in a few centuries. When she opened her eyes, this time the dreamscape was no featureless, blank void but a field of yellowed grass, wilted and on the verge of dying. The sun set in the distance, thick clouds hanging overhead, the trees wilted and bereft of leaves. Child, thou art sorrowful, she heard a familiar voice ask, what troubles thee? She looked up to see the huge maw of a dragon in front of her face. Gargantuan in size, its scales were a uniform glossy ebony color, its amber eyes shining with intelligence far beyond mortals, its wings a translucent grey. Startled, she jumped and withdrew as she moved to draw her swords, only to grab air. The dragon chuckled mirthfully in amusement, speaking in the tongue of humans. Come, child. Thou art need not be afraid. Prithee, hear what I have to say. Balerion? Asked Elagel. None other, Balerion answered, dipping his head in a nod. Forgive me, Balerion. I did not expect you to come, Elagel said. 'Tis all right, child, Balerion reassured, tell me, what troubles thee? And so, Elagel told Balerion all that she learned, the recent dreams she had, the discussion with Aaron, and the disturbing revelation that Aaron once plotted to rebel against House Targaryen and declare independence, despite being trusted allies. When she finished, she felt tears spilling out of her eyes, and she hurriedly turned her face away while she wiped them. Dost thou wishest this to not be true? Asked Balerion. Yes, I dearly wish so, Balerion, said Elagel. Then I must declare every word to be true, child, for I sent thou those dreams, Balerion said. House Targaryen no longer holds favor with the 14. Elagel continued to face away, her hopes crushed, not wishing for Balerion to see her crestfallen face. Child, look at me, Balerion said. Elagel compiled, and Balerion saw her tearful face in full, her eyes red and puffy. Extending a claw, he gently wiped away a single tear. Do not cry, child. 'Tis merely the result of their actions and that of their ancestors, Balerion explained. Aaron Rada merely does what he believes the best course of action for Westeros. How can you say that when his rebellion would destabilize Westeros instead? Asked Elagel. Doth thee believeth the great houses of Westeros capable of change on their own, Elegel. Asked Balryan, thou know it best they would simply squabble and war with each other time and again as they always have for countless centuries. Only the coming of House Rada stoppeth their feuds, a common enemy they share. Elegel could say nothing in return to counter that statement. Doth thou wish it to understand the true motivations behind Aaron Rada's actions, why the champion of Rhoynam Harry wished to embark on his ambition? Asked Balryan. Yes, please. In the face of such a heartfelt statement, Balryan nodded, and then said to her, prepare thyself for what I shall show thee. Balryan showed her a vision, one of chilling winter sweeping the entire landscape like a gigantic tidal wave. It was cold, far colder than what mortal humans could tolerate, and she felt the chill penetrate deep into her bones. In the distance, she saw shambling corpses, half rotted or completely decomposed, forming a massive horde charging towards armies of the living, their mouths hung open in eternal moaning, their eyes filled with unlife. And at the back of the shambling mob, a group of white-skinned humanoids who terrified her, their eyes a chilling winter blue. They radiated the winter chill, as if they were winter itself. Try as they might, the living could not hold them back, and they were soon overwhelmed. When the last of them died, the living humanoids raised their arms, and the corpses soon rose from the ground, joining the ranks of the dead. The ones thou saw are the great others, living embodiments of winter who once brought forth the long night and nearly brought the world of the living to its knees, Balryan explained. Come 3 centuries' time, they will return, intent on finishing what they started. The great others, those beings told of in stories and folklore, why tell me this? Asked Elegel. Because Westeros must unite, but the great houses would sooner reclaim their independence and return things to as they were before. House Targaryen lacks what it takes to unite them, House Rada does, Balryan further explained, and because Aaron Rada alone knows what it truly takes to unite a conquered realm. And for that reason, you want him to be the conqueror of Westeros? Asked Elegel. Yes, I do, Balryan nodded, I tell thee this, because I wish thee to lend thine strength to him for the war to come. I know this. I know now, and yet, to just throw away my former family like this, it feels like I'm betraying them, Elegel muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it truly betraying them when thine own siblings are running it into the ground? When they threaten everything else thou holdeth dear? Balryan put forth, Maegor shall never tolerate thine existence so long as thee liveth, for above all else, he is fearful and jealous of thine accomplishments, and wishes dearly to put thee down to sate his own ego. To that end, he shall declare war on Dorne for its failure to answer. Elegel sharply looked at Balryan, then took a deep breath. Would he go that far? Elegel muttered, before shaking her head, no, he would go that far. Not only would Maegor dare threaten the sanctity of Dorne, he would possibly go after her husband Laurent and their children, and that was the one thing she would not tolerate. I see thou hath come to thine own conclusion. Good, said Balryan, I ask thee then, who art thou? I am not Elegel Targaryen, I am Elegel Rada, she declared. Smiling at her, Balryan then said, then let thou set forth upon thine path thou art have chosen, and may thee never falter. And with that, the dream ended. I. The next day, Elegel met Aaron in his solar for discussion. Aaron. Elegel began, I just wanted to say I'm sorry, for storming off like that. I'm the one who should be sorry, said Aaron. Regardless, I'm here to tell you my decision, proclaimed Elegel, I've decided to support your ascension to the throne. This time Aaron was completely dumbstruck and at a loss for words. To give you context, I was approached by Balryan last night in my dreams, Elegel explained, he affirmed the truth of your words to me yesterday, and that he was the one who gave me those dreams. To be honest, I never expected that you'd be a dragon dreamer one since yesterday, said Aaron, what else did he say to you? That rather than be anguished over what my former family has become, it's better to let go, Elegel answered, to be truthful, I knew that House Targaryen wouldn't last long, not as it is, even though I did dearly wish otherwise. And right now I'm not Elegel Targaryen, Princess of King's Landing, but Elegel Rada too, Princess of Royalham. I am your good daughter. And rather than claim the throne for myself, I think it's better for you to have it instead, because I know Westeros will be in good hands. And Aaron embraced her in a tight hug, kissing her forehead once, relief washing over him. Thank you, Elegel. Thank you so much for those words, he muttered, shedding tears of happiness. As they broke the embrace, Elegel said, that being said, I don't think we should just declare for ourselves so quickly, others might take us as power-hungry and eager to destabilize the kingdom for our own ends. Declaring for Rhaenys isn't an option, as you know, Aaron pointed out, though doing so would mean showing our opposition to Maegor and thus bring more of the nobility to our side. Honestly, I don't think he'll last very long, either, said Elegel. Maegor has the battle-hardened dragon riders on his side, while Rhaenys and his like-minded siblings lack their experience. He will try to resist, I'm certain, but for naught. Meaning we'll likely have to let him die, Aaron suggested, when that happens and he declares war on us, that's when we get the righteous cause on our side. That we will, said Aaron, let's get the people assembled, we've a war to plan for. I'll have it no other way, Elagel smiled. I. A missive had arrived from King's Landing, read to all courtiers in Rhoynish. King's Landing had fallen to a lightning strike by Magur's forces, and King Aenus and all his siblings who allied with him were slain in battle, their dragons fallen. Assuming the mantle of king, Magur then issued his next proclamation, Elagel Targaryen was declared a rebel, and all other lords of Westeros called to arms to slay the traitorous wench undeserving of her dragon. Anyone and everyone who sided with her was declared a rebel and thus to be dealt with accordingly. The Dornish courtiers were appalled by this declaration, for Elagel was now one of the Dornish, a decorated general and beloved princess. For Magur to go so far was to go against everything House Rata had done for House Targaryen. Standing before the courtiers, Aaron tore apart the declaration and cast it into a nearby brazier. Magur has demonstrated to the entire world his incompetency and lackluster nature, displaying his empty pride and ego for all to see. Aaron declared, angered beyond measure, he spat upon the alliance between our two houses, he spat upon everything our dear Elagel has achieved in the name of the Iron Throne, and worse of all, he spat upon the unity of his own household, slaying his own brothers and sisters in battle. I say no more. I say we fight Magur, and show him the price of backstabbing one's own allies. All the court cheered uproariously, Rhoynish and Bytrenor and Valyrian alike. Then Elagel stepped forward and declared to everyone, House Targaryen is no longer fit to rule the land, sad as I am to say. In my brother's hands, it shall be driven to ruin. For this reason, I hereby relinquish my claim to the Iron Throne, and grant it to Aaron Rata instead. Gasps of shock and pleasant surprise rang out among the audience, yet very quickly they declared their support. Hurrah for King Aaron Rata! Hail the new king of the Seven Kingdoms! Hail, hail! Aaron raised a fist to quieten down the courtiers, and they fell silent again. If it is the people's wish, then I am at their command. He declared, ready the troops. This day, we go to war. As the speech ended and the courtiers were dismissed, Aaron and Elagel quickly convened in the war room to plan their next move. Fine speech, my lord, said Huang Shui smilingly, before turning to face Elagel, I didn't think you'd really give up your claim to the throne, Lady Rata. It's just to make several things easier, Huang Shui, said Elagel. Be that as it may, there has been no such precedent in all of history, your highness, said Jaehaerys. I'm not a princess of House Targaryen anymore, Calderon, no need to call me your highness anymore, said Elagel. Of course, your I mean my lady, Jaehaerys corrected himself, so what is our strategy for this war? Ordinarily, if the other kingdoms were united, we'd be facing a war of attrition, so I would have considered using the Red Mountains and deserts to our advantage and whittle them down one army at a time. Aaron pointed at the map of Westeros, it would be a winnable, but very difficult war to fight, and one that would have utterly exhausted our military and economic potential. As things stand, however, we can afford to go on the offensive, but only after we blunt Magur's initial offensive, Huang Shui added, pointing at the seas between the Stormlands and Dorne, he will likely attempt to attack first with sheer force of dragon numbers, hoping to strike us down before we can formulate any kind of defense. Magur is arrogant beyond measure, it's a simple task to bait him out and convince him to disperse his forces, Elanzo suggested, employ a strategy of divide and conquer, use as many decoys as possible and kill them one at a time. That's our best bet right now, Elagel agreed, once we finish off the enemy dragon riders, we march upon the rest of Westeros. And this time, we must finish what Aegon the Conqueror never did. Then that will be all, Aaron said, declare a state of emergency throughout Dorne and warn every single fortress, castle, town, and village to anticipate dragon riders. Saint Alia, obtain information on the Targaryens' predicted targets. My lord, said Saint Alia. Everyone else, ready your troops, Aaron finished, I'll see you all on the other side. With the war council finished, it was time to prepare. Will they win against the Targaryens, or will they be massacred first? Only time would tell. One dragon dreamer, refers to those with the blood of the dragon capable of having prophetic dreams of sorts. They often, but do not always, involve dragons. 2. Some diehard Targaryen loyalists would brand Elagel a traitor for forsaking her namesake, owing to her deeper loyalties to Dorne. She would forever be the subject of polarized opinions by future historians, but also a prime example of how loyalties could be swayed by the right treatment of people. Chapter LXVI, Dragon Against Dragon, Part I. 37 AC. 5th Moon. Yarben, Skirich. Magur Targaryen. Zakos was forced to swerve to the side as another magic spell narrowly missed him, his rider staring angrily at the fortifications of the castle of Skirich that pelted spell after spell at his person. Trust the damned black fox to be a damned pain in the rear, Magur muttered, I swear, I will have his head one way or the other. Then he felt a rush of wind close to his face, and he cursed loudly in High Valyrian. Those wind lances, one will be the death of us, Magur cursed, brothers and sisters, cover me. His siblings obeyed and formed a spherical formation, using bursts of magic and dragon fire to form a protective barrier around Zakos and Magur, and together they descended upon the walls of Skirich, and though heavy anti-air fire wounded several dragons and forced them to break away, their sacrifice was enough for 3 dragons to make it through and scorch the walls, burning several mages and wind lances and creating an opening across a large stretch of walls. Yet one of Magur's brothers fell to his ignominious death, speared clean through his armor by a lance of water. Magur grit his teeth, yet continued his barrage, scorching the walls clean of any and all mages and wind lances they could find. When they could see no more, they beat a hasty retreat, allowing them to lick their wounds. Looking back at the castle, Magur silently swore to repay the Dornish 1,000-fold for this insult. Brother, will this be enough? Magur turned to face his brother Makar, who spoke, a hint of uncertainty underneath his arrogance. Makar Targaryen, like Magur, shared his derision for Elegel, who was a dragonless rider for much of her life, and was a skilled warrior talented with the use of a sword. Compared to his bullish, bulky brother, he was on the slimmer side, compensating for his reduced strength with greater flexibility and agility. It has to be enough, Magur replied. The infamous Lord High Admiral will be watching the narrow sea for any landings, and if we try to fight them conventionally, we will be playing right into their hands. We must not allow the Dornish any moment of reprieve. I see, said Makar. Should we not focus on bringing the Stormlands under our control, though? Then at least we have a secure land route for our armies. The Grand Duke Rada is not the kind to be patient and idle, and will resort to every dirty trick imaginable to wear us down. I believe we already discussed that. Magur shook his head. Furthermore, even with our dragons, the Stormlanders are a very unruly lot, and it will take more than dragon might to bring them to heel. The plan for Magur was to gradually weaken Dorne's defenses and exhaust their troops with a series of repeated lightning-fast strikes at crucial strongpoints all across Dorne, from fortresses to naval forts, and at vital supply bases to reduce the duchy's logistical capabilities. By forcing them to waste time and energy putting out fire after fire and slowly chipping away at their strength, the ducal army and navy would be weakened enough for an all-out assault by Magur's forces, once the Stormlands was brought to heel and their forces augmenting the Crownlander army. So far, their strategy had borne fruit, but the duchy was swift to adapt and their defenses tightened, and any exposed weaknesses were quickly rectified with startling speed. As a result, it became increasingly difficult for Magur's forces to conduct their attacks, and as evidenced by this recent battle, they lost a dragon. Though, I have to admit, we can ill afford to lose another dragon, Magur reluctantly admitted. Every single one is precious and takes years to rear and train, and if we lose more before our war with Dorne begins in earnest. Losing Viserys is already terrible enough. Viserys the Elder, third son of Visenya and Aegon Targaryen, a man who dutifully followed in Magur's footsteps rather than follow the weak, vacillating King Aenys, a man who did not excel in martial talent or strategy but who helped organize his forces. It was he who brought King's Landing into order after the chaos of Magur's initial coup, organizing the logistics of Magur's future campaigns. His loss would be keenly felt, and Magur would be hard-pressed to maintain his logistical abilities. In that case, I do believe we should focus on subduing the Stormlands first, Makar suggested. Once we bring the region under our control, we can maintain a long-term guerrilla campaign too against the Red Mountain strongholds and maintain our strategy. We should also be able to mobilize both the Royal and Stormlander navies once we complete the subjugation. Magur nodded. I shall leave organizing our logistics to you, Makar. As you command, my king, Makar smiled. Aye. 6th Moon. Arsam, Swordport. Aaron Rada. Aaron sighed as he read the latest report from his scouts, received just a week after the latest dragon attack on Skirich that resulted in 1 Targaryen dragon dead. The Stormlands have fallen, and House Baratheon and the other Storm Lords have been forced into line by Magur. Their armies and navies have joined the Crownlander's own. Expect increased attacks along the Red Mountains and Narrow Sea. Contrary to expectations, Magur took a far shorter time to subdue and reorganize the Stormlander forces than expected, using a combination of shock and awe and subterfuge to completely overwhelm opposition and undermine their unity. Not long after the last opposition was subdued, Magur conducted a mass execution of all guilty lords, killing them in the most gruesome manner while forcing the other Storm Lords to watch, terrifying them to the core. Then he placed their families under house arrest, threatening a worse fate for them should they fail to fight for his cause. Only House Baratheon was spared stricter conditions, being given the option to opt out if necessary out of respect for Orys, though given House Baratheon's status as Lord Paramount they had no choice, if only to maintain their vassals' respect due to their lack of dragon riders. And in a culture where preservation of the bloodline was a crucial pillar of noble society, there was no other option. I have to give it to my brother, his ruthlessness in suppressing dissent is unparalleled, Elegel remarked. Already our scouts report increased attacks all across our northern coast, and the stepstones themselves sites of grueling battles. We can't divert any more troops to our northern defenses, either, said Aaron. If we do, chances are that Makar will lead surprise attacks and increase the damage there. If it were not such a repulsive enemy we're fighting, I would almost relish the challenge, Elanzo remarked, and Makar is perhaps the closest I have to a rival. Is he a problem for you, Elanzo? Huang Shui asked. Is he such a problem for you, Huang Shui? Asked Elanzo back. Huang Shui shrugged, not truly. But he is a huge problem, next to Makar. Elanzo nodded, he's begun to use some of our own tactics against us as well. His new flamethrower ships stocked with wildfire have wreaked havoc among our own fleets, and we've lost quite a number of flotillas and sailors in recent clashes. Our own defences are holding and our magi are performing admirably, though I would give only 3 months before we reach our limit. And that will be the time when we strike, said Aaron, and all eyes turned to him, or rather, that will be the time we counterattack when Makar conducts his planned offensive. I doubt he'll not notice, or his brother strategist Makar, Lagel stated. They know, we know, and yet this is our only option, Aaron nodded reluctantly. Until then, we must weather this war of attrition as best as we can. If anyone believed Dorne incapable of defense after nearly 4 decades of peace, they had another thing coming. III. 8th Moon. An unnamed village. By the coming of the 8th moon, attacks were reaching a feverish pitch. The Dornish gave as good as they got, and under the tactical direction of the Black Fox himself, Dorne's most decorated generals bled the Crownlander Stormlander forces increasingly dry. Almost every skirmish they fought, the Dornish won. And yet they were no closer to victory than they were almost 2 months ago. Not only fortresses and ports, many villages had also been caught in the crossfire, attacked and razed to the ground, their inhabitants put to the sword. The Dornish armies did the best they could to protect the people, but they could not save everyone. This attack was just one of countless skirmishes and counterattacks, and Lagel Targaryen skirmished in the skies with Makar Targaryen atop Castancare, fighting for control of the airspace above a single village in the Red Mountains. It was not an easy fight, both were seasoned fighters and commanders, and their respective dragon bonds were as strong as Valyrian steel. Their dragons were equally massive and nimble, and every strike was as risky as it was daring. Dracarys. A gout of violet-colored flames baked the air where Makar and his dragon were, and Makar was quick to unleash a gout of blood fire in retaliation. Their dogfight was hairy, the margin of survival measured by the thickness of a hair strand, both refusing to yield a single inch. Lagel's swordsmanship, on the other hand, proved far superior, owing to her greater experience fighting without a dragon compared to Makar in one of history's greatest ironies. On the ground, the battle was equally bloody, as the Dornishmen fighting savagely to protect the people who fled the carnage. Many villagers already lay dead, men, women and children alike, and those that remained desperately ran as far as their legs could carry them. General Villar led a determined counterattack, his infantry holding firm like a wall of rock against a wave of fire, gradually pushing forward like a rumbling mountain. Their attack was swift and merciless, their daily routine. Hold fast, men. Show them the price of invading Dorne. Villar boomed, not one step backwards. Not one step backwards. His men chorused. General Jamakhor led a series of horse archers to harass the retreating Crownlander troops every inch of the way, filling their backs with arrows. Their accuracy was deadly, their pursuit relentless, and it seemed that nothing could stop them. Nothing except a brilliant gout of dragon fire that ignited the ground before them. Looking overhead, they found Makar on dragonback hovering high over them, maintaining his relative position above while fighting off Lagel's attacks and Castancare's dragon fire, until at long last he too withdrew, having bought enough time for his troops to retreat. That was a terrible battle, Jamakhor remarked, 1,000 battles won, yet none feel like a victory. You said it, Villar agreed. A scream rang out from a nearby house, and a little boy rushed out towards the Dornish troops with tears in his eyes, distraught with fear and anxiety. Help! Please help! The boy cried, my ma and sister are inside the house. Without waiting, Villar rushed towards the scene with Jamakhor following close behind. The house was on the verge of falling apart due to fire, the wooden supports rapidly coming apart. They coughed heavily from the smoke, their eyes watering, their lungs on fire, yet they persevered. Eventually they came across 2 women pinned down under a heavy wooden beam, one in her mid-30s, the other a young woman in late adolescence. We found them! Jamakhor shouted. Help me lift this up! Villar shouted. Jamakhor and 2 other soldiers lifted the beam with great difficulty, allowing Villar to quickly pull the young woman to safety. Unfortunately, at that moment the roof came crashing down, and it became depressingly clear the mother was beyond saving. We have to go! Jamakhor exclaimed, pulling Villar by the shoulder. Reluctantly, Villar acquiesced and pulled the young girl to safety. Mother! The girl cried. The mother gave a smile of relief, just moments before the flaming roof collapsed on her, consuming her whole. The young boy reunited with her sister, the 2 siblings crying in grief over their lost mother. Villar looked bitterly at the burning house, sighing heavily in disappointment. Jamakhor said nothing, focusing on comforting and reassuring the 2 children. Only once they were entrusted to a family friend did Jamakhor approach Villar. You holding up okay? Asked Jamak-Hor. Vilar said nothing to Jamak-Hor, his eyes saying it all underneath his controlled expression of stoicism. Jamak-Hor nodded in understanding, placing a hand on his shoulder. Castan Kair landed on the ground, and Elegel dismounted to meet with Vilar and Jamak-Hor. Vilar, Jamak-Hor, what's the state of our unit? Asked Elegel. Fully half dead, the rest exhausted and wounded, Vilar reported. Our horses are exhausted too, we can't march for another 2 to 3 days, said Jamak-Hor. State of the village? Elegel asked. Most of the villagers have perished, and the remainder unable to support themselves, said Vilar, we'll have to temporarily abandon it. Elegel nodded, get the villagers and soldiers treated, and salvage what can be salvaged. We move in 3 days' time. Aye, milady, Jamak-Hor saluted. By your leave, Vilar said. Carnage and villainy were an unfortunate reality in war, and this was not to be the last village consumed by its voracious fire. One wind lances, widely considered an improved version of the scorpion, the wind lance is a high-powered anti-dragon weapon that fires an arrow of moonsteel at high speeds, providing enough penetrating power to pierce through dragon scales. They by no means guarantee full protection from dragons, of course, but Dornish anti-dragon tactics would compensate by using deception to lure the dragon rider close enough that when the wind lance fired, there would be no time for the dragon to evade a potentially fatal shot. The term guerrilla warfare was first coined by Aaron Rado when describing hit-and-run warfare, and over the years he would further refine this style of warfare as an official doctrine of strategy for Dorne, drawing upon his experience fighting against the Reach and the Midnight Scourge in Essos.